Qin Chaoyang, an ordinary university graduate, wandered through society for 2 years, achieving nothing of note. He found himself working as an apprentice in an antique shop, earning a meager monthly salary of 2,500. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, he acquired the ability of clairvoyance, leading to a transformative shift in his destiny and a reimagining of his life's journey. From that moment onward, treasure hunting, appraising antiques, and gambling on stones became the central themes of his existence. With a single glance, he could discern the true value of antiques, paintings, and jade. Thus began the dawn of a remarkable life. Chapter 1. Attacked by 3 beauties. In the sweltering summer heat, with no breeze in sight, Qin Chaoyang, holding a set of keys and dragging a suitcase, entered the Jinyu garden. His cousin had flown abroad, asking him to look after her apartment, which serendipitously provided him with a place to stay. The apartment was on the 4th floor, a 3-bedroom unit he had visited once before, so he was somewhat familiar with it. Upon opening the door, a waft of milk fragrance enveloped him, but something felt amiss. It seemed as though someone resided there, yet his cousin had not mentioned living in the apartment. As he glanced at the balcony, he noticed several oversized bras and lacy underwear hanging on the drying rack, causing him to tilt his head in deep contemplation. "Who are you?" "A thief, pervert." A sharp, powerful scream from a woman nearly shattered Qin Chaoyang's eardrums. Before he could react, 2 stunning beauties burst from the room, their figures strikingly voluptuous.
Don't eat. Don't eat.
Qin Chaoyang cried out in vain while trying to shield himself from the trio's onslaught. "Disgusting pervert. How dare you steal lingerie? No wonder people in the community say there's a lewd man stealing underwear. Ladies, hit him hard." Qin Chaoyang, on the verge of tears, protected his head but left his rear exposed, resulting in a flurry of punches and kicks that left him utterly dazed. His cousin had never mentioned that the apartment was rented out. Had he stumbled into the wrong lair? "Quickly tell us who you are, or we will call the police." Perhaps fatigued from their exertions, the 3 beauties panted heavily, their perfect forms rising and falling with each breath. Just then, his phone rang. One of the beauties shot him a fierce glare before answering the call. "Hello, Juan? What? Your cousin?" Juan, is your cousin around 180 centimeters tall, in his 20s? He has come over. We are having a delightful chat. We're playing Do Di Ju, 3 against 1. Her words were indeed accurate. Seizing the opportunity while she was on the phone, Qin Chaoyang finally had a moment to assess the 3 fierce women. The one on the phone appeared to be around 24 or 25, tall and statuesque, with cascading waves of hair, elegantly arched eyebrows, and long legs reminiscent of a glamorous leading lady. The second woman was slightly shorter, with a delicate visage and 2 adorable little canine teeth, dressed in a floral dress. The last one was petite with a cherubic face, her most prominent feature being her ample bosom, aptly described as youthful and voluptuous. In summary, they were all breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Chaoyang was covertly observing, while the beautiful woman on the phone had already hung up, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Cousin, I am Pu Meiqi. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was unaware that you were Sister Wan's cousin. Are you all right?" Gazing at Qin Chaoyang, who was huddled in the corner with a bruised face and dark circles under his eyes, she blushed. "Meiqi, who is he?" This question was posed by another beauty named Su Xiaoro. Could he truly be Sister Wan's cousin? This came from the youngest among them, Bao Xiaoxiao, whose figure was the most prominent. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang cursed his cousin repeatedly in his mind. The apartment was rented out to 3 women without a word of notice to him, and he felt deeply wronged by the beating he had endured. What was worse, he had nowhere to seek redress. Cousin, I am Bao Xiaoxiao. I'll fetch some medicinal alcohol to treat your wounds." Watching Bao Xiaoxiao tremble as she walked, Qin Chaoyang pondered if her name was truly fitting. After a round of introductions, the group had grown somewhat familiar. The apartment consisted of 3 rooms, one for Pu Meiqi, another shared by Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiaoxiao, and the last one was reserved by his cousin for herself, which now belonged to Qin Chaoyang. Facing the mirror, he observed his battered visage, with painful bruises and a corner of his eye bleeding. Determined to alleviate the pain, Qin Chaoyang resolved to take a nap. Having graduated from a mediocre university and struggling to find a decent job, he had settled for an apprenticeship at an antique shop. Though it was labeled as an apprenticeship, it was merely a menial position, earning him a meager 2,500 yuan a month, barely enough to survive. To save 500 yuan on rent for the month, he had taken a half-day off to come here. What he had hoped would be a fortunate break turned into a brutal beating instead. Exhausted, Qin Chaoyang collapsed into sleep and soon drifted off. However, as he slumbered, his previously bruised and bloodied eyes began to change, faint arcs of electricity intertwining around them. Consequently, the injuries on his face gradually vanished as if they had never existed. "Cousin, are you there? Come help me out." Just as Qin Chaoyang was enjoying a deep slumber, the door was knocked upon, prompting him to squint towards the entrance. In that instant, a remarkable scene unfolded. The door appeared to become ethereal, revealing Pu Meiqi, the one who had struck him the hardest earlier that afternoon. And then Pu Meiqi's attire. "Ghost!" Qin Chaoyang exclaimed in fright, nearly startling himself awake. He glanced once more at the door, which remained solid. Was he experiencing a hallucination? As he prepared to withdraw his gaze to open the door, another astonishing occurrence transpired. The door vanished once again. This was not a mere delusion. "Cousin, are you there?" Pu Meiqi's voice grew louder. "I'm coming." Qin Chaoyang hurriedly dismissed his thoughts and moved to open the door, only to be taken aback, for Pu Meiqi was clad in the very same outfit he had just seen. "Cousin, why are you in a daze?" "My hairdryer is broken. Could you assist me in repairing it? This item purchased from the online store is truly unreliable." Qin Chaoyang suddenly realized the source of the problem. He might indeed possess the ability to see through objects. Suppressing his excitement, he approached Pu Meiqi's room with trembling steps, where he spotted a hairdryer on the vanity. "Take a look at this. I bought it for 298, and it broke within a week of use." Pu Meiqi continued her complaints, while Qin Chaoyang focused his mind. In merely 3 seconds, he discerned the internal structure of the hairdryer. "The heating element is broken. The hairdryer is beyond repair." Pu Meiqi gazed at Qin Chaoyang curiously and inquired, "You haven't even opened it up. How did you know that?" Just as Qin Chaoyang was about to concoct an excuse, his phone rang. His alarm had gone off. "Qi Jie, this is truly broken. You should return it if possible. My work hours have begun, otherwise Zhou Bapi will deduct my salary again." Indeed, Qin Chaoyang's boss, surnamed Zhou, was notoriously stingy, earning the nickname Zhou Bapi. Zhou Bapi's antique shop was situated near the Confucius Temple in Jinling City, where like-minded individuals tended to congregate. The world of antiques shared similarities with other trades, as enthusiasts often clustered together. This area was filled with numerous small vendors, with a staggering 99 of their wares being counterfeit. Zhou Bapi's shop occupied a central position on the antique street. Upon entering, Qin Chaoyang observed Zhou Bapi conversing with a bespectacled man in his 30s, likely discussing a particular item. "Boss," Qin Chaoyang greeted. Zhou Bapi responded with a grunt, continuing his dialogue with the man. "This is a Republic-era imitation of a Northern Song Ru Kiln 3-legged ink holder, and it's incomplete. You should seek another shop." Bored, Qin Chaoyang focused on the ink holder, hoping to glean some knowledge and simultaneously activate his newfound ability. Suddenly, he was taken aback not by the ink holder itself, but by the secret concealed in its lower half. End of chapter. Chapter 2. The price has dropped. Republic-era imitation of a Northern Song Ru Kiln 3-legged ink holder? Low value. Was there really an information prompt? Yet that wasn't the most astonishing part. For there is more than meets the eye. Indeed, Qin Chaoyang was astonished by this revelation. He had already grasped the ability of X-ray vision, but never anticipated the capacity to extract information. There is more than meets the eye. This. Boss, could it be true? Why not take another look? Just offer a small amount. The seller yawned, appearing as though he had been awake all night. "You should really go to point 200 yuan. Will you sell it?" Before Zhou Bapi could finish his sentence, Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but interject. Zhou Bapi frowned, perplexed by Qin Chaoyang's unexpected behavior. Understanding he had breached etiquette, Qin Chaoyang hastily clarified, "Boss, my teacher's birthday is in a few days and I wish to." Zhou Bapi understood that Qin Chaoyang lacked the funds to purchase a gift, hence his desire to acquire the pen holder to enhance his appearance. Nodding in acknowledgement, he refrained from further conversation, content as long as he was not the one footing the bill. "Could you possibly increase the amount? Isn't 200 yuan a bit insufficient?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang perceived an opportunity, yet his financial situation was indeed dire. He retrieved his wallet, revealing its contents to the man before him. Look, I barely have over 200. You must allow me some funds for dinner. If you refuse to sell, then so be it. Having worked here for half a year, Qin Chaoyang had grasped some of the nuances of commerce. This was a classic case of playing hard to get. All right, 200 it is. The item is yours. A surge of joy filled Qin Chaoyang's heart as he promptly handed over the 200 yuan, cradling the shabby pen holder as if it were a precious treasure. Xiao Qin, you seem overly anxious about this flawed imitation. By the way, have you finished moving? Qin Chaoyang briefly recounted the situation, to which Zhou Poppy nodded in response. Eager to return and examine the contents of the pen holder, Qin Chaoyang's mind drifted elsewhere. Xiao Qin, there's nothing pressing today. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave. Coincidentally, Lao Li is inviting me for afternoon tea. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's spirits soared again, and he quickly agreed, preparing to depart. Just as he reached the entrance of the shop. By the way, today counts as a day off. It will be deducted from your salary at the end of the month. Qin Chaoyang mentally cursed and wished for the worst luck, hoping to step in dog excrement and knock out a couple of his prominent teeth. Upon returning home, he encountered Pu Meiqi emerging from her room. Cousin, your guess was spot on. The heating tube burned out. However, I've already dismantled it, so it can't be returned. Qin Chaoyang felt a wave of exasperation, wondering why she was so idle. No, she didn't have that thing. Qi Jie, may the winds scatter misfortune and usher in peace. I have matters to attend to, so I shall retire to my room. Without waiting for Pu Meiqi to respond, Qin Chaoyang retreated to his quarters. Observing his somewhat frenzied demeanor, Pu Meiqi shrugged and returned to her own room. Qin Chaoyang switched on the desk lamp and indeed noticed a small crack encircling the bottom of the pen holder. The fissure was minuscule, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, a remnant of its assembly. Perhaps time had caused the original fad to deteriorate. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. He procured a small knife and began to pry along the crack. Before long, with a thud, the bottom of the pen holder fell away, revealing a hidden seal. With trembling hands, Qin Chaoyang picked up the seal, which bore the inscription Zizhan Yin. An object requiring such disguise could not be simple, yet who was this Zizhan? Focusing intently, he began to investigate further. Zizhan seal, Northern Song Dynasty, genuine article, high collectible value, market price approximately 3 million renminbi. This was the information provided by his enhanced vision, leaving Qin Chaoyang bewildered. Did this ability also offer market assessments? Unable to comprehend, he decided not to dwell on it. First, he needed to ascertain the identity of this Zizhan, and then there was the matter of the 3 million. Suppressing his excitement and the tremor in his aged hands, Qin Chaoyang picked up his phone and opened a search engine. Instantly, information regarding Zizhan emerged. Su Shi, styled Zizhan, also known as Hajong, with the sobriquet Dongpa Jushi, universally referred to as Su Dongpa, Su Dongpa. To think this is the seal of Su Dongpa, this could be a breakthrough. Qin Chaoyang exclaimed, leaping with joy, only to gradually regain his composure after a while. Unbeknownst to him, a wisp of golden energy emanating from the seal was being absorbed into his body through his hand. How should I proceed? He pondered. Perhaps a visit to an antique shop. No, he was all too aware of the unscrupulous nature of antique shops. What about an auction house? Glancing at the time, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. He decided to first try the antique shop, especially since it was Saturday, and the availability of personnel at the auction house was uncertain. Indulging himself for once, Qin Chaoyang hailed a taxi and arrived at the renowned antique shop, Jubiozai. He chose this establishment primarily for its stature as the largest and most reputable in the area. Upon entering, he feigned interest in the various items, noting that the owner was engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman. After waiting for over 10 minutes without any sign of a pause, Qin Chaoyang resolved to approach the counter. He placed the seal on the counter and said, "Excuse me, could you please take a look at this?" The owner, a man in his 50s, of modest height and wearing glasses, regarded Qin Chaoyang with a friendly demeanor before picking up the seal. Initially, he paid it little heed, but once he discerned the two characters Zizhan, his eyes narrowed. Removing his glasses, he took up a magnifying glass and began examining it closely. After a considerable time, he finally set the magnifying glass aside. "Young man, what price are you considering?" Qin Chaoyang had intended to state 3 million outright, but the words caught in his throat. You are an expert, so please offer a fair price. If the price is right, I will proceed with the sale. He had not mentioned that should the price not meet his expectations, he would not sell. Old Chen, is this the real deal? May I have a look? Old Chen referred to the owner of Jubiozai, whose full name was Chen Yukai. Upon hearing this, Chen Yukai felt a twinge of wry amusement. No matter the price offered today, it likely would be inconsequential, for the man was named Huang Guangyan. Chen Yukai slid the seal towards Huang Guangyan, stating, "You can examine it yourself, it is Su Shi's seal." Upon hearing that it was Su Shi's seal, Huang Guangyan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly took the seal, inspecting it with utmost care, even employing the magnifying glass. After an extended period, "Young brother, name your price, I shall take this seal." Qin Chaoyang's eyelids twitched. Was this sheer ignorance or bold wealth? To declare he would take it without fear of inflated pricing. Yet, such individuals were to Qin Chaoyang's liking. "Sir, I shall not ask for much, 3 million. If you believe." "Very well, 3 million it shall be." Qin Chaoyang opened his mouth, realizing that the price was surprisingly low. "May I ask a question?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 3. The Inexperienced First Encounter. "I'm sorry, but it's inconvenient. I have other matters to attend to. If you truly wish to purchase, then please proceed with the payment." Huang Guangyan was taken aback, primarily due to Qin Chaoyang's abrupt refusal, yet he acknowledged that he had been somewhat presumptuous. "Very well then. Old Chen, could you serve as a witness and assist in drafting a contract?" Chen Yukai remained silent and went to prepare the contract. The so-called contract was merely a sales agreement, designed to prevent any issues with the goods or any other complications. Such transfer contracts are typically utilized for substantial items, specifically those of considerable value. The contract was swiftly prepared, and both men affixed their signatures. Qin Chaoyang confirmed the mobile banking transaction, promptly pushing the seal towards Huang Guangyan. "This item is now yours. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." This was not due to a lack of courtesy on Qin Chaoyang's part. 3 million might not be significant to Huang Guangyan. However, for him, it constituted an astronomical sum, at least for the time being. One must always guard against others. Qin Chaoyang understood the adage that excessive words can lead to misfortune, and he was well aware of the importance of discretion regarding wealth. Thus, he preferred to say little and linger no longer. As Qin Chaoyang exited Jubiozai, his heart raced. 3 million. What was his next step? Purchase a house? Acquire a car? Qin Chaoyang hesitated, or rather, felt bewildered. He was uncertain where to allocate this newfound fortune. This reaction was entirely normal. A destitute individual suddenly receiving a large sum would naturally experience such confusion. "Ah, Xiao Qin, you haven't gone home." Just as Qin Chaoyang pondered his next course of action, he heard an incredibly familiar voice. Looking up, he saw that it was Zhou Bapi speaking. "Boss, I was contemplating a few matters. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be having tea with Boss Li?" The latter question was a casual inquiry from Qin Chaoyang. "I just finished afternoon tea with Old Li and planned to stroll through the market to see if there were any treasures to be found. Would you like to join me? It would be a good opportunity to acquire some knowledge." Qin Chaoyang's eyes brightened. He finally realized what he intended to do next. He possessed the gift of X-ray vision. It would be a shame not to utilize it, wouldn't it? It seemed that stone gambling was the most fitting application. Well, Qin Chaoyang momentarily thought too far ahead. It was best to accompany Zhou Bapi in searching for bargains. First, as they conversed, they arrived at a stall. It was mid-afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, and being summer, the area was relatively empty. Even the stall owner was lounging in the shade, too apathetic to attend to Qin Chaoyang and his companion upon their arrival. This was largely due to Zhou Bapi's notorious reputation. To put it bluntly, whenever Zhou Bapi took an interest in an item, the stall owner rarely made a profit. This man was notoriously frugal. Moreover, he would incessantly haggle. Even if the seller wished to withdraw, Zhou Bapi would persistently pester them. In short, he was not particularly well liked. Qin Chaoyang refrained from making any moves. He simply observed, or rather, scanned the surroundings with his X-ray vision. As I surveyed the surroundings, it became evident that the vast majority of items were mere replicas, some even being mere crafts. Among the authentic pieces, there were indeed a few genuine coins. However, these coins were typically valued at only a few dollars unless one were fortunate enough to encounter something of true worth. After a brief period of observation, Qin Chaoyang lost interest, realizing that striking a fortunate deal was far from an easy endeavor. Just as he was about to retract his perceptive gaze, an object captured his attention. Ming Dynasty Xuanda Blue and White Bowl. Authentic, though damaged due to improper preservation, it is reparable. Qin Chaoyang paused in astonishment. The so-called Ming Xuanda Bowl was genuine, albeit in a broken state. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The highlight was the claim of repairability. How could it be mended? Would ordinary superglue suffice? This piece had already incurred a considerable cost. Could it truly be restored? While Qin Chaoyang pondered these questions, the vendor, Zhou Bapi, had already risen to depart. Excuse me, how much for this broken bowl? Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's inquiry, the stall owner glanced up, stating, $500. If you want it, take it. A surge of delight coursed through Qin Chaoyang. Regardless of whether this item could indeed be restored, $500 posed no significant burden for him, given that his bank account boasted a seven-figure sum. All right, I'll take it, he declared, preparing to make the payment via his mobile device. Hold on. I meant $500 for each shard. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He had learned a fair amount about bargaining strategies, particularly that one should always negotiate a lower price regardless of the initial offer. His blunder was glaring. He had unwittingly set himself up for a loss. It was primarily due to his inexperience in such matters. Realizing the futility of the purchase, Qin Chaoyang understood he could not proceed. Setting aside the multiple shards, even at $500 each, he remained unconcerned. However, he recognized that should he offer to pay now, the vendor would undoubtedly suspect his intentions, possibly leading to a refusal to sell altogether. Should he discreetly seek authentication from someone? Sir, your conduct is rather ungracious. Forget it. I'll pass. With that, Qin Chaoyang turned to leave, leaving the vendor somewhat perplexed. Hey, young man. I was merely joking. I'll let it go for $500. Qin Chaoyang raised 3 fingers and responded, $300. If you agree, I'll pay. If not, then so be it. Ultimately, the negotiation fell through. While Qin Chaoyang recognized that he was not cut out for the business, he harbored no worries. He doubted anyone would be keen on purchasing such fragments. Even if he were to return and offer $500, the vendor might still refuse to sell. If he could not make the purchase, perhaps someone else could. Qin Chaoyang thought of the 3 lovely ladies he shared his residence with. He bid farewell to Zhou Bapi and departed. Since it was Saturday, and having attended a gathering the previous night, Bao Xiaoxiao had slept the entire afternoon away. In a daze, she had momentarily forgotten about the new man in the house. Clad only in her undergarments, she emerged from her room, intending to freshen up in the bathroom. Just as she stepped out, Qin Chaoyang returned. Their eyes met directly, and they stared at each other in shock for 3 seconds. Ah? Bao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, hastily retreating into the bathroom to see this moment. Her face was flushed, and she pressed her hands against her chest, gasping for breath. Qin Chaoyang finally came to his senses, and indeed, Bao Xiaoxiao's figure was undeniably captivating, making one unable to resist the urge to momentarily close their eyes and linger upon it. What's wrong? Just then, Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi emerged from the room. Nothing. I just slipped on the floor and nearly fell. Qin Chaoyang started to explain, but Bao Xiaoxiao's voice from the bathroom interrupted him. Pu Meiqi and the others paid little heed to this and turned their attention to Qin Chaoyang, who was holding a substantial assortment of delectable treats. Cousin, why did you buy so much? Shall I help you share some? Pu Meiqi's craving was evident, and truth. Qin Chaoyang had purchased these items for them, understanding that to seek assistance, one must first indulge in a little bribery. Mei Jie, is it not my first day here? Thus, I purposely bought some goodies for us to gather this evening, a means to become better acquainted. As he spoke, Qin Chaoyang placed the items on the living room table. Cousin, you bought so much alcohol too. You don't intend to get us drunk and then? End of chapter. Chapter 4. It was as dusk gradually settled. The living room was illuminated, with the air conditioning humming softly. A man and 3 women were indulging in snacks and beer. While Bao Xiaoxiao sipped on a soft drink, Pu Meiqi and Su Xiaoro were enjoying their drinks. Cousin, here are 10 cohabitation agreements I compiled this afternoon. Although you are Sister Wan's cousin and treating us tonight, you must adhere to the contents herein. Allow me to recite them. If there are no objections, we shall proceed accordingly. Should you have any dissent, please reserve your opinions. The speaker was the eldest among them, Pu Meichi. Qin Chaoyang, munching on his food, gestured for her to continue. First, without permission you may not enter our rooms. This is reasonable and acceptable. Second, we have 2 bathrooms. One designated for the toilet and the other for bathing. You must wait until the ladies have finished their showers before you may bathe. And you are responsible for cleaning up any sanitary items. Qin Chaoyang frowned at this. Sister Qi, both bathrooms can be used for bathing. Why not separate the usage? You 3 ladies can use one bathroom while I use the other, thus eliminating the issue you mentioned. Moreover, if you return late, should I really wait for you to finish your showers? Pu Meichi glared at Qin Chaoyang and replied, Your opinion is noted. Please listen to the 3rd clause. Third, you will be responsible for the cleanliness of the kitchen and living room. If you invite us for a meal, we might begrudgingly assist with the cleanup. Fourth, Qin Chaoyang realized that these were unilateral demands. I cannot agree to this. Aside from the 1st clause, the remaining 9 are directed solely at me. Pu Meichi placed the so-called agreement on the table, chuckling, Cousin, we are all young ladies and quite lovely at that. Would you truly have us mopping floors, scrubbing pots, and washing dishes? Additionally, isn't it reasonable to divide the utility costs by room? How about this? Let us conduct a democratic vote. The majority rules, shall we? Those in favor of the above terms, please raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. Well then, Qin Chaoyang thought, weary of arguing, as he entered the proverbial den of silk. The outcome of the vote was all too apparent. Their triumphant expressions suggested they believed they would not suffer any consequences. As a man, Qin Chaoyang could concede some ground, yet the interest owed still needed to be collected. He activated his insight, discreetly directing his gaze towards Bao Xiaoxiao. The reason for choosing her first was her striking presence. How does one even look like that? Truly remarkable. Qin Chaoyang could only steal a glance for a fleeting moment, fearing it would disrupt his sleep later that night. Sister Qi, I have a request. Could you assist me with something? Pu Meichi was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Qin Chaoyang with a wary gaze. Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiaoxiao shared the same expression. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Chaoyang quickly clarified the situation. It's a trivial matter. No problem. Xiaoxiao, it's up to you. Pu Meichi directly assigned the task. After the discussions concluded and the food was nearly finished, the 3 women went to take a shower, leaving a scene of chaos for Qin Chaoyang to tidy up, as the agreement was posted on his door. By the time Qin Chaoyang cleaned up and finished his shower, it was already past 11 o'clock. He lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the day and pondering his next steps. With aspirations of wealth, he considered various avenues, the foremost being stone gambling, a popular theme in many novels due to its potential for quick profits. However, this endeavor required capital, necessitating the accumulation of funds first. Furthermore, he currently lacked connections in this realm, rendering the pursuit somewhat unrealistic. The thought of venturing alone to gamble on stones in distant lands raised concerns about his safety, as one could easily fall victim to unscrupulous individuals. Additionally, he contemplated whether to continue with his job. Resignation. He decided he would resign the following day. Lost in thought, Qin Chaoyang eventually fell asleep. The next day, Qin Chaoyang arrived at the store half an hour later than usual, having stayed up too late the previous night. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar face, Old Li, the person mentioned by Zhou Bapi the day before. The 2 were engaged in conversation, and Qin Chaoyang greeted them before commencing his daily routine. He resolved to wait until Old Li departed before broaching the subject of his resignation. Old Li, are you serious about what you said? The seal of Su Dongpa? Qin Chaoyang, while wiping the counter with a towel, was taken aback by the question. Why would I deceive you, old Zhou? I saw that seal last night. It truly belonged to Su Dongpa, but you weren't there. You missed Huang Guangyan's smug demeanor. Nonetheless, he was fortunate, old Zhou remarked, glancing at Qin Chaoyang, who was busy cleaning. It's a case of different fates for similar people. One moment a person becomes a millionaire, while another remains an apprentice, tidying up. Old Li remained silent, understanding Zhou Bapi well. Qin Chaoyang also refrained from responding. He had heard similar remarks too often and was reluctant to engage further. After a brief conversation, Old Li took his leave. Boss, I've decided to resign. Please settle my wages. Qin Chaoyang stated as he approached the counter after old Li's departure. Zhou Bapi was momentarily stunned, then a smirk of derision crossed his face. Young Qin, you must think this through. Jobs are hard to come by these days. It's not like 20 years ago when even a junior high school graduate was considered educated. Nowadays, college graduates are abundant, and someone with your background is hardly exceptional. You need to be certain of your decision. Indeed, Zhou Bapi's words held merit. In today's world, vocational graduates were plentiful, and bachelor's degree holders were everywhere. Qin Chaoyang, a product of a less prestigious university, was not particularly remarkable. Boss, I have made my decision. Please settle my wages, he reiterated. Zhou Bapi glanced at Qin Chaoyang, then picked up the abacus, clicking it rhythmically. Qin Chaoyang expressed a sense of disdain. Throughout this month, he had worked a total of 15 days, earning a salary of 2,500 a month, which translates to half of his wage. Was there any need for calculation? Little Qin, he had previously agreed. You are to receive 2,500 a month, and given that you have worked 15 days this month, I ought to pay you 1250. However, with your departure, I must seek a replacement and undertake further training. Hence, Qin Chaoyang comprehended the implication. His wages were to be deducted. So, how much will you give me? He inquired. Zhou Bapi raised a finger and replied, I can only offer you 1,000. Qin Chaoyang nonchalantly nodded. Let it be deducted, as he scarcely cared for such a trifling sum. Upon receiving the 1,000 yuan, Qin Chaoyang prepared to leave when suddenly, someone entered from outside, an acquaintance of his. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Mysteriously repaired. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Qin Chaoyang smiled awkwardly, surprised to encounter a buyer whose name he did not even know. Hello, sir. Mr. Huang, do you know each other? At that moment, Zhou Bapi approached, intrigued by how Qin Chaoyang was acquainted with Huang Guangyan. Boss Zhou, this young man. Huang Guangyan recounted the events of the previous day, prompting a surge of frustration in Qin Chaoyang. What? The Sudongpa seal you purchased yesterday was sold to you by him? Zhou Bapi looked utterly bewildered. Faced with the situation, Qin Chaoyang realized he could no longer keep it hidden. Sometimes, despite one's desire for discretion, one's capabilities do not permit it. Indeed, that seal belonged to my grandfather. I recently sold it due to financial constraints. Qin Chaoyang smiled at Huang Guangyan, then prepared to leave. Young man, my name is Huang Guangyan. Here is my business card. If you have anything else you'd like to sell, feel free to call me. The price is negotiable. Qin Chaoyang accepted the business card, introduced himself, and departed, leaving Zhou Bapi, still in shock, to contemplate the absurdity of the situation. Boss Zhou, what is your relationship with this young man? Qin Chaoyang was unaware of their ensuing conversation. He now considered himself somewhat of a drifter. He had made plans with Bao Xiaoxiao yesterday to meet at 10 o'clock near an industrial and commercial bank on Antique Street. Today, Bao Xiaoxiao wore a short-sleeved shirt adorned with a crayon Shinchan graphic, paired with a short skirt slightly above her knees. She looked quite delightful. The day was swelteringly hot, and Bao Xiaoxiao continuously wiped the sweat from her brow. Fortunately, it was not long before Qin Chaoyang arrived. Xiaoxiao, have you been waiting long? Here, a chilled watermelon juice. Qin Chaoyang said, handing her a refreshing drink. Thank you, cousin. Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Xiaoxiao, it's one thing for Qi Jie to address me that way since she is older, but you and Xiao are not older than I am. You cannot call me that. Bao Xiaoxiao shrugged and replied, it's just a term of address. Besides, I haven't seen your ID. Perhaps I am older than you. Qin Chaoyang glanced at Bao Xiaoxiao's chest and casually remarked, indeed, it appears to be rather ample. Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxiao understood Qin Chaoyang's implication. Where are you looking? What are we buying? Speak quickly. It's sweltering. Thus, Qin Chaoyang began to describe the characteristics of the items. In the end, he handed Bao Xiaoxiao 500 yuan. Remember, a maximum of 500. Anything beyond that is yours. Bao Xiaoxiao nodded and proceeded towards the stall Qin Chaoyang had mentioned. He discreetly followed her from a distance. Bao Xiaoxiao had little knowledge of antiques. She was merely lending a hand out of goodwill. The stall owner, upon noticing the beautiful young woman, quickly dispelled the heat of the day and eagerly engaged her. Is there anything you fancy? I shall gift it to you. Bao Xiaoxiao hummed softly, then began searching for the broken bowl mentioned by Qin Chaoyang. Boss, how much is this? Her voice, slightly childlike and gentle, nearly melted the vendor's heart. Beautiful lady, this broken bowl isn't worth much. Why not select another piece? I'll gift it to you. Bao Xiaoxiao responded with an "oh," picking up a gourd and clutching the broken bowl together. How much for these two? Qin Chaoyang, waiting nearby, grew impatient. Wasn't the process of purchasing and negotiating a price supposed to be straightforward? Why was it taking so long? Thankfully, Bao Xiaoxiao soon returned, cradling a shoebox. Cousin, I've got it. Qin Chaoyang's face lit up as he quickly took it from her. Indeed, it's the same one from yesterday. Oh, did you buy this gourd? How much was it? Bao Xiaoxiao shook her head, replying, no charge. They gave it to me. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily speechless. What a lecherous vendor, he thought. That money is mine, as you said. Bao Xiaoxiao remembered Qin Chaoyang's words, that any excess would belong to her. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang had little concern for the few hundred yuan. He exchanged a few casual remarks with Bao Xiaoxiao before heading home, stopping by a small shop to purchase a bottle of 502 glue. Indeed, he intended to use the glue to mend the bowl. If a professional were to witness this, they would likely be infuriated. Yet, there was no alternative. The system could only provide information, lacking any restoration capabilities. Entering his room and closing the door, he disregarded the gourd and began cleaning and piecing together the fragments. The assembly was relatively swift. Soon, a crack-riddled blue and white bowl stood before Qin Chaoyang. He activated the perspective feature. Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white bowl. Damaged. Reparable. The same prompt appeared, but the critical question remained. How to repair it? Lying on his bed, he scrutinized the bowl from various angles, but it remained just as broken. After straining his eyes without any change, he eventually drifted off to sleep, clutching the blue and white bowl. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Chaoyang was jolted awake by a series of knocks. Cousin, get up and cook. A man cannot be lazy. A man who is too lazy won't find a wife. It was Pu Meiqi's voice. Qin Chaoyang smiled wryly, placing the blue and white bowl on the table as he prepared to make lunch. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Qin Chaoyang thought he was imagining things, for the bowl appeared completely intact. What on earth was happening? He had merely held the bowl while sleeping, and then, Qin Chaoyang felt he had grasped something profound but remained uncertain. Never mind, let us first assess its value. Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white bowl. Official kiln product. Market price between 100,000 to 150,000 yuan. Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had assumed it was worth 1 million. What a letdown. This was, after all, his first experience of serendipitously acquiring a 300,000 yuan seal, leading to an inflated expectation. In reality, 100,000 yuan was quite impressive. Given his current salary, it would take him nearly 3 to 4 years of frugal living to amass such a sum. He carefully placed the baisho bowl in a safe spot before exiting the room. At the entrance of the kitchen lay a plethora of items, all collectively referred to as groceries. Cousin, from now on, you shall procure the ingredients while I shall prepare the meals and tidy up. Does that seem equitable? Indeed, it appears quite fair. At least it does not entail spending money on purchasing groceries. However, little does he know that the funds for these groceries derive from the 500 yuan he provided to the petite Bao. Very well, I shall cook for you. After lunch, Qin Chaoyang promptly dialed Huang Guangyan. Upon hearing that Qin Chaoyang possessed something of interest, Huang Guangyan, forsaking his afternoon nap, hurried to the designated rendezvous. This was a CAF, a place Qin Chaoyang had frequented on several occasions, primarily because his ex-girlfriend fancied such venues. Nonetheless, the ambience was relatively serene, making it indeed suitable for business discussions. Qin Chaoyang arrived a few minutes later than Huang Guangyan, having walked to the location. The moment Huang Guangyan laid eyes on Qin Chaoyang, his eagerness was palpable. Xiao Qin, quickly show me what you have. End of chapter. Chapter 6. The ex-girlfriend, Su Maishan. Qin Chaoyang, displaying no pretension, directly handed the shoebox to Huang Guangyan. As a man of affluence, Huang Guangyan, like many wealthy individuals, harbored a penchant for certain indulgences. Some favored luxury automobiles, others prized exquisite timepieces, while Huang Guangyan had a particular affinity for collecting antiques. Over the past 2 decades, he had acquired numerous items, most of which turned out to be forgeries. Yet, this was inconsequential, for one's passions cannot be measured by monetary value. As Huang Guangyan picked up the blue and white porcelain bowl, his admiration for it only deepened. Although he was uncertain of its authenticity, the events of the previous day had instilled in him a belief that it was genuine. "Xiao Qin, does this bowl have a provenance?" he inquired. Qin Chaoyang took the bowl and began his explanation. "This is known as a blue and white bowl, officially titled Ming Dynasty Xuanda 100 Longevity Blue and White Bowl. You can observe the distinct features of the official kiln here." However, Qin Chaoyang's theoretical knowledge was rather limited. His current discourse stemmed from a quick search on Baidu before his arrival. After a thorough introduction, Huang Guangyan decided to purchase it, for he was not lacking in funds. "Xiao Qin, name your price. If it is reasonable, I shall take it." Initially, Qin Chaoyang contemplated a steep price, but upon reflection, he understood that future dealings might be necessary, and a more gradual approach would be prudent. "Chairman Huang, this blue and white bowl has a market value ranging from 1 to 1.5 million. If you truly appreciate it, I can let it go for 100,000. Huang Guangyan nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he retrieved his checkbook. "Could we perhaps arrange a bank transfer? I find checks rather cumbersome." Once again, Huang Guangyan nodded, stowing away his checkbook, and subsequently transferred 100,000 yuan to Qin Chaoyang. "Xiao Qin, in the future, should you come across any fine items, do reach out to me. The price can be negotiated." As they conversed, they exited the private room. "Qin Chaoyang, what brings you here?" Upon lifting his gaze, Qin Chaoyang was surprised to find his former girlfriend, Su Maishan, addressing him. Clad in a form-fitting dress and adorned in extravagant fashion, Su Maishan was currently linked arm-in-arm with a gentleman, who appeared to be in his late 20s and wore glasses. His name was Chen Kai, a name Qin Chaoyang recognized. Their breakup had been precipitated by a particularly distasteful scene he had witnessed. "Not that it concerns you," Qin Chaoyang retorted, preparing to leave. "I couldn't care less about your affairs. A pathetic pauper like you has no business being here, with your meager monthly salary." Su Maishan's words dripped with disdain, prompting even Huang Guangyan to intervene. "Excuse me, miss, I must interject. Just because someone is currently less fortunate does not mean they will remain so for eternity. Even the most humble beginnings can lead to prosperity. Furthermore, who decrees that those earning a modest salary cannot grace such establishments? Is this place truly as exclusive as you imply?" Upon hearing Huang Guangyan's remarks, Su Maishan scoffed, as if he could ever achieve success. "If he does, I shall live stream eating feces." Huang Guangyan frowned. As a person of standing, he typically encountered individuals of a similar caliber, at least possessing some measure of decorum. Encountering someone as uncouth as Su Maishan was a rarity for him. "Boss Huang, there's no need to lower yourself to engage with someone of such poor character. Let us take our leave." Qin Chaoyang, disinterested in conversing with Su Maishan, decided he had more pressing matters to attend to. Huang Guangyan concurred with Qin Chaoyang, acknowledging that engaging with such individuals was beneath his dignity. However, while Qin Chaoyang sought to depart, others were unwilling to let him go. "Stop! Who were you just calling uncultured?" The speaker was the man who had his arm linked with Su Maishan. "Kai, he is bullying me. He doesn't even regard you." Su Maishan exacerbated the situation. Qin Chaoyang turned to face the man, and after a moment retorted, "What business is it of yours?" "You." Chen Kai was infuriated, taken aback that someone would speak to him in such a manner. "Do you know who I am? This coffee shop is my family's property. If you do not apologize today, I assure you, you will not leave this place." Qin Chaoyang dismissed him completely and walked towards the exit. "You are courting death." Chen Kai, once again ignored by Qin Chaoyang, felt humiliated before Su Maishan, and thus threw a punch at him. Qin Chaoyang was no naive student. He had never feared a fight. He retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! Ah! Chen Kai was propelled backward by the force of the kick. While saying propelled might be an exaggeration, the impact was indeed significant, as evidenced by the change in Chen Kai's complexion. Qin Zhaoyang was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of his own strength, and that kick had not been delivered with full force. Observing Chen Kai sprawled on the ground a few meters away, moaning in distress, Qin Zhaoyang was astonished. Help! Someone call for assistance. Su Maishan, witnessing her source of financial support being assaulted, began to scream. At that moment, 2 security guards rushed over. It's him. Make sure he pays for this, and if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Chen Kai, having regained his composure, eagerly pointed at Qin Zhaoyang, instructing the guards to take action against him. The 2 security guards exchanged glances and then prepared to charge at Qin Zhaoyang. Stop! Just then, a voice called out. Qin Zhaoyang turned to see a man in his 50s hurriedly approaching. Dad, he hit me. Chen Kai began to complain, but the man paid no heed to him and instead donned a sycophantic smile as he approached Huang Guangyan. Mr. Huang, what an unexpected honor to have you here. Huang Guangyan glanced at the man, snorted disdainfully, and remarked, So it's you, Boss Chun. Your son indeed possesses remarkable skills, threatening to eliminate us without hesitation. I am genuinely curious to see who possesses such power in Jinling. Upon hearing this, Chun Zichao trembled in fear, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Slap! Chun Zichao turned and delivered a resounding slap to Chen Kai's face. Dad, why did you hit me? It was he who. Slap! 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 A series of 3 slaps left Chen Kai dazed. You troublemaking little brat, you don't even recognize Mr. Huang of the Huang Group. I should teach you a lesson. After Chun Zichao threatened to strike again, he was restrained by Huang Guangyan. I have no interest in observing others educate their sons. Xiao Qin, let us depart. Qin Chaoyang nodded, gradually recovering from his astonishment, primarily due to his own strength. Dad! After the 2 left, Chen Kai covered his face and shouted once more. You are indeed my father, right? Of all the people to offend, why must it be him? Had I not fortuitously arrived today, you would have led me to ruin. Now, enlighten me on the matter at hand. No fabrications permitted. Understanding his son better than anyone, Chun Zichao swiftly thwarted Chen Kai's intention to lie. Aware that he had caused trouble today, Chen Kai recounted the events that transpired. A resounding slap echoed through the air. However, this blow did not land on Chen Kai, but rather upon Su Maishan's face. Stunned, Su Maishan could hardly believe she had been struck. Yet, she dared not utter a word, casting a pitiful glance at Chun Zichao, who feigned ignorance. Get out of my sight. Should I ever lay eyes on you again, I will ensure your demise. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Guan Yuhe. Guan Jingya, after parting ways with Huang Guangyan and Qin Chaoyang, Guan Yuhe did not return to the office but instead went to meet someone. Known for his discerning eye, Guan Yuhe once served as the head of the National Cultural Heritage Administration. Throughout his life, he has authenticated countless treasures, rarely missing a genuine article, which earned him the moniker Golden Eye. However, due to health reasons, he has since retired to enjoy a quieter life at home. Huang Guangyan, his son-in-law, has developed a passion for antiques, largely influenced by Guan Yuhe's expertise. Aware of his father-in-law's fondness for fine spirits, Huang Guangyan thoughtfully brought along 2 bottles and 2 items for appraisal. Ah, our esteemed collector has arrived. A beautiful young lady teased as Huang Guangyan stepped out of the car. She wore a lovely JK skirt, her large, bright eyes resembling black gemstones, curving like crescent moons. Her long, slightly curled eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans, revealing her vivacious spirit. Her skin was as smooth as cream, radiating a healthy and natural glow. With a high nose bridge, her features appeared even more exquisite, and her thin, rosy lips were perpetually upturned. This charming young princess was indeed the apple of her family's eye. Huang Guangyan, unperturbed by her playful teasing, responded, Xiaoya, you're at it again. Still no boyfriend. Shall I ask your aunt to find one for you? Guan Jingya, known as Xiaoya, is the granddaughter of Guan Yuhe. Despite her striking beauty, it is peculiar that she has yet to enter into a romantic relationship. This matter is one she finds particularly irksome, prompting her to pout in mock annoyance. Uncle, I'll call my aunt and tell her that you've brought more wine for Grandpa. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, Huang Guangyan knew the elder enjoyed his drink, yet the doctor had advised against it, prompting him to sneak the bottles in. To his surprise, it was Sunday, and Guan Jingya was unexpectedly at home. Guangyin, come in. Guan Yuha beckoned. Xiaoya, be respectful and make some tea. Guan Jingya stuck out her tongue and dutifully went to boil water. At that moment, Guan Yuha, with a touch of gray in his hair yet brimming with vitality, emerged from the room. Clad in comfortable cotton loungewear and slippers, he wore a radiant smile that seemed to erase many of the wrinkles from his face. Huang Guangyan quickly approached to greet him, discreetly placing the 2 bottles in a less noticeable spot, which Guan Yuha pretended not to notice. Father, could you take a look at these 2 items? Huang Guangyan inquired as he produced a seal and a newly acquired blue and white porcelain bowl. Guan Yuha nodded, putting on his reading glasses to examine them. As he scrutinized the seal, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Where did you acquire this Zhejian seal? Huang Guangyan recounted the events of the previous day without reservation. This seal is genuine. You've certainly not erred this time. A wave of joy washed over Huang Guangyan, for if Guan Yuha deemed it authentic, it was undoubtedly so. Father, please examine this bowl as well. Guan Yuha took the blue and white bowl, scrutinizing it closely for a while before bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff, his brow furrowing slightly. Huang Guangyan's heart skipped a beat. Father, could this possibly be fake? Guan Yuha shook his head and replied, this is a Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white longevity bowl, a product of the imperial kiln. It cannot be counterfeit. My frown was due to the peculiar odor emanating from it, likely a consequence of some chemical substance it had encountered during storage. No matter, a few days of airing it out should suffice. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangyan felt a sense of relief. 100,000 yuan is not a trivial sum, yet he was not overly concerned. Primarily, he held a favorable opinion of Qin Chaoyang and truly hoped he had not misjudged the situation. Father, what is this bowl roughly worth? How much did you purchase it for? Guan Yuha refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question in return. Huang Guangyan, without reservation, divulged the amount. Guan Yuha nodded and placed the bowl back in its original position. That price is quite reasonable. For a similar bowl in the private market, it would typically fetch only a few thousand yuan, certainly not exceeding 10,000. However, the imperial kiln is a different matter. Based on the market trends of the past 2 years, its value is approximately in the range of 100,000 yuan. By the way, where did you acquire these items? Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang had returned home and soon laid eyes on the gourd. He had seen this gourd yesterday. It was merely an ordinary vessel for storing medicinal substances, valued at a few hundred yuan. Nevertheless, it was quite aesthetically pleasing, and as he casually picked up the bronze gourd, he quickly realized something was amiss. This was not the same gourd he had seen the day prior. Made during the Qianlong reign, bronze gourd of the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, average collectible value, approximately 10,000 to 20,000 RMB. Qin Chaoyang found himself both amused and exasperated. While others often received a buy one get one free deal, he had inadvertently acquired a genuine 2-for-1 gift. He set the bronze gourd aside for the moment, as it was not particularly valuable and certainly not worth selling to Huang Guangyan. Unbeknownst to Qin Chaoyang, the vendor was currently filled with regret. This gourd was one he had brought back the previous night, and he originally possessed a similar one, the very one Qin Chaoyang had seen. However, in the hustle of engaging with Bao Xiaoxiao, he had forgotten about the other genuine gourd he had received for 2,000 yuan and had inadvertently given it away. Now, he had no idea how to locate Bao Xiaoxiao and could only rue his misfortune. As Qin Chaoyang glanced at the time, he realized it was time to prepare dinner for the 3 ladies. In no time, a feast of 4 dishes and a soup was ready. Wow, it smells delightful. As the dishes were freshly prepared, the 3 women simultaneously emerged from their rooms, dramatically inhaling the enticing aroma. Let us eat. Qin Chaoyang removed his apron, took 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, and began to serve the rice. The 3 women promptly seated themselves at the table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed these 3 ladies were merely waiting to be fed. Cousin, with your culinary skills, whoever becomes your girlfriend will be incredibly fortunate. Have you considered me? Get lost. Pu Meiqi, the eldest among them, spoke with a candidness that left little room for hesitation. Qin Chaoyang took a bite of his meal and remarked, if the food is delicious, it can certainly captivate a woman's heart. At this rate, I fear I might soon find myself married. Upon hearing this, the three women immediately perked up, sensing a juicy story. Cousin, do tell us more about. Pu Meiqi began, only to be interrupted by the ringing of a phone. It was Qin Chaoyang's phone. He glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing. It was a call from Su Meishan. Without hesitation, he ended the call. Why didn't you answer? Pu Meiqi's inquiry was once again cut short by the persistent ringing, prompting Qin Chaoyang to switch off his phone entirely. Is she your girlfriend? An ex-girlfriend? Women are naturally curious beings, particularly regarding matters of the heart, often deeming them more significant than even a meal. An ex-girlfriend, encountered once more today. The three women exchanged glances, realizing there was indeed a tantalizing secret to uncover. Cousin, do you still have feelings for her? If not, you ought to delete her number and block her. Interestingly, Pu Meiqi had hit the nail on the head. Qin Chaoyang indeed had once harbored deep affections for Su Meishan, albeit in the past. The reason he hadn't deleted or blocked her number was simply due to forgetfulness. I did care for her quite a bit. I even thought we might marry one day. Yet love, much like a comic book, seems enchanting in childhood but later reveals itself to be rather juvenile. This world can be utterly revolting. The lips you long to kiss may very well be pressed against another's. As these words slipped from his lips, the three women flushed with embarrassment, finding his candor rather crude. Little did they know, Qin Chaoyang's statement was drawn from personal experience, or perhaps, from what he had witnessed. Cousin, what has become of her now? End of chapter. Chapter 8. The gossip of women. Dear friends, let us dine in peace without indulging in gossip. Shall we? Qin Chaoyang remarked, somewhat exasperated. Impossible. The three women chorused almost in unison, exuding an air of unyielding determination. With no recourse left, Qin Chaoyang offered a brief account. Her name is Su Meishan, and I met her around this time last year while we were both seeking employment. By a stroke of luck, she attended the same school as I did and was also grappling with the daunting challenges of graduation and job hunting. Consequently, we became acquainted, and eventually, we secured positions at the same company, both earning a modest 2,000 a month. As time passed, our relationship blossomed into something more. However, her salary began to rise while I remained stagnant. At this point, Qin Chaoyang hesitated, as the subsequent events were tinged with discontent. Little did he realize, once the curiosity of women is piqued, satisfying their inquisitiveness becomes an arduous task. Have you two cohabited? Inquired Su Xiaoro. Qin Chaoyang nodded, the implication unmistakable. This revelation drew disdain from Pu Meiqi. Cousin, it appears you are lacking in that department. I must tell you, the best way to win a woman's heart is to keep her from wanting to leave the bed. Women. Ahem. Pu Meiqi spoke bluntly, prompting even Su Xiaoro to find it intolerable. What happened next? Pu Meiqi, aware that her previous interruption was ill-timed, quickly continued her probing. Eventually, I noticed her growing fondness for adornments, even acquiring handbags and jewelry worth thousands. Although I felt some unease, I did not dwell on it too deeply. One day, I visited her abode only to find her kneeling before a man. Never mind, I shan't elaborate. It is too revolting. At this moment, the three enchanting women finally grasped the reason behind Qin Chaoyang's earlier words. Cousin, allow me to speak candidly. You possess commendable looks and stature. The only thing lacking is wealth. Thus, money is indeed a valuable asset. With riches, countless beauties will vie for your affection. Without it, no matter how handsome or kind you are, it holds no sway. So, take it in stride. Pu Meiqi concluded emphatically. I believe your assertion is not entirely accurate. Not every woman is driven solely by material wealth, Su Xiaoro countered. Indeed, I concur. It seems my cousin simply encountered the wrong individuals. Bao Xiaoxiao chimed in supportively. Pu Meiqi scoffed. Are you suggesting you have no interest in money? Then why not be my cousin's girlfriend? After all, you are currently unattached, a perfect match. I shall tidy up the bedding tonight. You and my cousin can retreat to his room. Pu Meiqi's forthrightness left Bao Xiaoxiao blushing crimson. Enough of you both. I am heading for a bath, she declared, dismissing their banter. Dinner concluded in this manner. As Qin Chaoyang awaited the availability of the bathroom, he found himself seated in the living room, tidying up after dinner. The woman's bathing ritual resembled a postpartum confinement in its leisurely pace. Bao Xiaoxiao took a leisurely 40 minutes, Su Xiao 37, while Pu Meiqi was the most excessive, having occupied the space for an astounding 40 minutes without yet emerging. Qin Zhaoyang exited his mobile game, pondering whether it might be prudent to move out, for the daily wait for a shower was nearing 2 hours. Yet, in a fleeting moment he relinquished that notion, for he possessed the gift of clairvoyance. Before him, the bathroom door gradually faded, revealing Pu Meiqi, who was meticulously applying shower gel, ensuring not a single spot was overlooked. The white foam clung to her body, creating an alluringly veiled spectacle that was undeniably striking. Qin Zhaoyang gazed, spellbound, his eyes unblinking, on the verge of a nosebleed. This was not the crux of the matter, however. Should one claim to have witnessed a woman urinating while standing, the majority would likely deride them as a pathetic fantasist. Yet today Qin Zhaoyang had indeed witnessed it. Pu Meiqi, humming a tune, slightly parted her legs as she lathered herself. He knew he could no longer observe. Otherwise he would be crossing into lewdness. Admittedly, he had been indulging in such behavior. The following morning, the three beauties departed for work, and Qin Zhaoyang prepared to venture out as well. Today, he had two intentions: to seize opportunities and to inquire about the whereabouts of jadeite raw stones. After some contemplation, he decided to bring along the gourd from the previous day, hoping to sell it for a bit of pocket money. Indeed, pocket money. Qin Zhaoyang's bank account had never held much, totaling just over 10,000. Subsequently, Huang Guangyan transferred 300,000, and yesterday another 100,000. He resolved to open a new account for this sum, as it felt precarious to keep it in his current one. Upon returning to the antique street, Qin Zhaoyang did not immediately pursue opportunities, but instead made his way to the Jubiozai, the very place where he had first encountered Huang Guangyan. He intended to sell the gourd there. Upon entering the shop, he was immediately recognized by Chen Yukai. While most would remain forgettable after a single encounter, Qin Zhaoyang was an exception. Just days prior, he had sold a 3 million yuan seal in Chen Yukai's establishment. If he failed to remember Qin Zhaoyang, it would be a grievous oversight. "Young man, do you have something valuable again?" Chen Yukai's eyes sparkled at the sight of Qin Zhaoyang, though he was unaware of his name, which mattered little. Qin Zhaoyang smiled and replied, "It's not particularly valuable, merely a copper gourd from the Qianlong period, worth about 10 to 20,000. This time, Qin Zhaoyang was straightforward, disinterested in haggling, and simply stated the market price. This approach had the advantage of signaling to the other party that he was knowledgeable about the value. If they were genuinely interested, they would offer a fair price. Chen Yukai nodded thoughtfully as he picked up the copper gourd, examining it with great care. One might say that gourd artifacts are quite abundant in the marketplace, with the less expensive ones selling for a mere few dozen yuan, while the more exquisite pieces can command prices in the tens of thousands. The item presented by Qin Zhaoyang, if resold, would likely fetch around 20,000 yuan. However, there are inherent risks involved. For instance, should the gourd fail to sell promptly, there could be a significant capital backlog. Furthermore, one must consider profitability, for in business there must be a margin of gain. Who would engage in an unprofitable venture? Rather than merely scrutinizing the gourd, Chen Yukai was, in truth, contemplating an appropriate price to offer. Pricing it too high would result in his own loss, while pricing it too low might deter Qin Zhaoyang from presenting him with future valuable items, even if he were to agree to sell this one. Given that Qin Zhaoyang could produce 2 antique items, it was evident that he likely possessed more treasures. Hence, Chen Yukai resolved to propose a fair price. "I shall take this gourd. My young friend is aware of the market trends. How about 15,000 yuan? Neither of us stands to lose," he suggested. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 9. Stone gambling. Qin Zhaoyang acquiesced. It was only fair to allocate a portion of the 15,000 yuan to Bao Xiaoxiao. After all, she had rendered him significant assistance the previous day, and without her, the gourd would never have reached his hands. Upon departing from the Jubiozai, Qin Zhaoyang resumed his wanderings through the street stalls, serendipitously arriving at the same vendor once more. Qin Zhaoyang intended to toy with the stall owner, purely for amusement, as retribution for the previous attempt to deceive him. He had never professed to be a paragon of virtue. Indeed, he often reveled in mischief. "Boss, is that wretched bowl still available from the other day?" Upon reflection, it might be a treasure. I'll offer 5,000 for it. As he spoke, he retrieved the 5,000 yuan in cash from his pocket. In total, he had received 15,000, 5,000 in cash and the remaining 10,000 through a bank transfer. The stall owner stared blankly at the cash in Qin Chaoyang's hand, seemingly convinced it was not a ruse. Where's the item? No way, it's not sold, is it? Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of guilt for his cunning, yet his heart brimmed with delight. The stall owner soon regained his composure. I sold it. For 20,000. Young brother, why not take a look at something else? Everything here is of fine quality, especially this piece. This is a night fragrance pot from the Ming dynasty. A genuine treasure. If you want it, 5,000 is yours. Qin Chaoyang was rendered speechless. A night fragrance pot? In truth, it was merely a urinal used by ancient people. In a certain light, it could be considered an antique. Nonetheless, few would be inclined to purchase such an item. Who would desire something used for urination? Feeling satisfied with his jest, Qin Chaoyang decided it was time to head to the bank. Just then, his phone rang. It was Huang Guangyan calling. Upon answering, Huang inquired, "Xiao Qin, I heard you just sold a gourd to old Chen?" Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Such trivial matters spread quickly. He hastily began to explain, "Director Huang, that item isn't worth much, merely around 10,000 yuan. I assumed you wouldn't be interested, so I didn't call you." On the other end, Huang Guangyan, seated in his office, regarded the gourd with ambivalence. He had just received a call from Chen Yukai, who had mentioned the matter, prompting his casual inquiry. "Not a problem. I was just asking. By the way, do you have any good treasures available today?" Qin Chaoyang chuckled. Treasures were hardly easy to come by. After a brief exchange, they were about to hang up when suddenly, Qin Chaoyang remembered something. "Director Huang, are there any places for stone gambling in Jinling?" Huang Guangyan paused. Then his interest piqued. "Xiao Qin, you gamble on stones? Give me the address, and I'll come pick you up. I'll accompany you." Qin Chaoyang hung up the phone with a resigned smile. His intention was merely to go and take a look to gauge the situation. However, Huang Guangyan grew serious, which was not necessarily a bad thing, as at least someone was guiding him. In about 20 minutes, Huang Guangyan arrived in an Audi A6. One must admit, Huang Guangyan was rather low-key. It was surprising for someone of his stature to drive such a car. Nonetheless, to Qin Chaoyang, this vehicle was indeed a fine automobile. "Xiao Qin, hurry and get in," Huang Guangyan urged with impatience. As soon as Qin Chaoyang settled into the car, it sped off. After a journey of over half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt. Qin Chaoyang had passed through the street once before, albeit briefly. "Xiao Qin, let me tell you, jadeite rough stones are predominantly popular in our Huaxia, with only a few places truly thriving. Elsewhere, it's merely trivial pursuits. For instance, here, there are only a handful of shops selling such items, and both the quality and prices are not particularly favorable. However, it's still worth a visit from time to time." Qin Chaoyang, lacking knowledge on the subject, could only nod in agreement. Before long, the two arrived at a shop named Turning Stones into Gold. The interior was sparsely populated, featuring a shopkeeper and two older customers in their 50s. The proprietor, an elderly man with thinning hair, greeted them with a warm smile upon their entrance. "Ah, it's Mr. Huang," he exclaimed. Huang Guangyan returned the greeting with a smile and introduced Qin Chaoyang. The shopkeeper's surname was Jin, his full name being Jin Yulai. One must admit, such a name was quite auspicious for a shop of this nature. "Xiao Qin, feel free to choose. Today, it's on me," Huang Guangyan said graciously. Qin Chaoyang nodded silently and began to examine the rough stones. This was his first encounter with such stones, and he found it quite fascinating. The stones varied in shape and size, making it hard to discern that jadeite could be extracted from them. The pricing of the rough stones fell into two categories: those without certification and those that had been appraised. Furthermore, it was evident that larger stones commanded higher prices. Qin Chaoyang began his inspection from the leftmost shelf, but at first glance, nothing appeared valuable. He had to employ his perceptive abilities. As he concentrated, the stones gradually became semi-transparent, yet ultimately revealed nothing. Moving on to the next piece and then the next, he continued until he reached the 7th stone. To his delight, he noticed a stone slightly smaller than a football, which contained a fist-sized object at its center. A surge of excitement washed over him as he recognized a hint of green. It was a piece of jadeite. "Boss Jean, I'll take the stone," Qin Chaoyang declared. With only 5,000 yuan in his possession, and the rough stone priced at 2,800, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Jin Yulai, who had been conversing with Huang Guangyan, paused momentarily at Qin Chaoyang's words. He had nearly forgotten about him, assuming he was merely a younger relative of Huang Guangyan, brought along for amusement. "Shao Qin, remember, it's on me," Huang Guangyan interjected, finally realizing the situation. "Mr. Huang, I purchased it merely for amusement. The so-called gambling on stones is truly only enjoyable when one participates personally. Otherwise, it lacks significance, does it not?" Huang Guangyan nodded with a smile, finding Qin Chaoyang's sentiment in perfect alignment with his own. Some experiences are only enriched through personal involvement. "Very well, since you are a friend brought by Mr. Huang, I shall waive the extra charges. It will be merely 2,000 yuan. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 10. The first gamble on a raw stone reveals Imperial Green. Qin Chaoyang did not hesitate, promptly settling the payment for his purchase. The stone appeared modest in size, yet it felt quite substantial. "Shao Qin, how about we try to unveil it?" Huang Guangyan expressed his keen interest in the raw stone, having recently selected 2 pieces himself. While he claimed to assist Qin Chaoyang in the unveiling, it was evident that his true desire lay in the exploration of the stones. After a brief calculation, Qin Chaoyang noted he still had over 3,000 yuan in hand, sufficient to procure another stone of similar size. "All right, I shall choose another. Good fortune often comes in pairs." However, such small raw stone shops seldom harbored treasures. The likes of Imperial Green were unlikely to be found here. Typically, the stones in establishments like Jin Yulai were remnants discarded by larger shops. To put it simply, they were devoid of notable appearance and value. It would not be accurate to say that no jadeite existed within, but the probability of encountering it was rather slim, and even when found, the pieces were seldom substantial. After half an hour of diligent searching, Qin Chaoyang finally unearthed a second stone that piqued his interest. Following the payment, the next step was the unveiling process. The so-called stone unveiling machine resembled a standard tabletop cutting machine, suitable for placement either on the ground or atop a table. Additionally, the size of the raw stone dictated the machine's dimensions. Typically, shops like Jin Yulai were equipped with only a standard-sized cutter. "I'll go first," Huang Guangyan announced, tying an apron around himself and lifting his stone to commence cutting. He appeared quite adept, suggesting he had previously squandered considerable sums on similar endeavors. As he meticulously cut, wiped, and polished his stone, Qin Chaoyang felt an urge to offer a word of caution, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Goodness, not even a single hair. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback to hear Huang Guangyan, a man of his stature, utter such exclamations. After the first stone yielded nothing, he proceeded to the second. When the largest fragment cut from the 2 stones resembled nothing more than the size of a dumpling, Huang Guangyan comprehended that his efforts had been in vain. "Shao Qin, allow me to assist you," Huang Guangyan offered enthusiastically, eager to help Qin Chaoyang collect the stones. Startled, Qin Chaoyang quickly interjected, "Director Huang, let me mark the lines first. Once I am done, you may proceed." Taking a marker from beside the cutter, Qin Chaoyang began to sketch the lines with earnest intent. Jin Yulai, observing the crooked lines Qin Chaoyang drew, dismissed him with a scoff, recognizing it as his inaugural attempt at stone cutting. If such a novice could unveil jadeite, he would gladly reverse his name. Huang Guangyan, however, remained indifferent, as he was merely accompanying Qin Chaoyang for enjoyment, unconcerned about the method of cutting. In due time, Qin Chaoyang completed his markings and signaled Huang Guangyan to commence the unveiling. Without further hesitation, Huang Guangyan proceeded. Knowing well the slim chances of jadeite emerging from these raw stones, he was unperturbed by the potential of damaging any jadeite. With a decisive cut along Qin Chaoyang's outlined path, Huang Guangyan halted the machine and rinsed the cut with water, narrowing his eyes in anticipation. Green, indeed. A vibrant green had emerged. At this moment, others in the shop gathered to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, someone with keen eyes noticed a faint hint of green at the cut surface. "How splendid!" Huang Guangyan's face lit up with joy. He resumed cutting, growing increasingly cautious as he progressed. After approximately half an hour, a piece of green jadeite, roughly the size of a fist, emerged in Huang Guangyan's hands. It was still encased in a fair amount of stone skin. Further cutting was unwise, and he would need to devote time to meticulous polishing, lest he damage the jade flesh. Goodness, green jadeite. This must be worth a considerable sum. I estimate it could fetch hundreds of thousands. Wait, look, there is a trace of purple within this jadeite. This is spring green. In an instant, the onlookers began to discuss fervently. Although Qin Chaoyang was not well versed in the value of jadeite, it did not imply that others were equally ignorant. If there were even a hint of purple in the green jadeite, it was referred to as spring green, which was highly sought after. Little Qin, my brother, may I propose a matter to you? Would you be willing to part with this piece of spring green for me? He asked. Rest assured, I assure you, I will not let you suffer any loss. Naturally, Qin Chaoyang felt reassured. Besides, he had no practical use for the item. All right, but let us first cut this stone, he replied. Huang Guangyan felt a surge of joy. As long as Qin Chaoyang agreed, that was sufficient. He promptly began to move the second piece of jadeite onto the cutting machine. Drawing from his previous experience, Huang Guangyan was even more careful this time. It turned green again. Green emerged once more. The crowd in the shop swelled as more spectators pressed in. Under the eager gazes of the onlookers, Qin Chaoyang's second stone was unveiled, revealing to everyone's astonishment yet another green hue. Goodness, this is imperial green? In Jinling City, they managed to cut out imperial green? The commotion erupted, and Huang Guangyan's hands trembled. This was the first time in over a decade that he had encountered such a precious piece of jadeite. To claim he was not excited would be a lie. Beside him, Jinyu's lips twitched in disbelief. Despite its modest size, this imperial green was worth more than his entire shop combined. Qin Chaoyang was also taken aback. He knew there was jadeite within the raw stone and recognized its color, but he was unaware of the significance of imperial green. Now, hearing it proclaimed, his heart raced uncontrollably. To cut imperial green on his very first attempt at gambling with stones? Brother, do you think you could part with this imperial green for me? I'll offer 5 million. Finally, someone could no longer contain their impatience and began to bid. Old Chun, you are being quite miserly. This is imperial green, and you dare to offer only 5 million? Another bald man quickly stepped forward, raising the bid. I thought you were stingy. I'll offer 8 million. I'll go to 10 million. The onlookers began to fervently raise their offers. 30 million. I'll take it. At that moment, a woman's voice unexpectedly rang out. Everyone paused, turning their heads toward the source of the sound. Qin Chaoyang naturally followed the crowd's gaze. Before him stood a stunning beauty, exquisite beyond compare. She was approximately 1.70 meters tall, with wavy chestnut hair cascading elegantly, a delicate cherry-red mouth, and willow-like brows framing her captivating features. Beneath her double eyelids, two large, enchanting eyes sparkled with life. Clad in professional attire that accentuated her graceful figure, her long, slender legs gleamed with a radiant whiteness, captivating all who beheld her as she moved. Particularly striking was the beauty mark nestled between her brows. It was perfectly placed, akin to a stroke of vermilion on a blank canvas, adding a touch of refinement without veering into ostentation, striking a harmonious balance between nobility and elegance. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily entranced. I will offer 30 million for this imperial green. Would you consider selling? Just as he was about to speak, Huang Guangyan interjected. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 11. Shenxijia Miss Shen. What a delightful mood you are in today. Miss Shen, the elegant lady clad in professional attire, is none other than Shenxijia. Her family's enterprise is the largest jewelry company in Jinling City. Upon spotting Huang Guangyan, Shenxijia was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced her lips. Ah, it is you, Uncle Huang. Have you come to distribute your generosity once more? At this remark, Huang Guangyan's lips twitched in discomfort. It is not entirely his fault that others often jest about this matter. He is notoriously known in the circle as a hapless fool, consistently losing money on his purchases. The phrase losing money on purchases does not pertain to business endeavors but rather to his acquisitions of antiques and jade roughs. Behind his back, some have even bestowed upon him the nickname of coal mine owner. Sijia, is it fair for you to mock me like this? At this moment, Qin Chaoyang realized the connection. You two know each other? Huang Guangyan nodded, refraining from elaborating due to the crowd. Are you willing to sell this imperial green? I dare say, aside from myself, no one else in all of Jinling City would offer such a high price. Qin Chaoyang nodded. Of course, it must be sold. After all, this mere stone in his possession could very well be stolen one day. It is far safer to convert it into cash. However, he found the woman's tone rather unappealing, as she spoke with an air of superiority. Yet, considering her generous offer, he decided to overlook it this once. I only accept bank transfers. I have little faith in checks. Shin Sijia was taken aback. How could there be someone who doubts the esteemed Shin family? Nevertheless, she said nothing, nodded in agreement, and began the transfer on her phone. Internally, Qin Chaoyang was far less composed than his outward demeanor suggested, as evidenced by the trembling of his hand while using the phone. All right, the transfer has been completed. Let us add each other on WeChat. Should you come across any excellent jade, feel free to reach out to me. I assure you my offer will be the highest. After exchanging contact information, Shin Sijia handed the jade to an attendant accompanying her and bid Huang Guangyan farewell before departing. Qin Chaoyang had intended to shake her hand and bid her goodbye as well, but she showed no inclination to acknowledge him, striding away in her high heels with an air of indifference. Qin Chaoyang could only touch his nose in bemusement. Little Qin, you must treat us today. I expect a sumptuous meal. Huang Guangyan chuckled as he patted Qin Chaoyang's shoulder after Shen Sijia's departure. Of course, let us dine. Though the notion of treating Qin Chaoyang was merely a jest, Huang Guangyan led them to a nearby restaurant and reserved a private room, casually ordering a few dishes as they chatted over their meal. Huang Guangyan produced a check and handed it to Qin Chaoyang. This is for the purchase of that jade. Qin Chaoyang glanced at it and promptly pushed the check back. Mr. Huang, consider this as my service fee for you. Today, were it not for you, I would not have been able to earn this money at all. Furthermore, it was you who assisted me in unearthing these stones. Ultimately, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Huang Guangyan is a wealthy individual. The sum of over 1 million does not concern him. However, he perceives that Qin Chaoyang's words are devoid of any insincerity and are indeed heartfelt. Having navigated the business realm for 2 to 3 decades, he can discern the character of individuals with a mere glance. The young man before him, Qin Chaoyang, undoubtedly possesses talent and exhibits commendable integrity, as evidenced through their previous interactions. Yet, Huang Guangyan is perplexed as to why someone with such capabilities finds himself in the position of serving Zhou Bapi. Could it be that a prominent family has deliberately sent him out for experience? Huang Guangyan is not one to pry. He believes that over time, a person's true nature will inevitably reveal itself. Little Qin, there is no need to address me as Director Huang. I have grown weary of that title. You seem to be of a similar age to my daughter, so why not call me uncle? He insisted, handing over the money. One day, I shall take you to Yunnan. I must tell you, to gamble on stones, one must visit such places. At that time, if you could guide me or help me select a piece of imperial green stone, I would be immensely grateful. Qin Chaoyang found the situation somewhat amusing. After all, how many pieces of imperial green could possibly exist in this world? He recognized that Huang Guangyan was jesting. Seizing the opportunity during their meal, Qin Chaoyang began to inquire about the conventions and knowledge surrounding the stone gambling industry. Huang Guangyan, slightly bewildered, pondered how it was possible for Qin Chaoyang to accurately select 2 raw stones. Such precision could not merely be attributed to luck. This likely indicated genuine skill. However, Huang Guangyan refrained from probing further and instead shared all the superficial knowledge he possessed. Qin Chaoyang listened intently, akin to a parched sponge eagerly awaiting water. Initially, he was entirely ignorant of these matters, thus absorbing the information with remarkable speed. After their lunch, Qin Chaoyang and Huang Guangyan parted ways, yet he ultimately found himself entering the bank with the check in hand. In truth, he had no desire for it, but Huang Guangyan had insisted, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Upon presenting the 1 million check, the bank manager approached him with enthusiasm. The entire process took place within an office, and he enjoyed the privileges of VIP treatment. Qin Chaoyang allocated his total assets into 2 portions, 30 million in a separate account, and the check plus the previous 3 million, amounting to over 4 million, consolidated onto a single card. As he was leaving, the manager even escorted him to the door, presenting him with small gifts. The exceptional service left Qin Zhaoyang quite pleased. Just then, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. It was his ex-girlfriend, Su Maishan. Qin Zhaoyang furrowed his brow and turned to leave. However, she was pitifully stopped by Su Maishan. Chao Yang, let us reconcile. I am now wealthy and can afford to buy a house. Even inscribe your name upon it. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Adopting a broader perspective can lead to greater ease. Do you know? I have earned in just 1 year what you might save through frugality over 2 decades. I assure you, in the future, I will earn even more, all of which I will lavish upon you. Qin Zhaoyang felt a wave of revulsion wash over him at her words. To amass in a single year what he had toiled for over 20 was beyond comprehension. How had she achieved such wealth? Merely by lying in bed, spreading her legs. Yet, the most disconcerting aspect was Su Maishan's assertion that she would continue to earn even more. Goodness! It felt as though she was pulling a green hat down over his head, deepening the humiliation. Damn! End of chapter. Chapter 12. Encountering Su Maishan again. Zhaoyang. We must cast our gaze to the long term. If we do not seize the opportunity to earn some money while we are young, what shall we rely on to live well in the future? Many matters are quite straightforward. Just observe those salons, bathing centers, and KTV establishments. Su Maishan began to instill her thoughts into Qin Zhaoyang. The essence of her message was clear to him. Essentially, Su Maishan proposed that as long as Qin Zhaoyang did not concern himself with her endeavors, she would earn money and provide for him, buying him a house and a car. He could even seek companionship elsewhere if he wished. Her only stipulation was that he reconcile with her. In a certain sense, it was no small feat for Su Maishan to express such sentiments. She was enamored with wealth and coveted status, desires that Qin Zhaoyang could not fulfill. Thus she chose to barter her body. Yet Su Maishan was not naive. Those so-called affluent young men would never consider marrying her. They were merely playing with her affections. One seeking amusement and the other seeking financial gain. Such arrangements are not uncommon in today's society, provided both parties consent. Qin Zhaoyang, tall and handsome, treated her well, making him an ideal choice for a partner. Thus, Su Maishan contemplated persuading him, keeping him as a backup. Have you finished? Su Maishan, I have no right to impose moral judgments upon you. Your choices regarding right and wrong are your own. Whom you choose to share your bed with is your prerogative. I also lack the authority to evaluate your decisions, as our connection is minimal, merely that of former lovers. I am unsure of the upbringing you received, but when I reflect on your past actions, I must confess, I feel repulsed. A dead fly in food is one thing. If you are unaware, you might consume it without a second thought. But when you are fully aware, would you still partake? Since we have parted ways, I prefer not to speak harshly, and I have no right to condemn your actions. My intent is to convey that if love is absent, it is best to part amicably, without inflicting further pain or discomfort upon one another. A plate that has once held refuse, no matter how thoroughly cleaned, shall never be used again for dining. People would sooner consume from a bowl that has held filth their entire life than from one that has merely contained it once. Do you understand my meaning? Qin Zhaoyang spoke with an air of calmness, and after finishing, he turned to leave. However, he was halted once more by Su Maishan. Zhaoyang, must you remain so immature? Look at your current situation. You are still residing in a rented room, earning a meager salary. With your current income, how can you expect to find a girlfriend? I have promised to buy you a house and I will also get you a car. Do not be ungrateful. Heed my words. Just then, a woman's voice interrupted them. Mr. Qin, is that you here? Turning around, Qin Zhaoyang was surprised to see Shen Sijia, whom he had encountered that very morning. Hello, Miss Shen. I am here to conduct some banking errands. Shen Sijia nodded and replied, 30 million should be no issue. Correct? In truth, Shen Sijia had been present for merely 2 minutes, initially dismissing the scene as a quarrel between 2 young lovers by the roadside. However, as she approached, the dialogue between the couple became discernible, and she quickly grasped the essence of the situation. The man, named Qin Zhaoyang, likely once led a life of destitution, while the woman was his former girlfriend. It appeared that she had grown weary of his lack of wealth and ambition, opting instead to monetize her body, which could be simplistically interpreted as engaging in affairs or becoming a mistress. Shen Sijia did not intend to inquire further into the matter, but she could not help but overhear Qin Chaoyang's remarks. From his words, she perceived a man's dignity and grace. Were Shen Sijia in his position, she might have reacted similarly, accepting the end of a relationship with equanimity, acknowledging that each had their own choices. As long as he did not cling to her, she would not interfere with his pursuits. Here was a man who had been betrayed, yet displayed neither rage nor desperation for reconciliation. The interpretation of his demeanor could vary. One might consider it weakness or commend it as composure. Ultimately, it hinges on one's perspective. Thus, when Su Maishan once again confronted Qin Chaoyang, Shen Sijia resolved to intervene. It was then that she made her deliberately provocative remarks, even mentioning the sum of 30 million. Qin Chaoyang, clearly aware of her intent, responded with a smile, saying, "Money is certainly not an issue. This is merely a small gift from the bank." Su Maishan was taken aback. 30 million? Qin Chaoyang, where did you acquire 30 million? Shen Sijia feigned surprise, asking, "Might this lady be your girlfriend? Did you not inform her of your newfound wealth?" Qin Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "She is not my girlfriend, and my earnings are of no concern to her. Besides, her path to wealth is far less arduous than mine. By the way, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I look forward to treating Miss Shen to a meal another day." Shen Sijia smiled and nodded, fully aware that this was merely a formality. As Su Maishan watched Qin Chaoyang depart, she remained rooted in place, her mind racing with thoughts of 30 million. This was implausible. How could Qin Chaoyang possibly possess such wealth? Suddenly, she recalled the man who had been beside Qin Chaoyang the previous day. Someone who could instill such fear and obsequiousness in Chen Zichao could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Moreover, that man had stood up for Qin Chaoyang, leading to only one conclusion. Qin Chaoyang had indeed achieved success. With this realization, Su Maishan hastily retrieved her phone to call Qin Chaoyang. If she could reconcile with him, there would be no need for her to play the role of a mistress. "Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service." Undeterred, she attempted to call several more times, each resulting in the same message. She had been blocked. Quickly, she opened WeChat only to encounter the same fate. She had been blocked there as well. Her thoughts raced as she found herself in her rented accommodation. Su Maishan pondered for a moment and hurried towards the rented apartment previously occupied by Qin Chaoyang. However, Qin Chaoyang had no intention of engaging with Su Maishan. After his departure, he had promptly blocked her on WeChat. Upon returning home, he found the place empty, which was quite expected as it was Monday and the three ladies had all gone to work. Qin Chaoyang casually placed the small gifts on the table and then took out his phone to search for information online. Indeed, he had come into some money and felt no urgency to earn more. The most prudent course of action for him was not to seek opportunities or gamble on stones, but rather to acquire knowledge. At the very least, he needed to gain a fundamental understanding of raw stones. Otherwise, if he were to open a stone and not even know its value, it would spell disaster. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Seeking assistance from Qin Chaoyang after more than half an hour of contemplation, Qin Chaoyang found himself at an impasse. Despite the wealth of online information on the subject, profound insights remained elusive, particularly those as detailed as Huang Guangnian's. Furrowing his brow, he recognized the necessity of locating a mentor or acquiring specialized materials. But where could he procure such resources? The Xinhua bookstore. Grasping his keys, he stepped out, intent on finding literature related to his inquiries, while also contemplating the acquisition of a vehicle. Life without a car was indeed inconvenient. Qin Chaoyang had a penchant for automobiles, as do most men. They often harbor a greater affection for their cars than for their spouses, whose allure tends to diminish over time, while their vehicles only become more cherished with each passing day. His preference leaned towards off-road vehicles, though today he lacked the time for such a purchase, for his priority lay in education. Meanwhile, Pu Meiqi had returned, followed by Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiaoxiao. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an array of small gifts adorning the table. "Chichi, did you buy these?" inquired Bao Xiaoxiao, the last to arrive. They were already here when I came back. They must be from my cousin, Pu Meiqi replied. Xiaoxiao, since you don't have a boyfriend, why not consider my cousin? Though he lacks wealth and prowess, he is diligent and quite the cook. Perhaps you could give him a chance? As she spoke, she began inspecting the items Qin Chaoyang had brought back. A set of tea utensils, 2 boxes of fine tea, and a calendar among other things. Bao Xiaoxiao, playfully tapping her lower lip with her index finger, remarked, Chi-Chi, I'm only 23, but you're already 25. By age, shouldn't you be the one in a hurry? Why not just date your cousin? You're so lazy and he's industrious. It's a complimentary match. Pu Meiqi remained silent, but Su Xiaoro interjected. Xiaoxiao, you really don't know her? Chi-Chi is waiting for a golden turtle, at least a millionaire, otherwise, she wouldn't even glance his way. Su Xiaoro's words rang true, for that was indeed Pu Meiqi's aspiration. Do not mock me. Let me tell you, a woman's beauty is her capital, and we must maximize that capital's potential. Why toil endlessly when one can earn effortlessly? Given my assets, pursuing the life I desire is not a flaw. It's merely unfortunate that my cousin lacks financial means. If he had 10 million, I would surely cater to his every whim. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter until they suddenly realized Qin Chaoyang's absence. At the Shen's jewelry, Shen Sijia glanced over a pile of documents with a slight frown. Recently, their company had been facing a significant shortage of raw materials, namely jadeite. This was precisely why she had paid a premium for the imperial jade piece that Qin Chaoyang possessed earlier that day. The New Year's jade roughstone auction has yet to commence, and the raw materials stored from last year are nearly depleted. Particularly, high-quality jade has become exceedingly scarce. The piece of imperial green purchased today offers little profit. However, there is no alternative. The market demands it, and the company must sustain its operations. Sometimes, one must engage in transactions that yield no profit, even at a loss, for if one refrains, others will seize the opportunity, thereby monopolizing the market. The pressing question remains, where does one procure jade now? Gazing at the imperial green on the table, Shen Sijia could only think of one person, Qin Chaoyang. Shen Sijia had inquired and learned that Qin Chaoyang had purchased only 2 stones. One yielded a spring with color, and the other was the imperial green he had acquired. This assured her of Qin Chaoyang's prowess in the art of stone gambling. Thus, seeking his assistance seemed prudent, though the current situation left little choice but to gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. She picked up her phone and sent Qin Chaoyang a message. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang had returned home and was preparing a meal in the kitchen. Just then, the notification sound of a message chimed from his pocket. After adding some water to the pot, he retrieved his phone and was taken aback to see a message from Shen Sijia. The message contained a voice note, which he promptly opened. Mr. Qin, are you available now? I would like to invite you to dinner and discuss a few matters, if it is convenient. Qin Chaoyang snapped a photo of his cooking and sent it back, along with his location, specifying his apartment building and unit number. Then, he returned to his culinary endeavors without further ado. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia awaited a response in her office. Upon hearing the notification sound, she eagerly opened the message, only to be left bewildered. What did this mean? Was he inviting her to his home for dinner? Would there be drinks involved? However, based on her observations earlier that afternoon, Qin Chaoyang seemed to be a gentleman. Shen Sijia hesitated for less than a minute before resolving to go. She promptly replied, "On my way." She shut down her computer, secured the imperial green in her safe, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she recalled something and opened her drawer to grab a can of pepper spray, tucking it into her handbag before driving toward the location Qin Chaoyang had sent. Approximately 20 minutes later, just as Qin Chaoyang was setting the table, the doorbell rang. "Who could it be at this hour?" muttered Bao Xiaoxiao as she dashed to the door. Upon opening it, both she and Shen Sijia froze, slowly tucking the pepper spray back into the bag. "Is this Mr. Qin Chaoyang's residence?" Shen Sijia inquired uncertainly. Just then, Qin Chaoyang approached. "Ms. Shen, please come in." Seeing him reassured Shen Sijia, dispelling her fears of having knocked on the wrong door. However, upon stepping inside, she was left speechless once more. Within the confines of the room, there existed not merely one, but 3 stunning beauties. "Allow me to introduce them," After a brief introduction, Shen Sijia had a general understanding that they shared a cohabitation arrangement. Qin Chaoyang served Shen Sijia a bowl of rice, and then began to partake in the meal. Shen Sijia seldom dined at others' homes, yet the dishes prepared by Qin Chaoyang were quite delectable. Miss Shen, what brings you to me? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 14. Collaboration. Shen Sijia, a girl born into a large family, possessed a commendable habit of refraining from conversation during meals. However, in the current setting, being in someone else's home and with a request directed at her, remaining silent would certainly be inappropriate. Well, I would like to invite you to be our consultant for gambling on Jade at Shen's Jewelry. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxiao and the others immediately halted their chewing, their ears pricking up in anticipation. What is the monthly salary? Qin Chaoyang neither accepted nor declined but directly inquired about the remuneration. The monthly salary is 300,000. If you incur a loss, I will bear it. A monthly salary of 300,000 translates to an annual income of 3,600,000, which means that within 3 years, one could attain the status of a millionaire. At that moment, the three women were rendered speechless, especially Pu Meiqi. Wasn't this the very type of suitor she desired? The way she looked at Qin Chaoyang began to shift. I refuse. No one anticipated that Qin Chaoyang would outright decline. Cousin, 300,000. Monthly. Pu Meiqi interjected, attempting to persuade him. Perhaps you should reconsider? Bao Xiaoxiao chimed in, urging him as well. Even Su Xiaoro fervently nodded in agreement. Mr. Qin, if you find the offer inadequate, we can negotiate further. How about 500,000? Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia reached out, tugging at Qin Chaoyang's arm, signaling him to accept the offer promptly. Yet, Qin Chaoyang merely shook his head. Miss Shen, I cannot accept your terms. However, if you genuinely wish to collaborate, I do have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? Shen Sijia felt a pang of disappointment at being rejected. Nevertheless, the subsequent words from Qin Chaoyang piqued her interest. What proposal do you have in mind? Qin Chaoyang set down his chopsticks and replied, My proposal is this. I will act as your Jade gambling consultant, but I do not wish to receive a salary. At this point, Shen Sijia's heart skipped a beat. Could he possibly be suggesting? Her thoughts took a turn, and even Bao Xiaoxiao and the others misinterpreted his intentions. What I mean is, I will assist you in gambling on Jade, and after deducting your principal, I will take 50% of the profits. What do you think? Shen Sijia narrowed her eyes. Excluding the principal and splitting the profits seemed to offer her only advantages, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Moreover, she wouldn't even have to pay a salary. However, one must not merely examine the surface. With a little contemplation, the potential downsides could outweigh the benefits. There exists no guarantee of 100% success in gambling on a piece of raw stone, not even for the king of Jade gambling. What if losses were incurred? Shen Sijia voiced her concern. Qin Chaoyang shrugged and replied, Gambling on Jade relies on luck and courage. If there were 100% assurance of profit, why would I need to collaborate with you? Would I not prefer to keep all the profits for myself? Why should I share half with you? Shen Sijia's face flushed. Indeed, there was a semblance of truth in Qin Chaoyang's reasoning. If one could ascertain 100% certainty of winning, why would there be a need for collaboration? The crux of the matter now lies in whether Qin Chaoyang possesses genuine skill. One must not be deceived by this individual. Shen Sijia fell into a momentary contemplation, while Qin Chaoyang remained unhurried, indulging in his meal. In truth, Qin Chaoyang was not naive enough to depend solely on others for collaboration. Rather, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. He lacked substantial funds and connections, making collaboration with Shen Sijia an optimal choice. The Shen Group is abundant in financial resources. Furthermore, should Qin Chaoyang engage in frequent gambling, he would inevitably attract attention. A person devoid of power, influence, or background, yet possessing extraordinary abilities and significant capital, would find it questionable whether they could see the light of day. However, partnering with Shen Sijia changes the dynamics. Regardless of how much profit is generated, it ultimately belongs to the Shen Group, and the specifics of profit sharing are a private matter. Moreover, another critical aspect involves networking and channels. Setting aside personal connections, let us consider the channels. When one gambles on stones, they must eventually sell them, but to whom? At what price? These queries become pivotal. Additionally, it is untenable for Qin Chaoyang to gamble in such a modest locale for a lifetime. Even if he were willing, others would not be. Business owners aim to profit. If he were to select all the prime offerings, how would they sustain their operations? Thus, Qin Chaoyang resolved to leverage Shen's channels to reach broader horizons. At times, connections and avenues are of utmost importance. Simultaneously, Shen Sijia pondered. Beyond her previous apprehensions, she calculated the potential gains and losses. The mathematics of the situation was rather straightforward. Investing a sum to allow Qin Chaoyang to test the waters would reveal the truth. For instance, an investment of 1 million could be allocated for this purpose. Should Qin Chaoyang indeed possess the capability, it would yield significant profits. Conversely, if he did not, she would merely incur a loss of that 1 million. While 1 million might be a substantial sum for Qin Chaoyang, for Shen Sijia, it merely represented a modest amount of working capital. Having reconciled these considerations, Shen Sijia acquiesced. Very well, I agree. When shall we commence? I will prepare a contract for you then. After a moment of reflection, Qin Chaoyang replied, let us commence tomorrow afternoon. I plan to purchase a vehicle in the morning, and the timing will be perfect. As for the contract, I believe it is unnecessary. I trust that Miss Shen would not engage in any unscrupulous conduct regarding my modest sum. Moreover, I am confident that, after our collaboration, Miss Shen will find it impossible to part ways with me. Upon uttering this statement, Qin Chaoyang sensed a hint of ambiguity, prompting him to hastily clarify. Shen Sijia shook her head slightly, genuinely not harboring any ulterior thoughts. This spirited yet amiable individual, possessing remarkable culinary skills, should not possess ill character. What kind of vehicle do you fancy? Shen Sijia inquired casually. I have set my sights on a Range Rover Velar, which should cost around 500,000 after all expenses. Qin Chaoyang replied with uncertainty. Shen Sijia nodded, saying little more. The next activity was dining, yet each individual was lost in their own contemplations. For instance, Bao Xiaoxiao recalled what Pu Meiqi had previously suggested, that she should consider becoming her cousin's girlfriend. Initially, Bao Xiaoxiao held a favorable impression of Qin Chaoyang, but their acquaintance was still in its infancy. However, circumstances had shifted. Unfamiliarity could gradually be transformed into understanding and affection. As for Pu Meiqi, her aspirations were even more pragmatic. Her ambition was to secure a life with a millionaire, of course, one whose character was equally commendable. Now, that prospect had manifested itself in the form of Qin Chaoyang. Although he currently lacked wealth, the fragments of conversation she had overheard led Pu Meiqi to believe that Qin Chaoyang was undoubtedly a hidden gem with immense potential. Thus, she resolved to invest in him. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Purchasing a car after dining, Shen Sijia departed. Qin Chaoyang escorted her downstairs and, upon seeing her car drive away, returned to his apartment. Upon entering, he was taken aback. 3 women were engaged in household chores. One was dusting the table, another was tidying up the dishes, and the third was mopping the floor. Qin Chaoyang felt a momentary illusion that he had entered the wrong residence. What is going on here? He inquired. Dear cousin, you've worked so hard. Please sit down and rest for a while. Such chores are not for you. Pu Meiqi was the first to speak. Indeed, you prepared the meal. Why should you also handle the dishes and cleaning? Sit down. I shall brew you a cup of tea. Su Xiaoro chimed in as she went to prepare the tea. Cousin, are you tired? Would you like me to give you a back rub? Bao Xiaoxiao said while guiding Qin Chaoyang to a chair and beginning to massage him. Just a massage is fine, but why are you pressing against my chest? Are you all unwell? Qin Chaoyang began to feel uneasy. The phrase no good deed goes unpunished echoed in his mind. While he was not particularly fearful of the former, he did have a slight anticipation. However, the latter caused him concern. Could it be that the 3 of them had colluded, intending to use their charms to extract his bank card password? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, he was astute enough to catch on quickly. Cousin, you've mentioned wanting to buy a car. Where do you find such funds? Su Xiaoro set a cup of tea beside Qin Chaoyang, using her personal cup. Recently, I've earned a bit of money, just a few million, he replied, wisely omitting the fact that he had actually made 30 million. Upon hearing a few million, Pu Meiqi rushed over. Cousin, how did you meet Shen Sijia? And why would you decline a salary in the millions? Let me tell you, a man with wealth can attract a girlfriend who is not only beautiful but also kind and caring. As she spoke, Pu Meichi accentuated her figure, the implication unmistakable. She was clearly referring to herself. To be fair, her physique was indeed commendable. He had just observed it through his newfound perceptive abilities the previous night. Remarkable, he thought. I tell you, those who rely on fixed salaries will never achieve greatness. A man must venture forth and establish a career. Qin Chaoyang began to ramble. He was uncertain who was the apprentice in the antiquities shop earning $500 a month, having worked there for 6 months. Had it not been for his unexpected acquisition of perceptive vision, he might have continued in that role. I believe what you say is true, cousin. A person as capable as you should indeed venture out. I admire men with ambition. Su Xiaoro quickly aligned herself with Qin Chaoyang's sentiments. Confused by their sudden change in demeanor, he engaged in a few more exchanges before urging the 3 women to wash up, as it was his primary concern. As the 3 women finished their baths and Qin Chaoyang completed his own preparations, the clock had already passed 10 in the evening. They each retreated to their respective rooms for rest, while Qin Chaoyang picked up the book he had purchased earlier that afternoon to begin his studies. He remained perplexed by the secrets he harbored within himself, such as the source of his newfound strength and the manner in which that bowl had been restored. Nevertheless, he held on to a belief that time would elucidate all mysteries. Given enough time, he was confident he would uncover the answers. The following morning, as Qin Chaoyang emerged from his room, he beheld the 3 women bustling about, particularly Bao Xiaoxiao, who was unexpectedly preparing breakfast. Cousin, hurry up and freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, she exclaimed. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon finishing his morning routine and glancing at the breakfast spread on the table, a grimace crossed his face. There were 2 poorly cooked eggs and a half-burnt sausage, instantly extinguishing his appetite. Cousin, please eat, Bao Xiaoxiao implored, her eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Chaoyang hesitated. I think I'll pass. I need to go buy a car first. I'll take you all for a drive this evening. I'm off now, goodbye. With those final words, he swiftly opened the door. As he closed the door behind him, he exhaled heavily. A vase is merely for decoration, can be admired, but not utilized. If he were to marry any of them, he felt he would lose at least 20 years of his life. Just as Qin Chaoyang descended the stairs, he spotted Shen Sijia waiting downstairs, her phone in hand, seemingly poised to send him a message. Miss Shin, what brings you here? He inquired. Upon noticing Qin Chaoyang had arrived, she swiftly tucked her phone away. Didn't you mention buying a car? I've made an appointment. Let us go. Shen Sijia was a decisive and efficient individual, ready to embark on the journey without delay. Qin Chaoyang said nothing and opened the door to the back seat, preparing to enter the vehicle. What's the matter? Afraid to sit in the passenger seat? Shen Sijia quirked her nose, perceiving his reluctance as a dismissal of female drivers. Qin Chaoyang chose not to clarify, as his hesitation was rooted in politeness. Accepting her interpretation, he climbed into the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the dealership. As they stepped out of the vehicle, a man in his 40s approached them. Good day, Miss Shin, he greeted. Shen Sijia nodded slightly, her inherent pride unmistakable. Manager Chen, where is the car I requested? She inquired. Manager Chen promptly gestured for her to follow him to view the vehicle, entirely overlooking Qin Chaoyang. Given his ordinary attire, he could easily be mistaken for either a chauffeur or a bodyguard. Qin Chaoyang paid no mind. His dignity was earned through his own efforts, not granted by others. He was there to purchase a car, not to engage in courtship. Chaoyang, is this the model you were looking for? Shen Sijia now addressed him differently. Qin Chaoyang nodded and circled the SUV. May I take it for a test drive? He asked. Manager Chun was taken aback to find that the prospective car buyer was a rather shabby-looking young man. He had initially assumed it was Shen Sijia who wished to purchase an SUV for leisure. Of course, feel free. Manager Chen's demeanor shifted significantly, now addressing him with a respectful pronoun. Without hesitation, Qin Chaoyang opened the driver's side door and settled into the seat. One could not deny that this luxurious vehicle was more comfortable than a restful slumber. After taking it for a leisurely spin, he found it quite satisfactory. I'll take this one. How much is it? Manager Chun squinted, pondering whether he had misjudged the young man. Could he perhaps be a low-profile scion of wealth? This model is priced at 550,000 yuan, but I can let it go for 500,000, rounding down the change for you. Qin Chaoyang nodded, preparing to pay with his card. However, Manager Chun, your boss explicitly mentioned that I receive a 20% discount when purchasing a vehicle. Would you like me to call your boss for confirmation? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 16. Self-extraction of stones. Ultimately, Qin Chaoyang acquired the vehicle for the sum of 400,000. To his surprise, Shen Sijia promptly settled into the passenger seat. Why are you looking at me while driving? Qin Chaoyang gestured towards Shen Sijia's car. No worries. My secretary will come to collect the car shortly. With the clock nearing 11, she suggested, let us find a place to dine first. After our meal, we can proceed to the raw stone street. As she spoke, she fastened her seatbelt. The process of purchasing the vehicle and completing the paperwork consumed the entire morning. They first filled the tank with gas before heading to the restaurant where they dined with Huang Guangyan the previous day. Shen Sijia had no particular demands regarding food. During her school years, she often dined on fast food and cafeteria meals. Before her graduation, very few of her classmates were aware of her true identity. After lunch, they returned to the street from yesterday. Shen Sijia was filled with anticipation, for today was the moment of truth. Qin Chaoyang opted not to revisit the previous establishment, wishing to avoid being recognized, especially by the owner who certainly knew him. Instead, they entered the second shop, Yumen Tang, known for its raw stones. The owner, Mr. Chun, was familiar with Shen Sijia, or rather, all the shopkeepers in the vicinity recognized her due to her frequent visits. Miss Shen, I heard you purchased a piece of imperial green yesterday. You must have made quite a profit. Mr. Chun greeted her warmly, disregarding Qin Chaoyang entirely. This was fortuitous, as discretion in wealth accumulation was indeed the prudent approach. While Shen Sijia engaged in casual conversation with Mr. Chun, Qin Chaoyang began to scrutinize the stones. Thanks to Huang Guangyan's explanations and the books he had perused the previous afternoon, he had acquired a modicum of knowledge. He learned to assess the value of jadeite based on its exterior, including size, color, and purity. Each raw stone was priced, and Qin Chaoyang sought those he deemed valuable, at least valuable in his eyes. After approximately an hour, he selected 11 stones, each significantly larger than those he had considered the day before. Yesterday had merely served as a trial. Today was dedicated to profit. Miss Shen, let us settle the bill for these 11 pieces. At this juncture, Mr. Chun finally acknowledged Qin Chaoyang, having previously assumed he was merely Shen Sijia's chauffeur. Mr. Chen, please calculate the total. Shen Sijia requested succinctly, prompting Mr. Chun to retrieve his calculator. Ms. Shen, for 11 raw stones, the total comes to 2.08 million. Just round it off to a whole number. He then inquired, would you like to have them unwrapped here? Shen Sijia was about to nod in agreement when Qin Chaoyang interjected. Ms. Shen, unwrapping these 11 stones here would consume considerable time. It would be more efficient to do so back at our place. As he spoke, he playfully winked. Shen Sijia, perceptive as ever, instantly grasped Qin Chaoyang's intent. Very well, let us return to handle it. I also have some matters at the company awaiting my attention. Boss Chen, could you please arrange for a vehicle to assist me? Boss Chen promptly nodded in agreement. He particularly favored clients like Shinseki, who not only made substantial purchases but also were generous with their expenditure. After settling the bill, Shen Sijia took her seat in Qin Chaoyang's car. Are there treasures inside? Qin Chaoyang shook his head and replied, it's too early to say. Let us wait until we return and unravel it. With that, Qin Chaoyang started the engine. Aren't we gonna check out other places? Shen Sijia had initially planned to spend 10 million today, yet she had only disbursed 2 million thus far. As Qin Chaoyang drove, he turned his gaze towards Shen Sijia and couldn't help but acknowledge her astonishing beauty. Mr. Shun, allow me to inquire. How much do you intend to spend, and what value of jadeite do you hope to extract? Shen Sijia was somewhat puzzled by Qin Chaoyang's question but responded nonetheless. My original plan was to purchase enough raw stones for 10 million. Since this is our first collaboration, I would be content as long as we do not incur losses. Her words were sincere. Avoiding a loss indicated the potential for future collaboration. Even if the yield was modest, say 8 million worth of jadeite from a 10 million investment, she would still find it acceptable. After all, the nature of stone gambling was inherently uncertain, and today marked merely their initial partnership. One could never guarantee a flawless outcome. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang felt reassured. Mr. Shen, rest assured, the results will far exceed your expectations. Observing Qin Chaoyang's unwavering confidence, Shen Sijia chose to remain silent. Whether it was confidence or arrogance would soon be revealed upon their return to the company. Shen's jewelry boasts 18 branches in Jinling City, along with ventures in other locations. Qin Chaoyang was well aware of the Shen Group's office location. The Shen Group did not solely engage in the jewelry trade. They managed a diverse range of businesses, with jewelry being just one of them. The headquarters of the Shen Group is situated in the capital, with Jinling serving as one of its branches. Shen Sijia holds the position of general manager for this branch, a role bestowed upon her as her father is the chairman of the Shen Group. After a drive of over half an hour, Qin Chaoyang arrived at the Shen Group's branch office. Once parked, Shen Sijia led Qin Chaoyang directly to the warehouse. Concurrently, the delivery vehicle carrying the raw stones arrived. 2 workers were busy unloading, and Qin Chaoyang meticulously confirmed each stone, feeling relieved once he verified there were no discrepancies. He feared the possibility of a switch, but he realized that such thoughts were unfounded. Until the stones were cut, no one could ascertain their true value. Moreover, those in business were not naive. Any switch would depend on whom one was dealing with. Once the delivery personnel departed, Qin Chaoyang instructed the 2 workers to leave as well, leaving just him and Shen Sijia in the warehouse. Do you also know how to uncover the stones? Shen Sijia asked with curiosity, recalling that she had seen Huang Guangyan performing the task yesterday. I have never done it before, but every endeavor has its first time. Experience is built from those initial attempts. Shen Sijia remained silent, merely observing from the side. Qin Chaoyang did not hesitate. He commenced with the first stone. He placed the stone onto the cutting machine, then took a marker to draw a line, mindful that the perspective could not be maintained indefinitely. Prolonged usage would lead to eye strain, a realization he had come to last night while supervising the bathing of 3 beautiful women. As the cutting machine roared to life, the raw stone gradually yielded to its blade, igniting a sense of anticipation within Shen Sijia. Even when fatigue set in, she squatted beside it, her gaze fixed intently. Qin Chaoyang approached the stone with a straightforward and forceful technique, delivering a decisive cut along the marked line. The stone split open, revealing only a vast expanse of blankness, which momentarily dimmed Shen Sijia's hopes. However, Qin Chaoyang remained unhurried. He picked up an angle grinder from the side and began to polish the cut surface. Shen Sijia said nothing, her focus unwavering. After less than a minute, her eyes narrowed in surprise. This is the chapter concludes here. Chapter 17. The attentive Shen Sijia green. It's green, Shen Sijia exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. She had witnessed the unveiling of many stones before, and even when exceptional jadeite was revealed, she had never felt such exhilaration. However, today was different. The outcome was pivotal for their impending collaboration and reflected her discerning eye. Qin Chaoyang placed the raw stone back onto the cutting machine, continuing his meticulous work. The brief use of the angle grinder earlier was intentional, meant to demonstrate the process to Shen Sijia, as he had noticed a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Approximately 20 minutes later, a piece of jadeite emerged, larger than a human fist. Although it was substantial in weight, its quality could only be described as mediocre. At that moment, a faint stream of green energy flowed into Qin Chaoyang's body through his fingers, unnoticed by him. He began to cut a second piece of raw stone, adhering to the same operational steps. Chaoyang used the angle grinder. Shen Sijia, now familiar with his process, eagerly handed him the tool. Qin Chaoyang found it somewhat amusing. His initial use of the grinder was merely to showcase the method to her. He had not intended to use it again so soon, preferring to wait until all pieces were revealed. However, seeing Shen Sijia's impatience, he acquiesced and took the grinder in hand. Yellow jade, it's actually yellow jade. Chaoyang, you are remarkable. Shen Sijia, usually reserved, was particularly animated today. Quickly, continue cutting. As long as the next piece is at least half this size, we will strike it rich. Qin Chaoyang lacked knowledge regarding the pricing of jadeite, and his understanding of its various types was rather vague. He was also puzzled by one aspect. While he could glean information and even suggest prices for antiques with jadeite, he could only discern size and color, along with a sense of spiritual energy. He had contemplated this limitation, suspecting it was linked to the recent awakening of his abilities and their low level. Just as he had experienced discomfort from overusing his X-ray vision the previous night, resulting in a temporary recovery period, he theorized that the enhancement of his powers was interconnected with this phenomenon. Wow, it's so large. When the entire piece of yellow jade was unveiled, Shenanigans was overjoyed. She compared it to her small fist and found them nearly identical in size. Is yellow jade valuable? She asked, her expression momentarily perplexed as she wondered about Qin Chaoyang's inquiry. Did he genuinely not understand, or was he being rhetorical? Chaoyang, you don't truly understand the value of jadeite, do you? Shenanigans ventured tentatively. Qin Chaoyang nodded without a hint of embarrassment. Ignorance was simply a state of being, and one should ask questions to learn. Now it was Shenanigans who was left bewildered. It was akin to a fluent English speaker from Huaxia failing to recognize certain English words. Let me clarify. Jadeite is most prized for its green hue, with emerald being the highest in esteem, yet that is not the entirety of its worth. For instance, this yellow jade is an exceptionally rare variety, its value appreciating significantly beyond that of many green jades, primarily due to its purity. The market price of ordinary yellow jade is calculated per gram. However, we shall discuss these matters in detail later. For now, let us hasten to the stone analysis. Qin Chaoyang nodded, acknowledging that such knowledge cannot be acquired overnight. As we progressed to the third and fourth stones, and continued until the seventh, Shenanigans' initial excitement began to wane. This was not due to a lack of success but rather a growing familiarity with the process. Each stone yielded jade, akin to winning in mahjong. The thrill of an exceptional hand is exhilarating, yet when every round results in a victory, the excitement inevitably diminishes. Shenanigans found herself in this very state of numbed anticipation. She felt compelled to firmly grasp this man, as he had transcended the mastery of stone gambling. Even a slight increase in profit-sharing would be permissible. Observing Qin Chaoyang, who remained engrossed in his work, dust coated his body, head, and face, mingling with sweat. Shenanigans resolved to buy him a new outfit. Under the pretense of a trip to the office, she departed from the company. Standing at a height of 171 meters, complemented by modest heels, she reached approximately 175 meters. In contrast, Qin Chaoyang stood slightly taller at around 178 meters. Women, particularly successful ones, possess a keen attention to detail. Nuances often hold the power to alter one's destiny. A prime example of this is Shenanigans' recognition of Qin Chaoyang's abilities, a detail of considerable significance. When Qin Chaoyang completed the ninth stone, fatigue had overtaken him. Stone analysis is a labor-intensive task that demands mental focus, particularly under the sweltering summer heat, compounded by his thirst. Just then, as he scanned the warehouse, Shenanigans returned. You must be thirsty. Do you prefer Red Bull or Wanglaji? She had purchased an array of refreshments, bottled water, iced tea, and other beverages, all chilled. Qin Chaoyang casually grabbed a bottle of iced tea, twisting off the cap and drinking eagerly. Suddenly, Shenanigans chuckled. Confused, Qin Chaoyang inquired, "What is so amusing about quenching my thirst?" Without providing an explanation, she extracted a mirror from her handbag and held it up to him. In an instant, Qin Chaoyang understood her laughter. Cutting stones generates a considerable amount of dust. Despite wearing a mask, a layer of white dust adorned his forehead, eyes, and cheeks. Having just removed his mask to drink, coupled with perspiration, he resembled a comical figure. There's a faucet over there. I bought you a towel. Go wash your face. Qin Chaoyang nodded, accepting the towel, and proceeded to cleanse his face, even washing his hair in the process. After all, it is summer now, and washing one's hair with cold water poses no issue. Chaoyang, how about we forego the unwrapping today? I will first take you for a shower, change your clothes, and then we shall dine together. Qin Chaoyang gazed at the 9 jade pieces and the 2 raw stones, shaking his head. Only by excavating all the jade could he ascertain the profits of the day. If this little vixen were to renege on her promise after tonight, he would incur a loss. No matter, I shall unwrap these 2 pieces, and then the price can be calculated. Shinshijia was momentarily speechless. After all this fellow still harbored doubts about her trustworthiness. She even went so far as to purchase water, clothing, and even shoes and socks. Only a pair of undergarments was missing. However, Shinshijia was equally eager. She too wished to hasten the unwrapping of these items. Then, they could seek the expertise of a professional for valuation. Chaoyang, may I pose a question to you? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 18. The plan to buy a house. Do you care about money? The moment Shinshijia uttered this question, she regretted it. Qin Chaoyang ceased his cutting motion, removed his mask, and gazed intently at Shinshijia. He understood the reason behind her inquiry. It stemmed from his earlier remarks about calculating the price of jade. Mr. Qin, if I had a family background like yours, I certainly wouldn't concern myself with money. However, I do not. I am merely an ordinary individual. My parents still toil away in the countryside, and my sister is still in school. Thus, I aspire to earn enough to purchase a spacious home to bring them here for a better life. I find this entirely normal and nothing to be ashamed of. If I were wealthy, my girlfriend wouldn't have to betray me. At this point, Qin Chaoyang fell silent, believing there was little more to say, as he and Shinshijia were merely collaborators, existing in entirely different realms. Their differing identities and disparate life experiences naturally led to divergent values. The term incompatible perspectives perhaps aptly describes their situation. He resumed cutting after turning on the power again. Shinshijia felt a wave of embarrassment. She truly regretted posing that question. Just as Qin Chaoyang had said, it was quite normal. There is a saying, one should not use their own views to judge the rightness or wrongness of others. Chaoyang, that's not what I meant. Shinshijia attempted to clarify, but the roar of the cutting machine rendered her words inaudible to Qin Chaoyang, prompting her to ultimately silence herself. After more than half an hour, all 11 stones were finally uncovered. I'll take you to shower first. Then we'll find someone to appraise the value of these 11 pieces of jade. I bought you some clothes which are in that bag. Qin Chaoyang shook his head, replying, you go ahead and get them appraised. I will just wash up here at the faucet. It's summer, so a quick rinse will suffice. Without further ado, he took the bag and headed towards the faucet, unconcerned about Shinshijia's presence, and began to undress, thankfully remaining in his shorts. Shinshijia found his nonchalance rather puzzling. Did he truly trust her so completely with the appraisal? Was he not worried she might undervalue the pieces? In truth, Qin Chaoyang harbored some concern about this matter. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. Once he finished showering, he gathered his soiled clothes, giving them a quick wash, and placed them into the bag along with the beverages Shinshijia had purchased, all of which went into the trunk. With so many drinks, they must have cost at least several dozen yuan. He planned to bring them back for Bao Xiaoxiao and her friends, hoping to enjoy some of Bao Xiaoxiao's playful antics. Of course, comfort was not his sole motive. Primarily, he relished the sensation of Bao Xiaoxiao playfully bumping against his back. However, he ended up waiting for over an hour. The sky was nearly dark, and Shinshijia had yet to return. Could she have absconded with the jade? Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of uncertainty. He should have accompanied her. Just as he was lost in thought, Shinshijia finally arrived. Chaoyang, have you been waiting long? Come, let us dine. It is my treat. Shinshijia made no mention of the jade matter. In truth, this was a deliberate ploy to tease Qin Chaoyang. Once again, it was Qin Chaoyang behind the wheel, while Shinshijia guided the way. The pair arrived at an upscale establishment and requested a private room. Chaoyang, can you guess the value of those jades? Shinshijia finally inquired. Qin Chaoyang shook his head, genuinely unaware. 11 pieces of jade, after assessment by several experts, were appraised at a staggering 34 million. Subtracting 2 million in principal, this meant a profit of 32 million, resulting in an equal share of 16 million each, as per their prior agreement. This is a cash check. You can exchange it directly, she added. Qin Chaoyang was equally astonished, not expecting such value. He reached out to accept the check, meticulously verifying the amount before carefully placing it into his wallet. As he had stated, this was the fruit of his labor, and there was nothing inappropriate about verifying it. Shin Sijia observed all of this intently. Sometimes a person's mindset, or rather their perspective, shifts, altering their perception of the world. Had this been in the past, Shin Sijia would have looked down upon Qin Chaoyang's actions, perceiving them as a lack of trust. However, after hearing his words that afternoon, her perspective transformed. She now saw Qin Chaoyang as genuine and forthright. Such a significant transaction warranted scrutiny, after all. Chaoyang, come pick me up early tomorrow. We shall go again, she proposed. Qin Chaoyang shook his head. Ms. Shun, we cannot visit the stone market daily. Doing so would arouse suspicion. We must learn to take a measured approach. I still need to acquire further knowledge. By the way, do you have any books on this subject? I currently lack expertise regarding Jade. Shin Sijia nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. An occasional visit is reasonable, but daily appearances would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Very well. I will collect the materials you need and deliver them to you. Additionally, I have arranged an office for you, right next to mine. When you have time, feel free to use it for discussions, research, or even gaming. After all, you are now our company's Jade consultant. I will also assist you with social insurance and housing fund registration. Just provide me with the necessary documents. Qin Chaoyang did not decline. Such benefits offered a sense of security. Ms. Shun, do you know of any quieter residences in this vicinity? Shin Sijia inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Do you intend to purchase a home? What type are you considering? An apartment or a villa? Now it was Qin Chaoyang who found himself at a loss for words. His initial intention was to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment, with the plan of bringing his parents to live with him. However, after being questioned by Shin Sijia, he began to reconsider his previous notion. Now that he has amassed considerable wealth, he believes he could afford a grand villa, especially since his total assets have reached a remarkable 50 million. Furthermore, a crucial aspect of his desire is to experience the lifestyle of residing in a villa. End of chapter. Chapter 19. The injury in a city like Jinling. The price of an ordinary apartment ranges from approximately 18,000 to 25,000 yuan per square meter. For a villa, one could secure a splendid property for around 10 million yuan. Purchasing a home is a significant decision, one that often lasts a lifetime. Thus he resolved to acquire a villa. Mr. Shen, if there are suitable villas available, preferably not too costly, I would like to buy one. My family is small, consisting only of my parents and a younger sister, totaling 4 members. Shin Sijia nodded, her eyes beginning to dart thoughtfully, perhaps contemplating certain matters. Rest assured, I will inquire thoroughly. After dinner, Qin Chaoyang packed some dishes to take back for Pu Meiqi and the others. Chaoyang, are you perhaps in a romantic relationship with one of those 3? Shin Sijia casually inquired upon seeing him carrying the takeout boxes. I wish, but who would look my way, being the underdog that I am? Shin Sijia shot him a look of disbelief, responding, have you ever seen an underdog with tens of millions in their bank account? Qin Chaoyang held a different perspective and retorted, indeed, I possess several millions, yet that amount was only given to me yesterday. Before that, I was earning a mere 500 yuan a month. If you were in my shoes, would you have considered me worthy? Shin Sijia grasped his point. Essentially, had she not sought him out the previous night, those 3 women would have remained oblivious to his wealth. Yesterday, when Shin Sijia visited Qin Chaoyang, she had also noticed the 10 rules posted on his door. Apart from the first, which seemed somewhat reasonable, the remaining 9 were directed at him. Chaoyang, do not underestimate yourself. Gold will always shine. Shin Sijia offered him a subtle encouragement. Qin Chaoyang placed the takeout boxes in the trunk and opened the passenger door for Shin Sijia, prioritizing her return home. I do not underestimate myself. It is simply the state of the world today. Take you and me, for instance. Our relationship is based on mutual benefit. If I lack talent in gambling on stones, you probably wouldn't even know my surname. Thus, when my ex-girlfriend betrayed me and we parted ways, I harbored no grievances, knowing I could not provide her with the life she desired. If the roles were reversed, perhaps I would have acted similarly. After all, why toil for a meager 500 yuan a month when one could earn effortlessly in bed? This world is exceedingly grim. Who has the right to lament? It is merely a case of differing fates for similar individuals. After voicing these thoughts, Qin Chaoyang fell silent, pressing the accelerator as they set off. Shen Sijia did not request to be taken home but instead headed to her workplace, as her vehicle remained at the office. Once he dropped her off, Qin Chaoyang returned home, acutely aware of the subtle changes in the dynamics among the trio, changes that were rather unsettling. If the three individuals remained unchanged in their interactions, Qin Chaoyang would undoubtedly win over one of them. Whether it be Pu Meiqi, Bao Xiaoxiao, or Su Xiaoro, each possesses qualities that make them quite suitable for a knight's embrace, yet they fall short of being ideal partners for marriage. What he truly desires is a companion willing to stand by him through both poverty and prosperity, someone who wouldn't abandon him when fortune wanes. The greater the change, the more pronounced the contrast becomes. As for their lack of domestic skills, that is of little consequence. However, a woman who loves only wealth, no matter how beautiful, would not capture his heart. Of course, indulging in some flirtation and minor entanglements is acceptable. At present, his focus lies on acquiring knowledge and wealth. With sufficient resources, what sort of woman could he not marry? The notions of love and romance are but fleeting ideals of youth, and after enduring the trials of life, most individuals seek partners who complement their realities. Having parked his car, Qin Chaoyang retrieved the food and drinks he had purchased earlier. As he entered the house, he found the three women eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Cousin, how was your day? How much did you earn?" was the first question Pu Meiqi posed. "You promised to take me for a drive tonight. Don't forget," Bao Xiaoxiao chimed in. As for Su Xiaoro, she typically spoke little. "I didn't earn much, perhaps around 1 million or so. A drive sounds fine, but you all should eat first. I'll take a quick shower." Just as Qin Chaoyang finished his sentence, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Shen Sijia, who had just parted from him, stating, "I slipped on the stairs just now. It hurts a lot." Qin Chaoyang's expression shifted. Knowing Shen Sijia was wearing high heels, he surmised her fall might have been severe. It was rush hour, and aside from the security personnel on duty, there was likely no one available to assist her. Without hesitation, he replied, "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." With that, he abandoned his plans for a shower. "You all enjoy your meal. I have to step out for a moment. We'll have to postpone the drive for another day. Tonight, I may not have the time." After speaking, he grabbed his car keys and left. The three women exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to continue their snacking in unison. The roads were relatively clear that evening, allowing Qin Chaoyang to reach Shen Sijia's company in about 20 minutes. Shen Sijia had gone to the office this late primarily to retrieve her car keys, as her assistant had informed her they were left on her desk. Ordinarily, this would be a mundane task. However, while on the 8th floor, she inadvertently pressed the button for an additional floor. Upon realizing her mistake, she opted to descend the stairs rather than wait for the elevator, reasoning that it was just one flight. Unfortunately, the stairwell lights were malfunctioning, rendering her path unclear. Consequently, she misstepped and fell. Unable to move, she sent a message to Qin Chaoyang. To her surprise, he replied almost instantaneously, and in that moment, Shen Sijia felt a flicker of joy. When Qin Chaoyang arrived at the company and explained the situation, the security personnel did not impede his entry. After all, Shen Sijia was indeed present at the office, and moreover, Qin Chaoyang had visited earlier that afternoon, spending the entire time in the warehouse with his boss. Their connection was undeniable. Most importantly, it was Qin Chaoyang who had just escorted the boss back, a fact witnessed by the security staff. Alone on the steps, enveloped in darkness, Shen Sijia felt a twinge of fear. Just then, she heard the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Her heart leapt with joy. It must be Qin Chaoyang. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Do you suffer from athlete's foot? Is that you, Chaoyang? Shen Sijia inquired uncertainly. It's me. As Qin Chaoyang's voice resonated, the lights below flickered to life. The bulb between the 8th and 9th floors had malfunctioned, yet the lights beneath were intact. Upon Qin Chaoyang's breathless arrival before Shen Sijia, she felt a twinge of emotion. He had rushed up the stairs. "Are you all right?" Qin Chaoyang asked with concern. "My knee is scraped, and my foot seems to be sprained. I can't put any weight on it." Qin Chaoyang activated his phone's flashlight and directed it at Shen Sijia's knee, confirming the skin was indeed broken. I'll take you to the hospital. As he spoke, he crouched down, inviting Shen Sijia to climb onto his back. Without hesitation, she nestled against him, the sudden weight pleasantly surprising Qin Chaoyang. Why didn't you take the elevator when you came up? Shen Sijia inquired, resting on his back. Because I didn't know which floor you fell on. If I missed it, it would be troublesome, so I opted to take the stairs instead. It must be said, Qin Chaoyang's attention to detail was commendable. He didn't foolishly dash back down the stairs but instead pressed the elevator button. As they descended, Shen Sijia inhaled the scent of sweat wafting from him. Have you just arrived home? In the silence that ensued, feeling the atmosphere awkward, she sought to make conversation. I just got home and was about to take a shower when I heard the notification of your message. If you had sent it a few minutes later, I might have had to wait until after my shower to see it. By the time they reached the ground floor, Shen Sijia felt herself sliding slightly down his back. Instinctively, Qin Chaoyang adjusted her position by supporting her rear. The moment their bodies connected sent a jolt through Shen Sijia, causing her to stiffen slightly. She had just been touched by a man. Miss Shen, you ought to consider losing some weight. As she pondered the unexpected touch, she was taken aback by this remark. Instant irritation surged within her. Although she stood at 171 meters tall, her figure was quite slender. There was hardly any fat, and if there was, it was merely in those two areas that were impossible to shed. She had inherited her physique from her parents and could do little about it. Fortunately, the car was nearby. She opened the passenger door and was gently assisted into the vehicle. Upon arriving at the First People's Hospital, they registered for an emergency consultation, followed by examinations and treatment. Ultimately, the diagnosis revealed abrasions on her knee, elbow, and palm, along with a sprain in her left foot. Fortunately, no serious injuries were found. After all the commotion, it was already past 9 in the evening. They provided some ointment and red flower oil, and then they were free to leave. This time, Qin Chaoyang did not escort Shen Sijia to her office but instead drove her directly home. Shen Sijia resided in the Jingcheng Villa district. Upon entering the villa, Qin Chaoyang assisted Shen Sijia into the living room and gently settled her onto the sofa. Miss Shen, this villa must have cost a pretty penny. I reckon it wouldn't go for less than 10 million, would it? Shen Sijia was momentarily speechless. When she purchased this villa, it was completely renovated, including all appliances, totaling over 30 million. To hear it reduced to merely 10 million by Qin Chaoyang was quite amusing. Something like that, Shen Sijia replied casually, then took out some safflower oil to apply to her ankle. Given the injuries on her hands and arms, the task proved somewhat cumbersome. Allow me to assist you. Without hesitation, Qin Chaoyang took the safflower oil, poured it into his palm, and gently grasped Shen Sijia's foot to begin the application. It was only at this moment that Shen Sijia realized what was happening, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Was this man doing it on purpose? He had previously touched her backside, and now yet she found the sensation quite pleasant. Initially, there was a hint of sharp pain, but it soon transformed into a soothing coolness. This was, in fact, the result of the limited spiritual energy within Qin Chaoyang, though even he was unaware of it. Strangely enough, the massage was indeed comforting. Shen Sijia mused, even letting out a soft hum of approval. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and swiftly covered her mouth. Does it hurt? She asked, shaking her head quickly. Not at all, please continue. In an unexpected turn of events, Shen Sijia found herself uttering those words. Chaoyang, please don't call me Miss Shen. You may call me Sijia or Jujia instead. Also, you'll be picking me up for work tomorrow, and I can help you with the paperwork as well. Qin Chaoyang nodded, and after holding back a thought for some time, finally voiced it. Then I shall call you Jujia. By the way, do you have athlete's foot? Shen Sijia was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Qin Chaoyang was implying she had foot odor. What woman would willingly admit to having such a condition? In a fit of indignation, she hurled a cushion at Qin Chaoyang's head, prompting him to be promptly expelled from the villa. Sighing as he caught a whiff of the safflower oil mingled with the faint odor of feet, Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but feel exasperated. Could you at least let me wash my hands before I leave? After his departure, Shen Sijia discreetly sniffed her foot and indeed detected a slight unpleasantness. Meanwhile, back at home, Qin Chaoyang, after taking a shower, climbed into bed, though sleep eluded him. Instead, he pondered over his body. While massaging Shin Si-jia, he had sensed a current of energy flowing from his palm to her ankle. What was this mysterious energy, and where did it originate? Did it have any connection to the restoration of that broken cup? With sleep still distant, Qin Chaoyang decided to conduct an experiment. He shattered his teacup and then used adhesive to piece it back together. Finally, he attempted to channel the strange energy within him, and lo and behold, the teacup began to mend. In no time, it transformed back into a flawless cup. At last, Qin Chaoyang comprehended how the antique was restored. Yet, a new question emerged. What exactly was this object? The gentle current within him could be deemed as spiritual energy for the time being. But where did this energy originate? Could it have been absorbed from the jade? No, prior to mending that broken bowl, he had not come into contact with jadeite. The only item he had touched was that seal. Could it be? Qin Chaoyang murmured to himself, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It appeared that a verification was necessary on the morrow. This matter must be clarified. Just then, a notification chimed from his WeChat. Upon picking up his phone, he noticed another message from Shin Si-jia. Chaoyang, are you asleep? Wasn't that a redundant question? As Qin Chaoyang prepared to reply, another message from Shin Si-jia arrived. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 21. The broken character. I assure you, I do not have athlete's foot. Perhaps it was merely the excessive walking yesterday that caused me to perspire. Shin Si-jia found herself perplexed as to why she felt compelled to send a message elucidating this matter. Qin Chaoyang could only respond with a sense of incredulity. Why should I care whether you have athlete's foot? After sending a brief reply, he retired for the night. In truth, Shin Si-jia regretted her message the moment she hit send. Just as she contemplated retracting it, Qin Chaoyang's response arrived. Well, it doesn't smell bad. In fact, it's quite pleasant. If you're feeling unwell, rest early. See you tomorrow. And then silence ensued. Doesn't smell bad? Quite pleasant? Shin Si-jia mulled over his words, muttering a curse at him for being a rogue before finally surrendering to sleep. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Qin Chaoyang drove to the Jingcheng Villa district. As he prepared to ring the bell, the door swung open unexpectedly. Today, Shin Si-jia was not clad in professional attire. Instead, she wore a dress. How are you feeling? Any better? She seemed to harbor lingering resentment from the night before, merely offering a non-committal hum in response. Without inviting Qin Chaoyang inside, she briskly closed the door and walked towards the car, limping slightly. Qin Chaoyang quickly stepped forward to offer his support, and Shin Si-jia did not refuse. Passing by a breakfast shop, he purchased a few items, uncertain whether Shin Si-jia would indulge in such fare. To his surprise, she accepted and began to eat without hesitation. Si-jia, the medical expenses from last night totaled 1,150 yuan. Do you think it's time for reimbursement? Shin Si-jia paused, an inexplicable anger bubbling up within her. Just the day before, she had gifted him 30 million, and the day prior to that, another 16 million, yet here he was, audaciously asking for a mere 1,000 yuan in medical fees. How could she not be incensed? How could a man worth tens of millions dare to ask for such a paltry sum after accompanying a stunning beauty to the doctor? I should mention, if you're short on cash, it's perfectly fine, Qin Chaoyang added. This statement only served to deepen her irritation. The journey to the office, devoid of traffic, took merely 20 minutes. Throughout the ride, Shin Si-jia remained silent, not even casting a glance in Qin Chaoyang's direction. Upon exiting the vehicle, she declined his offer of assistance. His words had stung too deeply. What did he mean by being short on cash? Surely, even in financial straits, she could muster 1,000 yuan. Thus, she resolved not to give him anything. Qin Chaoyang rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it reasonable to request reimbursement for the medical expenses he had covered? After spending over an hour at the office to finalize some paperwork, he returned to the antique street. His purpose today was not to seek bargains but to validate his own thoughts. He bypassed the stalls and entered an antique shop. A cursory glance revealed that nearly all the items were counterfeit, with only 2 genuine pieces, albeit at exorbitant prices. Approaching a plum vase, he reached out to touch it, his gaze intently fixed on his own hand. At that moment, a stream of golden, Translucent energy flowed into his body through his fingertips. Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of joy within. He finally understood how the spiritual power within him was acquired. Could he, then, consciously refrain from absorbing it? He approached another antique, attempting to resist the urge to draw in the energy. Indeed, there was no response at all. Then, contemplating the act of absorption, Qin Chaoyang ultimately confirmed that this ability was within his control. It was best to avoid touching items unless he intended to purchase them. Damaging them would incur significant costs. Just then, a sharp, caustic voice pierced the air. Qin Chaoyang turned to see the shopkeeper and owner of the establishment. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Qin. What brings you here instead of being at Zhou's shop?" The man, surnamed Chu, full name Chu Liang, had a rather poor relationship with Zhou, which naturally led to his disdain for Qin Chaoyang as well. In truth, he had recognized Qin Chaoyang moments earlier, and his remarks had been intentionally provocative. "I merely came to take a look. I no longer work for Boss Zhou and am considering seeking employment, hence my visit to inquire about potential apprenticeship opportunities." Qin Chaoyang was merely fabricating an excuse. Upon hearing that Qin Chaoyang had left his previous position, Chu Liang's demeanor softened slightly. He even contemplated inviting Qin Chaoyang to work at his shop, primarily to spite Zhou. At that juncture, a woman entered the store, carrying a basket. She appeared to be in her 40s. "Boss, could you help me assess the value of this? If the price is right, I shall sell it." As she spoke, she retrieved a scroll-like object from her basket and placed it upon the counter. Chu Liang, distracted by the new arrival, swiftly examined the item. "What a pity. This painting is over 30% damaged, and most importantly, the signature and seal are missing. It is undoubtedly an ancient piece and, if intact, could fetch several $1,000s. However, under the current circumstances, I can offer you at most 500. At this point, Qin Chaoyang had made his way to the entrance. Upon hearing the mention of an ancient painting, particularly one that was damaged, his interest was piqued. He hurried back to inspect it. Zhang Banxiao, bamboo, authentic, severely damaged, reparable. Qin Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was determined to acquire this painting. "Boss, could you possibly increase your offer? My son is about to start university, and I am short on tuition fees. Would you consider raising the price a bit?" Chu Liang shook his head. He was in business to profit, not to engage in charity. Furthermore, the painting lacked a signature and seal. In fact, those elements had likely been lost. Even 500 was more than he wished to offer, especially since the shop had yet to open for the day. Just as Chu Liang was about to decline, he noticed Qin Chaoyang's keen interest in the painting. "Xiao Qin, are you intrigued by this? Although it is significantly damaged and its origin and artist are unknown, it is undoubtedly authentic. Why not take a chance and purchase it? Perhaps it could be a work by Tang Bohu. It was during that time that you released it." Qin Chaoyang was contemplating how to seize this painting when, quite fortuitously, sleep began to overtake him. Chu Liang promptly provided him with a pillow. Naturally, he was aware that this fellow harbored ulterior motives, yet that was of little consequence. "Mr. Chu made a valid point. Madam, I wish to acquire this painting. What price do you have in mind?" Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's intention to purchase, the woman was understandably delighted. "My dear brother, I cannot part with it entirely. My son is in need of 5,000 yuan for his university tuition. If you can provide me with that sum, you may take the painting." At this moment, Qin Chaoyang remained oblivious to the true worth of this artwork, as its value was obscured by its imperfections. Nevertheless, it was evident that a painting by Zhang Banqiao would undoubtedly be worth far more than 5,000 yuan. "Very well. I shall take this painting." Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 22. The summons of Shin Sijia. Qin Chaoyang, lacking sufficient cash, made his way to the nearby ATM to withdraw money. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chu Liang remained silent, perhaps merely observing the unfolding drama. After exchanging money for the painting, Qin Chaoyang intended to leave, only to be halted by Chu Liang. "Little Qin, since you are currently unemployed, I happen to need an apprentice. How about you come work for me? I'll offer you a monthly salary of 2,600. What do you think?" Gazing at Chu Liang, Qin Chaoyang sensed insincerity in the proposition. After promising to consider it, he departed, driving straight home. Ignoring everything else, he plunged into his room, harnessing the energy within him to initiate the restoration process. Yet, to his astonishment, he was met with a perplexing revelation. Zhang Banchao, bamboo, genuine article, severely damaged, reparable. The identical message echoed in his mind, but he was left stunned. Could it be that his restoration ability had faltered? With this thought, he shattered his teacup, then proceeded to mend and restore it. A few minutes later, as he beheld the intact teacup, Qin Chaoyang found himself utterly confused. Was it possible that the painting was of a higher grade, or perhaps his internal energy was insufficient for its restoration? Indeed, he felt that this was the case. Objects like teacups were commonplace and thus much easier to repair. However, restoring this ancient painting, particularly given its extensive damage, posed a significant challenge. The limited energy within him was inadequate to support the restoration of such a masterpiece, resulting in no response whatsoever. With this realization, Qin Chaoyang carefully rolled up the painting, wrapped it in cloth and stored it in a box. He resolved to visit other shops in the antique street to absorb some additional energy, or rather spiritual power. However, before he could embark on that journey, he needed to relieve himself, as he had not urinated all morning and felt quite uncomfortable. With no one else at home, Qin Chaoyang neglected to close the bathroom door, proceeding to relieve himself. At that moment, he heard the sound of slippers scraping against the floor. Turning around, he was startled to see Bao Xiaoxiao approaching. She, too, was taken aback upon discovering Qin Chaoyang in the bathroom. "Ah, you rogue!" Bao Xiaoxiao instinctively exclaimed, causing Qin Chaoyang to jump and hurriedly zip up. Unfortunately, his pants had become soiled in the process. Realizing her reaction was perhaps a bit excessive, Bao Xiaoxiao's face flushed with embarrassment. "Cousin, why didn't you close the door while using the bathroom?" she chided, her cheeks reddening. "How was I to know you were home? Didn't you all go to work?" Qin Chaoyang, feeling equally embarrassed, quickly diverted the topic. "I caught a bit of a cold, so I took the day off," he explained, nodding without elaborating further. He was eager to return to his room to change his pants. "Cousin, why don't you take them off? I can wash them for you," she offered, inadvertently introducing ambiguity into her statement, prompting her to quickly clarify. "I meant the pants." "No need, I can handle it myself. By the way, make sure to take medicine, drink plenty of water, and rest well. If there are no cold remedies, I will bring some for you later." Bao Xiaoxiao murmured in agreement and then entered the restroom. Qin Chaoyang fell silent, realizing that purchasing a home and moving out was indeed necessary. After all, cohabitating with a girl was rather inconvenient. He returned to his room, changed into a fresh pair of trousers, and stepped out with his keys. Just as he was about to drive to the antique street, his phone rang. It was a call from Shen Sijia. "Hello. Oh, I'll be there shortly." Qin Chaoyang hung up, and his plans for the antique street were dashed. He could only head towards the Shen Jewelry Company. Upon arriving, Shen Sijia eagerly waved him over. Aside from her, there was another person present, her secretary, a demure girl sporting large glasses. Qin Chaoyang recognized her. She had assisted him with paperwork that morning. Her name was Li Wenjing, aptly named for her demeanor. "What's the matter? Speak," Qin Chaoyang prompted. Shen Sijia, who initially wore a smile, became displeased upon detecting his somewhat impatient tone. "Of course I have something to discuss with you. Do you think I called you here just to have a meal?" Qin Chaoyang, feeling a bit foolish, chose to remain silent. Shen Sijia then smiled satisfactorily, having regained some ground after being irritated by him earlier that morning. "Come, I'll take you to see the raw stones," she declared, as she opened the passenger door of Qin Chaoyang's car and plopped down inside. Li Wenjing hurriedly followed suit. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. "This is my personal vehicle, not a public transport." Shen Sijia shot him a glance, clearly having never encountered such a stingy man. "Wenjing, please arrange for him a monthly fuel card. This car will be requisitioned from now on." Li Wenjing obediently nodded and began jotting down notes. Qin Chaoyang initially intended to refuse, but, upon considering the prospect of receiving a fuel card, he fell silent. This meant he would no longer have to bear the cost of fuel for his vehicle. The only downside was that he would be at Shen Sijia's beck and call. However, that didn't seem too burdensome. As the vehicle set off and exited the company premises, Shun Sijia finally revealed their destination. It turned out that a businessman dealing in raw stones was looking to sell a batch at a significantly reduced price for reasons unknown. The price was astonishingly low, even more so than what she would pay in Yunnan. The price had been settled 3 days prior, and the stones had already been inspected. Today was the agreed date for the payment, but just as she was about to make the transaction, she thought of Qin Chaoyang. Thus, she decided to bring him along to assess the situation, ensuring that they made a prudent investment in this multimillion transaction. Moreover, she wanted to demonstrate to Qin Chaoyang that she too could seize opportunities. The warehouse for the raw stones was located quite far from Shen Jewelry, situated in the outskirts. Qin Chaoyang felt a sense of curiosity and casually inquired, "Sijia, why is this raw stone placed in the suburbs? Wouldn't it be rather troublesome to sell it?" Shen Sijia pondered for a moment before explaining, "The rent here is at least half cheaper than in the city. Even if it's a bit inconvenient, it should still be worthwhile." Strangely enough, upon such an explanation, it did seem quite reasonable. Qin Chaoyang nodded in acknowledgement, falling into silence. While driving, he glanced at Shen Sijia, his petite secretary, through the rearview mirror. Her large eyes framed by oversized glasses presented a rather charming sight. Men are naturally drawn to beauty, especially when they can steal a glance. Focus on driving. Shen Sijia noticed Qin Chaoyang's gaze and immediately felt displeased, prompting her to remind him. Qin Chaoyang chuckled awkwardly, relieved that they had arrived at their destination just in time. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 23. Deception indeed, this place is quite remote. Aside from a few warehouses, there are no factories or residences nearby. As Qin Chaoyang's vehicle came to a halt, a man emerged from one of the warehouses, accompanied by a woman. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted Shen Sijia, who had just alighted from the car. "Hello, Miss Shen. How is your foot?" The man, in his 40s, noticed Shen Sijia limping slightly and promptly expressed his concern. "Mr. Chun, I merely twisted my ankle, but it is much better now. By the way, allow me to introduce you. Chaoyang, this is Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, this is my driver, Qin Chaoyang." Mr. Chun appeared somewhat perplexed. "A driver? What's the significance of that? It would have been more appropriate to introduce me to your female secretary." Nevertheless, out of politeness, he shook hands with Qin Chaoyang, albeit with a hint of confusion. Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of discomfort at being introduced merely as a driver, but he chose to remain silent. "Mr. Chen, I would like to confirm the goods once more. If everything is in order, I can arrange for the transfer at any time."
Merchen, full name Chen Sai.
"I used to deal in raw stones, but for reasons unknown, I am no longer pursuing that line of business. Therefore, I wish to dispose of my last batch of raw stones." As for whether he truly intended to retire from the trade, Shen Sijia had no interest in pondering. "That is understandable. Let us proceed inside to inspect the goods." As Chun Chi spoke, he gestured for Shen Sijia to enter the warehouse. The warehouse was indeed spacious, and in the center lay a pile of stones. These were the jade raw stones. Shen Sijia discreetly exchanged glances with Qin Chaoyang, who understood her unspoken message. He approached the pile of raw stones and began his examination. Activating his X-ray vision, he scrutinized the stones for a while and found no issues. The quality of this batch of raw stones was significantly superior to those he had observed in the store the previous day, with a high probability of yielding jade. Most importantly, they were remarkably inexpensive. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin Chaoyang intended to report back to Shen Sijia. Just as he was about to depart, he inadvertently noticed the woman beside Chun Chi, who appeared to exude a sense of relief. Qin Chaoyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Or was there indeed something amiss with these raw stones? He was confident in his assessment, having spotted a piece of red jade among them. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Qin Chaoyang circled around the pile of raw stones, then crouched down to pry open 2 of the stone surfaces. Upon closer inspection, he quickly comprehended the situation. These stones were all black eggs, and they had been drilled and disguised. The so-called drilling was a rudimentary method to ascertain whether a raw stone contained jade. They employed a fine drill bit, starting from a specific point and gradually boring into the stone. After drilling, they would withdraw the bit to inspect the condition at the tip. If jadeite is present, it can be easily discovered without causing harm to the inner jade, merely affecting the surface. If jadeite is not found, they will redisguise these black eggs, much like the jade rough currently before them. Qin Chaoyang examined several pieces, all exhibiting the same characteristics, and suddenly all his doubts were clarified. No wonder the raw stones were placed in such a secluded warehouse. No wonder the prices were so low. This was a trap. A sudden urge for revenge sparked within Qin Chaoyang. He pressed his palm against a piece of red jade rough and began to absorb its energy. This was initially a tentative action, as he was uncertain whether he could extract the spiritual essence through the stone, let alone whether jade rough contained any at all. However, upon trying, Qin Chaoyang smiled, for the spiritual energy within was remarkably potent, even surpassing countless antiques. After about a minute, the red jade had no energy left to absorb. When he used his vision to look again, he was taken aback. The red jade within the rough was riddled with cracks, resembling a spider's web. Elated, he proceeded to the second piece, employing both hands for absorption this time. His unusual behavior quickly drew the attention of others, including Shen Sijia. Yet, despite the peculiarity, no one paid it much mind. Perhaps this individual simply had a unique penchant for touching raw stones. After more than half an hour, Qin Chaoyang found not a single intact piece of jade rough. At that moment, he experienced an indescribable sensation within his body, akin to the feeling of having overeaten. Just as he began to fear an explosion from within, a sudden coolness radiated from his lower abdomen, alleviating the internal pressure. The sensation gathered and settled into calmness, leaving Qin Chaoyang bewildered yet aware that some transformation had undoubtedly occurred within him. Chaoyang, how are you? Are you all right? Shen Sijia inquired anxiously as she noticed him rise and remain still. I'm fine. These stones would be excellent for building. Shen Sijia, astute as ever, immediately detected an unusual undertone in his words. The smile on her face faded as she turned to Chun Chi. Don't spout nonsense. These are authentic raw stones from the old mines in the jade-producing country. If you don't understand, keep quiet. Chun Chi, however, would not concede. Qin Chaoyang shrugged and replied, You know I'm not speaking nonsense. Drill a hole to check for jade inside, then proceed with the disguise. Place some untouched jade rough on top to create a mix, hoping to deceive others. Boss Chen, am I wrong? With this statement, Chun Chi's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this moment, Shen Sijia suddenly realized the truth and hurriedly rushed to the pile of rough stones, lifting one to inspect it closely. Indeed, on the surface of the stone, she noticed several spots that were distinct from the rest of the rough stone. Had she not been forewarned, or had she approached the stone without prior knowledge, these discrepancies would have easily gone unnoticed. However, once aware, the issues became glaringly apparent. Chun Chi, I can't believe I trusted you and engaged in business with you. You are truly deceitful. This is nothing short of fraud. I shall report this to the authorities. Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, Chun Chi grew anxious and hastily pleaded for mercy. Ms. Shun, I implore you, please do not call the police. I am also a victim in this situation. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 24. A misunderstanding. Though Shen Sijia was displeased, she still listened to the explanation. Qin Chaoyang had completed his part, and he would no longer involve himself. If one were to consider the situation from a different perspective, Qin Chaoyang would undoubtedly opt to report it to the authorities. After all, this was a case of fraud amounting to hundreds of millions. Shen Sijia was fortunate this time. Had Qin Chaoyang not detected the issue, the losses would have been hers to bear. Furthermore, if Shen Sijia chose not to report it, Chun Chi could very well continue his deceitful ways, ensnaring another victim. It was inevitable that someone would fall prey to his schemes. Given the abundance of raw stones in this location, it was implausible that they could genuinely be utilized for building purposes as he claimed. Chaoyang, what are your thoughts? Qin Chaoyang shrugged, recognizing the cunning nature of the young woman who seemed intent on casting him as the villain. Miss Shen, I am merely a humble driver. How would I know what to do? By the way, I shall clean the car now. With that, Qin Chaoyang turned and hurried away. Shen Sijia understood. This petty man was enacting revenge for her earlier designation of him. Ultimately, Shen Sijia refrained from reporting the incident, merely issuing a warning to Chun Chi before departing. Thank you so much, Chaoyang. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss. The time is about right. Shall we go for dinner? Qin Chaoyang responded with a non-committal sound and resumed driving. Shen Sijia stole a glance at him, noting that he indeed seemed upset. Chaoyang, the reason I referred to you merely as a driver during the introduction was intentional. It was to provide cover for your true identity, allowing you to. Before she could finish her explanation, Qin Chaoyang's phone rang. Hello, Mom. I'm doing well, yes. I'm earning money now and preparing to buy a house. What? Return home for arranged marriage? No way, Mom. Hello? Why is the signal so poor? The call was abruptly disconnected as Qin Chaoyang hung up. Shen Sijia, eavesdropping nearby, gleaned a considerable amount of information from his brief exchange. Most notably, it was clear that Qin Chaoyang's mother was insisting he return home for matchmaking, and it seemed to be a pressing matter. They were at the same restaurant as before, but this time there were 3 of them. Li Wenjing, true to her name, was remarkably quiet, scarcely uttering a word. Had Qin Chaoyang not known she was Shen Sijia's secretary, he might have mistaken her for a mute. Chaoyang, who else is in your family? Shen Sijia inquired casually while eating. Typically not one for conversation during meals, she felt compelled to pose this question today. My father, my mother, and my younger sister. Qin Chaoyang succinctly summarized his family in 7 words. I just overheard your phone call regarding arranged marriage. I believe matchmaking is rather outdated. In this day and age, it is rare. It is best to find someone with shared interests, as it fosters common conversation. For instance, given your extensive knowledge of jade raw stones, I think you should seek a girlfriend who shares your passions or is in a related field. Shen Sijia was utterly oblivious to the words she uttered. I, too, harbor no desire for blind dates. Yet at the age of 25, it weighs heavily upon me. In my hometown, peers of my age are already parents. While I do not feel an urgent need, my parents harbor a different sentiment. Qin Chaoyang, too, finds himself in a state of helplessness. Over the past 2 months, the frequency of his calls home has dwindled significantly. The primary cause lies in this very matter. Each time he dials, within 3 sentences, the conversation inevitably shifts to his girlfriend. Qin Chaoyang has endured discussions about blind dates on multiple occasions, yet this time, his mother has issued an unequivocal command, leaving him quite distressed. If matters become dire, he might resort to hiring Bao Xiaoxiao or Pu Meiqi to accompany him home, masquerading as a girlfriend. As for whether Qin Chaoyang has encountered a suitable candidate, there indeed exists one, both distant yet within reach. Do not misconstrue. It is not Shen Sijia, but rather Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing's appearance aligns perfectly with Qin Chaoyang's aesthetic preferences, or perhaps it is more accurate to say she meets his criteria for a partner. As for Shen Sijia, he has not contemplated her in this regard, not due to any deficiency on her part, but rather because she is simply too exceptional. It is akin to an ordinary individual seeking to purchase a home. The first consideration is a residence that suits one's needs, such as a 2-bedroom apartment or, if conditions permit, a 3-bedroom. However, the notion of acquiring a villa would never cross their mind, even if they regularly pass through a villa district, for it is simply unrealistic. 2 days ago, Qin Chaoyang began researching the Shen Group. To speak of the headquarters is one matter. Even the local branch holds a market value of at least 100 or 200 billion. Even if Qin Chaoyang were extraordinarily successful, earning 100 million a year, establishing such a branch would take him a century or 2. He is a pragmatic individual, adept at navigating life, as evidenced by his request for medical expenses from Shen Sijia. Numerous examples illustrate this, such as the beverages she purchased for him yesterday afternoon and the leftover food from dinner last night, which he meticulously packed to take home. Thus, when selecting a partner, his priority is suitability rather than mere beauty. For instance, while Pu Meiqi and her companions are visually appealing, none could meet his standards if it came to managing a household. Li Wenjing, however, stands apart. As an employee, she is genteel and possesses a sweet appearance, entirely fitting his criteria for a wife. Yet therein lies a challenge, the need for a shift in mindset. Qin Chaoyang has yet to transcend the simplistic agricultural mentality instilled in him from a young age. This transformation necessitates time. Having recently acquired wealth, his mindset has not yet transitioned from that of an ordinary individual to that of a prosperous man. Chaoyang, Do you have someone you fancy? Or what type of girl do you prefer? Shen Sijia inquired once more, though she did not meet his gaze. Qin Chaoyang set down his chopsticks and began to ponder. It cannot be said that I have a fondness, as we have only just become acquainted and still lack understanding of one another. However, I do have a preference for those of a gentle and refined demeanor who are not overly arrogant, ideally akin to a playful kitten. Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia felt an inexplicable joy surge within her. Having only recently met, was this not a description of herself? Not too proud. Could this be an indication that she ought to cultivate gentleness? Yet I am not adept at that. At this moment, Shen Sijia found herself feeling a tinge of anxiety. Character and temperament are innate qualities, and to change them is indeed a formidable challenge. If Qin Chaoyang were to grasp Shen Sijia's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. I was referring to Li Wenjing after all. After lunch, Qin Chaoyang escorted the two back to the company, then proceeded to a pharmacy to procure some medicine before driving home. He needed to ascertain what changes were occurring within his body. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The ancient painting worth 10 million. In order to discern his own condition, Qin Chaoyang had but one recourse: introspection. This can be simply understood as utilizing a form of inner vision to examine his own body. Upon this examination, he discerned a peculiar anomaly. In the region of his lower abdomen, there existed an object reminiscent of a small tripod. At that moment, this translucent tripod was filled with a liquid. However, Qin Chaoyang was aware that this was not mere water. It was likely the energy he had absorbed, now in a liquefied state. Regrettably, it was already at capacity, which explained why he had previously felt an uncomfortable fullness. Was it possible that he could only contain this much spiritual energy? At that instant, the semi-transparent tripod began to spin. The faster it rotated, the more it blurred his vision. He hastily withdrew his inner gaze. Yet, shortly thereafter, he felt a sudden surge, followed by a refreshing flow coursing through his entire being, even permeating every pore. Initially, it brought a sense of relief, followed by an augmentation of strength. Qin Chaoyang sensed a significant increase in his physical power. While one might only realize an increase in speed through movement, an enhancement in strength could be palpably felt. Upon introspecting once more, he found the small tripod unchanged, save for the fact that the liquid within had diminished significantly and transformed in hue from clear to a vibrant red. What could this signify? Had it advanced in some manner or absorbed blood from within his body? He set aside these puzzlements for the moment. Qin Chaoyang opened the box and retrieved the painting of bamboo, closing his eyes to commence the restoration. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within him flowing toward the ancient painting, a process that lasted a full half-hour. Just as he began to sense the depletion of his spiritual energy, the painting ceased its absorption. Elated, he swiftly unfurled the artwork. Zhang Banxiao, bamboo, authentic, extremely high collectible value. Ha ha ha. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. He had finally restored it. He quickly stored the painting away, intending to call Huang Guangyan. After all, he was not a collector. It would be more prudent to exchange it for money. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a rap on the door. Cousin, are you there? It was Bao Xiaoxiao's voice. Qin Chaoyang tucked away his phone and opened the door. What's up, Xiaoxiao? Bao Xiaoxiao peeked into the room. I just came from the restroom and heard you laughing heartily, so I came to check, she explained. Qin Chaoyang realized that his earlier exuberant laughter had likely been a tad too loud for her not to overhear. No worries, I was just recalling something amusing. By the way, are you feeling any better from your cold? Bao Xiaoxiao nodded. I'm nearly recovered. Thank you for the medicine you bought. How much was it? I'll reimburse you. As she spoke, she reached for her phone, ready to send him a red envelope. It's just a few dozen yuan. Forget it. By the way, you haven't had lunch yet. Have you? I brought you some food. Let me heat it up for you. After saying this, Qin Chaoyang headed straight for the kitchen. He has a peculiar habit of packing leftovers. Regardless of who he dines with, Qin Chaoyang invariably takes home any remnants of the meal. Bao Xiaoxiao observes him busily working in the kitchen. Sometimes, when one perceives a situation from various angles, the conclusions drawn can differ significantly. Initially, when Qin Chaoyang prepared meals for them, they merely considered the food to be quite palatable, nothing more. If there was any additional thought, it was merely the surprise that a man of his stature could only cook. However, Bao Xiaoxiao's perspective on this matter has evolved. A young man, valued at several million, exhibiting such thoughtfulness and culinary skills is indeed noteworthy. The same action, when infused with a sense of worth, takes on an entirely different connotation. Of course, Bao Xiaoxiao remains unaware that Qin Chaoyang's worth far exceeds mere millions. In fact, in certain respects, she does not come across as a materialistic person, as evidenced by her previous advice to Pu Meiqi. Even if Qin Chaoyang were devoid of wealth and returned to a stable job, his pursuit of Bao Xiaoxiao could very well lead to success. Naturally, having financial means increases the likelihood of success, for this is a pragmatic society. Well, these thoughts are rather mundane. One cannot indulge in overly rich matters. After finishing, simply place the bowl in the sink, and I will wash it when I return. Bao Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Then she realized, are you heading out? Qin Chaoyang nodded. He certainly had to leave, as one cannot remain at home all day. He intended to sell a painting and then pick up Shen Sijia from the company. He would also take the opportunity to check on Li Wenjing. I'm going out to attend to some matters. When they return, please inform them that I will be back to cook dinner. Qin Chaoyang stated before heading to his room to grab the painting and then departing. Uncle Huang, where are you? Once in the car, he promptly called Huang Guangyan. Coincidentally, a young woman answered the phone. Are you Qin Chaoyang? She inquired. Taken aback for a moment, Qin Chaoyang quickly deduced that this must be Huang Guangyan's daughter, as he had heard about her before. It was not surprising that she knew his name. It was certainly saved in her father's phone. Hello. Beautiful. You must be Uncle Huang's daughter, right? He remarked. Guan Jingya realized Qin Chaoyang had misunderstood and hurried to clarify. No, he is my uncle by marriage. He is currently chatting with my grandfather. His phone just ran out of battery and is charging. Perhaps you could come over to find him. My home is after hanging up. Qin Chaoyang started the car. Following the call, Guan Jingya ascended to the second floor. At that moment, Huang Guangyan was examining an item with his father-in-law, Guan Yuha. Uncle, your phone rang just now. It was someone named Qin Chaoyang. I've given him the address so he may arrive shortly. A smile spread across Huang Guangyan's face. Qin Chaoyang's call most likely indicated he had something valuable to share. Guangyan, you have made yet another misjudgment. This painting is merely a replica from the Republican era, scarcely worth a mere 10,000 yuan. Guan Yuha set down his magnifying glass, shaking his head with a wry smile. Earlier that day, Huang Guangyan had acquired a calligraphy piece for a staggering 500,000 yuan. He had come here, almost like a peacock displaying its feathers, but fortuitously, his father-in-law was napping. Thus, he could only wait, enduring until 2 in the afternoon. Ultimately, the evaluation revealed it to be a forgery. The 500,000 yuan was inconsequential, at least to Huang Guangyan, for it reflected his lack of experience. By the way, who was it that was supposed to come? Guan Yuha suddenly recalled and casually inquired. Dad, his name is Qin Chaoyang, the very one who sells seals, and the same person who, during his first attempt at gambling on stones, cut out Imperial Green. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 26. Qin Chaoyang discusses art. Following the address provided, Qin Chaoyang arrived at Guan Yuha's residence. As he alighted from the vehicle, he noticed a young woman standing at the entrance, presumably the person he had spoken to on the phone. Guan Jingya was also observing Qin Chaoyang, and her initial impression of him was one of striking handsomeness and youth. Generally speaking, those who are passionate about antiques tend to be of advanced age. Such a statement is not made lightly. After all, who among the youth possesses the leisure and refinement to engage in such pursuits? Take Guan Jingya, for instance. Due to her grandfather's influence, she has encountered numerous individuals in this domain, with someone like Huang Guangyan at his age, being considered relatively young. Birds of a feather flock together. She mused, pondering how Qin Chaoyang must be at least in his 30s or 40s, only to find that he appeared to be of a similar age to herself. Hello, you must be Qin Chaoyang, she exclaimed. My grandfather and my uncle are upstairs. Allow me to escort you up. Qin Chaoyang promptly expressed his gratitude and followed Guan Jingya to the second floor. Chaoyang, you've arrived, exclaimed Huang Guangyan. Let me introduce you. This is my father-in-law, a distinguished elder. After a round of introductions, the group was acquainted. Chaoyang, is that a piece of calligraphy you're holding? Huang Guangyan had noticed Qin Chaoyang the moment he ascended the stairs, and his inquiry served as a prompt. Qin Chaoyang nodded and unfurled the artwork on the table. Taking a step back, he gestured for the two to observe. Guan Yuhe cast a brief glance at the piece, his eyes narrowing instantly, and he hurriedly grabbed a magnifying glass to examine it closely. He alternated between sniffing the paper and pinching it, which caused Huang Guangyan some concern. "Father, what do you think?" he inquired anxiously. Guan Yuhe shot Huang Guangyan a stern look before slowly lowering the magnifying glass. "This is a genuine work by Zhang Banqiao. Just a few simple words suffice to affirm the painting's authenticity. I want to see." Guan Jingya quickly picked up the nearby magnifying glass, intent on scrutinizing the piece. However, her focus was not on the painting itself but rather on the seals beneath it, merely indulging in the spectacle. "Who is Kuro?" Guan Yuhe retorted, somewhat exasperated. "I told you to focus on your studies, yet you persist in playing around." Zhang Banqiao, originally named Zhang Xie, with the courtesy name Kuro and the pseudonym Lian, was also known as Mr. Banqiao. He was a Qing dynasty artist and one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. Guan Yuhe was addressing Guan Jingya, while also imparting knowledge to Huang Guangyan. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. He was aware of the painting's provenance. Yet he was unaccustomed to such certainty from an elder who merely examined it with a magnifying glass. This was truly remarkable. He yearned to seek guidance, yet he felt it would be too abrupt. He genuinely wished to find a mentor to impart knowledge unto him. "Chaoyang, did you acquire this painting at a bargain?" Guan Yuhe inquired, having shared the painting's details, now engaging Qin Chaoyang in conversation. "Indeed, esteemed elder," Qin Chaoyang replied. In a rather ambiguous manner, Qin Chaoyang refrained from speaking the truth, for he knew that once the truth was revealed, the issue would be instantly exposed. There was also another individual involved, Chu Liang. Therefore, he had already contemplated his words en route. "Chaoyang, I wish to acquire this painting. What is your asking price?" Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of reluctance to voice his thoughts. If it were merely the two of them present, he would have confidently stated a fair price. However, he harbored a slight ulterior motive. Guan Yuhe, perceiving Qin Chaoyang's hesitation, offered a knowing smile and remarked, "This painting has been exceptionally well preserved. Considering the renown of Zhang Banqiao and the intrinsic value of the artwork itself, it typically commands a market price around 10 million. Of course, this is merely a market estimate. Should it be placed in an auction house, it could fetch between 12 to 13 million. If it attracts an avid collector of calligraphy and paintings, the price may soar even higher." Guan Yuhe's appraisal was quite reasonable. The underlying reason for his candor was his awareness that his son-in-law was not financially constrained, and their rapport was amicable. Moreover, having brought the painting, Qin Chaoyang was likely already aware of its worth. Hence, there was no need for Guan Yuhe to assume the role of the villain. "Very well, let us settle on 15 million. I will take it." Huang Guangyan, a man of straightforward disposition, promptly prepared to issue a check. "Uncle Huang, we are familiar acquaintances. I cannot accept such a sum." While it was disingenuous to claim he did not want the money, he certainly could not, in good conscience, demand a value of 15 million. "How about a flat figure?" "Uncle Huang, a round number will suffice." The round figure naturally referred to 10 million, and Qin Chaoyang shamelessly referred to Guan Yuhe as grandfather, which might lead others to mistakenly believe he was invoking the legendary Guangong. "Very well, consider it my good fortune." Huang Guangyan, equally forthright, did not feign reluctance and quickly wrote out a cash check for 10 million, handing it to Qin Chaoyang. With no further pretense, Qin Chaoyang accepted the check and tucked it away. It was time for him to take his leave. After all, this was Guan Yuhe's home, and the three of them were family while he was merely an outsider. Just as he was about to bid farewell, Guan Yuhe interjected, "Young Qin, there is a piece of calligraphy and painting here. I wonder if you might be interested in taking a look." As he spoke, he gestured toward a painting set aside. Though Qin Chaoyang didn't entirely grasp Guan Yuhe's intent, he nodded in agreement. After all, examining it would entail no loss. In truth, this very piece of art had been purchased by Huang Guangyan for 500,000 earlier that day. As the painting was unveiled, Guan Yuhe refrained from further commentary, opting instead to stand quietly aside. Huang Guangyan wished to speak, but Guan Yuhe silenced him. Qin Chaoyang activated his ability to perceive, and after a brief moment, the essential information materialized in his mind. However, he refrained from immediately disclosing his insights, choosing instead to scrutinize the painting with great care. After approximately 10 minutes of intense observation, he finally withdrew his gaze. "What do you think?" Guan Yuhe inquired succinctly. Qin Chaoyang cleared his throat, carefully organizing his thoughts before he began to speak. At first glance, this painting appears to be a work from the Ming dynasty, with the signature of Qiuing. I am familiar with Qiuing. He was indeed a figure from the Ming era, a fact beyond dispute. However, therein lies the issue. Individuals from ancient times typically adopted a courtesy name or a pseudonym, seldom inscribing their own names directly on their artworks. For instance, Tang Bohu would have his works marked with the name Tang Yin, and similarly, the painting I just mentioned follows this tradition. Thus, the signature alone indicates that this painting is unequivocally not an authentic piece. The paper also does not resemble that of the Ming dynasty, and it seems that the artist who created this work possessed only mediocre skills, exhibiting heavy traces of imitation. The most critical flaw remains the signature. The two characters Qiuing are, quite frankly, superfluous. If I am not mistaken, this painting is likely a replica from the Republican period. With a resounding applause, Guan Yuhe clapped his hands in response to Qin Chaoyang's conclusion. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Apprenticeship remarkable. Your keen observation and profound analytical skills are indeed rare among young individuals like yourself. Undoubtedly, the most significant flaw in this piece of calligraphy lies in its signature. The forger, fearing that others might not recognize who Qiuing is, has taken pains to highlight it. This painting can only be deemed a mediocre imitation, scarcely worthy of being classified as a high-quality copy. Its sole worth derives from its provenance in the Republic of China, as it possesses a certain antiquity. At this point, Guan Yuhe smiled at Qin Chaoyang, saying, "Young Qin, I perceive that your attention to detail is commendable, and your discernment is quite admirable. However, I have noticed that you seem to lack a systematic understanding of theoretical knowledge. I wonder from whom you have learned these things. Do you have a mentor?" Qin Chaoyang smiled wryly and shook his head, replying, "You speak the truth, Grandpa Guan. I indeed lack formal theoretical knowledge, and my understanding stems from surreptitious learning. I spent 6 months as an apprentice at Boss Zhou Chang's shop, absorbing what I could from my surroundings during that time." Guan Yuhe raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of self-taught talent. He knew Zhou Qiang to be merely a small antique shop owner, lacking in significant skill, and even in his estimation, Qin Chaoyang possessed greater knowledge. A flurry of thoughts raced through Guan Yuhe's mind as he felt a sense of regret at the thought of such talent being underappreciated. Guan Yuhe had 3 disciples in total. The eldest was nearing 50, the father of Guan Jingya, who was currently preparing to inherit his position. The youngest was already in his 30s. It had been a decade since Guan Yuhe had taken on a disciple, but today he felt compelled to do so. "Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice?" Guan Yuhe's sudden proposition left the 3 individuals in the room momentarily stunned. It was Huang Guangyan who finally responded, urging Chaoyang, "Quickly accept." Realizing the gravity of the moment, Qin Chaoyang hurriedly knelt to pay his respects. Guan Yuhe chuckled. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my 4th disciple." He continued, "While a master guides you into the door, the path of cultivation is ultimately dependent on the individual. Your current understanding of antiques lacks experience. Take this book home and read it. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out anytime. Contains some insights I have gathered over the years. When your senior brother returns, I shall have him mentor you for a while." Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. He had wished to become an apprentice from the very beginning, and now his dream had come to fruition. How could this not delight him? What followed was a series of ordinary conversations and some instructions. In any case, Qin Chaoyang's apprenticeship would soon circulate within the antique community. "Uncle Master, remember to bring me a gift next time you visit," Guan Jingya playfully remarked as she escorted Qin Chaoyang to the door. This title of Uncle Master was indeed fitting, as Guan Jingya's father was the elder brother, making Qin Chaoyang the junior disciple. Consequently, it was appropriate for her to address him in this manner. Qin Chaoyang felt as though he were in a dream. After bidding farewell to Guanjingya, he drove directly to the Shen Jewelry Company, stopping along the way to purchase some vegetables. As Qin Chaoyang arrived at the company, it was nearly time to clock out. Stealing a glance at the petite secretary, Li Wenjing, he seized the opportunity to approach her for a chat while the coast was clear. Meanwhile, Shin Sijia had already spotted Qin Chaoyang's car entering through the surveillance footage. Realizing that work hours had concluded, she tidied her belongings and exited the office. However, the moment she stepped out, her stride transformed into a noticeable limp. Indeed, it was all an act. Qin Chaoyang was engaged in conversation with Li Wenjing, his gaze directed towards the entrance of Shin Sijia's office. As soon as she emerged, he promptly rushed over to assist her. Sijia, why does it seem like your leg has worsened? Shall I take you to the hospital? Shin Sijia thought to herself that she had overdone the charade. No need for a hospital. I merely stood up too quickly after sitting for an extended period. I'm sure it will feel better shortly. Surprisingly, this explanation was quite plausible and convincing enough for Qin Chaoyang to buy it. Thus, he supported Shin Sijia towards the elevator, casually waving to Li Wenjing with his free hand, which left Shin Sijia feeling a tad displeased, though she refrained from voicing her feelings. Chaoyang, what are we having for dinner? She inquired as they settled into the car. Qin Chaoyang gestured toward his trunk, saying, I bought some groceries and plan to cook dinner tonight. How about you join me? This was merely an offhand comment, as it was rather uncommon for a girl to dine at a man's place. To his surprise, she cheerfully replied, Sounds great. I'm quite tired of takeout. I'll come over every night. How about I give you 2,000 yuan for living expenses each month? Qin Chaoyang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Is that not enough? Perhaps 3,000 would be more appropriate? That should suffice, she agreed, leading to an unexpected addition to his income. Grocery expenses. Chaoyang, are you free this Saturday? He nodded while driving, realizing he was available every day. This Saturday, come over to my place. Didn't you mention wanting to buy a villa? Our community has 2 available for sale. I've already spoken with the property management, so I'll take you to see them this Saturday. If you like one, you can purchase it, which would be quite convenient. Qin Chaoyang found himself perplexed. What did she mean by convenient? Was it a euphemism for enjoying home-cooked meals? It was indeed a plausible scenario. Upon returning home, Qin Chaoyang opened the door to find 3 young ladies lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show while snacking. As they heard the door creak open, all heads turned towards the entrance, only to see Qin Chaoyang supporting Shin Sijia, limping as they walked in. Cousin, what happened to Ms. Shin? Bao Xiaoxiao, ever perceptive, hurried forward to lend her support. It is of no concern. Last night I took a tumble and twisted my ankle. Upon returning home, Qin Chaoyang paid no further attention to Shin Sijia, allowing the 4 of them to engage in conversation in the living room while he busied himself alone in the kitchen. The 3 women ceased their pretense, offering no assistance in washing vegetables, rinsing rice, or preparing meals. In merely 2 days, their true natures had been laid bare. Qin Chaoyang could only manage a bitter smile. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Purchasing a villa this evening, the gathering was lively, prompting Qin Chaoyang to prepare 2 additional dishes, culminating in a delightful spread of 6 dishes and a soup, comprising 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes. Cousin, what have you been up to all day? Shin Sijia, typically reticent during meals, was not the only one curious. Pu Meichi shared her inquisitiveness. When Pu Meichi posed her question, Shin Sijia listened intently, her own curiosity piqued. What else could I do? Just strolled around, bought some groceries and cooked, Qin Chaoyang replied, deliberately omitting any mention of his fortunate finds, for he understood the wisdom behind concealing one's wealth. It was akin to conducting business. When one earns a modest income of 10 to 20,000 a month, a bit of boasting might ensue. However, upon reaching an income of 80 to 100,000, such displays of pride often dissipate, even in response to inquiries, which tend to be met with casual dismissals. This was precisely Qin Chaoyang's stance. Sensing the interest the 3 women held for Qin Chaoyang, Shin Sijia recognized a potentially perilous signal. After dinner, it was only natural for Qin Chaoyang to escort Shin Sijia home. Yet fate intervened, and the elevator was out of order. With only one elevator serving 2 households, the only option was to descend the stairs, albeit fortunately downhill. Chaoyang, I twisted my ankle. Climbing the stairs is painful. Shun Sijia's intent was unmistakable. She wished to avoid the stairs. Sijia, the elevator is broken. There's nothing I can do. How about I assist you down? Shin Sijia felt a surge of frustration. Is that what I meant? Can't you carry me? You've done it before. Though she internally chastised him, the thought of navigating the stairs while limping was daunting. If her ankle were to worsen, it could become quite troublesome. Qin Chaoyang found himself at a loss. Nothing seemed to satisfy her. Then allow me to carry you, he declared, bending down without hesitation. A smile flickered on Shin Sijia's lips as she climbed onto his back. Descending the 4th floor posed no significant challenge, even with a passenger. Upon placing Shin Sijia in the passenger seat, Qin Chaoyang started the engine. Chaoyang, I have a day off tomorrow. Let us go house hunting. Shin Sijia's abrupt statement left Qin Chaoyang perplexed. Didn't you say this Saturday or Sunday? I'm not in a hurry. Why take a day off tomorrow for that? Internally, Shin Sijia cursed herself, pondering how to articulate her rationale. Fortunately, her intellect prevailed, and she quickly devised a response. Look at you. You are now a person of status, yet you still share a flat and reside on the 4th floor. The inconvenience during power outages is evident. Given my ankle, it may take a while to heal. Since purchasing a home is inevitable, why not expedite the process? Qin Chaoyang was left speechless. He, a person of status? He had never considered himself as such. Merely possessing an identification card sufficed. Lacking even a formal job, how could he claim any status? Nevertheless, her final point resonated. Buying a house was indeed a matter of time. Delaying would serve no purpose. Moreover, Qin Chaoyang also sensed that cohabiting with 3 women was rather inconvenient. This was not to say that daily life was troublesome. In fact, it was quite the opposite, as it afforded him the opportunity to utilize his X-ray vision to observe things he longed to see yet dared not. However, in other respects, proved to be rather impractical. For instance, should he come across exquisite jade or rare antiques in the future, he would wish to bring them back. The thought of leaving them here, only to be discarded like refuse by the 3 women or inadvertently broken, would be utterly disheartening. All right, I will heed your advice. However, let it be known that I cannot afford anything too extravagant. Shun Sijia immediately looked at him with disdain, for he possessed several million in savings yet lamented his financial constraints. Rest assured, if you find yourself short on funds, I shall cover you initially, and we can deduct it from the profits later. By the way, Li Wenjing has a boyfriend, so keep your distance. Should he discover this, he may become jealous. This remark was made casually by Shin Sijia. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment, a sentiment that Shin Sijia keenly perceived, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Did her exceptional qualities not surpass those of a mere secretary? Little did she know the true reason behind his feelings. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Chaoyang's vehicle halted at the entrance of Shin Sijia's villa. Do you not realize my foot is in pain? Will you not lend me a hand? Shin Sijia found the obtuseness of this man quite exasperating. The following morning, Qin Chaoyang procured breakfast and returned to this location. Today, his purpose was to inspect the villa, bringing along the necessary documents. Just as they finished their meal, the doorbell rang. A man in his 30s, clad in a suit and tie, stood at the door. He was the property manager of the villa community. Manager Zhou, as he was known, his first name was unknown to them, was addressed simply as such by Shin Sijia. Mr. Qin, this is Villa number 9. The layout and area are identical to that of General Manager Shin's, with the only distinction being the decor. Manager Shin's is fully furnished, while this one is in its raw state. What are your thoughts? Qin Chaoyang nodded in silence. When purchasing a property, opting for a fully furnished one is convenient, yet it often fails to meet one's specific desires. Engaging a designer for renovations would yield a more satisfactory outcome. Manager Zhou, I am quite pleased with this villa. However, I am curious about the price. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou felt a surge of delight. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, since it is introduced by General Manager Shin, the price will certainly be reasonable. According to current market rates, we have quoted 28 million for this villa. Of course, this is merely a quote. I can assure you that 25 million is absolutely negotiable. Qin Chaoyang's mouth gaped in astonishment, as he had initially assumed the villa's value to be no more than 10 million, only to discover it was far greater. Shen Sijia cast a knowing glance at Qin Chaoyang, recognizing that his frugality had resurfaced. Chaoyang, this price is quite fair. It's truly not exorbitant. Qin Chaoyang shot her a look of irritation. 25 million, and one still dares to claim it is not exorbitant? With that sum, he could nearly acquire 10 properties. Furthermore, this figure pertains to well-located real estate. Were he to consider more remote areas, he might procure even more. I believe it is prudent to reconsider and defer this decision to a later time. Qin Chaoyang is beginning to waver. After all, he has only recently come into wealth, with a mere 40 million in his bank account, augmented by an additional 10 million earned yesterday. To part with such a substantial amount, nearly half, how could it not cause him distress? Shen Sijia pulled Qin Chaoyang aside, embarking on a lesson in political awareness. The most significant issue plaguing Qin Chaoyang is that his mindset has yet to undergo a genuine transformation. Chaoyang, have you not noticed the considerable challenge you currently face? This chapter concludes. Chapter 29. Awakening thus, you are now a capable individual, both affluent and prosperous, and your future earnings will only continue to multiply. What is the purpose of accumulating wealth if not to enhance your living conditions and elevate your lifestyle? Storing money in a bank serves little purpose, as it inevitably depreciates over time. Furthermore, we shall earn even more in the future. One cannot simply accumulate wealth without expenditure, for if that were the case, the market would have collapsed long ago. Consider this: only by utilizing the wealth we possess can it truly be deemed as money. Merely depositing it in a bank reduces it to a mere string of digits. Qin Chaoyang gazed intently at Shen Sijia, his eyes unwavering. Truth be told, her words ignited a profound realization within him. He finally grasped the nature of his previous misconceptions, rooted in a mindset of small-scale thinking. Despite having attended university, he had always been plagued by a fear of poverty, and when suddenly confronted with a substantial fortune, he found himself at a loss for how to navigate his newfound wealth. In truth, purchasing a villa could also be viewed as an investment, alongside engaging in business ventures. Qin Chaoyang suddenly recognized the myriad of opportunities available to him. Life was not solely about meandering through antique shops or scavenging for bargains at flea markets. He could embark on business endeavors, open a store, or even invest. Indeed, at that moment, Qin Chaoyang experienced an epiphany. Why are you looking at me like that? Shen Sijia felt a bit shy under his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Thank you, Sijia, for awakening me. I shall take the villa. Upon uttering these words, Qin Chaoyang turned to seek manager Zhou, but Shen Sijia swiftly grasped his arm. Are you foolish? We can still negotiate. Leave that to me. It must be said, in matters of haggling, Qin Chaoyang was indeed outmatched by Shen Sijia. After a lengthy negotiation, they ultimately secured the villa for 23 million. Qin Chaoyang promptly presented a cash check for 10 million as a deposit, and then they began drafting the necessary contracts. Whether purchasing a house or a villa, the process invariably involves a transfer of ownership, making it a task that cannot be completed haphazardly. Although the property deed was not yet in hand, with the contract finalized, Qin Chaoyang received the keys, allowing him to commence renovations. However, scarcely a minute after receiving the keys, they were whisked away by Shen Sijia, who claimed to have acquaintances that could provide discounts on design and renovation services. Qin Chaoyang paid little mind. Assistance was welcomed. Chaoyang, where did you acquire this 10 million? Once the contract was signed and they had declined manager Zhou's invitation to dinner, they set off in their vehicle. No sooner had they settled in than Shen Sijia inquired about the origin of the 10 million. She had a rough idea of Qin Chaoyang's financial situation, having heard he had recently stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity that netted him several million, in addition to a rare imperial jade worth 30 million, and a share of over 10 million. Altogether, he should have had around 40 to 50 million. Thus, the sudden appearance of a cash check warranted her curiosity. I found it, Qin Chaoyang casually remarked, believing the matter at hand was concluded. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Shen Sijia was also a woman and, as such, possessed an inherent penchant for gossip. How lucrative is it to seize opportunities like this? Do enlighten me about the details. With no other option, Qin Chaoyang recounted the general circumstances of the situation. Remember, this must remain confidential. Shen Sijia nodded earnestly, though inwardly she pondered whether this could truly be considered a secret between them. Unbeknownst to her, she was experiencing a transformation in her personality. She had once been reserved and somewhat aloof, much like when Qin Chaoyang first met her. Perhaps this subtle shift was something she had not yet recognized, or perhaps it only manifested in the company of Qin Chaoyang. The pair casually selected a fast food establishment for their lunch, only to encounter a familiar face, Su Maishan. Since her breakup with Chun Kai, Su Maishan had seemingly reinvented herself, or perhaps had merely found another unsuspecting benefactor. At that moment, she was linked arm in arm with this new companion, who stood approximately 165 meters tall, portly, and sporting a noticeable belly, likely in his 30s. One thing was certain: he was wealthy, adorned with a substantial gold chain and a luxury watch, while Su Maishan clutched a new handbag. To her surprise, Su Maishan did not expect to run into Qin Chaoyang in such a setting, and she felt a flutter of anxiety. Qin Chaoyang frowned but chose silence, leading Shen Sijia into a private room. "Do you know each other?" the new wealthy acquaintance casually inquired. Su Maishan quickly donned a bright smile and replied, "Of course, we were university classmates. A poverty-stricken fellow who pursued me for years. How could I ever fancy him? I prefer men like Changgu, who are both affluent and capable. He pales in comparison, likely not even measuring up to a little toe." Upon hearing this, Changgu erupted in hearty laughter. "You certainly know how to flatter. Just be sure to treat me well later, and I'll add an extra 100,000 to your allowance this month." Elated, Su Maishan clung tightly to Chang Ji's arm. "Thank you, Changgu. By the way, I must look particularly splendid for the evening gala, to uphold your reputation. What do you think?" Changgu playfully smacked her in an inappropriate manner, chuckling, "No problem, is 20,000 enough?" Joy surged through Su Maishan. He truly was a generous benefactor. Should she exact a bit of revenge? After Qin Chaoyang and Shen Sijia settled into their private room and ordered their meals, Shen Sijia nonchalantly posed a question regarding this revenge. Whether it pertained to Su Maishan or her new companion was left to Qin Chaoyang's interpretation. "Revenge? I must be out of my mind," he scoffed. "The perspective one holds is paramount. When one lacks capability, they often yearn for a partner to marry and settle down with, striving for a stable life. When one possesses both capability and wealth, one's perspective may indeed undergo a transformation." Shen Sijia wholeheartedly resonates with Qin Chaoyang's assertion. "But will you change?" Qin Chaoyang did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered, stroking his chin. After a prolonged silence, "Change is an inherent aspect of human nature, and I too am not exempt from it. In truth, I believe the most significant transformation within a person lies in their cognition. For instance, I once held the belief that diligence leads to prosperity, only to later realize that effort and reward are not causally linked. The choices made based on cognitive resources often outweigh sheer hard work in importance. Thus, one should look up to the path ahead rather than merely bowing down to toil. When one earns a few hundred in a day, others laud their industriousness. When one earns a few thousand, they are praised for their competence. Yet, upon earning tens of thousands in a day, one comes to understand that both hard work and capability are mere illusions. They reveal that diligence alone does not yield wealth. Ultimately, it is intellect and vision, coupled with a touch of fortune, that truly pave the way to riches. Of course, having a benefactor is also of great significance. End of chapter. Chapter 30. The lack of opportunities. Shen Sijia gazed blankly at Qin Chaoyang, astonished by his profound insights that had remarkably reshaped her understanding. Their meal together was filled with a delightful atmosphere. As they departed the restaurant, she suddenly inquired, "Chaoyang, may I have a word with you?" Qin Chaoyang halted, recognizing that familiar voice all too well. "I'll wait for you in the car," Shen Sijia declared before walking away. Qin Chaoyang turned to Su Maishan and asked, "What is it that you truly desire? We have already clarified everything during our last conversation, and we have parted ways. There is nothing left to discuss. The only reason I can speak to you calmly now is that my life has been relatively pleasant of late." This statement was indeed truthful. Had it been earlier, While he was still toiling at the restaurant, he would have likely unleashed a torrent of curses. Pleasant? It seems you've found yourself a benefactor. 3 million. You must think me a fool. If you truly had 3 million, would you still be dressed as you are? Su Maishan retorted. I'm not looking down on you, Chaoyang. Now that we find ourselves in this situation, let us refrain from disparaging one another. Instead, let us strive together to earn money, purchase a home, acquire a car, and once we have saved enough, we can marry and embark on some business ventures together. That would seem fair, wouldn't you agree? Qin Chaoyang found himself amused by Su Maishan's naivety. After all this time, she believed she was being supported by Shenanigans, likening him to a mere kept man. The idea of collaborating to earn money was laughable. How exactly do you propose we do that? By reclining in bed and waiting for fortune to fall into our laps? I'm afraid I have other matters that may hinder your financial endeavors. By the way, this is the last time I will speak to you in such a composed manner. I hope you will refrain from disturbing me in the future. It would be best if we pretended not to know one another. Watching Qin Chaoyang walk away, Su Maishan's face turned pale with anger. She had already begun to humble herself, yet she never anticipated such cold-heartedness from him. Qin Chaoyang, we shall see what the future holds. Unbeknownst to him, Su Maishan had harbored resentment towards him, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Chaoyang, where shall we go now? Qin Chaoyang had initially intended to suggest a restful return home, but suddenly recalled Shenanigans' words from earlier that morning. Indeed, he was eager to embark on a business venture. Sija, I still have some funds at my disposal. I am considering investing in a business. What type of enterprise do you believe would be wise to pursue? Upon hearing his intention to invest, Shenanigans expressed her enthusiastic agreement. Chaoyang, the days of exorbitant profits in business are largely behind us due to the current market conditions. The rise of the internet has led to the downfall of many brick-and-mortar establishments, and even those that remain are merely surviving. Unless one ventures into unique offerings, which is exceedingly difficult, given that the prime time for entrepreneurship has passed, fields such as dining and entertainment are currently struggling. However, we can venture into the Jade raw stone business. Presently, in Jinling City and its surrounding areas, the market for Jade raw stones remains largely untapped. Even where there are existing businesses, they are generally small-scale endeavors. If we were to establish a more substantial Jade raw stone market, we would undoubtedly reap considerable profits. Qin Chaoyang found some merit in Shenanigans' words. Then, according to your plan, how much do you propose we invest? Shenanigans pondered for a moment before responding. If we are to embark on this venture, we must aim for greatness. We should strive to become the largest in East China. Only by expanding can we strengthen our position. Otherwise, we may inevitably be overtaken by competitors. Thus, an initial investment of around 10 billion would suffice. Screech. A sudden, sharp break startled Shenanigans. You said how much? 10 billion? Are you joking? I barely have a few hundred million, and after purchasing a house that has been halved. 10 billion. Shenanigans' cheeks flushed, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. She had momentarily forgotten this point, or perhaps was considering it solely from her perspective, not taking into account Qin Chaoyang's situation. For the Shin Group to invest 10 billion in a project is quite commonplace, yet for Qin Chaoyang, such a sum is astronomical and currently unattainable. I didn't say we should invest right now. Besides, I have the funds, provided you. Shenanigans' voice trailed off, and by the end, Qin Chaoyang could hardly decipher her last few words. Let us discuss the future later. What I'm asking now is, what investment can I make at present? What do you think about opening an antique shop? Although Shenanigans lacked expertise in antiques, she had heard that the antique trade could indeed be lucrative. As a transitional step, it seemed a promising idea. Yet, another question arose. To open an antique shop, one must have merchandise to sell, right? Unlike other types of businesses where goods can be readily sourced, where would one find a channel for antiques? Consequently, this idea was also quickly dismissed by Shenanigans. How about we go to the Jade country to trade for raw stones? I've heard that Jade raw stones there are astonishingly cheap, almost like a bargain. If feasible, I could accumulate a significant amount of capital in a short time. Shenanigans immediately shook her head. Chaoyang, do not even think along those lines. The situation there is extremely chaotic. Human trafficking and organ harvesting are just the tip of the iceberg. If we encounter armed forces, we may not only fail to transport the Jade raw stones back but could even lose our lives. Each trade has its own channels and rules. It's not as simple as wanting to participate. Otherwise, why is it that in all of China only a few channels can procure raw stones? It's because they possess their own networks, often supported by underworld forces. Qin Chaoyang felt disheartened once more. If he were to be a mere bystander, Shen Sijia would encourage him to pursue entrepreneurship. In the realm of entrepreneurship, all aspirations were met with skepticism from Shen Sijia, leaving one to ponder the futility of such endeavors. At that moment, the phone of Qin Chaoyang rang, and upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Huang Guangnian. As the call connected, he spoke. Hello.
Assoireux?
Very well, is cash required? Understood. I shall see you this evening. After ending the call, Qin Chaoyang resumed his drive, while Shen Sijia's curiosity was piqued once more. What kind of soirée necessitates cash? As Qin Chaoyang began to elaborate, he revealed that this evening featured a private gathering under the guise of a wine event, serving primarily as a clandestine antiques exchange organized by a select group. Huang Guangnian's call was an invitation for Qin Chaoyang to accompany him that night. Shen Sijia's eyes gleamed with intrigue as she declared, I shall join you this evening. End of chapter. Chapter 31. The antique exchange meeting, what are you going for? You don't understand. Qin Chaoyang began to speak but fell silent as Shen Sijia's displeasure became evident. Let us go. Let's go together. Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia's expression brightened with a smile. Initially, Qin Chaoyang assumed that cash would be required, but Huang Guanyin assured him otherwise. The attendees of the soirée were all prominent figures within their circle, thus eliminating any issues of trust. As previously mentioned, the primary purpose of the gathering was the antique exchange. At 7 in the evening, Qin Chaoyang and Huang Guanyin met at the entrance of Shen Sijia's residential complex before heading toward their destination. However, Huang Guanyin found himself perplexed at how Qin Chaoyang had become involved with Shen Sijia. Yet, he refrained from probing further, adhering to the adage of not interfering in matters that do not concern him. The soirée was hosted at a private estate belonging to a gentleman named Kai Guoquan, a man in his 40s, adorned with spectacles and possessing a somewhat refined demeanor. Upon noticing the trio's arrival, he promptly approached them. Mr. Huang, I have eagerly awaited your presence. And look who is here, Ms. Shen. I am truly honored to see you both. Kai Guoquan greeted Huang Guanyin and Shen Sijia with warmth, entirely disregarding Qin Chaoyang. Mr. Kai, you know my modest interests, Huang Guanyin began, intending to introduce Qin Chaoyang. However, Kai Guoquan interjected. Ah, Mr. Qin. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Huang, shall we step inside to converse? Kai Guoquan offered a mere token handshake to Qin Chaoyang before resuming his conversation with Huang Guanyin, showing little interest in the introduction. Qin Chaoyang was indifferent to the slight, but Shen Sijia appeared slightly perturbed, although she chose not to voice her feelings. Dressed rather ordinarily and trailing behind Huang Guanyin, Qin Chaoyang resembled more of a subordinate or a chauffeur. It was hardly surprising that he went unnoticed by others. Inside, many guests had already gathered. Huang Guanyin greeted acquaintances as he navigated through the crowd, his status commanding attention and pleasantries from all present. Even Shen Sijia was approached by numerous individuals, while Qin Chaoyang remained largely overlooked. Yet, someone did approach him, Su Maishan. Qin Chaoyang, what brings you here? She inquired. Oh, I see you came with that wealthy woman, right? Look at you, thinking you're above me, yet you're no different. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback by her presence, but upon noticing the plump figure standing at about 5 feet tall, he quickly understood. Disregarding Su Maishan, he continued to indulge in the fruit platter. Frustrated, Su Maishan eventually opted to leave, aware that such a setting was not the appropriate place for her outbursts. As time passed, the clock struck 8. The guests had all arrived, and the evening's main event was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, I first wish to express my gratitude for your attendance at tonight's antique exchange under my humble roof. Kai Guoquan began, acknowledging that many were not newcomers to such gatherings. I recall that last year the gathering was held at Mr. Huang's establishment, and this year Mr. Kai has had the privilege. Mr. Kai Guoquan delivered a lengthy discourse of pleasantries. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, seemed to have grasped the overall context. The existence of this so-called antique exchange meeting can be traced back over 2 decades. At that time, the antique market was far from its current prominence. In fact, it was rather languid, with only those possessing acumen venturing into entrepreneurship and the affluent engaging in commerce. Rarely did individuals show willingness to dabble in such pursuits, rendering the antique realm quite stagnant. Thus, some ingenious minds conceived a method to hold antique exchanges under the guise of a wine gathering, which gradually evolved into a customary practice. As the market transformed, those poised to profit had indeed amassed their fortunes, and those destined for wealth had flourished. Consequently, the affluent and capable sought amusement, leading to the burgeoning interest in antiques. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, antiques flourish. In tumultuous times, gold prevails. The prices of antiques have surged to unprecedented heights. A decade ago, an antique valued at 100,000 might now exceed $1 million. Naturally, those in possession of exquisite items feel compelled to showcase and flaunt them, which is the essence of the exchange meeting. Furthermore, as it is an exchange, every invited guest must bring at least one collectible for auction. For instance, Mr. Huang Guangyan is no exception. Of course, Qin Chaoyang is a unique case, having been brought along by Mr. Huang. Well, I shall not elaborate further. As the host, let Mr. Kai take the lead. Upon finishing his remarks, Kai Guoquan presented a blue and white porcelain Mei vase upon the table. Ladies and gentlemen, this blue and white Mei vase was recently acquired by me, and it has no reserve price. Interested parties are welcome to come forth for a closer look. As soon as Mr. Kai concluded, some individuals stepped forward to examine it. Qin Chaoyang followed closely behind Mr. Huang, beginning his inspection. However, he directly activated his ability to perceive. Item name: blue and white Mei vase. Era: Wanli period. Folk kiln. Genuine. Valued at approximately 500,000. Qin Chaoyang was astounded, not by the item's name, era, or price, but by the extensive details that followed. Such information would have been inconceivable in the past, indicating that his perceptive abilities had indeed advanced, possibly related to that previous small ding. Well, Chaoyang, what do you think? Mr. Huang Guangyan's excitement was palpable at the sight of the antique. Folk kiln products are rather mediocre. Qin Chaoyang was not verbose, yet his sentiments were unmistakably clear. This young gentleman possesses discerning vision. He immediately discerned that my blue and white porcelain was a product of the folk kiln. Might I invite you, young sir, to elaborate on the characteristics of this blue and white Mei vase? Very well. Kai Guoquan had already forgotten Qin Chaoyang's name. Initially, Qin Chaoyang had no intention of drawing attention to himself, but after being repeatedly overlooked, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Furthermore, he could not allow the reputation of Guan Yuhe to diminish. Thus, he nodded, stepped forward, and began to elucidate. Esteemed guests, please observe, this Mei vase is fashioned in a hexagonal petal shape. The main depiction on the bottle features a scholar in a pavilion, playing the flute and perusing 2 sets of paintings, accompanied by decorative motifs of branch-like gardenias. The lower portion of the bottle showcases a variant lotus petal design, while the shoulder is adorned with 3 sets of openwork pomegranate flowers, interconnected with fish scale patterns. The entire composition is meticulously crafted, imbued with a robust courtyard ambience. However, the expressions of the figures appear somewhat rigid. Nevertheless, the glaze is rich and lustrous, with bubbles resembling mist, and the underglaze blue floral patterns emerge subtly, exuding a refreshing elegance. The overall shape of the vessel is dignified and symmetrical. This is a quintessential example of blue and white porcelain from the period of the Wanli reign during the era when official kilns produced wares for the common people. Qin Chaoyang excitedly elaborated, indicating that all this information was indeed a byproduct of his enhanced perceptive abilities. Applause erupted among the audience. Regardless of the accuracy of Qin Chaoyang's assertions, the mere act of his eloquence warranted their admiration. Yet, amidst the applause, a discordant voice broke through. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 32. Leveraging influence. The voice was jarring amidst the gathering of distinguished individuals at the soiree. Even if one were to utter erroneous statements, rebuttals could be made, for such exchanges are the essence of dialogue, inherently reliant on discussion. Yet one must articulate their reasoning. Otherwise, it is one who seeks attention who may find themselves in ridicule. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, which belonged to none other than Changgu, the companion of Su Maishan. Changgu, whose full name is Lu Chuanxiang, hailed from a father of little education, a nouveau riche who amassed wealth but struggled to penetrate elite circles. Consequently, he endeavored to cultivate his son, Lu Chuanxiang. Though Lu Chuanxiang did not acquire many skills, he certainly mastered the art of indulgence, revelry, and excess. Initially, it was his father who received the invitation, a local magnate in his own right who, in pursuit of sophistication, had recently taken to collecting antiques. Logically, one would assume that Lu Chuanxiang, despite his navet, would refrain from making such a statement at this juncture. The primary catalyst for his utterance was none other than Su Maishan, who had been incessantly disparaging Qin Chaoyang in his presence, even casting aspersions upon his character. Moments ago, as Qin Chaoyang began to elucidate on the intricacies of the blue and white porcelain, Su Maishan leaned in to whisper insidiously to Lu Chuanxiang, insinuating that Qin Chaoyang was utterly ignorant of antiques, merely spouting nonsense. Having only recently entered the realm of antiquities as an apprentice for less than 6 months, how could he possibly possess any discernible understanding? Encouraged by her words, Lu Chuanxiang blurted out his thoughts. At that moment, Huang Guangnian, the first to express displeasure, interjected, "You are Lu's son, aren't you? Pray tell, where did Chaoyang err?" His tone, while not overtly threatening, conveyed a palpable sense of challenge. Lu Chuanxiang appeared unfazed, or perhaps he was simply self-assured. To my knowledge, he was merely a pauper, having served as an apprentice in an antique shop for a mere 6 months. It is common knowledge that the field of antiquities is vast and profound. How could someone with such little experience hope to comprehend its complexities? Was he not merely spouting nonsense in a bid for attention? Strangely enough, Lu Chuanxiang's remarks, while brash, contained a modicum of truth. Indeed, how could a half-year apprentice grasp such nuances? Most likely he was fabricating tales. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, as they began to acknowledge that this young man was indeed brought forth by Huang Guangnian. Regardless of the validity of his statements, none would be foolish enough to voice dissent. Of course, there were those knowledgeable in the field who rose to counter his claims. Whether this young man is truly an apprentice is beside the point, but based on my years of experience, this blue and white porcelain vase bears a striking resemblance to products from the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, observe the figure depicted. It is decidedly rigid and could not have originated from an official kiln. In an instant, others began to echo this sentiment. Ultimately, those present were shrewd individuals, adept at navigating both sides without offending anyone. The absurdity of the situation was palpable. Ladies and gentlemen, there is something you may not yet be aware of. This young man is named Qin Chaoyang. He is the esteemed disciple of my father-in-law and has merely ventured out from his apprenticeship at an antiquities shop for practical experience. As for the veracity of this statement, we are all connoisseurs here, and it shall be evident to anyone. What basis is there for the notion of seeking attention? Mr. Kai, as the host, you ought to provide an explanation, wouldn't you agree? If my father-in-law were to learn of this, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Huang Guangnian's words, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Who could possibly not know who Huang Guangnian's father-in-law is? And here stands a seemingly ordinary young man, yet he is a disciple of that very esteemed figure. Such a prestigious identity cannot be allowed to be tarnished by baseless slanders from others. Does one wish to continue navigating within this realm? So, turns out he is a highly regarded student of Master Guan. It all makes sense now. How could an ordinary person possess such profound knowledge? Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with the young man's assertions. I would wager that this Meiping vase is undoubtedly a product of the folk kills from the Wanli era. Suddenly, the tide of opinions shifted dramatically. The two individuals whose expressions darkened the most were Mr. Kai Guoquan, the host, and Lu Chuanxiang, who had been used as a pawn. If there were another, it would surely be Su Maishan. Mr. Lu, as the esteemed disciple of Master Guan, how dare you slander him here? You are not welcome. I kindly ask you to leave at once. If it were anyone else, Mr. Kai might not have spoken so harshly. However, Qin Chaoyang is a disciple of Guan Yuhe, and that changes everything. In the city of Jinling, how many dare to disregard the face of Guan Yuha? Regarding the authenticity of the identity, no one here harbors doubts. For Huang Guangyan is indeed the son-in-law of Guan Yuha. This is common knowledge. Please, do take your leave, Mr. Kai Guoquan's countenance darkened as he gestured for Lu to exit. Lu Chuanxiang's expression was equally grim. He had never anticipated that the so-called impoverished wretch, as described by Su Maishan, would turn out to be a disciple of Guan Yuha. Regret coursed through him like a bitter tide. Brother Chong, do not listen to his nonsense. I know. Smack. Su Maishan was abruptly silenced by a stinging slap from Lu Chuanxiang. Be quiet. This is all your fault. You wretched woman. Fate had not been kind to Su Maishan. After having found a wealthy boyfriend, her fortune was disrupted by Qin Chaoyang, resulting in a slap. Now, having finally found another, she once more faced the consequences due to Qin Chaoyang, leaving her with no choice but to seek yet another suitor after this encounter. Following his slap, Lu Chuanxiang hastily departed, while Su Maishan cast a glance at Qin Chaoyang before hastily pursuing him. This incident, albeit a minor interlude, was of little significance to the evening's gathering. The most notable difference lay in the shifting attitudes of the crowd towards Qin Chaoyang. Within just a few fleeting minutes, dozens of business cards had accumulated in Qin Chaoyang's hands, accompanied by the subtle glances of several enchanting women. All right, everyone, let us continue with tonight's exchange meeting. This exquisite vase is precisely as this young gentleman has described it. For those interested in this piece, you may begin to place your bids now. I bid 200,000. This has been authenticated by Brother Qin. I bid 300,000. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a flurry of bids, with some individuals even going so far as to flatter Qin Chaoyang by exclaiming, "You have become quite famous." Beside him, Shen Sijia nudged Qin Chaoyang with her elbow, whispering softly, "Fame can be a double-edged sword. One must remember that a turtle's hard shell does not shield it from boiling water. Being well-known is not always advantageous. Maintaining a low profile is often the key to prosperity." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 33. 80 yuan can be yours. Qin Chaoyang uttered these words, but internally, he was brimming with excitement. Who relishes being perpetually overlooked by others? Who enjoys playing the role of an inconspicuous passerby? Why is it that Kai Guoquan extends his arms in welcome upon seeing Huang Guangyan? Yet when it comes to him, even a mere introduction is too much to bear. Ultimately, is it not due to a lack of status, background, and capability? Perhaps tonight is merely the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have just witnessed was but an appetizer. Today, I have prepared 2 items. As for the next piece, to be frank, I am uncertain about its authenticity. I have sought assistance in its appraisal, yet none could provide a definitive answer. Therefore, should any of you wish to bid, be prepared for the possibility of misjudgment, as Kai will bear no responsibility afterward. Kai Guoquan was preemptively issuing a warning. Mr. Kai, please present the treasure. We understand the rules. If it turns out to be a misjudgment, it is merely our lack of discernment. Do unveil your treasure at once. In an instant, the crowd began to urge him on. Kai Guoquan smiled and nodded, then produced an object resembling a porcelain vase, placing it upon the table. Please take a look. As the crowd glanced up, the vessel Kai Guoquan presented was modest in size, devoid of any remarkable features, and its color and pattern were rather plain. In comparison to the previous plum vase, it paled significantly. Consequently, many lost interest. However, the lack of enthusiasm from others did not deter Qin Chaoyang's intrigue. Item name: Shadow Blue Porcelain, also known as Reflective Blue, Hidden Blue, or Qingbai Porcelain. Era: Northern Song. Origin: Jingdejun. A rare gem with immense collectible value. Estimated market price: 2 million. Qin Chaoyang's body quivered slightly, a subtle motion that was keenly noticed by Shen Sijia, who was linked to his arm. Chaoyang, is it something valuable? Qin Chaoyang nodded, poised to place a bid, when a sudden realization struck him. He leaned in to whisper into Shen Sijia's ear, then resumed his fade of indifference, as if utterly unconcerned. Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed. She had momentarily misinterpreted his intentions, thinking he was about to kiss her. The other reason for her blush was that her earlobes were particularly sensitive, and the breath he exhaled had ignited an irresistible tickle. "I'll offer 20,000. After an extended silence with no bids, and under Qin Chaoyang's subtle encouragement, Shen Sijia finally declared a bid of 20,000. Kai Guoquan's lips twitched in disbelief. He had purchased this vase for 200,000, yet upon reflection, it seemed less authentic. Thus, he had hoped to sell it off tonight. Monetary gain was of little concern. He merely sought recognition of its value. To his dismay, no one was willing to bid. Fortunately, someone finally did, yet the amount Mr. Shen, this piece does not appear to be genuine. At that moment, a kind-hearted individual finally offered a gentle reminder. "It is all right. I will take it home for flower arrangements." With this statement, the others fell silent. The Shen family enterprise possesses considerable wealth. Spending 20,000 yuan on floral arrangements at home appears entirely unproblematic. Consequently, several individuals who initially contemplated wagering tens of thousands of yuan reconsidered their intentions. After all, offending the young lady of the Shen family over such a trivial matter hardly seems worthwhile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I procured this exquisite vase for 200,000 yuan. If there are no further bids, it shall rightfully belong to Miss Shen," Kai Guoquan proclaimed, hoping to convey the vase's true worth. However, his expectations were misguided. Those present were individuals of stature. Who among them would risk incurring the displeasure of Shen Sijia for such a sum? "Old Kai, since Miss Shen has already placed a bid with no competing offers, let us proceed with the transaction swiftly. We eagerly await the next item," came the chorus of agreement. Reluctantly, Kai Guoquan nodded in acquiescence and exchanged a few pleasantries. Thus the exquisite Qinghua vase was transferred to Shen Sijia. Zhao Yang, a discerning observer of fine objects, noted the significance of the acquisition. Unbeknownst to most, Huang Guangyan was well aware of the implications. "We shall discuss this later," Zhao Yang whispered, and Huang Guangyan comprehended immediately. Next, it was the turn of others to present their treasures. "Ladies and gentlemen, during my recent visit to the capital, I fortuitously stumbled upon an extraordinary item at Panjiayuan," announced a gentleman in his 50s, cradling a box. Upon opening it, he revealed a dragon-shaped jade pendant. "This pendant is said to have been worn by Emperor Kangxi himself. I acquired it for 800,000 yuan. Interested parties are welcome to examine it." The moment it was suggested that this might be an artifact belonging to Emperor Kangxi, a palpable excitement surged through the crowd, prompting eager spectators, including Huang Guangyan, to gather around. "Are you not curious to take a look?" Shen Sijia inquired of Zhao Yang. "A possession of Kangxi, priced at 800,000? Do you truly believe that?" It dawned on Shen Sijia that Zhao Yang's assessment was entirely accurate. If this were indeed an item worn by Emperor Kangxi, 800,000 would scarcely suffice. Even 8 million might not secure such a treasure. "Zhao Yang, I am contemplating making a bid. What do you think would be appropriate?" Huang Guangyan had returned after inspecting the pendant. 80 yuan. "It is worth pursuing." Zhao Yang's tone was laced with humor, yet there was an underlying seriousness. "Are you implying that this pendant might be?" Huang Guangyan inquired, seeking clarification. Zhao Yang nodded affirmatively, stating, "It is not merely a possibility. It is a certainty. Moreover, the cost price likely hovers around a mere 100 yuan. We must address this issue directly. Panjiayuan is well known in our circles. Items found there invariably fall into two categories. One is counterfeit and the other." Zhao Yang gestured to the ground, mimicking an excavation motion, his meaning unmistakable. Thus, it could either be a forgery or something recently unearthed. In either case, it is unworthy of consideration. "Are you suggesting the latter?" Huang Guangyan seemed to grasp the implications. Qin Chaoyang gently shook his head and, noticing that no one was paying attention, began to speak in a hushed tone. "If we consider the latter possibility, how could these tomb raiders possibly unearth the tomb of Kangxi? Even hypothetically speaking, should they manage to locate the tomb, it is inevitable that these artifacts would be tainted with the earthy scent of soil. But did you detect any such odor just now?" With this explanation, Huang Guangyan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. The saying goes, the observer sees more than the participant. Upon hearing about items linked to Kangxi, Huang Guangyan had merely contemplated how to acquire them, neglecting any rational considerations. Now, after Qin Chaoyang's analysis, he comprehended the situation fully. Meanwhile, the others had nearly concluded their exploration. Those who held a skeptical view of the items gradually retreated, refraining from breaching decorum by voicing their opinions. Conversely, those who believed in the authenticity of the artifacts were eagerly preparing to bid. Since none of you are willing to make the first offer, allow me to take the initiative. I bid 1 million. This chapter concludes. Chapter 34. Occasionally indulging in a fleeting moment, the price of the so-called Jade pendant belonging to Emperor Kangxi had skyrocketed to 2 million. Naturally, a significant number of individuals refrained from participating, preferring instead to observe the spectacle alongside Qin Chaoyang and his companions. Such is the custom in this realm. If one lacks the requisite ability or discernment and thus misjudges, it is solely their own misfortune. Chaoyang, why don't you join me for dinner tomorrow? My daughter will be back, and I'll take the opportunity to introduce you. I sense you are of similar age. Young people, after all, inevitably share common interests. Fostering a relationship can only be beneficial, Huang Guangyan remarked casually. Qin Chaoyang nodded in acknowledgement, equally nonchalant. Meanwhile, Shensijia's eyes darted about, her mind racing. Women tend to possess a more delicate intuition, and she quickly discerned Huang Guangyan's ulterior motive. Why mention his daughter when simply extending an invitation would suffice? How could two individuals, having never met, possibly share common ground? As time passed, the number of bidders dwindled. Ultimately, the Jade pendant was purchased by a businessman surnamed Chen for a staggering price of 3,800,000. Everyone, this is an intriguing item I stumbled upon last year during the New Year festivities at the Antique Street. On another note, Lu Chuanqiang stormed out of Kai Guochuan's villa, feeling utterly humiliated. Changguo, wait for me, Su Maishan called out, hastily jogging to catch up with Lu Chuanqiang. You wretched woman. This is all your fault for my embarrassment today. Lu Chuanqiang glared at her, his anger flaring anew. Changguo, I was deceived as well, Su Maishan replied, tears welling in her eyes. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, Lu Chuanqiang's raised hand faltered. After all, Su Maishan was indeed quite attractive. Moreover, having already spent 20 to 30,000 on her without yet consummating their relationship, he had intended to find a hotel room after the evening's networking event. Earlier that afternoon, Su Maishan had hinted at her desire for a diamond necklace, asserting that once she acquired it, she would be willing to take their relationship further. Changguo, this Qin Chaoyang has persistently pursued me, sending lewd messages and shameless pictures. Initially, I thought we were merely alumni and classmates, thus I ignored him. Who would have imagined he would escalate his advances? He even sent me a video once suggesting something inappropriate which incited my ire, prompting me to delete his number and block him on WeChat. I'm uncertain of what transpired afterward. Perhaps he stumbled upon some stroke of luck. But, Changguo, I assure you, I speak the truth. If you doubt my words, I can show you his WeChat and phone number, both safely nestled in my blacklist, she insisted, producing her phone. All right, let us put this behind us for now. However, I find myself utterly embarrassed, to the point of disgrace at my grandmother's house. How do you intend to compensate me? Lu Chuanqiang, as he spoke, cast a lecherous gaze upon Su Maishan's ample bosom. 3 buttons of her blouse had been deliberately undone when she pursued him. Brother Chang, whatever you say shall be done. I will comply with your wishes. Yet, I have my eye on that exquisite necklace. At the venue of the exchange, following the successful transaction of the Jade pendant, others naturally began to present their treasures. Qin Chaoyang observed from the sidelines. Among these items, some were genuine while others were counterfeit. He would only bid on those he deemed suitable, refraining from any offer that seemed exorbitant. In contrast, Huang Guangyan operated differently. For him, if Qin Chaoyang confirmed an item's authenticity, the price was of no concern. He would bid as long as he fancied it. Within approximately an hour, Huang Guangyan had acquired 5 pieces. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang's objective was to seize bargains. He remained silent on bids, relying on Shenxijia to call out offers whenever opportunities arose. By the time all items had been traded, Qin Chaoyang had successfully purchased 3 pieces for a total of 300,000. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. After all, this was his inaugural participation in such an exchange, and he was uncertain if anyone might retract their offerings. Once the exchange concluded, Qin Chaoyang and his two companions departed. Chaoyang, do tell me about the origins of these 3 items. Have you struck a major deal? Huang Guangyan inquired while driving. Brother Nian, it's difficult to say at this moment. How about this, you take these 3 items home for now. Tomorrow I will come to your place, and we can examine them together. What do you think? Huang Guangyan's eyes lit up, clearly pleased with the arrangement. Previously addressing Huang Guangyan as uncle, Qin Chaoyang now found himself needing to adjust his address, having taken Guan Yu He as his mentor, who happened to be Huang Guangyan's father-in-law. Thus, the title changed from uncle to brother Nian. After dropping the two at the entrance of their residential complex, Huang Guangyan reiterated his request for Qin Chaoyang to visit the next day. Only after Qin Chaoyang assured him did Huang Guangyan drive away. Qin Chaoyang's vehicle was parked by the entrance of the community. His intention was to drive straight home, particularly as his newly purchased villa awaited renovation. However, Shen Sijia's foot began to ache once more. Oh, Sijia, what's wrong with your foot? Qin Chaoyang was perplexed. He had distinctly observed her walking without issue at the earlier gathering. Yet now she limped, which was rather puzzling. Oh, I may have twisted it again when I got out of the car. It's nothing. You should head back. Shen Sijia insisted she was fine. Yet she clung to Qin Chaoyang's arm as though releasing it would lead to her stumbling. Faced with her insistence, Qin Chaoyang had no choice but to escort her to the villa. Chaoyang, I am feeling quite hungry. There are vegetables in the refrigerator. Could you assist me in preparing a meal? Speaking of hunger, while Shen Sijia's hunger may be feigned, Qin Chaoyang's is genuine. Primarily, he had been so engrossed in examining those antiques the previous night that he scarcely consumed anything. You can cook? Qin Chaoyang expressed his astonishment, as it is quite rare for someone of her esteemed background, and even for many ordinary girls nowadays, to possess culinary skills. Thus, his surprise was entirely understandable. Shen Sijia's fair complexion flushed with embarrassment. I can hardly claim to be proficient in cooking. I specifically purchased these ingredients this afternoon for your benefit. Well, I occasionally dabble in cooking. Chapter concluded. Chapter 35. Expelled. Qin Chaoyang merely asked out of curiosity. Upon opening the colossal refrigerator, he discovered a considerable array of ingredients within. As the hour was already late, he decided against elaborate preparations and casually prepared 2 dishes and a soup, a stir-fried tomato and egg, fish-flavored shredded pork, and a seaweed and egg soup. 2 bowls of millet rice were served at the table. Shen Sijia lifted her bowl and generously divided her rice, offering half to Qin Chaoyang. Weren't you just saying you were hungry? Why are you eating so little? Shen Sijia hastily explained. Perhaps I overestimated my hunger. Now I find myself not so famished. Go ahead and eat. Qin Chaoyang said nothing further, for he was indeed hungry, and he dove into his meal voraciously, much like a pig. Chaoyang, are you really going to Huang Guangyan's house tomorrow? Shen Sijia asked casually. Yes, I have no other plans for tomorrow. After I drop you off at the company, I intend to pay him a visit. After all, I still have 3 items with him, although I do not plan to sell them. This piqued Shen Sijia's curiosity. If you're not selling them, what do you intend to do with them? Are you genuinely considering opening an antique shop? Qin Chaoyang nodded and replied, Currently, I lack promising avenues for income. Opening an antique shop could be quite a worthwhile venture. With the development of the market economy, more and more people have developed a passion for antiques. I plan to visit the countryside in due time. There are often treasures hidden there, unbeknownst to the locals. Shen Sijia nodded, realizing that Qin Chaoyang hailed from a rural background. This implied that he indeed had intentions of returning to his hometown. She recalled that he had received a phone call yesterday regarding some matchmaking. Chaoyang, why don't we partner up and open a shop together? I could invest. Qin Chaoyang looked bemused. Are you jesting? With your family background, do you really need to partner with me in an antique shop? I am serious about investing. Just tell me if it is feasible. Shen Sijia insisted. I will handle the shop operations, and you can focus on sourcing the antiques. Do you think antiques are as common as cabbages, that one can simply find them? However, he mused that partnering for a shop was not out of the question. It could merely be a small business venture, and as long as they did not incur losses, it would be fine. Shen Sijia smiled. Then, another thought crossed her mind. Huang Guangyan invited you to dinner tomorrow. I suspect he is trying to set you up with his daughter. Perhaps you should reconsider going. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback, failing to grasp the underlying implication in Shen Sijia's words, and a look of delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, "That would be splendid. If this were to materialize, I could save at least 20 years of hard work. Even if his daughter is somewhat plain, it matters not, for she is wealthy." "What are you doing? I haven't finished my meal yet." Shen Sijia abruptly pushed Qin Chaoyang out of the villa and firmly shut the door. Qin Chaoyang felt a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, the daughters of affluent families are not to be trifled with. Henceforth, he resolved never to seek a girlfriend of such a caliber. Contemplating this, he departed from the community. Driving home, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, for it was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and Bao Xiaoxiao and the others had long since succumbed to slumber. Returning to his chamber, Qin Chaoyang began to disrobe, and then, clutching his underwear, he opened the door intending to take a shower. Under ordinary circumstances, he would don a pair of shorts over his underwear, primarily due to the presence of women, which rendered it inconvenient. However, tonight was different. They were all asleep. Thus, he ventured out clad solely in his briefs. With a sudden click, the living room lights illuminated. Su Xiaoro, having dined on takeout that evening, found the food rather salty. Groggy and parched, she exited her room in search of water. As the lights flickered on, she beheld Qin Chaoyang emerging from his quarters in nothing but his briefs. Momentarily stunned, she fixated on him. Qin Chaoyang was equally taken aback, not anticipating such an encounter with Su Xiaoro at that moment. The most disconcerting aspect was the way she was gazing at him with rather flirtatious eyes. Feeling a sudden tightness in a sensitive area, he shivered and hastily grabbed a nearby pair of shorts to shield himself, dashing toward the bathroom. It was only then that Su Xiaoro regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly poured herself a glass of water and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Pu Meiqi had been roused from her slumber. "Xiaoro, why are you awake at this hour? And why is your face so flushed?" Su Xiaoro stammered as she recounted the recent incident. Pu Meiqi could only shake her head in exasperation. How foolish Su Xiaoro was to miss such a splendid opportunity. Had she been in her position, she would have surely seized the moment to win over Qin Chaoyang. The night passed without further incident. The following day, Qin Chaoyang arrived at Shen Sijia's villa, where she appeared utterly unfazed, as if it were not she who had expelled him from the premises the night before. "Chaoyang, wait a moment. Accompany me to the company first, and then we shall proceed to the Huang family," she instructed. As he drove, Qin Chaoyang turned his head to regard Shen Sijia. He was obliged to go due to his prior promise and the fact that he had purchased 3 antiques, which he had left with Huang Guangyan. Moreover, he wished to examine Huang Guangyan's collection and absorb some energy in the process. Yet, he pondered why Shen Sijia was accompanying him. As if reading his thoughts, Shen Sijia began to elucidate. "Huang Guangyan's daughter is a friend of mine, and I intend to pay her a visit." Her explanation was indeed quite cogent. The significance of their friendship was secondary. Generally, families like the Shuns and Huangs, whose businesses have reached such heights, would undoubtedly have some commercial dealings with one another. Even in the absence of such interactions, it would be entirely normal for them to be acquainted. "Upon arriving at the company, I will procure some fruits after escorting you." Shen Sijia responded with a slight hum, subsequently falling into silence. Shortly thereafter, the two reached the office, where Shen Sijia naturally proceeded into his workspace. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang sauntered over to the petite secretary, Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing lifted her head and greeted Qin Chaoyang with a smile, her adorable dimples accentuating her charm. "Jingjing, I heard from President Shen that you have a boyfriend. Is it true?" Li Wenjing appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking her head, replying, "No, I just graduated a little over a year ago and haven't had the chance to date yet." Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of joy within. Her lack of a boyfriend meant an opportunity for him. "Jingjing, what do you think?" Just then, Shen Sijia's voice called out, "Chaoyang, come in for a moment." Alas, Qin Chaoyang's intended words were abruptly interrupted by Shen Sijia. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 36. Another ability. Qin Chaoyang entered Shen Sijia's office and promptly took a seat in the chair opposite her. What brings you here? Shen Sijia lifted her gaze to Qin Chaoyang but remained silent. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Qin Chaoyang waited. After approximately 2 minutes, Shen Sijia retrieved several A4 sheets from the printer and handed them to him. This is the renovation design plan I had someone prepare for your house. Take a look. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's interest was piqued, and he eagerly accepted the A4 sheets to examine them. To his surprise, they were quite beautiful, although they seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. However, when he glanced at the quotation, he was taken aback. 2 million for the renovation? Sijia, isn't that a bit exorbitant? For that amount, one could purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in a prime location. Perhaps. Before Qin Chaoyang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shen Sijia. Chaoyang, 2 million is not excessive. A good horse deserves a good saddle. This house is for your own residence, and it must be comfortable. Just think about it. After a long day, coming home to a space that reflects your taste is immensely satisfying. If the renovation is unsatisfactory, with issues here and problems there, it would undoubtedly affect your mood. Indeed, Shen Sijia's reasoning was sound. However, 2 million still felt rather extravagant to Qin Chaoyang. You insist I take responsibility, yet you keep bringing up these additional concerns. It feels rather tedious. It was evident that Shen Sijia was becoming somewhat displeased. Rubbing the back of his head, Qin Chaoyang pondered whether he had perhaps never voiced such sentiments before. It seemed that Shen Sijia had taken the initiative to bring him the keys, claiming responsibility herself. All right, let us proceed with this plan. I'll go buy a gift now. I'll pick you up later. At this, Shen Sijia smiled. All right, I'll be waiting for you downstairs at 10. Qin Chaoyang nodded and exited the company. Truth be told, he was uncertain about what gift to purchase, especially given that a family like Huang Guangyan's likely had discerning tastes. However, he felt compelled to bring something. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to visit empty-handed for the first time. Perhaps if Huang Guangyan's daughter happened to be quite attractive, there might be future possibilities. With that thought, Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of anticipation. He then took out his phone and began searching for advice on appropriate gifts to bring when visiting affluent individuals. To his delight, he found several suggestions. The first was to present something valuable that exuded sophistication. The second was to offer local specialties, particularly those that were unique or favored by the recipient. He promptly dismissed the first suggestion and began to explore the second. The article suggested that for a smoking enthusiast, one could buy several packs of their preferred high-quality cigarettes or a fine sandalwood pipe. However, it seemed Huang Guangyan did not smoke, so he passed on that idea. Continuing his search, he found that for tea lovers, one could gift premium tea or exquisite tea sets, while for floral enthusiasts, a few pots of rare potted plants would be appropriate. At this point, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up. Potted plants. He immediately made his way to the flower and bird market. Upon entering the flower and bird market, Qin Chaoyang was momentarily dazzled by the vibrant array of flora. Here, various plants were on display with some priced as low as a few yuan per pot, while the more expensive varieties. Well, he didn't even bother to look at those. After careful selection, he purchased 2 pots of orchids, which exuded elegance and sophistication, yet were reasonably priced. He then recalled that Shen Sijia's office seemed rather monotonous, prompting him to acquire 2 additional pots. With that, his gift preparations were complete. Once back in his car, he pondered the beauty of the orchids but felt they lacked a certain spirit. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck him. He extended a hand, placing it gently on the roots of the orchids, and began to channel his inner energy, gradually infusing it into the plants. To his astonishment, the orchids began to transform at a visible pace. Initially, their colors were rather dull, marred by unsightly spots. However, those blemishes vanished, and a few tender shoots emerged from the soil, enhancing their overall vibrancy. The most striking difference was that this particular pot of orchids stood in stark contrast to the 3 others nearby. He attempted to use his ability to perceive their essence. Item name: Spring Orchid. Value: 100,000. Qin Chaoyang's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly examined the other 3 pots. It was not ignorance of value that concerned him, but rather the stark comparison that revealed the truth. He realized what his next venture should be, opening a more upscale potted plant shop. With this thought in mind, Qin Chaoyang promptly enhanced the other 3 pots as well before driving back to the Shen group. Shen Sijia was somewhat surprised. It was only half an hour until the scheduled 10 a.m. meeting, yet Qin Chaoyang had returned. What was more intriguing was the fact that he cradled 2 pots of orchids in his hands. "These orchids look truly exquisite," she remarked. "Chaoyang, these must have cost quite a bit, right?" "They're decent," he replied. "If you were to sell them, these 2 pots could easily fetch around 200,000. Shen Sijia was momentarily taken aback, then expressed skepticism. However, she dismissed it as a jest, appreciating that Qin Chaoyang had at least made the effort to bring flowers. She then took out her phone to snap a couple of pictures, sending them to her father. Shen Sijia was not particularly enthusiastic about flowers and plants. Her interests lay more in various types of jade and designing her own cozy space. In contrast, her father, Shen Jianqing, who had built a successful business and was now in his 50s, took pleasure in cultivating plants. When the pictures reached him, he, unlike his daughter, had a keen appreciation for beauty. He recognized the orchids as exquisite specimens, though he lamented the pots they were housed in, likening them to fine dragon meat served in a dog bowl. Just as Shen Sijia set her phone down, it rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her father calling. She answered casually, "Hello, Dad. Orchids? My friend gifted them to me, what's the matter? How much do you think these 2 pots of orchids are worth?" "All right, I understand." Shen Sijia hung up the phone and then rose to walk towards the windowsill, where the 2 pots of orchids were placed. She had her doubts about what Qin Chaoyang had previously said, or rather, she found it utterly unbelievable. The impression he left her with was one of parsimony. He seemed far too frugal to spend 200,000 on a pair of orchids as a gift for her. He would probably wince at the thought of purchasing a bouquet of roses. Although Shen Sijia lacked knowledge about flowers, it did not imply that her father, Shen Jianqing, was equally uninformed. Just like a car enthusiast can ascertain the specifications of a vehicle with a mere glance. Therefore, Shen Sijia was feeling somewhat unsettled. Why would Qin Chaoyang inexplicably present her with such an extravagant gift? Could it be? A small thrill of excitement fluttered within her. She resolved to check on what Qin Chaoyang was up to, but as soon as she opened the computer to view the surveillance footage, her mood soured. End of chapter. Chapter 37. The old lecher. It turns out that Qin Chaoyang has once again gone off to chat with his little secretary, Li Wenjing. What an old lecher. Shen Sijia secretly cursed to herself. The most crucial point, however, is that this is also someone else's freedom. "Chaoyang, it's about time. We should be on our way," Shen Sijia called out. Hearing her summons, Qin Chaoyang glanced at his phone and confirmed that indeed, the time had come. "Jing, I have some matters to attend to today. We shall discuss the metaphysical issues another day. Additionally, I can read your palm. Let me tell you." Before Qin Chaoyang could finish his sentence, he noticed that Shen Sijia had already exited the office. He waved goodbye to Li Wenjing and followed Shen Sijia into the elevator. "You can read palms? Why not take a look at mine as well?" Qin Chaoyang felt quite embarrassed, as he knew nothing about palmistry. "Sijia, one must sit down to read palms accurately. Standing does not yield precise results." Shen Sijia scoffed and stepped out of the elevator. "Those orchids must have cost quite a bit. Why would you gift me such an extravagant present?" she casually remarked as she fastened her seatbelt. Qin Chaoyang was well aware of the value of the 2 pots of orchids, but explaining it was not easy. He could only come up with a vague excuse. The 2 arrived at Huang Guangyan's villa precisely at 10:30 in the morning. Huang Guangyan was already waiting in the yard, accompanied by a young girl of similar age to Shen Sijia, though slightly shorter, around 1.60 meters. The girl's height, when compared to Shen Sijia, indeed seemed diminutive. However, in comparison to other girls, it was quite acceptable. Though not as tall as Shen Sijia, she was by no means lacking in beauty. To describe her, she resembled a porcelain doll with a round face, not too plump nor too thin, and most notably, her bosom was quite prominent. Huang Guangyan was somewhat surprised by Shen Sijia's arrival. Could it be that Qin Chaoyang and she had already? He glanced at Qin Chaoyang and then at his daughter, deciding to probe the situation later when the opportunity arose. After the customary greetings and introductions, they entered the living room. Huang Guangyan's daughter had a melodious name, Huang Ying, and her voice was equally pleasant. Within the villa, there was also a woman in her 50s, undoubtedly Huang Guangyan's wife. Her surname was Guan, full name Guan Shia, the daughter of Guan Yuha. You must be my father's newly accepted disciple, Qin Chaoyang. As soon as Qin Chaoyang entered the villa, Guan Shia approached him with inquiries. Hello, senior sister. Qin Chaoyang felt a bit awkward addressing her as such, given that she was over 50 and by age should rightly be called auntie. Ha ha ha. Guangyan, don't you think being called senior sister makes me feel so much younger? Chaoyang, please have a seat. Sijia is here too. You two must be dating, right? Guan Shuya spoke rather candidly, perhaps a touch too casually, causing Shin Sijia to blush and furtively glance at Qin Chaoyang. Huang Guangyan swiftly nudged Guan Shuya with his elbow. Realizing that her previous inquiry was somewhat intrusive, Guan Shuya quickly excused herself to wash some fruit and departed. Chaoyang, might you enlighten me about the origins of the 3 items you purchased yesterday? Qin Chaoyang found himself in a state of bemusement. Huang Guangyan's passion for antiques was undeniably fervent. Brother Nian, the first item is called Yingqing porcelain, also known as Yingqing or Qingbai porcelain, among other names. Its estimated market value is around 2 million. As for the second item, Qin Chaoyang eloquently elaborated on the 3 treasures he had serendipitously acquired. Are you implying that you spent 300,000 last night on items worth over 10 million? Huang Guangyan became visibly unsettled. With Qin Chaoyang's knack for unearthing hidden gems, it would be a challenge not to strike it rich. Brother Nian, fortune plays a significant role in such discoveries. Take this exchange meeting, for instance. It occurs only once a year, where individuals present their uncertain items for sale. However, just because something is uncertain does not guarantee its authenticity. Most are merely replicas. In the realm of antiques, while making a profit is not overly difficult, amassing wealth is a far more arduous task. There aren't endless treasures awaiting your discovery. Consider that antique street. Genuine items are few and far between, and even if 1 or 2 are authentic, their prices are exorbitant. Huang Guangyan nodded, recognizing the truth in Qin Chaoyang's words. The golden age of unearthing treasures had long passed. Had it been 20 years ago, or even 10, when antiques were not yet all the rage, finding good deals was considerably easier. Nowadays, people are shrewd and few are naive. Chaoyang, what are your plans moving forward? Perhaps you should open an antique shop? I would gladly assist with your business. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily speechless. Should he indeed open an antique store, he imagined Huang Guangyan would purchase every item within. I haven't made a definitive decision, but I intend to start a potted plant shop. I will surely need your assistance with the business, Brother Nian. Huang Guangyan was taken aback. With Qin Chaoyang's abilities, he should at least dabble in jade and gemstones, yet he chose to pursue a potted plant shop? Was that not a rather absurd endeavor? Chaoyang, how much profit can a potted plant shop yield? Let me tell you, an antique shop is an absolute goldmine. Haven't you heard the saying? 3 years without opening, but when it does, it reaps profits for 3 years. This highlights the immense profit potential in this line of work. Huang Guangyan began to lecture Qin Chaoyang on the intricacies of business. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia and Huang Ying had stepped outside the villa. Having known each other for some time, their conversation flowed freely, eventually leading to discussions about Qin Chaoyang. Sijia, how did you come to know Qin Chaoyang? Shen Sijia reflected briefly before recounting the events of recent times. Certainly, this passage has been edited. Do not underestimate this individual. He possesses remarkable capabilities. Whether it pertains to antiques or jade raw stones, he has never faltered thus far. However, he is rather lecherous. Shen Sijia, intentionally or not, has begun to tarnish Qin Chaoyang's reputation. Lecherous? Surely not, as I have heard from my father that he is quite upright. Huang Ying is oblivious to the fact that Shen Sijia is deliberately discrediting Qin Chaoyang. You fail to comprehend. He is indeed quite lascivious. In the very room he shares, there reside 3 women, for whom he cooks, cleans, and tends to daily. If he were not lecherous, why would he engage in such acts? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 38. Huang Ying, moreover, my company's female secretary, Qin Chaoyang often engages her in casual conversation. Then there is his ex-girlfriend, their relationship remains somewhat ambiguous. Indeed, he possesses certain capabilities, yet he also harbors numerous flaws. Henceforth, you should be wary of him. Shen Sijia, with a twinge of conscience, has cast all the dirt upon Qin Chaoyang, and oddly enough, Huang Ying is beginning to believe her. Sijia, how can you still be with him? Aren't you afraid he will take advantage of you? To this inquiry, Shen Sijia naturally has her explanations. Alas, I have no choice. Currently, I manage all the business in Jinling City, and recently Jade has become rather scarce. I can only collaborate with him. Moreover, he is exceptionally stingy. Last time, when I asked him to drive me somewhere, can you believe it? He even made me reimburse the fuel costs. Shen Sijia rambled on, intent on leaving a negative impression of Qin Chaoyang in Huang Ying's mind. Huang Ying truly believed her. While there may not be direct evidence for other claims, when it comes to being stingy, Huang Ying indeed found it credible. After all, when Qin Chaoyang visited, he brought no gifts, save for 2 pots of orchids. Is that not the epitome of stinginess? While chatting with Huang Guangyan, Qin Chaoyang unexpectedly sneezed twice. Chaoyang, you're not coming down with a cold, are you? Qin Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's summer. It hasn't even rained. How could I possibly catch a cold? Oh, by the way, those 2 pots of orchids are not ordinary orchids. After lunch, Qin Chaoyang departed Huang Guangyan's villa with Shen Sijia, accompanied by a check for 10 million. In truth, Qin Chaoyang had no intention of selling those 3 items. However, due to Huang Guangyan's relentless persuasion, he found himself with no alternative. Sijia, did you speak ill of me to Huang Ying? I can sense some disapproval from her. As Qin Chaoyang drove, he reflected on the lunchtime scene. It was evident that Huang Ying harbored some disdain for him. Whenever he reached for the dishes, she would subtly turn the revolving platter. Once or twice might be coincidental, but after several instances, Qin Chaoyang naturally took notice. Shen Sijia stifled a laugh, fully aware of the situation, yet she was reluctant to disclose it. Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, Huang Ying, what is the matter with you today? Qin Chaoyang came over for a meal. Why did you deliberately target him? After Qin Chaoyang left, Huang Guangyan began his reprimand. If Qin Chaoyang noticed Huang Ying's hostility, how could Huang Guangyan be oblivious? Dad, I did no such thing. Huang Ying was adamant in her denial. Huang Ying, this time I shall not defend you. Your father is right. Qin Chaoyang is your grandfather's disciple, so by relation, you ought to address him as uncle. He came to your home for lunch for the first time, and your behavior is exceedingly impolite. Do you understand? Guan Shuang also began to support her husband in admonishing their daughter. Father, mother, the individual named Qin Chaoyang may not be a good person. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged a glance, wondering if there was some secret they were unaware of. They quickly began to inquire further. Huang Ying recounted what Shen Sijia had shared with her, along with her own speculations. Huang Guanyin found himself amused by the situation. He lamented that his daughter was far too naive. How could she possibly be a match for Shen Sijia? Huang Ying, I often tell you to observe a situation rather than solely rely on what you hear. Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving. Just imagine, if Qin Chaoyang truly is as Shen Sijia described, would they maintain a collaborative relationship? If Qin Chaoyang's character were indeed questionable, would your grandfather fail to notice? Huang Ying began to consider that her father's perspective held some merit. However, there exists a notion of preconceived bias. I heard from Sijia that their collaboration stems entirely from Qin Chaoyang's abilities. Sijia has never denied his capabilities. She merely remarked on his questionable integrity. Indeed, the crux of the matter is his stinginess. Huang Guanyin was nearly exasperated by his daughter. Initially, he had contemplated fostering a connection between the two, but now, it seemed that such thoughts were futile. Alas, my dear, you are mistaken. I should not have allowed you to pursue so much education. You ought to have engaged with society sooner to avoid such naivete. Huang Guanyin resolved to say no more, as his frustration only mounted. Father, this has nothing to do with education. I admit I was in the wrong during our lunch, but he showed us no respect either. It was his first visit to our home for a meal. One would expect him to bring a token gift. This is not mere materialism. Even if one arrives empty-handed, no one would comment. Yet he merely brought 2 pots of orchids. Is this not an affront? Thus, I believe Sijia is correct. Qin Chaoyang is both lecherous and miserly. Speaking of orchids reminded Huang Guanyin of something. Do you know the value of these 2 pots? Huang Ying shook her head. Huang Guanyin offered no further explanation. Instead, he picked up his phone and made a call, speaking briefly before hanging up. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man in his 50s arrived. Old Li, I apologize for troubling you to come in person. The visitor was surnamed Li, his full name being Li Xinghe. He and Huang Guanyin had been college classmates, and their acquaintance spanned a lifetime. Unlike Huang Guanyin, who had a passion for antiques, Li Xinghe was an aficionado of bonsai, possessing significant knowledge and a deep affection for cultivating them.
Ayu, Uncle Li.
Huang Ying exclaimed as she rushed out to greet him. Welcome back, Huang Ying. Have you completed your graduate studies? Huang Ying acknowledged with a nod. Old Li, please assist me in appraising the value of these 2 pots of orchids. Indeed, Huang Guanyin had summoned Li Xinghe to evaluate the orchids. Li Xinghe nodded thoughtfully, then picked up a pot of orchids, his expression shifting dramatically upon inspection. He then lifted another pot only to have the same reaction. Well, Lao Huang, where did you procure such treasures? You must have summoned me here to show off, didn't you? Yet, it puzzles me you have always favored antiques. When did you develop an interest in potted plants? Li Xinghe scrutinized the 2 pots of orchids for a good 10 minutes before gently placing them on the ground, teasing Huang Guanyin in the process. Old Li, never mind where I acquired these potted beauties. Just tell me, if I were to sell these 2 pots, what might they fetch? Li Xinghe stroked his chin and replied, orchids come in numerous varieties, and many are cultivated as potted plants. The less expensive ones can be found for a few dozen to 100. A slightly more upscale variety might cost around 1,000 or several thousand, and of course the finest specimens can reach into the millions, though I have never encountered such. However, these 2 pots of orchids, with their unique appearance and rare species, are particularly exceptional, and since they complement each other, their value would elevate even further. Huang Guanyin, growing a bit impatient, interjected, I couldn't care less about their classification. Just tell me how much they are worth. The chapter concludes. Chapter 39. Wow, so impressive. Fortunately, Li Xinghe did not keep them in suspense for too long. Old Huang, let me put it this way. These 2 pots of orchids, if sold separately, would fetch at least 100,000 yuan each. If sold as a pair, the price would certainly rise even further. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangyin's family gasped in astonishment, particularly Huang Ying. Uncle Li, you must be mistaken. Li Xinghe shook his head. I might overlook other items, but I assure you, I cannot be mistaken when it comes to orchids. What do you say, old Huang? How about you part with 200,000 yuan for me? Ultimately, Li Xinghe departed, and Huang Guangyin chose not to sell the orchids. Instead, he carefully placed the 2 pots on the balcony. He was not in need of money. Had it been someone else, they might have sold them right then. Huang Ying, do you call this stinginess? At this moment, Huang Ying found herself at a loss for words. The evidence was undeniable, leaving her speechless. However, this did not seem to validate anything, as she simply found Qin Zhaoyang unlikable. Meanwhile, Qin Zhaoyang drove directly to the street where raw jade was sold. Indeed, he was prepared to make a purchase today. He contemplated establishing a potted plant shop but hesitated to part with his funds, feeling a twinge of avarice. Thus, he thought to earn some money this afternoon, which would make a difference. The two returned to the jade shop named Yumen Tang, where they had previously visited. After all, Qin Zhaoyang had not finished inspecting everything that day, and more importantly, his ability to see through objects had not yet been upgraded. Today, he intended to experiment with whether he could extract data from the raw jade. If he could convert jade into data, the so-called expertise would become worthless. Much like antique trading, he would only need to select the profitable pieces. Perhaps due to having just eaten, business was slow, and the shop owner, Mr. Chun, lounged in a recliner. Upon seeing Shun Sijia arrive, Mr. Chun promptly stood to greet her, knowing that her presence meant another profitable day ahead. Miss Shen, have you had lunch yet? Shall I treat you to a meal? Mr. Chen's words were mere formalities, considering it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Having just finished lunch, Qin Zhaoyang's primary purpose for visiting was to purchase some stones. He paid no mind to their conversation and initiated his experimental process. Item name: raw jade. Origin: Jade country. Value: none. A simple string of information filled Qin Xiaoyang with elation. Just as he had surmised, it had been digitized. Suppressing his excitement and steadying his trembling hands, he began to inspect each piece. Item name: raw jade. Origin: Jade country. Value: 3 million. Qin Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy and quickly began to examine the internal structure of the raw jade. In the center, he discovered a piece the size of an adult's fist, gleaming in a vibrant green hue. This is green jade, though regrettably not imperial green. Otherwise, the price. Qin Xiaoyang found it rather amusing, wondering where in this world one could find so much imperial green. The entire process of selecting jadeite rough took approximately an hour. This time, Qin Xiaoyang did not select too many stones, only choosing 7 in total. Based on the prices indicated, the total amounted to just over 2 million. Boss Qin generously waived the small change, then loaded the stones for delivery. Xiaoyang, how much do you think we will earn today? As soon as they got into the car, Shen Sijia began to inquire. If there had been some uncertainty during their previous venture, this time her confidence was palpable. Perhaps this assurance stemmed from her trust in Qin Xiaoyang. We will know once we get back. But let me give you a hint. Despite only having 7 rough stones this time, their value far exceeds that of the last batch. Qin Xiaoyang was not speaking lightly. Previously, he had purchased based on size alone without regard for quality. This time, however, he was focused solely on the final price, refusing to proceed if it was below 3 million. Upon hearing that it wouldn't be less than the last time, a radiant smile spread across Shen Sijia's face. For not only would she profit, but Qin Xiaoyang would as well, meaning his earnings translated to her own. It must be said, Shen Sijia had her calculations in perfect order. They returned to the same warehouse with the same cutting machine. Qin Xiaoyang had no intention of slicing the stones himself. His sole responsibility was to mark the lines, allowing Shen Sijia to recruit workers for the extraction. After all, cutting stones generates a considerable amount of dust, and while the health implications were uncertain, it was undeniably dirty and exhausting. The first stone to be cut was the largest and the one Qin Xiaoyang held in the highest regard. As the machine roared to life, the surface of the rough stone was gradually sheared away. Green, green, Shen Sijia exclaimed repeatedly from the sidelines, while Qin Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. Can you refrain from shouting? Where would the green come from? Shen Sijia was taken aback. No green? Did this mean they had made a poor investment? At that moment, the cutting machine ceased its noise, and the cutter, Xiao Zhang, hurriedly scooped a handful of water to pour over the exposed area. Nothing appeared. Xiao Zhang awkwardly glanced at Qin Xiaoyang. Why are you looking at me? Try wiping it. Reluctantly, Xiao Zhang began to clean the edge. Red jade. Shen Sijia's eyes locked onto the cut surface, and when a hint of red emerged, she gasped in astonishment. Xiaoyang, it's actually red jade. You're incredible. Shen Sijia joyfully bounced around, and while Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily distracted, she even gave him a quick peck on the cheek. All right, it must be the excitement. Continue to cut along the lines I drew. Qin Xiaoyang was also elated. The price for this piece of red jade was estimated at 80 million. That amounted to 40 million even if they were to split it down the middle. What does 40 million signify? Subtracting the cost of purchasing a villa, this sum surpasses his net worth. Of course, there are other stones involved. Xiaoyang, we have succeeded. Shen Sijia remains in a state of exhilaration, and it is hardly surprising. The jadeite rough stones procured by the company, whether they result in a loss or a profit, belong to the enterprise. However, this situation is entirely different, as this particular acquisition was made from her personal funds. Any losses would be hers alone, while profits, akin to the previous instance, would be hers to enjoy. After all, the Shen Group has numerous shareholders, and Shen Sijia is not naive enough to relinquish such substantial gains to the company. Previously, the purchase was made in the company's name, but this time she has become wiser, perhaps as a testament to her trust in Qin Xiaoyang. Take this piece of red jadeite, for instance. If it truly holds a value of 80 million, she and Qin Xiaoyang would split the profits, netting 40 million each. She could then sell the jadeite to Shen Jewelry at market price. In truth, this approach is quite legitimate. since she is using her own funds to gamble on stones without involving the company's accounts. Any profits naturally belong to her. Conversely, any losses would also be her personal responsibility. Wow, how immense. End of chapter. Chapter 40. Trouble caused by a Miss Qin Zhaoyang felt a sharp pain in his arm. Pinched by Shin Sijia. Hey, sister. That hurts. Shin Sijia, caught up in her excitement, was suddenly brought back to earth by Qin Zhaoyang's exclamation. All her joy evaporated in an instant. Did you just call me sister? Qin Zhaoyang sensed that he had made a grave mistake and quickly amended his words. No, I meant miss. Alas, this only made matters worse. Qin Zhaoyang, I'm coming for you. You might as well die. After unearthing only one of the 7 jadeite stones, Qin Zhaoyang decided to leave. He had no choice, especially since he noticed Shin Sijia, barefoot and clutching 2 high-heeled shoes, chasing after him. Qin Zhaoyang felt like crying. He had initially planned to make a tidy profit that afternoon and open a potted plant shop, but now smack. He slapped himself hard across the face. This was no mere jest. Who told him to have such a sharp tongue? Calling her sister was bad enough, but to call her miss? Wasn't he that just asking for trouble? After departing from Shin's jewelry company, Qin Zhaoyang pondered over his plans for the shop. He intended to establish a stable business first, and then bring his parents and sister to live with him. Such shops are typically concentrated in specific areas, like flower and bird markets. With this in mind, he drove directly to the flower and bird market, a place he had visited that morning and was somewhat familiar with. After parking his car, he began to stroll around. He walked from one end to the other but found no vacant storefronts, nor any rental transfers available. Qin Zhaoyang felt a pang of disappointment. Mr. Qin. Just as he was contemplating his next move, he heard a woman's voice. Turning around, he saw a woman around 30 years of age, slightly plump yet quite attractive, possessing that kind of noble beauty that could easily score an 80 out of 100. He recognized her, having seen her among the wealthy at the antique exchange event, but he could not recall her name. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Qin Zhaoyang greeted her ambiguously, as he hesitated to ask for her name. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fang Ye. Sensing that Qin Zhaoyang had forgotten her name, Fang Ye promptly introduced herself. It was quite normal, given the multitude of people present that night and the limited conversation they had shared. It was entirely understandable for him to forget her name. As for Fang Ye remembering Qin Zhaoyang's name, that was not surprising at all. It was akin to a new student joining a class of 50. The new student's name might easily be remembered, while it would be challenging for them to recall the names of the 50 classmates. The same principle applied here. Moreover, since Qin Zhaoyang was a disciple of Guan Yuhe, it was only natural for Fang Ye to remember him. Hello, Miss Fang. That evening, the crowd was overwhelming, so Qin Zhaoyang intended to explain, but Fang Ye merely waved her hand, indicating her understanding. Mr. Qin, what brings you to such a place? In response to Fang Ye's inquiry, Qin Zhaoyang did not conceal his thoughts and shared his aspiration of opening a potted plant shop. Mr. Qin has a keen interest in potted plants? Fang Ye inquired, her curiosity piqued. I only possess a rudimentary understanding. The main reason is that my parents are idle at home. I wish to open a shop to keep them occupied. Profit is of little concern. Rather, I believe it's beneficial for them to tend to flowers and plants as they grow older. Qin Zhaoyang's explanation was remarkably reasonable, and Fang Ye found it agreeable. After all, a capable person like Qin Zhaoyang would not venture into the floral business merely for profit. Mr. Qin, I can assist you with the shop issue. Did you notice the 4 storefronts over there? They are all part of my property. If you need, I can make 2 of them available for you. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes lit up. He had inquired about those storefronts earlier, discovering there were indeed 4. However, he learned that they were being rented out as a whole, meaning they were not available for individual leasing. Since Qin Zhaoyang did not require such a large space, he hesitated. Miss Fang, that may not be appropriate. Fang Ye chuckled and replied, It's no trouble at all. Initially, I thought it would be challenging to rent them all at once. Since you happen to need them, I can easily allocate 2 to you. The remaining 2 will be simpler to rent out later. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, as he was not overly sensitive. Very well, Miss Fang, what is the rent? I will transfer it to you directly. Fangya smiled, for she was not motivated by the rental income. Truthfully, she did not need the money. Her approach was simply a means to foster a connection. Fangya was a rather peculiar woman, with interests that diverged from those of most women. While others reveled in shopping, dressing up, applying makeup, or practicing yoga, she found joy in antiques, a rare passion among women, possibly influenced by her father. As a disciple of Guan Yuhe, Qin Chaoyang's status was sufficient to pique Fangya's interest. 2 storefronts were a trivial matter. She was indifferent to the money. Mr. Qin, we are all part of the same circle. What does money matter? If you need it, please take it. I certainly don't lack for it. She referred to herself as sister directly. Qin Chaoyang was no fool. He understood well that such unsolicited kindness often concealed ulterior motives. Having met Fangya only once before, he found it hard to believe she would offer him storefronts without a reason. Was she attracted to him? That seemed unlikely. Thus, the most plausible explanation was her desire to align herself with the disciple of Guan Yuhe. With these thoughts settled, Qin Chaoyang naturally ceased to be overly courteous. Fangya produced her key and unlocked the shop door. Inside, the establishment remained unadorned, yet it was tidily arranged. Previously, she had no knowledge of its former purpose. It comprised 2 storefronts with an additional 2 rooms, a kitchen, a restroom, and so forth. Mr. Qin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As long as you refrain from dismantling my shop, you may do as you please, she stated. Aware that it was time for her to depart, Fangya recognized that excessive enthusiasm might not be appropriate. Very well, once my shop is inaugurated, I shall treat Sister Fang to a meal. Qin Chaoyang courteously saw Fangya off before turning his attention to the arrangement of the 2 storefronts. Since he intended to establish a potted plant shop, his first thought should be regarding the shelving. Furthermore, it would be ideal to install mirrors on both sides of the walls. Once the lights were activated, the shop would appear exceptionally bright and spacious. Just as Qin Chaoyang prepared to procure materials, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, an odd expression overtook his face. End of chapter. Chapter 41. The enchanting call. The call naturally came from Shen Sijia. Qin Chaoyang dared not answer it, thus silencing his phone and placing it in his pocket. He turned and ventured outside to purchase a measuring tape, then commenced measuring the height and width of the walls. Qin Chaoyang was a decisive individual. Having chosen to open a store, he resolved to take immediate action. After toiling for over an hour, he locked up the premises and sought out a glass shop. He commissioned several mirrors according to his specifications, which turned out to be quite costly, totaling over 10,000 yuan. He then ordered a few custom shelves and finally visited a flower pot vendor, ordering 200 pots in various sizes. By the time all tasks were completed, it was already 5 p.m. Upon checking his phone, Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Dozens of missed calls, all from Shen Sijia. Gritting his teeth, he mustered the courage to return her call. This afternoon, Shen Sijia had been considerably agitated. Her spirits, once high, were dampened by Qin Chaoyang's casual address of sister and miss. To call her sister implied he found her aged, while addressing her as miss felt antiquated and condescending. It was perplexing how this once elegant term had morphed into a pejorative. Regardless, Shen Sijia was indeed upset. Although she had seen Qin Chaoyang's ID and recognized that she was slightly older than him, it was merely a trivial difference. Fortunately, she was not genuinely angry. When the 7 pieces of rough stone were finally revealed, her first impulse was to share the joy with Qin Chaoyang. However, to her dismay, he had the audacity not to answer her calls. After numerous attempts, Shen Sijia began to reflect. She recalled that Qin Chaoyang had previously mentioned a preference for gentler, more demure girls. Could it be that she was too brash? Perhaps just a tad. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying Qin Chaoyang's name. The very thoughts of changing her demeanor vanished in an instant. Qin Chaoyang, where on earth have you been this afternoon? I called to greet you and you didn't pick up. Were you caught by the police for soliciting? Qin Chaoyang held the phone at a considerable distance from his ear, waiting for her voice to subside before responding. I was busy this afternoon. My phone was in the car and I didn't hear it ring. Now that I see your call, I'm returning it. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's explanation, Shen Sijia's anger dissipated, leading her to reconsider her earlier thoughts. She playfully stuck out her tongue, her tone becoming gentler. I'm off work now. Come pick me up. Let us go have dinner. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Chaoyang shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Truth be told, he found it difficult to acclimate to Shen Sijia's manner of speaking. If it were Bao Xiaoxiao, it would be perfectly normal, but Shen Sijia speaking this way was decidedly unusual. After hanging up, he drove and soon arrived at the company. As Qin Chaoyang had just parked his car, he spotted Shen Sijia and Li Wenjing emerging from the elevator. Observing them, he realized an undeniable truth. Comparisons are futile. Viewed in isolation, Li Wenjing appeared petite and charming, both in physique and appearance. However, alongside Shen Sijia, the disparity in both form and temperament became strikingly apparent. Particularly in terms of demeanor, some individuals possess an innate elegance. Beauty does not equate to grace, yet grace is undoubtedly a form of beauty. Upon noticing Qin Chaoyang's vehicle, Shen Sijia and Li Wenjing parted ways, with Shen Sijia taking the passenger seat. Chaoyang, can you guess how much we earned? Shen Sijia immediately inquired, anticipating Qin Chaoyang's curiosity before revealing the figure to surprise him. I would estimate around. Qin Chaoyang began to articulate a rough figure when he caught sight of Shen Sijia's expectant gaze. He understood that disclosing an approximate amount would surely disappoint her. Thus sometimes one must play along. Perhaps around 100 million, he casually proposed. Indeed, this made Shen Sijia even more joyful. Wrong. I had it appraised. It's at least 150 million. Surprised, aren't you? Qin Chaoyang played along, feigning ignorance. How much did you say? At that moment, Shen Sijia felt a profound sense of satisfaction. 150 million meant they could each receive 75 million. I'll transfer you 5 million now, and I'll hold on to the rest for you. With a sudden jolt, Qin Chaoyang slammed on the brakes. 150 million, and you're only giving me 5 million? Shen Sijia was dissatisfied with Qin Chaoyang's reaction. I'm merely safeguarding it, concerned you might squander it. I'm not withholding it from you, so why are you so anxious? After she spoke, she shot him a look that implied his stinginess was laughable. No, the 150 million is to be split, and you'll return half to me for safekeeping. On what grounds? You're my boss, not my partner. That money is rightfully mine. Otherwise, our collaboration is off. It was absurd. Over 70 million was more than his total assets. Could he simply hand it over? Shen Sijia was clearly displeased, yet it appeared Qin Chaoyang had a point. Their relationship was one of employer and employee, not anything more intimate. Shen Sijia fell silent, leaving Qin Chaoyang with no choice but to continue driving. 5 million it is. Then, just give it to me. I need funds for my store opening in the coming days. Ultimately, Qin Chaoyang conceded. You're opening a store? When did that happen? Shen Sijia immediately shifted the conversation to her new venture. Realizing this, Qin Chaoyang understood that the 5 million might be in jeopardy. As he drove, he brought Shen Sijia to his shop, where he proceeded to elaborate on his plans. You truly intend to open a potted plant store? Wouldn't it be faster to make money through stone gambling, given your energy? Shen Sijia gazed at Qin Chaoyang with a perplexed expression. Surely, one cannot indulge in stone gambling every day. I must engage in some meaningful endeavors. Currently, running an antique shop seems rather impractical. After all, which antique store has not been established for over a decade? Or even longer? You cannot merely set up a storefront and call it an antique shop. Shen Sijia nodded, finding merit in this assertion. But who will you enlist to oversee the shop? It is one thing to open a store, yet quite another to manage it. Can you guarantee that you will be present every day? In truth, Qin Chaoyang had contemplated this matter long ago. In the shared residence, there are 3 women. It should be feasible to recruit one to assist in overseeing the shop. At worst, he could offer them a slightly higher wage. After all, he is not short on funds. The most crucial aspect is aesthetics. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 42. The disdain of the yellow oriole upon seeing the mischievous expression on Qin Chaoyang's face. Shen Sijia instantly surmised that he was indulging in some unsavory thoughts. It was evident that he was not contemplating anything virtuous. Qin Chaoyang offered no explanation. He deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on his business affairs. After departing from that place and having dined, he escorted Shen Sijia back home. Subsequently, he drove away, intending to consult with Pu Meichi and the others regarding who might be willing to manage the store. As he passed by a KFC, he purchased a family bucket meal and brought it back with him. The moment the three women laid eyes on the feast, their spirits soared. "Cousin, have you struck it rich again?" Pu Meichi inquired while savoring a chicken leg. "Not quite wealth, merely a modest gain. By the way, how have you three been faring at work?" Qin Chaoyang began to probe, knowing that if their employment was satisfactory, he would have to seek alternatives. "It's going well, though my boss is rather lecherous. Everything else is fine," Pu Meichi replied. "I'm doing all right too. The job isn't strenuous, and I can still play on my phone during work, so it's quite pleasant," said Su Xiaoro. "Don't even get me started. I'm on the verge of quitting. A new manager has arrived and constantly burdens us with tasks. Tonight, he even made us stay over an hour longer. Yes, as lascivious as they come," chimed in Bao Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, how much are you earning monthly now?" Qin Chaoyang asked cautiously. As Bao Xiaoxiao munched on fries, she began to calculate. "After deducting social insurance and housing funds, I take home roughly 4,000 yuan. Qin Chaoyang nodded. For a young woman to earn 4,000 yuan a month was commendable, certainly an improvement over her previous circumstances. "And how much can you save each month?" Mention of savings made Bao Xiaoxiao somewhat bashful. "About 1,000 yuan. "How much?" Qin Chaoyang exclaimed in surprise. "You earn 4,000 yuan but can only set aside 1,000? That seems rather excessive." There's no need for astonishment. Young women tend to have high expenses: daily transport, snacks, cosmetics, clothing, shoes, rent, and so forth. Saving 1,000 yuan is quite considerable. Chi-Chi is practically living paycheck to paycheck. After hearing Bao Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Chaoyang turned his gaze towards Pu Meichi, who merely shrugged, as if it were a matter of course. "Xiaoxiao, I plan to open a flower shop. How about you manage it for me? I can offer you 6,000 yuan a month. What do you think?" The 6,000 yuan included social insurance and housing funds. With newfound wealth, he was not inclined to be stingy. "Cousin, you're opening a shop? Will you take me along? I'm utterly fatigued with my current job." Before Qin Chaoyang could finish his thought, Su Xiaoro began to complain. "Xiaoro, wait a moment. Didn't you just say that your job was quite enjoyable and that you could use your phone?" Qin Chaoyang questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Have I ever said such a thing?" Qin Chaoyang nodded earnestly. Su Xiaoro's eyes twinkled as a clever plan formed in her mind. "Isn't it merely a matter of sharing good news and withholding worries? I simply did not wish to burden you with my troubles. Moreover, my manager is quite the lecher. Not only does he gaze at me with lustful eyes, but yesterday he even attempted to touch my backside." As Su Xiaoro spoke, her tales became increasingly outrageous. "Wait a moment, isn't your manager a woman?" Bao Xiaoxiao interjected. Su Xiaoro's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly clarified. "And what of it? Can a woman not be lecherous? Can a woman not touch my backside? Is it not permissible for her to be a lesbian?" Qin Chaoyang was at a loss for words. It seemed she was intent on tarnishing her manager's reputation. "Well then, it seems you two are quite the pair. It would be beneficial to have someone to look after you." Qin Chaoyang pondered, concluding that an additional person wouldn't be a burden. "As for that cousin of yours, if you have both of them, why not take me on as well?
Yes, sur you.
I am quite seasoned in business and can guarantee an increase in profits of at least 20 each month. Given that they will need a leader to oversee the store, how about I take on the role of manager?" Pu Meichi was even more straightforward, having already envisioned her position. The compelling aspect was that, as she spoke, she licked her lips, an enticing gesture that proved irresistible. Just as Qin Chaoyang was about to acquiesce, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Huang Guangnian. Half an hour later, Qin Chaoyang drove into Huang Guangnian's villa. The door was opened by Huang Guangnian's wife, Guan Shuya. "Chaoyang, you've arrived. Please, come in." Qin Chaoyang greeted her promptly and entered the house, where Huang Guangnian awaited him. "Chaoyang, you've finally made it. Huang Ying, please prepare some tea for Chaoyang." Huang Ying, who was watching television, casually responded to her father's request and went to brew the tea. "Chaoyang, come take a look at this painting. I believe it to be genuine, yet something feels slightly off. Qin Chaoyang approached the table, where he beheld a landscape painting featuring mountains, water, and a small boat with a solitary figure engaged in fishing. Unable to discern its authenticity, he activated his X-ray vision. A fishing scene in the style of the Republic of China, containing hidden depths. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes. Could it be that there was more to this painting than met the eye? Was it a painting within a painting? This was Qin Chaoyang's first thought. He pinched the paper and noted that its thickness did not suggest a hidden painting, as it was insufficient. Curiously, his X-ray vision confirmed that it was indeed a fishing scene in the style of the Republic of China. However, what did the phrase containing hidden depths signify? For a moment, Qin Chaoyang found himself perplexed. Tea is served. At that moment, Huang Ying arrived with a cup of tea, offering it to Qin Chaoyang. He thanked her and, disregarding her lack of manners, took a sip. Fortunately, Qin Chaoyang reacted swiftly, or the painting would have been ruined. He glanced down at the teacup, contemplating the situation. In this cup of tea, at least half a cup of tea leaves has been infused. The leaves possess a distinct flavor. When used sparingly, they emit a delicate fragrance, but when abundant, they yield bitterness. Just moments ago, Qin Chaoyang found himself overwhelmed by the bitterness of the tea, resulting in an immediate expulsion. At that moment, Huang Guangyan also glanced at Qin Chaoyang's cup, his expression darkening instantly, followed by a fierce glare directed at Huang Ying. Huang Ying, feigning ignorance, skipped away to watch television. Qin Chaoyang was perplexed as to why Huang Ying seemed to single him out, yet out of respect for Huang Guangyan, he chose not to dwell on it. Chaoyang, the tea leaves are overdone. The flavor is too intense. Allow me to fetch you another cup. Just as Qin Chaoyang grasped the painting, he overheard Huang Guangyan's remark regarding the overwhelming taste. Wait a moment. Qin Chaoyang weighed the painting in his hands, realizing where the issue lay. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 43. The roasted chicken, what happened? Huang Guangyan inquired with urgency. Qin Chaoyang remained silent, instead beginning to dismantle the scroll. This particular artwork came with a scroll, which is typically hollow, a common attribute. However, this scroll was noticeably heavier and broader than usual, creating a sense of incongruity upon closer inspection. As he unfurled the scroll, Qin Chaoyang prodded inside with his finger, and his eyes gleamed with discovery. Indeed, there was something within. At that moment, Huang Guangyan also sensed something amiss. He had been watching television while stealing glances at Huang Ying, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Consequently, he turned away from the screen and approached. Before long, Qin Chaoyang extracted another painting from within the scroll. A painting within a painting. Huang Guangyan's delight was instantaneous. Qin Chaoyang shook his head and elaborated, in a certain sense, this is not truly a painting within a painting. The term refers to using another artwork to obscure a desired piece. That constitutes a painting within a painting. As for this, how much is it worth? Initially, Qin Chaoyang intended to flaunt his knowledge, but found himself in an awkward position. Huang Guangyan showed no interest in his explanation, instead directly inquiring about the painting's value. Even more perplexing for Qin Chaoyang was the fact that the artwork had just been revealed, and they were still unaware of its origin or era. Who could possibly ascertain its worth? Disregarding the need to clarify the concept of a painting within a painting, Qin Chaoyang hastily began to examine the details of this piece. While it was labeled a painting, it was more accurately a calligraphy work. The bottom bore a seal inscribed with the characters Zijin. Who was Zijin? Qin Chaoyang was utterly befuddled, but his unique abilities gave him confidence. Late Qing Dynasty Zijin calligraphy. Authentic. Market value, 2 million. Zijin, originally named He Shaoji, was a poet, painter, and calligrapher. Who is He Shaoji? Qin Chaoyang pondered internally, as this name was unfamiliar to him. Chaoyang, who is this Zijin? Huang Guangyan, undeterred by Qin Chaoyang's ignorance, pressed on with his questions. Qin Chaoyang lifted his teacup, intending to sip, but upon seeing it filled to the brim with tea leaves, he lost all interest in drinking. Huang Guangyan discreetly shot a glare at Huang Ying, who merely stuck out her tongue in response. Zijin, originally named He Shaoji, is connected to roasted chicken? Is he a relative of Hushin? Qin Zhaoyang had just begun to elaborate when Huang Ying interrupted. This was not entirely her fault. Why choose a name like He Xiaoji, which so closely resembles roasted chicken? He Xiaoji, styled Zizhan, was a late Qing poet, painter, and calligrapher, particularly renowned for his cursive script. This very piece was a fine example of his cursive calligraphy. In just a few words, Qin Zhaoyang recounted the origin and significance of the artwork. Zhaoyang, then what do you estimate this painting's price to be? At this moment, Huang Guangyan's heart was brimming with joy, as this counted among his rare opportunities for a fortunate find. He had every reason to feel displeased. At the very least, for the following week, the antiquities circles in Jinling City would undoubtedly buzz with tales of this fellow's remarkable find. This particular piece of calligraphy was impeccably preserved, with a market value estimated at around 2 million. Huang Guangyan chuckled. Having purchased the artwork for a mere 100,000, he was now poised to reap a profit of 2 million, a considerable windfall indeed. Ah, Chaoyang, thank you. Who would have imagined that a painting was concealed within? It is customary in such circles to split the spoils, so I shall transfer 1 million to you. In the world of antiques, there exists a convention wherein individuals seek assistance in appraising their treasures, and a commission is expected. Furthermore, if one wishes to sell an item, enlisting the help of a middleman also incurs a fee. Typically, a bottom-line price is established, ensuring that regardless of the item's worth, it cannot fall below this threshold. Naturally, should the value exceed this amount, the commission is calculated accordingly. The standard rate is a 10% cut, which means, in the case of this painting, Qin Chaoyang would merely need to authenticate its legitimacy, incurring a fee of 100,000. If it proves genuine, as is the case now, the commission would be at least 200,000. However, Huang Guangyan was not short on funds. What he truly craved was the thrill of the find. Money was of little consequence. As for the notion of splitting the spoils, that was merely a euphemism for sharing illicit gains. Brother Nian, are you jesting? Am I truly entitled to this money? Surely you jest. Moreover, you have been my benefactor during this period, making it even more inappropriate for me to accept such funds. Perhaps next time, just a touch less tea will suffice, or even plain water. This last remark from Qin Chaoyang was made in jest, a light-hearted tease not directed at Huang Guangyan but rather with another implication. Huang Ying, feeling slightly embarrassed, recognized the veiled critique. So stingy, can't one even make a jest? She muttered under her breath. Qin Chaoyang paid her little mind, glancing at the time before bidding farewell and departing. Today we common folk are truly joyous. As soon as Qin Chaoyang left, Huang Guangyan began to sing and took out his phone to snap some pictures. Indeed, he was preparing to showcase his newfound success on social media. Returning home, Qin Chaoyang, to avoid any misunderstandings, deliberately turned on the living room lights. Fortunately, he found no one there. A quick whiff of his underarms revealed a distinct odor of sweat, prompting him to hastily gather his clothes and head for a shower. After cleaning himself and hanging his clothes to dry, he finally reclined on his bed and picked up his phone. Upon unlocking the device, a notification caught his eye, an alert from earlier in the evening, around 7 o'clock, coinciding with the moment he departed from Shan Sijia's villa. He tapped on the message, revealing a bank transaction notification. 75 million, every penny accounted for. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Shan Sijia stated that this money would not be available to him for the time being? What did this mean? He took a screenshot of the information and forwarded it to Shan Sijia on WeChat, adding 3 question marks for emphasis. The moment the message was dispatched, the recipient responded almost instantaneously. Yan Wang's expression turned to one of bewilderment. We are engaged in a fair partnership, are we not? Is it wrong for me to claim what is rightfully mine? Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed this venture would not endure much longer, and he would have to seek a new employer. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia, having sent the message, awaited Qin Chaoyang's reply, only to find herself in a prolonged silence. After several minutes, she began to introspect. Could it be that Qin Chaoyang is upset with me? Admittedly, my words may have been somewhat inappropriate. In a sense, Shen Sijia ought not to withhold Qin Chaoyang's remuneration, considering their relationship was merely one of collaboration. At least that was the facade. Just then, a notification chimed. Shenanigans quickly opened the message. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 44. You are here to be the store manager. The message was sent by Qin Chaoyang and it was somewhat lengthy. The general essence conveyed was neither thievery nor deceit, rational cooperation, and settling accounts promptly. In times of despair, one should not dwell on ideals. Survival is paramount. When ensnared in adversity, sentimentality is futile. Practicality is fundamental. The foundation of anyone's confidence lies in their economic strength. Wealth can remedy all insecurities. Even the smallest of souls deserves a salary. I do not perceive any shame in this. Time is long, though it may not be as lengthy as we presume. Upon reading this, Shenanigans felt a pang of guilt, as though she had acted ignobly. The saying goes, fallen blossoms may have intentions, but the flowing waters remain indifferent. With that thought in mind, she exited the chat, plugged in her charger, closed her eyes, and drifted into slumber. After sending the message, Qin Chaoyang sensed something amiss and hurriedly retracted it. However, the message had already been seen by Shenanigans. The next morning, Qin Chaoyang drove to Shenanigans' villa. She acted as if nothing were amiss, taking the passenger seat in silence. After dropping her off at the company, Qin Chaoyang exchanged a few words with Li Wenjing before departing. As soon as Qin Chaoyang left, Shenanigans emerged. Where did Qin Chaoyang go? She inquired. Li Wenjing pointed outside, saying, he took a call and left. It seemed to be from a woman named Xiao Xiao. It must be Bao Xiao Xiao. Shenanigans thought but said nothing, returning to her office. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang arrived at Bao Xiao Xiao's company and spotted her standing at the entrance. Cousin, I have resigned now. You must support me from here on. This remark sounded somewhat ambiguous. I cannot afford to keep a cow. Qin Chaoyang replied with a smirk before accelerating. Initially, Bao Xiao Xiao was taken aback, but upon noticing the mischievous smile on Qin Chaoyang's face, she understood. Cousin, you are so naughty. I like it. This phrase was borrowed from a viral video. Qin Chaoyang took Bao Xiao Xiao directly to his store. Xiao Xiao, you will work here from now on, helping with tasks like watering the plants. I will assign a price to each potted plant, and beyond the basic salary you will receive a 10 commission on the extras. Bao Xiao Xiao responded with an "oh," not particularly concerned about the commission. After all, how much could it be for potted plants? Qin Chaoyang asked Bao Xiao Xiao to assist with cleaning while he set off to the market to purchase supplies. First on his list were seeds and nutrient soil, followed by some aesthetically pleasing potted plants, provided they were reasonably priced. After wandering for over 2 hours, when Qin Chaoyang returned to the store, workers were busy installing mirrors. This was a custom order from the previous day, and he was pleasantly surprised by their efficiency. Once all the mirrors were in place, the two shops suddenly appeared as if they were 4 or 5 in number, achieving the desired effect. Glancing at the time, Qin Chaoyang took Bao Xiao Xiao out for a meal, completely forgetting about Shenanigans. Meanwhile, Shenanigans checked the time and felt a surge of anger rising within her. The driver proved to be utterly incompetent. Consequently, Shenanigans decided to regard Qin Chaoyang as her personal chauffeur. In a huff, she left the company, got into her car which had been parked for several days, and headed straight towards the flower and bird market. Shenanigans was entirely convinced that Qin Chaoyang was at the market. At that moment, inside the shop, Qin Chaoyang was diligently filling pots with nutrient-rich soil, sowing seeds, and watering them. Bao Xiao Xiao was crouched beside him, assisting. It was summer, and the heat made the shop feel particularly spacious. The crucial detail was that Bao Xiao Xiao was wearing a V-neck t-shirt that day, and as she crouched and bent over, a generous expanse of fair skin was revealed, making Qin Chaoyang swallow hard. Cousin, is this pot too small? Bao Xiao Xiao inquired, referring to the flower pot. Not at all. It's the largest I've ever seen, she added, somewhat skeptically, only to notice Qin Chaoyang's eyes nearly bulging out as they fixated on her. He was practically drooling. Unaware of her own inadvertent exposure, Bao Xiao Xiao blushed and quickly covered herself. Cousin, where are you looking? You're such a lek. Just as Shenanigans entered the shop, she overheard Bao Xiao Xiao's remarks and noticed her covering up. It was clear what was happening. Stealing a glance at her own chest, she acknowledged it was not insignificant, yet it paled in comparison to Bao Xiao Xiao. Shenanigans was infuriated. Qin Chaoyang was an unabashed rogue. If you wish to see, why not look at mine? Miss Shen, you're here. Bao Xiaoxiao exclaimed upon spotting her, quickly rising to greet her. Yes, I just came to take a look, Shen Sijia replied. Xiaoxiao, please refrain from wearing such attire in the future. There are far too many predators around, especially those who target young women nearby. They may not be handsome, but their intentions are rather sinister. Qin Chaoyang realized that Shen Sijia was undoubtedly chastising him, yet he had no proof. Surely not. There are no other males around except for my cousin. Shen Sijia was at a loss for words. Bao Xiaoxiao's intellect seemed to have gravitated towards her chest. This was clearly directed at Qin Chaoyang. Shen Sijia decided against clarifying, as she was not the one being taken advantage of, and besides, a few glances wouldn't cost her much. Chaoyang, you need to install a central air conditioning system here, and the door should be made into a sliding door. It cannot be left wide open. We must maintain a constant indoor temperature. Additionally, you need to create a signboard and business cards. Shen Sijia commenced her suggestions as soon as she arrived. Qin Chaoyang paused in surprise, then grabbed a pen and paper to jot down her points. Shen Sijia's remarks were indeed insightful. For instance, a shop without a signboard would surely struggle. Moreover, the current roll-up door was adequate for summer, but once winter arrived, the northwest winds could potentially freeze the potted plants. As for air conditioning, it is indeed essential, particularly during the winter when the weather turns quite frigid, especially in the vicinity of Jinling City, adjacent to the banks of the Yangtze River. With the arrival of winter, the north wind blows fiercely, and the temperatures drop significantly. That is all for now. By the way, I will assist you in registering a website, and you can send me a few exquisite photographs. We can also place orders online. Why do you gaze at me like that? Shen Sijia looked at Qin Chaoyang, who was fixated on her, feigning surprise while secretly reveling in delight. Sijia, you are remarkable. I feel that your talents are wasted as a general manager. Why not come and manage my store instead? End of chapter. Chapter 45. Testing with a burst of laughter, Shen Sijia could hardly contain herself. Was it not a compromise for the general manager to take on the role of manager at such a modest establishment? It was likely that no one else in the world could utter such words, except for the unabashed Qin Chaoyang. All right then, what shall you pay me each month? Qin Chaoyang jested, and Shen Sijia played along. A monthly salary of 6,000, with social insurance and housing fund to be self-managed. Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia nearly burst into laughter once more. How about I invest and we open it together? Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang quickly shook his head. Nonsense. This shop is meant to be a profitable venture, with minimal investment and high returns. Why would I share it with anyone? My head is not so muddled as to entertain such thoughts. This shop is intended as a dowry for my sister. Shen Sijia pouted, uninterested in such a proposition. At that moment, the shelves Qin Chaoyang had ordered were delivered, giving the shop a semblance of form. Once everything was nearly in order, Qin Chaoyang, following Shen Sijia's suggestions, prepared to venture out to find professionals for tasks such as installing central air conditioning and sliding doors. After observing for a while, Shen Sijia decided to leave, as she had her own matters to attend to. Hey cousin, that General Shen seems to have a soft spot for you. After Shen Sijia departed, Bao Xiaoxiao nudged Qin Chaoyang with her elbow. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Have you lost your mind in this summer heat? Even a fart has a scent. Who was Shen Sijia? The daughter of the chairman of the Shen Group and the manager of the Jinling branch of Shen Jewelry. She had the pedigree, the figure, and the looks. Why would she have any interest in someone like me, a mere pauper? As he spoke, he pointed to himself. Bao Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. If she had no interest, why would she come all the way over here on such a sweltering afternoon? To buy flowers? I would rather be mistaken, but alas. At this point, Bao Xiaoxiao fell silent. Qin Chaoyang stroked his chin, contemplating. Upon reflection, Bao Xiaoxiao's analysis indeed held a kernel of truth. Perhaps those embroiled in their own situations are blinded to the obvious truths that outsiders can see. The interactions over the past few days had indeed been peculiar. Qin Chaoyang resolved to test the waters. If Shen Sijia truly held any feelings for him, why would he bother running a shop? He could simply enjoy a comfortable life. Feeling somewhat tempted, he decided to invite Shen Sijia to dinner. Thus, he handed the shop keys to Bao Xiaoxiao, stating, Xiaoxiao, from today onward, you are officially on duty. I have some matters to attend to in the next couple of days, so please keep an eye on things here. Someone will come tomorrow morning to install the sliding doors and air conditioning. Just give me a call once everything is set. Bao Xiaoxiao agreed, and Qin Chaoyang drove away. He initially arrived at the bank to open a new account, subsequently transferring 100 million into this card, while leaving over 10 million in the previous card for circulation. Glancing at the time, he noted that the workday was nearing its end, prompting him to hastily drive to the Shin Jewelry Company. Qin Chaoyang and Li Wenjing waved in greeting. Without knocking, he entered Shen Sijia's office. In truth, Shen Sijia had already spotted Qin Chaoyang's arrival on the surveillance, and it seemed he never had the habit of knocking. Sijia, I've reserved a private room. Let us go out for dinner together. It's on me. Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia was somewhat taken aback. Ordinarily, she was the one paying for their meals, while this fellow merely took advantage of her generosity. It was indeed surprising that he had decided to treat her today. What the occasion for this unexpected invitation? Shen Sijia mused aloud, yet her hands were not idle. She closed her computer, shut the drawer, and picked up her handbag. Well, you provided me with some excellent suggestions this afternoon, which I found incredibly practical. So, I thought it would be appropriate to express my gratitude. During Qin Chaoyang's conversation, Shen Sijia had already opened the office door. If you're treating me, let us not dawdle. Why are you just standing there? With that, she exited the office, and Qin Chaoyang hurriedly followed. Determining whether someone harbors feelings for oneself often begins with the act of inviting them to a meal. If the other party declines, the matter is settled. However, if they agree, as in this instance, it indicates some level of interest, at the very least suggesting they do not harbor any aversion. Qin Chaoyang held this belief. The next step in his assessment was to choose a modest dining establishment. If the other person is indeed interested, they would not mind even dining at a humble barbecue stall. Thus, he selected a restaurant of relatively low status. Upon arriving at the private room, Shen Sijia took a few tissue papers, wiped down the chair, and then the table before finally sitting down. Observing her facial expressions, there was no overt sign of distaste. The next phase of the evaluation involved allowing her to order, to see if she remembered what he liked. Qin Chaoyang took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Shen Sijia. She was not the type to be coy. She opened the menu and began to order 4 dishes and a soup, with 2 of the dishes being Qin Chaoyang's favorites, and the other 2 her own choices. This demonstrated her attentiveness, particularly since the stir-fried intestines were indeed his favorite. Next came the 4th step of the evaluation. Sijia, I believe you were quite right in saying that when a man has too much money, he is prone to mischief. Therefore, after much contemplation, I think it's best if you take charge of this card. He presented her with a freshly issued card containing a substantial sum, stating, I still have over 10 million in my old card, which should suffice for the time being. Please hold onto this card for me, and return it when I need it. Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia felt a rush of joy within, though she concealed her emotions from showing on her face. Very well, I shall keep it safe for you. However, let it be clear that I am merely assisting you as a friend, and you need not share the password with me. After Shen Sijia concluded her statement, she took the bank card and placed it into her bag. The testing phase was already well underway, leading Qin Chaoyang to deduce that the possibility of the novel being genuine was indeed plausible. As for the final stages, holding hands, sharing tender kisses, and the intimate moments spent together, those could not be rushed. Chaoyang, did you not mention your intention to return to your hometown? When do you plan to go back? Moreover, could you share a bit about your family situation? Do not misconstrue my inquiry. I am merely asking out of curiosity. Shen Sijia's words echoed a familiar refrain, reflecting the sentiments of many young women. In truth, there was little to elaborate on. My family is quite ordinary. Perhaps I shall introduce you to them another day. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 46. The transformation of Shen Sijia. All right. When shall we return? What gifts should I prepare? After all, this is our first meeting. Also, does uncle smoke or drink? What brand of cosmetics does auntie prefer? And what about my little sister? Qin Chaoyang found himself struggling to keep pace with Shen Sijia's rapid transformation. It seemed that he had merely spoken these thoughts aloud. Well, that's not important. The two appeared to have established a romantic relationship, yet it also seemed ambiguous. Logically, having entrusted his salary card to Shenxijia and mentioning introducing her to his parents implied a relationship. However, with Qin Chaoyang lacking pursuit and Shenxijia not formally agreeing, there remained an air of uncertainty. Nonetheless, this vague sensation felt rather pleasant. Chaoyang, I am eager to attain wealth swiftly, but not by opening a potted plant shop or an antique store. I am currently in contact with sources and plan to venture to northern Myanmar. I've heard that the prices for raw jadeite there are astonishingly low. If one can establish a connection, it would be akin to picking up money. Shenxijia spoke passionately, oblivious to the change in Qin Chaoyang's expression. Chaoyang, why are you looking at me like that? Shenxijia finally noticed the odd expression on his face. Qin Chaoyang set down his chopsticks and spoke solemnly. I truly cannot comprehend it. In this age, where news about northern Myanmar is rampant online, including national news and short video platforms that repeatedly emphasize the dangers of that region, why would anyone still dare to venture there? Shenxijia paused, casually inquiring. Why? Because of the allure of profit. High-paying jobs, free travel, and the like. The temptation is so great that many choose to ignore the risks, much like you. Firstly, northern Myanmar is part of the Golden Triangle, an area notorious for being lawless. There is no legal framework, no moral compass. In this realm, might is right. Clubs, knives, and guns are the law. Shenxijia shuddered. It can't be that severe, can it? Qin Chaoyang cast a glance at her and replied. There is no limit to how severe it can get. Let me tell you, regardless of whether one is male or female, young or old, beautiful or plain, if you go there, it is a one-way ticket to death. Perhaps death would be the most favorable outcome. Beatings with electric batons are the least of it. Acts of violence, murder, organ trafficking, these are commonplace. I've heard that killing someone there, even in broad daylight, is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. This is not alarmist rhetoric. Can you imagine that? Can you believe it? But it is the truth. In summary, this place is dominated by darkness. Light has never graced it. You can research this yourself, preferably consulting official reports. In this region, not even the fiercest of beings would emerge unscathed. Sun Wukong may perform monkey tricks, and even Taishang Lao Jun must stoke the boiler. Neza, too, would have to endure the rigors of labor. Even if Optimus Prime were to arrive, he would find himself dismantling parts for sale. Yama, the king of hell, would still be bound to oversee the ledger of life and death, while Tang Song would traverse the Green Channel, heading straight to the Western Paradise. Clang! Shenxijia was startled by Qin Chaoyang's words, causing her to drop the plate she was holding. Chaoyang, please don't frighten me. It terrifies me. Shenxijia was genuinely afraid because she contemplated going. Qin Chaoyang gently grasped her small hand, offering comfort. There's no need to be afraid. If you choose not to go, then simply don't. That place is not like our Huaxia. We are very safe here, ranked first in the world for security. Everything will be fine. Qin Chaoyang's reassurance seemed to have a calming effect, alleviating Shenxijia's fears somewhat. What made you suddenly want to go to northern Myanmar? Qin Chaoyang asked casually. Shenxijia took out her phone, unlocked it, and showed Qin Chaoyang a message. This is a high school classmate of mine, someone I haven't been in touch with for years. A few days ago, he somehow got my number and added me on WeChat. He mentioned that the jade raw stones over there are incredibly cheap, almost only 20% of the price here in Huaxia. He also said he is doing quite well there, having partnered with others to mine a raw stone quarry, and promised that if I went, he would sell them to me at a mere 10% of our prices. Qin Chaoyang began to understand. This was a trap. Chaoyang, hearing you say that makes me feel extremely fortunate. What if I had gone? Perhaps we should report this. Qin Chaoyang shook his head. First of all, we cannot be certain about this matter. Even if this person is dubious, we have no evidence. Moreover, he is abroad, and we cannot take action against him. However, you could test the waters by asking him to send the raw stones to Yunnan. Forget about 10 or 20%. We would be willing to purchase them at 50%. Let us see how he responds. But remember, even if he offers them for free, do not go. Shenxijia quickly nodded. Not even for free. Even if he were to pay me, I wouldn't dare go. Chaoyang, I'm so glad to have you. I will listen to you and not go. I don't lack money and have no need to take risks. Let us eat. After dinner, the bond between the two seemed to strengthen significantly. Shen Sijia playfully nudged her arm against Qin Chaoyang's, but he remained preoccupied with thoughts of the potted plant shop, oblivious to her subtle advances. This left Shen Sijia feeling exasperated, thinking Qin Chaoyang was rather dense and unperceptive. Qin Chaoyang escorted Shen Sijia back to her villa before departing. It wasn't that he was uninterested in romance. Rather, he had matters on his mind that prevented him from being fully present. Despite his modest savings, if he lived a normal life without extravagance, it would suffice for a lifetime. Yet, he would never be satisfied. When one receives a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, thoughts inevitably drift towards the aspiration of earning 5,000. Upon reaching a monthly income of 10,000, the mind contemplates the lofty goal of an annual salary of 1 million. Yet, when one actually achieves that annual income of 1 million, the contemplation shifts to the realization that laboring for others may not be the most desirable path. Becoming one's own boss seems far more appealing. Thus, it becomes evident that human nature harbors an inherent tendency towards discontent, save for the truly oblivious. Qin Chaoyang is currently focused on establishing his shop, at the very least securing a venture for himself, before he embarks on the journey to Yunnan to partake in stone gambling in hopes of striking it rich. Upon returning home, Qin Chaoyang found himself momentarily stunned. 4. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 47. The outburst of Pu Meiqi. Dear cousin, you're back. Qin Chaoyang felt somewhat bewildered as he surveyed the room, which was filled with no fewer than a dozen men and women. What is going on? He asked, perplexed. At that moment, Pu Meiqi approached with a smile, saying, Today is my birthday, and I invited some friends and colleagues to celebrate. Without further ado, she added, Let me introduce you. Qin Chaoyang was not particularly fond of such gatherings, especially when most attendees were strangers. However, as it was Pu Meiqi's birthday, he felt compelled to greet everyone with a smile. He intended to retreat to his room, but Pu Meiqi seized him by the arm and insisted he sit down. Cousin, we're all friends here. There's no need to feel reserved. Come, let us have a drink together. Pu Meiqi had indulged a bit too much, swaying slightly as she walked. While Qin Chaoyang did not oppose women drinking, he was wary of them getting overly intoxicated. Women, after all, often find themselves at a disadvantage, and he felt that being sober was crucial to avoid any misfortune, especially when inebriated. He glanced at Bao Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoro, who merely shrugged, indicating it was not their concern. Seeing the time was already 9:30, he addressed Pu Meiqi, Qi Jie, it's getting late, and everyone has had quite a bit to drink. I think it's best to call it a night. We still have work tomorrow. Bao Xiaoxiao quickly stood in agreement. Yes, Meiqi, perhaps we should wrap it up. Su Xiaoro chimed in, It's all right. Tomorrow is Saturday. No one has to work. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight.
Pu Meiqi,
undeterred, lifted her glass to drink again. Qin Chaoyang's brow furrowed, and he snatched the glass from her hand. Enough. You've had too much. It's time to stop. It's late, and everyone should head home to rest. We can gather another time. This was clearly an indication for guests to leave, and some felt it was indeed late enough to depart. Yet, others were reluctant to leave, for it was a rare occasion filled with beautiful women. Cousin, right? We are Meiqi's friends, and since the host hasn't asked us to leave, what gives you the right to send us away? One of them retorted. Indeed, those who know about your cousin relation might understand, but others might think. Qin Chaoyang's expression darkened, the smile vanishing from his face. I kindly ask you to leave. You are not welcome here, he declared firmly. What are you to dictate such things? Is this your house? Qin Chaoyang had grown weary of such individuals, and he noted Pu Meiqi's disappointment. He hadn't expected her, who often prided herself on being the bossy one, to act so recklessly in choosing her friends. However, the next moment, Pu Meiqi's response brought him some comfort. Get out. Who do you think you are to speak to my cousin like that? Do you believe I won't throw you out of here myself? As soon as Pu Meiqi erupted in anger, the others immediately fell silent, casting a fierce glare at Qin Chaoyang before departing in a huff. Cousin, let me tell you, one must not be excessively honest in life. When the moment calls for ruthlessness, one must act decisively. She continued, they left swiftly, but if not for my... Ugh! Qin Chaoyang, quick to react, recognized the impending nausea as soon as he saw Pu Meiqi's distress. He swiftly lifted her and rushed toward the restroom, flinging open the toilet lid. Ugh! Observing Pu Meiqi hunched over the toilet, retching uncontrollably, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a playful smack to her backside. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he grabbed his phone and began recording the entire spectacle. Hurry! Show me! Bao Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she spotted Qin Chaoyang filming. Don't worry, I'll send it to everyone. Unbeknownst to Pu Meiqi, her reputation had just been irreparably tarnished. After Bao Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoro assisted Pu Meiqi in bathing and returned her to her room, Qin Chaoyang was left to tidy up the chaos. When he finally finished his shower and settled into bed, he noticed multiple messages from Shenanigans, including a selfie of her in pajamas. To his surprise, she looked quite lovely. Perhaps if she had loosened a couple of buttons, it would have been even more appealing. Among her messages, one expressed her mild annoyance regarding his lack of response. Qin Chaoyang succinctly explained the situation and shared the video he had just recorded. Initially, Shenanigans felt a twinge of discontent, but upon witnessing Pu Meiqi's disheveled state, she burst into laughter. This confirmed that Qin Chaoyang had indeed been truthful about dealing with the aftermath. Chaoyang, tomorrow is Saturday. What shall we do? She inquired. He promptly replied, in the morning, I'll take you to the antique street to hunt for treasures, and in the afternoon we'll head to the shop. Shenanigans quickly sent an okay gesture, followed by a picture of herself with a message that requested him to arrive early. With their conversation concluded, Qin Chaoyang drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Pu Meiqi stirred awake, primarily due to thirst. Not bothering to turn on the light, she grabbed her phone and exited her room. After quenching her thirst with a drink from the refrigerator, she felt a slight discomfort in her stomach, prompting her to squat over the toilet. As waves of relief washed over her, she finally opened her phone and discovered a video from Qin Chaoyang. Curious, she clicked on it and was immediately engulfed by fury, nearly forgetting to wipe. Qin Chaoyang, you better come out here, she shouted. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang was blissfully dreaming of Shenanigans and Bao Xiaoxiao, who were playfully bathing in a swimming pool. The sight of their figures and the delightful scene left him salivating, especially as the women beckoned him closer. Just as he was about to pounce like a ravenous tiger, a loud shout startled him, causing him to tumble to the floor with a painful thud. Qin Chaoyang, you better come out. Don't be a coward, or I swear I'll make you regret it. He realized, with a sinking feeling, that the uproar was undoubtedly a consequence of the video he had recorded. Meiqi, why are you awake at this hour? Came the voice of Su Xiaoro. Meiqi, did your cousin spy on you while you were in the bathroom? Inquired Bao Xiaoxiao. The reason for Bao Xiaoxiao's question stemmed from an unfortunate incident when she, clad in her undergarments, was unexpectedly caught by Qin Chaoyang. That wretched Qin Chaoyang had the audacity to capture a candid photo of her in a vulnerable moment. And today, she was determined to confront him. And you too. Hurry up and delete that video. If word of this gets out, I will not let you off easily. At this moment, Qin Chaoyang would rather face dire consequences than open the door. To do so would be sheer folly. However, the video was indeed deleted, for the fierce Pu Meiqi was not to be trifled with. Meiqi, stop shouting. I believe your cousin has left, right Xiaoxiao? Su Xiaoro suggested. Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems he received a phone call and stepped out. Thus concluded this chapter. Chapter 48. Accompanying the beauty to seek bargains early the next morning, Qin Chaoyang rose with the dawn, apprehensive of being discovered by Pu Meiqi. In a mere minute, he washed his face and brushed his teeth before slipping out with his keys in hand. After purchasing breakfast for two, he drove directly to Shenanigans' villa. Although Shenanigans had asked Qin Chaoyang to arrive early, she was still lost in slumber when he arrived, only to be roused by the insistent ringing of the doorbell. Groggily, she glanced at her phone. It was only 7:30. Stifling a yawn and clad in slippers, she opened the door. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang momentarily questioned if he had approached the correct door. Shenanigans stood before him, her hair tousled, with only 2 buttons of her nightgown fastened, and she was likely wearing nothing but a pair of panties, discreetly concealed beneath her sleepwear. She had mismatched slippers on her feet, yet her toenails were adorned with colorful polish. What was the intention behind such flamboyant nail art? As Shenxijia yawned and peered outside, she caught sight of Qin Chaoyang, who was unabashedly fixated on her decolletage, even swallowing audibly. Confused, she glanced down, her cheeks instantly flushed. In truth, Shenxijia had a habit of sleeping in the nude, and last night, in an impulsive bid to take a selfie, she had donned her nightgown. Usually, she had no visitors. She had resided there for nearly a year, with only Li Wenjing visiting her twice, and Qin Chaoyang being the sole other guest. Thus, in her groggy state, she had not realized her state of undress. "Have you seen enough?" Shenxijia, unflustered and composed, inquired, displaying a level of poise that set her apart from other women. Perhaps she was not particularly bothered by the situation. I brought you breakfast," Qin Chaoyang stammered, glancing at the food he held. Shenxijia, with a calm demeanor, turned and sauntered back to her room, her mismatched slippers shuffling along. Once inside, she swiftly closed the door behind her, feeling her cheeks flush. Had he truly seen everything? Indeed, Qin Chaoyang had observed more than he would ever confess. He placed the breakfast on the table and began surveying the villa, sensing an air of familiarity. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The renovation plan Shenxijia had shared with him a few days prior bore an uncanny resemblance to this very villa. Yes, it was nearly identical. Qin Chaoyang finally understood the source of his earlier sense of familiarity. "Sijia, is my villa currently under renovation?" he tentatively inquired. "Yes, the renovations have commenced. The workers began 2 days ago. By the way, your transfer paperwork is nearly complete. You just need to sign it next Monday," Shenxijia replied, stepping out of her room. Remarkably, she changed clothes with impressive speed. Today, she donned a short-sleeved t-shirt and a form-fitting skirt. Beneath the pencil skirt, she donned stockings that accentuated her long, elegant legs, creating a most pleasing aesthetic. A woman's stature is primarily reflected in her lower body. As long as her legs are sufficiently lengthy, her figure is undoubtedly commendable. The time spent on grooming and embellishment is considerable, and by the time the two emerged from the villa, it was already 9 in the morning. Qin Chaoyang finally grasped the irony in a woman's words. Last night she had explicitly stated, "I will wait for you," yet he found himself waiting for over an hour. "Shurjia, if we encounter something worthwhile, I need you to cooperate with me," Qin Chaoyang instructed as he drove. "Sure. How should I cooperate?" Shurjia inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chaoyang replied, "For instance, if I spot something intriguing, but the vendor's asking price is exorbitantly high, I will give you a signal, and you should oppose my purchase and even urge me to leave." Shurjia quickly understood. What will the signal be? The two continued their discussion as they made their way to the antique street. After finding a place to park the car, they began to peruse the stalls. Seizing the opportunity, Shurjia naturally linked her arm with Qin Chaoyang's, giving them the appearance of a young couple. While they claimed to be hunting for treasures on the antique street, it was largely a matter of luck. Nowadays, individuals are increasingly astute. Buyers are not foolish, nor are sellers lacking in skill, making it quite challenging to stumble upon genuine bargains. The first stall was run by the same man from whom Qin Chaoyang had asked Bao Xiaoxiao to procure a plate. This vendor had a rather unsavory reputation, and as Qin Chaoyang paused mid-stride, he cast a glance at Shurjia's chest, relieved that she was dressed modestly today. As it was Saturday, the antique street was bustling with activity, and at that moment, 2 individuals were sifting through the vendor's offerings. Qin Chaoyang crouched down to examine the items, which were all replicas and even included some mere trinkets. After roughly 5 minutes, he stood up and led Shurjia to the second stall. This stall also had patrons engaged in price negotiations. Qin Chaoyang remained silent, listening intently. "This is an authentic piece from the Qianlong era. You can take it for 20,000, he overheard the vendor proclaim. Qin Chaoyang cast a sideways glance at the pen holder the vendor was referencing, which indeed possessed an appealing design. 20,000 for this? Why not claim it's from the Ming dynasty? A refined man in his 40s countered. 500. If you're willing to sell at that price, I'll take it. If not, then so be it. The vendor scoffed. 500? Are you jesting? If you genuinely desire it, I won't part with it for less than 10,000. Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the man might accept the offer and purchase the pen holder, which was indeed a genuine artifact. 10,000? Why not just rob a bank? I'll give you a maximum of 800. If you're willing to sell, then fine, if not, let it be. Just as the vendor seemed poised to acquiesce, a voice called out, Old Huang, back to scavenging again? Have you found any treasures? The individual who initially quoted 800 yuan, upon turning around, recognized a familiar face and promptly rose to engage in conversation. Qin Chaoyang's mind raced with schemes as he contemplated seizing the moment. In the realm of antiques, there exists an unwritten rule. One must refrain from interjecting during bargaining, let alone competing for business or usurping another's negotiation. This is considered a taboo, permissible only once the individual departs or relinquishes their intent to purchase. Clearly, an opportunity now presented itself. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 49. A touch of impropriety, boss. Will you sell this for 1,000? Qin Chaoyang inquired directly, picking up the pen holder from earlier. Having overheard their previous conversation, the vendor felt a surge of delight, realizing he could secure an additional 200. However, no one ever complains about a surplus of funds. My young friend, I see you possess a discerning eye. Offer me 2,000, and it's yours. Qin Chaoyang shook his head, gently rubbing his nose. This was a signal intended for Shenanigans. Darling, let us not make this purchase. That individual just offered 800, and you've already bought several, none of which are authentic. We should save some money for the baby's formula, Shenanigans said, caressing her belly. Qin Chaoyang was nearly struck dumb. He had asked for her cooperation in this charade, yet she was playing her role with such conviction. A child is on the way, and this. Qin Chaoyang could only nod in agreement, returning the pen holder to its original place, and prepared to leave. Wait, young brother. You are my first customer today. Let us settle on 1,000, as a gesture to commence the day. Under Shenanigans' disapproving gaze, Qin Chaoyang completed the payment via scan, clutching the pen holder as he departed. The vendor swelled with pride. Even if he made no further sales that day, he had already recouped his costs. Meanwhile, the man named Huang had just finished speaking with his friend and turned back towards the stall. Boss, if you'll sell it for 800, I will. He paused, noticing the absence of the pen holder. Naturally, it was now in Qin Chaoyang's possession. Chaoyang, how much is this worth? As soon as they stepped away from the stall, Shenanigans eagerly asked. Qin Chaoyang glanced around before lowering his voice. This pen holder dates back to the early Qing dynasty. Based on current market value, could fetch around 500,000. Shenanigans' eyes narrowed. With a mere twist, 500,000 was within reach. The antique trade indeed proved lucrative. Chaoyang, let us continue. Young brother, wait. Just as Shenanigans grasped Qin Chaoyang's arm, preparing to approach another stall, a voice called out from behind. They turned to see the previously bargaining man, Mr. Huang. Qin Chaoyang felt a hint of confusion. Was this fellow seeking trouble? He had adhered to the rules. The item was placed on the stall by the vendor himself, and he had merely picked it up and left. Is there something you need? Qin Chaoyang casually asked. Young brother, that pen holder was of interest to me earlier. I was merely conversing with a friend when the man spoke hesitantly. Sir, I trust you understand the conventions of the antique trade? Qin Chaoyang probed, primarily to gauge the man's understanding of propriety. Rest assured, young brother, I am well aware of the customs. I simply have a particular fondness for that pen holder, as I intend to visit an old acquaintance. Initially, I intended to gift this exquisite pen holder to him, but it has now been acquired by a younger gentleman. I am uncertain whether he would be willing to part with it. The man surnamed Huang, while speaking, cast a casual glance at the pen holder that Shun was contemplating. Ah, now I understand. Pray tell, what price would you be willing to offer? If it is reasonable, I would not mind selling it to you. Qin Chaoyang spoke earnestly. He had purchased it solely for the purpose of reselling at a profit, as he was not an avid collector of antiquities. Young man, how about this? I will offer you 10 times the price. I genuinely have a fondness for this pen holder. What do you think? Qin Chaoyang recognized that this fellow had undoubtedly discerned the pen holder's true worth, as a series of missteps had led to its acquisition by him. Now, he was probing to see if Qin Chaoyang recognized its value. If he did not and merely bought it out of whimsy or affection, then the offer of 10 times the price would likely tempt him to sell. Not a chance. I intend to keep it for my own enjoyment, Qin Chaoyang declared, turning to depart. Wait a moment, young man. What do you deem a fair price? I truly have a deep appreciation for this pen holder. Qin Chaoyang's mind was as clear as crystal. This individual was undoubtedly aware of the pen holder's value, and his reluctance to state a price suggested he wished to hear Qin Chaoyang's offer first. Ultimately, there was an element of hopefulness that Qin Chaoyang might be ignorant of its worth. Even if Qin Chaoyang were to demand an exorbitant sum of 80,000 or even 100,000, he would still profit. Very well, if you truly desire it, I shall ask for 500,000. Qin Chaoyang did not demand more, recognizing that the pen holder was indeed worth such an amount. Moreover, he felt a twinge of hesitation in asking for more, as he felt somewhat unprincipled in this transaction. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's opening bid of 500,000, the man surnamed Huang was taken aback. Observing Qin Chaoyang's youth, he presumed he should not possess such knowledge of antiquities. Was he merely attempting to extort an outrageous price? Thus, he resolved to test the waters once more.
Young man, you jest.
It is merely a pen holder. Offering 10,000 is already quite generous, primarily because of my fondness for it. Qin Chaoyang had ascertained that this fellow was merely attempting to snag a bargain. He had contradicted himself, claiming he intended to purchase the pen holder as a gift for someone, then stating his personal affection for it. However, none of this concerned Qin Chaoyang. If a pen holder crafted by Wu Bangzhou were not worth at least 500,000, would anyone believe such a statement? As soon as Qin Chaoyang uttered these words, the man surnamed Huang realized that Qin Chaoyang was indeed an expert. Being able to discern the era of an antique was a skill possessed by many knowledgeable collectors. However, to directly state the original owner of the item was a feat not easily accomplished. Impressive. You truly are remarkable, young man. Very well. Since you are already aware of the pen holder's provenance, I shall not prolong the discussion. As you have suggested, I will acquire this pen holder for 500,000. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Chaoyang continued onward to the next stall with Shenanigans. Chaoyang, I also played a part in acquiring this antique. How will you reward me? Shenanigans quickly began to assert her contributions, her hand never once considering to release its hold on Qin Chaoyang's arm. Qin Chaoyang acknowledged her point. As the saying goes, a meeting warrants a division, and it was only fair to grant her a portion. Naturally, he also recognized that Shenanigans was exceptionally wealthy. If he were to suggest dividing the reward equally, she might not take kindly to it. How about this? This afternoon, I shall accompany you on a shopping spree. Whatever you fancy, feel free to purchase, and I shall cover all expenses. Does that sound agreeable? A radiant smile spread across Shenanigans' face. This was your promise. I wish to buy a handbag, and I also desire new clothes and shoes, and, as they conversed, they had already arrived at the next stall. End of chapter. Chapter 50. It turns out they all know each other. Perhaps luck is a finite resource, for in the ensuing hour, Qin Chaoyang discovered nothing of significant value. He merely picked up a small trinket, a snuff bottle which was worth around 30,000 to 20,000. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 11:30, prompting him to consider lunch. At that moment his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was a call from Guanjingya. Shenanigans stole a glance at the name displayed on the screen, instantly recognizing it as a feminine name. Hello, yes. I'll be there shortly. Alright, we'll discuss it when we meet. Qin Chaoyang hung up the phone, feeling an inexplicable urge to explain. My master asked me to drop by. The caller was my master's granddaughter, Guanjingya. Shenanigans merely acknowledged with an O and remained silent thereafter. Since becoming a disciple, Qin Chaoyang had yet to present a formal gift to his master. He recalled Huang Guangyan mentioning that Guan Yuhe enjoyed fine spirits. Thus, he and Shenanigans ventured to the supermarket, procuring 2 bottles of exquisite wine along with some fruits before setting off in his car. Meanwhile, at Guan Yuhe's residence, a guest was present, and had Qin Chaoyang been there, he would have exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, this individual was the very man who had recently spent 500,000 on a brush pot. His surname was Huang, with the full name Huang Yunfei, a well-known antique enthusiast in Jinling City. Unlike many others in the field, he possessed genuine expertise, having recently returned from a trip to Xi'an. Otherwise, Qin Chaoyang would have encountered him at the recent wine gathering. Yunfei, shortly my new apprentice will arrive. I hope you two can converse often. He is quite a promising talent, though he currently lacks some theoretical knowledge. However, his discerning eye is remarkably keen. Guan Yuhe spoke of Qin Chaoyang with evident satisfaction. Yesterday, he had seen a post from his son-in-law Huang Guangnian, which revealed that it was Qin Chaoyang who had uncovered the secret of the painting scroll. A capable apprentice naturally brings honor to his master, and Huang Guangnian had also shared details of Qin Chaoyang's insightful analysis from the gathering. Guan Lao, I have great faith in your judgment. I am rather eager to meet your esteemed disciple. Speaking of remarkable young talents, I encountered one today, Huang Yunfei remarked, piquing Guan Yuhe's interest. He immediately inquired further. Huang Yunfei gestured towards the brush pot on the table and began recounting the events of the day. Is that so? Just by a casual glance, you could discern the origin of that brush pot? Guan Yuhe expressed his surprise. He was well aware of the prominent antique collectors in Jinling and had yet to encounter any young talent aside from Qin Chaoyang, which aroused his curiosity. Just then, the sound of an approaching automobile resonated from outside. Here we go. Let us descend and take a look, Guan Yuhe remarked, leading Huang Yunfei down the stairs. Greetings, Uncle Master, Guan Jinjia expressed without a hint of embarrassment, for Qin Chaoyang was merely 2 years her senior. Yet, addressing him as Uncle Master felt entirely natural. Jingjia, allow me to introduce you to this individual. Qin Chaoyang succinctly presented Shen Sijia and Guan Jinjia to one another. At that moment, Guan Yuhe descended from above. Master. Qin Chaoyang promptly stepped forward to greet him. Chaoyang, I summoned you today to introduce someone, and I hope you both nurture a friendship. Guan Yuhe gestured towards Huang Yunfei. This is my newly accepted disciple. His name is... It's you. The exclamation was uttered in unison by Qin Chaoyang and Huang Yunfei. Do you two know each other? Guan Yuhe inquired, somewhat perplexed. Huang Yunfei, caught between laughter and chagrin, began to explain. The awkwardness for Qin Chaoyang was palpable. He had inadvertently stumbled upon someone familiar. Ha ha ha! Guan Yuhe burst into laughter after hearing the entire story, prompting even Guan Jinjia to stifle her giggles. Yunfei, you certainly did not come out unscathed, Guan Yuhe remarked, leaving Huang Yunfei with little to say. In truth, he bore no ill will towards Qin Chaoyang. Firstly, they were strangers, and secondly, in the realm of antiques, it was customary for one to leave their items behind temporarily to converse with others. Regardless of whether it was Qin Chaoyang or someone else, if a good item was discovered, it would be seized without hesitation. After a few moments of light-hearted banter, they all ascended to the upper floor, where Guan Jinjia hurriedly prepared tea for everyone. Uncle Master, my father forbids my grandfather from drinking alcohol, so you'd best be cautious with that wine, or else my father will scold you upon his return. Unless you offer me some incentive to keep my lips sealed, then I shall remain silent. Qin Chaoyang understood that he was being playfully threatened by Guan Jinjia. Jingjia, do not be mischievous. Chaoyang, next time refrain from purchasing anything. When you visit me, it should feel like returning home. I shall be displeased if this happens again. In response to Guan Yuhe's admonition, Qin Chaoyang swiftly nodded in agreement. He then produced a snuff bottle he had just acquired and presented it to Guan Jinjia. This is for you. Consider it my token of greeting. Remember to keep it a secret. Guan Jinjia had no need for any sort of hush money. She simply found her young Uncle Master amusing and wished to tease him. To her surprise, Qin Chaoyang had indeed prepared a gift. Thank you, Uncle Master. Unlike other girls, Guan Jinjia was well-versed in antiques due to her grandfather, father, and various relatives, including her uncle Huang Guangnian, who had long been involved in the trade. In certain respects, she possessed even more knowledge than her uncle Huang Guangnian. Thus, upon seeing the snuff bottle, she immediately recognized its value. Let me take a look. Guan Yuhe reached out and took the snuff bottle from Guan Jinjia's hands. He then donned his reading glasses and began to examine it closely. A snuff bottle crafted during the Xianfeng era. How much did this cost, Chaoyang? Guan Yuhe, as always, discerned the age of the snuff bottle in less than 2 minutes. Master, 500, he declared, primarily due to the sweltering heat, feeling too lethargic to haggle. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Qin Chaoyang's intent was clear. It was indeed a jest. The oppressive heat rendered him disinclined to engage in lengthy negotiations with the vendor. Otherwise, he might have secured a better price. Uncle, this seems rather extravagant. Perhaps you should consider another? Guan Jingya, a lively young woman, was certainly not one to take advantage of others. Upon learning that the snuff bottle dated back to the Xianfeng period, she realized it could be worth tens of thousands. How could she accept such a lavish gift? Just accept it. Don't play coy after benefiting. Guan Yuhe shot a look at his granddaughter before handing the snuff bottle to Guan Jingya. He understood Qin Chaoyang well, as evidenced by the previous occasion when he casually offered a 10 million yuan check as a gift. If he were reluctant to part with it, he would not have given it away. Chaoyang, Yunfei has brought a peculiar item. You should take a look. End of chapter. Chapter 51. The oddity. Upon encountering the peculiar artifact, Qin Chaoyang's initial reaction was one of genuine astonishment. It was indeed a strange object. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the treasured lantern held by Yang Jian and Chan Xiang in the famed tale of the Lotus Lantern. However, its form was decidedly less elegant, short and stout, with a broad upper opening adorned with lotus petal shapes. Crafted from bronze, the item was tarnished with verdigris, both externally and internally. Qin Chaoyang surmised that this must be a test of his discerning eye set forth by Guan Yuhe, and thus he relied on his perceptive abilities. Item name: Lotus Incense Burner, also known as Bronze Incense Furnace. Era: Han Dynasty. Value: 100,000. Collectible value: average. What have you discerned, Chaoyang? Guan Yuhe observed the subtle shifts in Qin Chaoyang's expression, noting the initial furrowed brow of skepticism transform into an enlightened visage of understanding. In response to Guan Yuhe's inquiry, Qin Chaoyang refrained from providing a definitive identification of the artifact, aware that such certainty might raise suspicion. After all, it was clear that Huang Yunfei would be incapable of accurately assessing this item. Moreover, the designation of oddity implied that the object was rare, perhaps even exceedingly so. Given the uniqueness of the item, revealing its nature outright would surely provoke doubt. With this in mind, Qin Chaoyang chose his words carefully. Master, this object is primarily a bronze artifact, a type that flourished during the Han Dynasty or even earlier. Therefore, I conjecture that it is a piece from that era, and the verdigris indicates its considerable antiquity. Additionally, based on its shape, it appears to be an incense burner. However, since numerous bronze artifacts have been unearthed, their intrinsic value tends to be modest. Particularly, bronze swords and similar items were common, as soldiers predominantly wielded bronze swords in battles prior to the Han Dynasty. Consequently, I estimate that this object's worth does not exceed 300,000, and may indeed be even lower. Though Qin Chaoyang's assertions lacked absolute certainty, he had conveyed a wealth of information. Guan Yuhe nodded in agreement, recognizing the challenge of deriving such insights from a mere glance and brief handling of the item. Is it truly an incense burner? Huang Yunfei questioned, his disbelief evident. This item had been purchased in Xi'an for a mere 30,000. He had initially thought he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure, and had come to this place not only for Guan Yuhe's appraisal but also with an intention to boast. Certainly, this is not an exhibition of vanity before Guan Yuhe, but rather a prelude to boasting within the circles of Jinling City once the appraisal results are revealed. Presently, Qin Chaoyang asserts that this object is an incense burner, yet it bears no resemblance to one in any conceivable manner. The crux of the matter lies in the valuation. His psychological estimate hovers around 3 million, only for Qin Chaoyang to declare that it may not even be worth 300,000. Guan Lao, might you offer your insights? Huang Yunfei ultimately turned his gaze towards Guan Yuhe. The youthfulness of Qin Chaoyang, coupled with his vague assertions, left much to be desired. Guan Yuhe chuckled softly and remarked, Yunfei, what Chaoyang has just articulated is quite accurate. It is indeed an incense burner, or perhaps one might refer to it as an aromatic burner. In the museums of the capital there exists a similar artifact discovered last century, which underwent extensive study by numerous experts for over a decade before its name and purpose were conclusively determined. However, your aromatic burner is evidently a product of a folk kiln, and its condition is regrettably not pristine, suffering from considerable corrosion. With meticulous restoration, it may fetch around 80 to 100,000, particularly given the nature of bronze artifacts. As Guan Yuhe expounded eloquently, Huang Yunfei felt a chill settle in his heart. This excursion, lasting over half a month, was anticipated to yield his greatest treasure, or so he had believed. The realization that it was worth so little was disheartening. He had already expended 30,000, and with the expenses incurred from travel and various expenditures, he might even face a loss. Yet, the prospect of loss was not what troubled Huang Yunfei. Rather, it was the stark contrast between expectation and reality that weighed heavily on his mind. Previously, his psychological estimate had been approximately 3 million, which would have allowed him to flaunt his acquisition with pride. Instead, he found himself bereft of any grounds for boasting. Nevertheless, Huang Yunfei was inherently open-minded. At least he had acquired a peculiar artifact to share tales of. He had initially intended to treat everyone to a meal, but Guan Yuhe declined the offer. Qin Chaoyang, naturally, also had other commitments to attend to. After exchanging contact information, Qin Chaoyang departed with Shen Sijia. Having lunched, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Qin Chaoyang intended to visit his shop, but Shen Sijia expressed a desire to go shopping, a promise he had made to her. Thus, they reluctantly embarked on a shopping expedition together. For the majority of men, shopping is perhaps the most dreaded activity, and accompanying a woman on such an expedition is an unparalleled torment. Shen Sijia insisted on perusing every store, whether it sold lingerie or outerwear, women's garments or men's attire, and even ventured into shops selling children's toys. What was particularly exasperating was her tendency to try on clothes in his presence, which was utterly overwhelming. Qin Chaoyang considered himself somewhat lecherous and a tad mischievous, but he firmly believed he was not the sort of person who would be deemed sleazy. Of course, this was merely his own estimation. He did not reflect on the fact that he had deliberately sat in the living room each night, feigning engagement with his phone while surreptitiously observing the bathroom. After meandering through the entire street, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. If there were any shops she had yet to visit, it was likely just one adult novelty store remaining. Oh, how exhausting! As Shen Sijia returned to the car, she immediately voiced her complaints. Qin Chaoyang placed the numerous bags, both large and small, into the back seat and retorted with annoyance. How can you even claim to be tired? You were practically buzzing with energy while shopping. The one truly exhausted here is me. In response to Qin Chaoyang's grievances, Shen Sijia stuck out her tongue playfully. Well, I did buy you some clothes, she replied. By the way, where shall we go now? How about we grab a bite to eat first, and then catch a movie? Qin Chaoyang was tempted to exclaim, what a trivial concern. Just then, his phone chimed again. End of chapter. Chapter 52. Bringing Shen Sijia home, the call came from Bao Xiaoxiao, informing that the store was to install the central air conditioning and the sliding door today. The installation of the sliding door was a straightforward task, as the measurements had been taken the day prior, and the setup was expected to be completed within the day. However, the installation of the air conditioning was not as expeditious. After all, it required routing through the ceiling, managing wiring, and leaving ventilation openings, which would likely take a day or two to finalize. The purpose of Bao Xiaoxiao's call was to request payment, as the sliding door installation demanded immediate settlement. As Qin Chaoyang prepared to take Shen Sijia out for dinner, his phone rang again. This time, it was his mother. Upon seeing her name, a sense of dread washed over him. Hello, Mom. What? You've broken your leg? How did that happen? All right, I understand. After hanging up, his expression darkened. Chaoyang, what's wrong? Shen Sijia inquired, noticing his change in demeanor. As he started the car, he began to explain, my father accidentally broke his leg, and I need to return home immediately. I'll drop you off first. Shen Sijia's eyes darted around. Chaoyang, didn't you say yesterday that you would take me to your home? Since I have no plans for the next couple of days, I might as well accompany you. After some contemplation, Qin Chaoyang acquiesced. Very well, but my family's circumstances are not the best, so please do not judge. She shot him a glance, silently thinking, If I were to judge, it would be you I'd be judging. Of course, she would never voice such thoughts. Let us hurry and finish dinner. Then we can buy a few things. After all, it's my first visit. I can't show up empty-handed. Consequently, they found a casual restaurant for a meal before heading to the supermarket to shop. Shin Si-ja exhibited a penchant for purchasing the expensive rather than the necessary. For instance, she opted for premium cigarettes, choosing 2 cartons of the costly 9.5 brand. Thankfully, Qin Chaoyang remained rational, ultimately vetoing the extravagant items. Nevertheless, Shin Si-ja still managed to spend over 10,000. Is it really appropriate to buy cigarettes and alcohol given that my father has just broken his leg? Qin Chaoyang casually remarked as he drove. Only then did Shin Si-ja voice her suspicions. Chaoyang, do your parents constantly pressure you to return home for blind dates? Qin Chaoyang nodded, albeit he was puzzled by the relevance of her inquiry at that moment. Chaoyang, if my guess is correct, your father hasn't truly broken his leg. Think about it. If he had indeed sustained such an injury, he would have been taken to the hospital immediately, rather than calling you. If he were already at the hospital, then a call would make sense. Am I right? Qin Chaoyang gradually brought the car to a halt at the roadside, pondering Shin Si-ja's assertions. Strangely enough, she might have a point. The motive behind such a deception could very well be to coerce him into returning home for an arranged marriage. A few days ago, he had received a compelling request from his mother to return home for a matchmaking event. Perhaps I should give Xiaodai a call. Xiaodai is my sister, named Qin Yudi. Upon finishing his sentence, Qin Chaoyang reached for his phone, only to be halted by Shin Si-ja. Don't call her. After all, didn't you mention you were planning to go back soon? Tomorrow is Sunday, and I have the time, so it would be a good opportunity. Qin Chaoyang reluctantly put his phone away and began to ponder. This indeed presented an opportunity. If he brought Shin Si-ja home, his parents would likely cease their incessant matchmaking pressures. However, he needed to communicate this plan with Shin Si-ja first. Si-ja, would you consider being my girlfriend? I mean, just pretend to be my girlfriend to placate my mother. Shin Si-ja shot Qin Chaoyang a disapproving glance, clearly displeased. Why must it be a pretense? Am I not good enough? Qin Chaoyang's family resided not far from Jinling City, merely a 2-hour drive away. At that moment, his father, Qin Dafu, his mother, Li Guilan, and his sister, Qin Yudi, were gathered at home for dinner. Normally, it was already past 8 in the evening, and they would have finished their meal by now. However, today was special as they awaited Qin Yudi's return. Having just completed her college entrance examination, she was now on holiday. Qin Dafu enjoyed indulging in a bit of liquor during his leisure time, although it was nothing fancy, just some homemade baijiu. He was quite tall, and Qin Chaoyang had likely inherited much of his father's stature. They were both robust figures. His mother, Li Guilan, was of average height, similar to Su Xiaoro. As for his sister, Qin Yudi, she too was tall, standing around 1.7 meters, a height that distinguished her among her peers, resembling Qin Chaoyang in that regard. Mom, if you trick my brother into coming back, what if he gets angry and refuses to return in the future? What will we do then? Qin Yudi remarked casually while eating. That won't happen. If your brother sees that girl, he'll probably be ecstatic. Li Guilan responded, referring to the potential match for Qin Chaoyang. But my brother, Xiaodai, trust your mother. You needn't worry, Qin Dafu interjected, continuing to eat and drink. In the Qin household, it was Li Guilan who held the reins, while Qin Dafu had little say. Your brother is already 25. Just look at others his age. How many are still unmarried? Take De Chong, for instance. His wife. Li Guilan's words trailed off as they noticed the yard suddenly illuminated, followed by the arrival of a car. The three exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, Qin Chaoyang stepped out of the vehicle. It's my brother. Brother. Qin Yudi quickly set down her bowl and ran outside. Qin Dafu put down his drink, following Li Guilan out. Chaoyang, why are you back so late? Didn't I tell you to return tomorrow? Qin Chaoyang was about to greet everyone, but upon seeing Qin Dafu standing there, his expression darkened. Shin Si-ja had indeed guessed correctly. At that moment, the front passenger door swung open, and Shin Si-ja stepped out. Chaoyang, is this your uncle and aunt? Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, Xiaodai. I am Xiaoyang's girlfriend. Shen Sijia displayed no hint of shyness, exuding confidence. Qin Zhaoyang found it difficult to express annoyance and quickly proceeded with introductions. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Shen Sijia. You can just call her Sijia. The elderly couple was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with surprise and uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Qin Yudi who reacted swiftly. Ah, so you are my sister-in-law. You are truly beautiful. Come inside. At this point, Li Guilan also regained her composure. Yes, please come in. The house is a bit messy. Xiao Dai, quickly bring some water. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 53. Liang Menghuan dinner was hastily abandoned as the table was cleared. Qin Xiaoyang's home was, on the whole, quite pleasant. Although situated in a rural area, the conditions were not lacking. With the advancement of the market economy, the transformation of rural life was nothing short of remarkable compared to the past. Qin Xiaoyang's residence was a two-story building, constructed for his marriage, accompanied by 3 additional rooms. One served as a kitchen and dining area. Another was occupied by the elderly couple, while the last housed a collection of miscellaneous items. Qin Yudi resided on the 2nd floor, although she seldom returned, typically spending her time at school, coming home only once or twice a month. The 2 rooms upstairs were designated for Qin Yudi and Qin Xiaoyang respectively. Naturally, should Qin Xiaoyang take a girlfriend and contemplate marriage, Qin Yudi would no longer be able to stay there. After all, the house was intended as a matrimonial gift from their parents to Qin Xiaoyang. Having his sister-in-law reside there would be rather inappropriate. What did you bring me back for? Qin Xiaoyang's demeanor was somewhat brusque, primarily due to his flustered rush home and underlying worries. Thus, a pleasant attitude would truly suggest something amiss. The elderly couple exchanged glances, unsure of how to clarify the situation. If it weren't for Shen Sijia, matters could have been easily addressed. However, with an additional person present, it would not be appropriate to state openly that he had been deceived into returning for a matchmaking purpose. Shen Sijia nudged Qin Xiaoyang, beginning to scold him. Xiaoyang, how can you speak like that? You haven't been home in nearly half a year. Your uncle and aunt miss you. What's wrong with coming back to see them? Why the sour face? Uncle, aunt, please disregard his behavior. Xiaoyang has been showing off ever since he started earning a little money. Shen Sijia was adept at social interactions, skillfully providing a reasonable excuse for the elderly couple, thereby alleviating the tension. Through her gentle reproach of Qin Xiaoyang, she successfully established her image as a dutiful daughter-in-law. Moreover, she subtly indicated Qin Xiaoyang's recent financial success, setting the stage for what he might wish to discuss next, such as his current endeavors and the source of his newfound wealth. In a certain sense, a person's intelligence quotient does not necessarily correlate with their emotional quotient. Shen Sijia exhibited not only high intelligence but also remarkably elevated emotional intelligence, far surpassing that of Qin Xiaoyang. Indeed, Sijia has a valid point. You've been out for half a year without even informing us about your girlfriend. Is it easy for us as parents? Look at you. We invite you to come home, and you respond with a scowl just like your grandfather. Li Guilan launched into a tirade, her words flowing forth with fervor. Qin Xiaoyang's justifications gradually diminished under the weight of her admonishments. And one cannot place all the blame on Xiaoyang. He has been exceedingly busy lately. We had actually planned to return soon, intending to bring the elderly couple to live with us. Xiaoyang has now purchased both a car and a house, so you can all look forward to enjoying life. Finally, Shen Sijia steered the conversation in that direction. It was only at this moment that Li Guilan realized that Qin Xiaoyang had returned in a car. Sijia, what has Xiaoyang been up to lately? How did he manage to buy a car? That must have cost quite a bit. I reckon it's around 100,000. Shen Sijia refrained from disclosing the car's price. A car worth 400,000 is indeed a substantial sum for them. However, for Shen Sijia it was merely an ordinary matter. Auntie Xiaoyang and I have recently ventured into some business and also opened a shop. In any case, we have earned some money, and our house is currently being renovated. Initially, we planned to visit you two once the renovations were completed, but here we are, a bit ahead of schedule. By the way, I brought some gifts for Uncle and Auntie. Xiaoyang, go fetch them. Shen Sijia, unabashed, began directing Qin Xiaoyang in front of the elderly couple. The most striking aspect was that this scene felt entirely natural in the Qin household, as it mirrored the dynamics of Qin Zhaoyang's parents. In the previous generation, Qin Zhaoyang's mother was the head, and now in the younger generation, Shen Sijia assumes that role, which is quite reasonable. Qin Zhaoyang shot Shen Sijia a glare before heading out to retrieve the gifts, while Shen Sijia playfully made a face at him. Qin Yudi followed her brother outside. Bro, do you know why mom tricked you into coming back? It's to introduce you to a girlfriend. You're in trouble now. Qin Zhaoyang promptly gave Qin Yudi a playful smack on the head. Just revel in my misfortune. I had planned to buy you a laptop, but now. At the mention of a laptop, Qin Yudi's eyes lit up. Bro, can't I take back my words? I want an Apple one. Qin Zhaoyang discreetly glanced inside the house, where Li Guilin was holding Shen Sijia's hand, and they were deeply engrossed in cheerful conversation. Do you know who mom is introducing me to? Do you have any idea? Qin Yudi smiled mysteriously. Bro, it's someone you know. It's Liang Menghuan, from teacher Liang's family. Wow, Qin Zhaoyang exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. When it comes to Liang Menghuan, for Qin Zhaoyang, it would be more appropriate to call her Liang Mengyan. Liang Menghuan's mother was Qin Zhaoyang's middle school homeroom teacher. During their school years, Qin Zhaoyang and Liang Menghuan were classmates, and she was more boyish than many boys. The 3 years in middle school nearly drove Qin Zhaoyang to madness. The antics, like placing toy snakes in his backpack and drawing turtles on his back, were mere child's play. What truly terrified Qin Zhaoyang about Liang Menghuan was an incident during a physical education class when he needed to use the restroom. In the local school, the toilets were simply constructed from cement, with a few basins connecting to a large tank in the back for waste. Due to a bout of diarrhea, Qin Zhaoyang made several trips to the restroom, while Liang Menghuan, in her mischievousness, lit a firecracker and threw it into the large tank behind the basins. With a resounding bang, the contents of the large vat erupted, splattering everywhere, leaving Qin Zhaoyang's entire posterior covered in filth. For this incident, he became the subject of ridicule among his classmates for 2 long years. Of course, such mischievous antics were not foreign to Liang Menghuan, who frequently engaged in similar pranks, such as adding salt to Qin Zhaoyang's water bottle. Thus, upon hearing her name, Qin Zhaoyang would begin to tremble. That woman is still unmarried? Moreover, what possessed them to arrange a blind date for her with me? Qin Yudi glanced around the living room, then lowered her voice, saying, This is a long story that cannot be succinctly explained. In short, you must fend for yourself. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Do not mock me. As Qin Zhaoyang re-entered the room, the items in his hands nearly slipped from his grasp. The abruptness of the address startled him. Mom, regarding the matter of marriage, it primarily hinges on Zhaoyang's feelings. I have no objections. Indeed, within a mere 2 minutes, the form of address had transitioned from aunt to mom, a change that occurred with astonishing swiftness, akin to the velocity of a rocket. Ahem, I must confess, I am somewhat fatigued from driving. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Rain Butterfly, please assist Sijia in bathing, and she shall share a room with you tonight. Qin Zhaoyang began to organize the evening, sensing that the conversation was veering into uncomfortable territory. Fortunately, they had spent the entire afternoon shopping, and the clothing was already in the car, making things convenient. His home lacked a water heater, so bathing necessitated boiling water and using a large wooden tub. Qin Zhaoyang opted to shower in the yard. By the time he settled in for the night, it was already past 10 o'clock. He picked up his phone, which bore a multitude of messages, some from Bao Xiao and others from Huang Guangyan. Qin Zhaoyang responded to them, providing an update on his situation. Just as he plugged in his charger in preparation for sleep, a friend request notification from WeChat appeared. He casually accepted it. Qin Zhaoyang sent an image questioning the identity of the requester. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, a message arrived. Are you Qin Zhaoyang? Recognizing that the sender must know him, he quickly replied with a confirmation. Then there's no mistake. I am Liang Menghuan. A shiver ran down Qin Zhaoyang's spine, causing his phone to tumble to the floor. This was precisely the situation he had dreaded. Hello, classmate Liang. How did you manage to add me on WeChat? This time, the response took a whole minute before arriving. Let us keep the matter of adding friends confidential for now. Are you afraid of me, Qin Zhaoyang? We were quite young back then. You should not dwell solely on my misdeeds, but rather consider my good qualities as well. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Did she truly have any redeeming qualities? Classmate Liang, I am currently in a relationship, and my family is unaware of this, so I must extend my apologies to you. Perhaps I can treat you to a meal another day as a form of recompense. He had no intention of wasting time on idle chatter or evading the issue, so he directly conveyed his stance. The wait for a reply felt even longer this time, leading him to wonder if she was upset and might choose to block him. Just then, Liang Minghuan's message came through. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. However, my family is quite insistent, and I find myself unable to refuse. How about this? We meet tomorrow, and upon my return, I will have something to report. If it does not work out, we can simply state that we are incompatible. How does that sound? Qin Chaoyang initially hesitated to agree, preferring to avoid any encounter with this woman. Nevertheless, feeling reluctant to reject her outright, he acquiesced to a meeting in town the following morning. Liang Menghuan sent an affirmative gesture and then mentioned the time and place, effectively concluding their conversation. Qin Chaoyang prepared to head to the restroom before retiring for the night. In rural areas, rooms typically lack bathrooms. The older generation often kept a chamber pot in their rooms. Over time, this evolved into a spittoon, yet Qin Chaoyang had never adopted the habit of relieving himself indoors. Dressed in loose shorts, he opened the door to descend the stairs. As luck would have it, the door next door swung open simultaneously, revealing Shen Sijia clad in pajamas, holding her phone for illumination as she stepped out. Shen Sijia was equally surprised to see Qin Chaoyang emerge at that moment. Where are you headed? Qin Chaoyang casually inquired. I'm going to the restroom, Shen Sijia replied. Understanding her intention, Qin Chaoyang realized she was heading to the toilet. Let's go together. I need to go as well. Shen Sijia nodded and followed him downstairs. In rural households, toilets are generally located outdoors, typically against the wall. For instance, the toilet at Qin Chaoyang's home is situated behind 3 cottages, without any distinction between male and female facilities. However, it does have a door that can be secured with a latch from the inside. The toilet is equipped with a light, and Qin Chaoyang gestured for Shen Sijia to enter, even switching on the light for her. Men, after all, do not concern themselves with modesty in such matters, especially in the enveloping darkness. Chaoyang, are you still there? Shen Sijia called out, her voice tinged with apprehension. There's nothing to fear. I'm right here. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's reassuring presence, Shen Sijia found her courage. Qin Chaoyang glanced up at the sky, noting the absence of stars, which hinted at impending weather changes. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. It turned out there was a mosquito in the toilet, which had just bitten Shen Sijia, prompting her to swat it away, resulting in the crisp noise. Realizing what had happened, Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Women, by nature, tend to be more fastidious, and at least most women exhibit a greater preference for cleanliness than men. After using the toilet, Qin Chaoyang intended to return upstairs to sleep. However, Shen Sijia re-entered the bathroom for another round of washing, her face still flushed, before following him back upstairs. Don't laugh at me, Shen Sijia declared before entering her room. Initially, Qin Chaoyang found nothing amusing, but her reminder struck him as quite humorous. Once back in bed, he sent her a message. Does your backside still hurt? Shen Sijia's reply was instantaneous. Drop dead. The night passed silently, and the following morning, as Qin Chaoyang descended the stairs while stifling a yawn, he spotted Shen Sijia, apron tied around her waist, bustling behind her mother, Li Guilan, as they prepared breakfast. Whether she was helping or creating chaos, only Li Guilan could truly discern. However, at times, assistance may not be paramount. What truly matters is the attitude. At the very least, Li Guilan is quite content. Xiaodai, after breakfast, please take Sijia for a stroll while I venture into town to procure some vegetables. Qin Chaoyang's errand to buy groceries is merely a facade. His true intent lies in meeting Liang Minghuan. I shall accompany you. As soon as Shen Sijia's words fell, Qin Yudi joined in the playful banter. Brother, I wish to join as well. You promised to buy me a notebook last night. Sister-in-law, allow me to show you the school my brother attends. The two women harmonized their enthusiasm, causing Qin Chaoyang to become increasingly anxious, desperately signaling to Qin Yudi, who, oblivious to his gestures, remained undeterred. It suddenly occurred to me. Shout I. Please take Sijia to wander around the town and pick up some groceries. I have a few matters to attend to. Shin Sijia regarded Qin Chaoyang with suspicion, sensing that he harbored ulterior motives. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 55. Blind date and surveillance with Qin Chaoyang's parents nearby. Shin Sijia refrained from inquiring too deeply, though she remained vigilant. After breakfast, Shin Sijia and Qin Yudi ventured into town. However, upon their arrival, Shin Sijia pulled Qin Yudi to a discreet corner. Curiosity sparkled in Qin Yudi's eyes. Sister-in-law, what are you up to? Stealing a glance back at the path they had just traversed, Shin Sijia explained. Xiao Dai, I suspect your brother is concealing something from us, so I intend to follow him. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qin Yudi as she recalled the incident with Liang Menghuan. Well, sister-in-law, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Naturally, Qin Yudi sided with Qin Chaoyang in this matter, considering their shared maternal lineage. A brand new Apple laptop and the latest mobile phone, Shin Sijia boldly laid out her terms. Instantly, Qin Yudi's priorities shifted. Who cared if they were siblings? A laptop was far more significant, not to mention the allure of the latest smartphone. Sister-in-law, just tell me what to do, and I will follow your lead. Qin Yudi promptly declared her allegiance, much to Shin Sijia's satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Shin Sijia, however, Qin Yudi was discreetly sending a message. Qin Chaoyang arrived in town, making his way toward the park where he had arranged to meet Liang Menghuan. Just as he prepared to check his phone upon receiving a message notification, a voice called out, Qin Chaoyang, over here. He tucked his phone away and turned to see a figure not far away. Standing at approximately 5 feet 5 inches, with shoulder-length hair, a delicate visage, and adorned in purple-framed glasses, she exuded an air of refinement. Dressed in a sundress and carrying a handbag, her first impression was one of beauty and tranquility. Yet, Qin Chaoyang held a different perspective. Hello, classmate Liang. He extended his hand. Liang Menghuan seemed taken aback but reciprocated the gesture. Shall we talk over there? She suggested, gesturing towards a green area in the park. As July approached, the heat of summer set in, and the shade of a few large trees along with rows of benches provided a welcome respite. Qin Chaoyang readily agreed, and they settled down to converse, entirely oblivious to the two eavesdroppers concealed behind a nearby boxwood. Classmate Liang Menghuan, I must first apologize for the blind date arrangement. I genuinely had no prior knowledge of it. It was entirely orchestrated by my mother. However, I acknowledge my part in this and sincerely apologize, Qin Chaoyang said, shifting slightly to create distance, mindful of the uncertainty she represented. Qin Chaoyang, it has been nearly 8 or 9 years since we last met, and you have changed remarkably, Liang Menghuan remarked. You need not fear me. I did indeed have issues in the past, often teasing you, yet we were merely children then. As for the blind date, rest assured, I am merely going through the motions. Indeed, I have heard that you are also working in Jinling City. What is your occupation? Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I work in Jinling City, but I feel somewhat embarrassed to disclose the specifics. Liang Menghuan, intrigued, pressed on, what is there to be embarrassed about? Professions are not defined by their value. Do share. Qin Chaoyang had no intention of revealing the whole truth, as he was reluctant to deepen his connection with Liang Menghuan. I am an apprentice on Antique Street, earning 2,500 per month, with no days off. Liang Menghuan nodded knowingly and remarked, your salary does seem rather low. How about this? You could assist me at my place. How does the role of my assistant sound? Qin Chaoyang was somewhat perplexed. What exactly do you do? Liang Menghuan did not respond immediately, but instead retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to Qin Chaoyang. He accepted the card and glanced at it. New Era Advertising Limited? What do you specifically do? Liang Menghuan began to explain, albeit a bit shyly. Essentially, we create custom signage, light boxes, and so forth. I studied advertising design in university, and after graduation, I opened this shop. Business is going quite well. Are you interested in joining me? I can offer you an assistant position with a salary of 6,000 per month. What do you think? As she spoke, Liang Menghuan gazed at Qin Chaoyang with hopeful eyes. I will consider it and contact you later. By the way, it is getting late, and my girlfriend will be upset if I return too late. Next time I visit Jinling City, I will treat you to a meal." With that, Qin Chaoyang intended to conclude today's matchmaking encounter. "Very well. We can discuss it further another day." After Qin Chaoyang and Liang Menghuan departed, he hurried towards home. It wasn't until he had left the town that Shen Sijia and Qin Yudi emerged from behind the greenery. A subtle smile graced Shen Sijia's lips, indicating that Qin Chaoyang's performance today had been commendable, especially his last remark about his girlfriend being upset. Once Qin Chaoyang had nearly exited the town, he let out a sigh of relief. The phrase "girls change drastically at 18" was indeed true. Liang Menghuan had changed quite a bit. At least she was no longer causing him trouble. He took out his phone and noticed a WeChat message from Qin Yudi. Well, it was hard to believe Qin Yudi would truly betray her own brother over a computer and a phone. Thus, he briefly recounted the situation regarding Shen Sijia following him, implying that Qin Chaoyang should be cautious. However, this message arrived a bit late. Just then, Qin Chaoyang's phone rang. It was a call from Shen Sijia. He quickly answered. "Hello, Sijia. I'm just about to head home. I just met an old classmate, the one my mother insisted I go on a blind date with. Yes, I made it clear that I have a girlfriend." On the other end, Shen Sijia's smile widened. This call was merely a test to see if Qin Chaoyang would lie to her. The outcome of this trial was remarkably favorable, leaving Qin Chaoyang thoroughly satisfied with his performance. However, what Shen Sijia remained unaware of was that had Qin Chaoyang not seen the message from his sister, the response to this phone call might have been entirely different. "Do you have a girlfriend? Who is she? I would very much like to meet her." Shen Sijia feigned ignorance while casting a glance at Qin Yudi, who was busy purchasing vegetables. Shen Sijia anticipated that Qin Chaoyang would declare, "You are my girlfriend," to which she would retort, "How absurd. Who is your girlfriend? I have yet to agree." Instead, Qin Chaoyang replied, "My girlfriend is still at my mother-in-law's place, waiting for the day when I can earn enough money to." Shen Sijia, infuriated, abruptly ended the call, exclaiming to herself, "What a dense blockhead." End of chapter. Chapter 56. The Wangwali armchair. Qin Chaoyang's phone call was abruptly ended, drawing his attention to the business card in his hand. He recalled that the signboard for his store had yet to be made, so he promptly snapped a photograph of the card and sent it to Bao Xiaoxiao. He succinctly conveyed that he hoped she would arrange for the signboard at that particular establishment, as a means of supporting an old classmate's business. Upon returning home ahead of schedule, Qin Chaoyang found his mother engrossed in the task of washing a jar of pickled vegetables. This reminded him of his earlier intention to visit his hometown in search of antiques. Consequently, he cast a glance into the pickled vegetable jar with a discerning eye. To his astonishment, he realized that this jar, if preserved for several centuries, would undoubtedly qualify as an antique. A jest followed. The jar had been purchased shortly after his parents' marriage, merely 20-odd years ago. If it remained intact, in a few hundred years it might be regarded as a folk antique, potentially worth a significant sum. "Mother, do we have any heirlooms? Anything passed down from our ancestors?" he inquired. Li Guilan retorted with a hint of irritation. "You and I, heirlooms? When your father and I wed, we were utterly impoverished. 3 dilapidated rooms and a few jars of pickles. Where would we acquire heirlooms? Well, there is a shoehorn that your grandmother left behind. Perhaps that counts?" Qin Chaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. A shoehorn hardly constituted an heirloom. Yet, he remained undeterred and moved to the kitchen to conduct a further search. Ultimately, he concluded that a copper spoon used for feeding pigs had been in their possession for over 30 years. "Mother, which family in our village possesses any old artifacts?" he pressed. Li Guilan, well aware of Qin Chaoyang's past as an apprentice in the antique trade, was not overly surprised by his inquiry. "Most families in our village have relocated from elsewhere, and there is scarcely anything of value. A few years back, some dealers paid high prices for old items, but they scarcely found anything worth their while, and eventually, they ceased coming. However, I have heard that old man Zhao's family possesses 2 chairs that are genuine antiques. Someone once offered him 20,000, but he couldn't bear to part with them. Now that he has passed away, who knows?" Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chaoyang had vanished from sight. "That boy!" Li Guilan muttered in exasperation, returning to her task of cleaning the pickled vegetable jar. The name of Old Man Zhao was not widely recognized, and Qin Chaoyang had no knowledge of it. However, he was familiar with Zhao Gang, Old Man Zhao's great-grandson, and they shared a good rapport, though Zhao Gang had faced legal troubles in recent years due to a brawl. "Uncle Zhao, are you home?" Qin Chaoyang called out, addressing Zhao Xiaobei, Zhao Gang's father. Upon entering the courtyard, he began to shout, "Ah, isn't that Chaoyang? When did you return?" Came the voice of Wang Zuehua, Zhao Xiaobei's wife, as she answered him. "Auntie, I came back last night. Where's Uncle Zhao?" Qin Chaoyang inquired while surveying the interior of Zhao Xiaobei's home. The state of the household suggested economic struggles, possibly exacerbated by the costs incurred from Zhao Gang's troubles. "Your uncle has gone out to find temporary work," Wang Zuehua explained. "Yangzi, come inside and take a seat." Qin Chaoyang hesitated. In rural areas, it is generally inappropriate for a man like him to enter a home when there are no other males present. "Aunt, I shall refrain from sitting down. I merely heard that your family possesses 2 chairs of considerable age, and I wish to take a look." Upon mentioning the chairs, Wang Zuehua's expression soured. A few years prior, someone had offered 20,000, yet the old man refused to part with them. Now, with his passing, the chairs were available for sale, but no one had come to inquire. The 2 chairs had become a source of distress. Discarding them felt impossible since someone had once offered 20,000, yet keeping them merely occupied space and, more importantly, they were unsightly. After listening to Wang Zuohua's lament, Qin Chaoyang's eyes sparkled. As long as they remained unsold, there was hope. "Aunt, may I take a look? If they are indeed valuable, I intend to purchase them. The price can be negotiated." Hearing this, Wang Zuohua's face lit up with joy. At this point, she would gladly sell them for 2,000, let alone 20,000. "Wait here. I will fetch them for you." When Qin Chaoyang beheld the 2 chairs, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Item name: Late Qing Wangwali Backrest Chair. Origin: Guangzhou. Price: 2 million. The price for 1 chair was astonishing. Together, they formed a set worth at least 5 million. "Aunt, I will take these chairs. Name your price." Wang Zuehua, delighted by Qin Chaoyang's eagerness, asked, "Does this figure work for you?" She extended a hand, indicating 5,000, but Qin Chaoyang misinterpreted it as 50,000. This misunderstanding was understandable. Given that someone had offered 20,000 years prior, asking for 50,000 today did not seem unreasonable. "All right, 50,000 it is. However, I do not have that much cash on hand. And would it be acceptable if you hold onto the chairs for me while I go to town to withdraw the money? Oh, by the way, do you have WeChat? I could transfer the funds to you through that as well." Wang Zuehua's mouth dropped in astonishment. She had clearly stated 5,000, yet Qin Chaoyang had interpreted it as 50,000. How could she refuse such a generous offer? She understood that opportunities like this were rare. If Qin Chaoyang changed his mind, she would be left with the burden of the chairs. "Yangzi, WeChat transfer is fine. But are you certain you wish to pay 50,000 for both chairs?" Wang Zuehua still felt a twinge of doubt. After Qin Chaoyang reassured her repeatedly, she finally believed him. They exchanged contact information, and she proceeded to transfer the funds. To avoid any complications, Qin Chaoyang also requested that Wang Zuehua write a receipt. With that, he used her tricycle to transport the 2 chairs back home. "Chaoyang, where did you acquire these 2 shabby chairs?" Upon his return, Shen Sijia immediately inquired. "Shabby chairs? I fear they may startle you. Come help me take them down, but be careful not to damage them." Several individuals cautiously lowered the chairs, and Qin Chaoyang promptly fetched some old clothes to commence meticulous wrapping. After half an hour, he had secured the 2 chairs tightly, ensuring their protection against any collisions during transit. "Xiao Dai, today you are to refrain from any other tasks. Simply keep a vigilant eye on these 2 chairs for me. If you accomplish this well, I shall gift you a car during the new year." Upon hearing this, Qin Yudi was filled with joy, bouncing with excitement. "Brother, you must not deceive me. If you do..." Qin Chaoyang playfully delivered a light smack to her head. "And what will you do?" Qin Yudi stuck out her tongue and hurried back inside to fetch a stool, then sat beside the 2 chairs, watching over them. Qin Chaoyang then departed again on his tricycle, intending to return it to its owner. Observing the sky, He surmised that rain was imminent. Upon arriving at Wang Zuihua's residence, he was taken aback. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 57. Acquisition on the ground. Yangzi has arrived. Yangzi, I have heard that you are collecting antiques. Is that correct? I have quite a few old items at home. Why don't you come over and take a look? Yes, I also have some. Yangzi, you should come and see. In no time, Qin Zhaoyang found himself surrounded by a throng of women. This is the nature of women. They can never keep a secret. In just a brief moment, the news had spread like wildfire. If this matter had involved men, they would generally refrain from discussing it openly. There is a saying, wealth should not be flaunted. However, women are different, exemplified by Wang Zuihua. The moment Qin Zhaoyang departed, Wang Zuihua hastened back to her maternal home, which is essentially her team, to share the news with her sister-in-law. This ignited a chain reaction, akin to pouring cold water into a hot oil pan, effortlessly causing the news to disseminate. Consequently, clusters of women began flocking to Wang Zuihua's residence, eager to inquire about the details. This was the very scene Qin Zhaoyang encountered upon his return. Naturally, this development was fortuitous for Qin Zhaoyang, who had been at a loss for how to initiate his acquisition endeavor. It was impractical to visit each household individually, but now, the people had gathered. Dear ladies, please remain calm. Whether an item qualifies as an antique cannot be determined solely by your words. I must see it for myself. He assured them. No need to rush. Dinner will be served shortly. After the meal, please bring any items you believe to be antiques to me. I will assist you in appraising them, and if they are indeed valuable, I shall acquire them. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it both reasonable and agreeable, recognizing that their current commotion served no purpose. All right, I shall heed Yangzi's advice and return home to search for items. Within a short span, the crowd dispersed. Oh Zhaoyang, I truly apologize. It is all my fault for being so talkative. I have caused you trouble. Wang Zuilan felt a twinge of guilt, acutely aware that she had inadvertently created a significant inconvenience for Qin Zhaoyang. Little did she know, Qin Zhaoyang was quite pleased with the turn of events. And how could I possibly blame you? I am grateful to you, Qin Zhaoyang exclaimed. Could you do me a favor? If you assist me, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Wang Zuilan's eyes sparkled with interest. She eagerly began to inquire further. In truth, this was a spontaneous idea of Qin Zhaoyang's. He requested Wang Zuilan to promote his services to the neighboring team, so that anyone with antiques could bring them to Qin Zhaoyang for appraisal. The so-called reward was his promise to give Wang Zuilan a commission of 1,000 yuan for every item he acquired, regardless of its price. Wang Zuilan had no reason to refuse such an opportunity. This was a golden prospect. Thus, she abandoned preparations for lunch, locked the door after Qin Zhaoyang's departure, and rode off on her bicycle. Upon returning home, Qin Zhaoyang found that Qin Dafu had also returned from the fields, fortunate enough to be carrying a wild hare. Upon Qin Dafu's return, he immediately noticed 2 chairs in the yard and could not help but inquire. Qin Zhaoyang had no choice but to explain the situation. Yanzi, have you made a mistake? You spent 50,000 on 2 wooden chairs? Qin Zhaoyang chuckled and replied, Father, do not be misled by the initial expenditure. Once I transport them to the city, I can assure you they will fetch at least an additional 0. Qin Zhaoyang was referring to 500,000, primarily apprehensive that his father might not believe him or be startled by the sum. 500,000? Qin Dafu's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Shoo, keep your voice down. This matter must remain confidential. Thanks to Qin Zhaoyang's words, everyone finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Sijia, I may not return for several days. The news of my antiquities acquisition has spread throughout the village, and I anticipate numerous visitors in the coming days. I estimate it will take around 3 to 4 days. He proposed, how about this? I will arrange for a vehicle to transport these 2 chairs to Jinling, and you can return with the truck. He added, I am uneasy leaving the chairs here unattended, and I would feel more secure with someone accompanying me. Once you arrive in the city, please store the chairs in your villa and take utmost care not to damage them. Shin Sijia acquiesced, having no reason to refuse, for the profits Qin Zhaoyang earned would eventually benefit them both, and she was determined to contribute. Indeed, Shun Sijia had firmly bound her fate to Qin Chaoyang's. The midday meal was sumptuous. It was evident that the elderly couple treated Shun Sijia exceptionally well, serving her the finest portions: chicken, ribs, and hare meat. In truth, she could scarcely consume such a feast, resulting in Qin Chaoyang benefiting from the leftovers. After lunch, Qin Chaoyang hired a small truck, loaded the 2 chairs, and covered them with a protective tarp, mindful of the impending rain. After bidding farewell to Shun Sijia, his parents and sister, he began to busy himself with other matters. A throng of villagers arrived, forming a long line, each carrying various items, ranging from old chairs and stools to even jars of pickled vegetables from their homes. Qin Chaoyang sat in the yard, inspecting each item with initial enthusiasm, but as he continued, his heart began to sink. For instance, he encountered a god of wealth statue, modern, valued at 20 yuan, which was rather disappointing considering it was brought forth by someone who had purchased it less than 5 years ago. Just as Qin Chaoyang was beginning to feel disheartened, a fragrant incense burner caught his eye. Item: Ming Dynasty Xuanda period incense burner. Damaged, but restorable. Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of joy. Typically, his X-ray vision could not discern further details about damaged items. However, given that this was a Ming Dynasty Xuanda incense burner, it was undoubtedly valuable, and the damage was inconsequential as it could be restored. I shall take this incense burner, Aunt Kong. What price do you think it can fetch? Qin Chaoyang typically prefers not to set a price himself, relinquishing the control to others. If the offered price is not excessively unreasonable, he is inclined to accept it, thereby alleviating any psychological burden. Ultimately, Qin Chaoyang is not a shrewd merchant, or perhaps his potential for such has yet to be fully awakened. How about 500? Aunt Kong inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She had brought 3 items, 2 of which Qin Chaoyang had already dismissed, leaving only this incense burner, which was damaged. Aunt Kong, despite the imperfections of this incense burner, it still holds some value. I shall offer you 1,000. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 58. The large red postage stamp. Upon hearing the sum of 1,000 yuan, Aunt Kong's heart soared with delight. This dilapidated incense burner, rusted and worn, would have gone unnoticed had it not been for today's search for items. Very well. If this incense burner sells, what about these 2 items you previously passed on? Aunt Kong inquired, referring to the 2 objects dismissed by Qin Chaoyang earlier. Well, if I have no use for them, you might as well take them back, he replied. Next, at that moment, Qin Dafu, along with his wife and sister, watched Qin Chaoyang with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend whether their son had lost his senses. Spending money on such trivial items was one thing, but offering 1,000 when the seller initially asked for 500 was baffling. Qin Dafu contemplated stepping in to intervene, but was halted by Li Guilan. The antiques continued to be evaluated, with a steady stream of individuals presenting their wares. Chaoyang, do you think this can fetch a good price? Asked an elderly teacher from the village, Mr. Jiang, who was in his 60s and no longer possessed the vigor of his youth. Qin Chaoyang recalled the many times he had been reprimanded by Mr. Jiang during his primary school years. Unlike today's students who are shielded from corporal punishment, back then, a mere slap on the palm was considered a form of discipline. In today's world, such actions could lead to severe repercussions. Mr. Jiang, do you still remember me? Qin Chaoyang exclaimed, rising to offer Mr. Jiang a cigarette. Of course. How could I forget you? Chaoyang, by the way, would you like to take a look at these items? Mr. Jiang replied, as he opened a burlap sack revealing an assortment of comic books. These comic books were familiar to those born in the 70s and 80s, yet seldom seen by later generations. Qin Chaoyang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These items were undoubtedly the property of students, confiscated by Mr. Jiang and now resurfacing here. Technically, they could be considered antiques. However, Qin Chaoyang understood that unless they were part of a complete set, their market value would be minimal, perhaps 10 or 20 yuan each. He contemplated purchasing a few for a few hundred yuan, as a gesture of goodwill towards Mr. Jiang. Just then, something caught his eye. A postage stamp. Item name, large red 8 postage stamp. Item description. The large red postage stamp possesses immense collectible value, with a market price of 8 million yuan. Qin Chaoyang gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a small stamp could be so valuable. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect, for there were multiple stamps nestled within one of the comic books. Qin Chaoyang steadied his emotions. He needed to remain calm and composed. Mr. Jiang, I will take these items. I have a keen interest in them. What do you wish to charge? He inquired, instinctively seeking the price. Chaoyang, how about you give me 1,000 as well? You just paid that for the broken incense burner, and considering the number of comic books I have, asking for 1,000 seems reasonable, does it not? Qin Chaoyang nodded. Without these oil tickets, even 200 yuan would seem excessive. Clearly, Jiang Yezhong was relying on his seniority, or perhaps his status, to assert himself. However, Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of joy within. Very well. I shall give you 1,000 yuan. After all, you are my teacher. I will transfer the money to you. With a flurry of swift actions, Qin Chaoyang completed the transaction in no time. Everyone, I will step inside for a moment to drink some water and will return shortly, Qin Chaoyang announced, clutching a sack in one hand and an old incense burner in the other as he entered the house. Xiaodai, would you like to consider purchasing a better car? Qin Yudi's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly nodded. If you keep these items safe for me, how about I buy you a car worth around 500,000 yuan? Qin Yudi was momentarily stunned. A car worth 500,000 yuan for a student like her? Yangzi, don't be absurd. Xiaodai is still young. Why buy such an extravagant car? At that moment, their mother expressed her disapproval, which was quite typical, as mothers often show favoritism towards their sons. Mom, girls should be raised in wealth. Only by doing so can they have the means to cause trouble for others in the future, Qin Chaoyang joked, before returning to his task of sorting through items. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. The heavens were not in favor, and the anticipated rain began to fall. Qin Chaoyang had no choice but to suspend the antique acquisitions and asked everyone to wait until the rain subsided. He was rather fatigued, primarily due to the overexertion of his clairvoyant abilities, which left his eyes feeling sore and dry. Secluding himself in his room, he set the worn incense burner aside, as he currently lacked sufficient spiritual energy to restore it. He had a few other items, but they were only worth around 10 to 8,000, so he disregarded them. His main concern was the stamps. Carefully extracting the comic books from the sack, he sought out the one containing the featherweight letter. Gently opening it, several stamps unfolded before Qin Chaoyang's eyes. Aside from a large red stamp, there were two smaller stamps commemorating Mei Lanfang from 1994, along with a few others of historical significance. The total value of these few stamps surpassed 10 million yuan. This was a significant profit, indeed. With utmost care, Qin Chaoyang placed the stamps back into the comic book and set it aside. He continued to search through the other comic books to see if there were any stamps hidden within. However, it became evident that he was being overly optimistic. After placing the comic books aside, Qin Chaoyang began to devise his next plan. If things continued this way, he could indeed acquire a considerable number of valuable items in a short span, making the prospect of opening his own antique shop a tangible reality. At that moment, a notification chimed on his WeChat. Someone had sent him a video call. Upon opening it, he saw it was Shen Sijia, and he quickly connected the call. Shen Sijia was already at his villa, dressed in a fresh outfit, possibly having taken a shower after sweating earlier in the day. At that moment, she was clad in a nightgown, pacing around the living room while holding her phone. As soon as the video call connected, Shen Sijia gracefully settled onto the sofa, elegantly draping her long, fair legs across the coffee table. Chaoyang, I've arrived home. How about you? Have you received any delightful surprises? Qin Chaoyang picked up the incense burner from the table, playfully waving it towards the camera, and then showcased the small book and the stamps to Shen Sijia. The haul was quite satisfactory, though it's unfortunate that it rained. How are things on your end? I hope my two chairs remain unscathed. Shen Sijia, initially in high spirits, felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's inquiry about the chairs. It struck her as rather disappointing that he seemed more preoccupied with his mundane furniture than appreciating the beauty before him. Chaoyang, what do you think of my pajamas? Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. The conversation had been flowing smoothly when she suddenly shifted to inquiring about her attire. He replied somewhat flippantly, the pajamas are quite lovely, though they would look even better if you weren't wearing them. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Morning glory. The heavy rain outside persisted, seemingly reluctant to cease before tomorrow. Qin Chaoyang found a rare moment of relaxation as he engaged in conversation with Shen Sijia, who reciprocated with casual gestures, occasionally bending over. This woman, having recently bathed, typically eschewed undergarments, opting instead for a simple nightgown. Moreover, her nightgowns were often low-cut or v-necked, and Shen Sijia's unintentional bends frequently revealed a glimpse of her alabaster skin. How could Qin Chaoyang possibly remain unaffected by such allure? Fortunately, he was interrupted by Qin Yudi calling for him from downstairs, prompting him to hastily end the call. At that moment, Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she herself was unsure of the motivation behind her previous actions. All she felt was an overwhelming sense of shyness. Reminded of Qin Chaoyang's shop, she resolved to pay a visit, for it would soon belong to their family. After changing her attire, she set out in her car. Meanwhile, Liang Menghuan had returned to the city after parting ways with Qin Chaoyang. Upon arriving at her company, which was merely a few storefronts modestly referred to as such, she noticed that business was thriving. A casual glance revealed 2 workers constructing an advertisement board and lightbox. While this in itself was unremarkable, the name on the advertisement board sparked her curiosity. Morning Glory. Whose establishment was this? Liang Menghuan casually inquired. One of the workers promptly stood up, stating, "Boss, this is a new potted plant shop that just opened in the flower and bird market. They called us this morning to place a custom order. I charged an additional 20%, so I plan to complete it today and install it right away." Liang Menghuan nodded, considering it a mere coincidence and not dwelling on it further. However, she could not help but ask, was the caller male or female? The worker pondered for a moment before replying. The person who called was a woman, but she mentioned that it was their boss who requested the order. "I don't know whether their boss is male or female." Having said that, Liang Menghuan remained silent, but feeling idle, she decided to follow up on the matter to observe if there were any further business opportunities. After all, commerce is ubiquitous. It merely depends on one's willingness to explore and seize opportunities. When Shen Sijia arrived at Qin Chaoyang's flower shop, it was already 4 p.m. The advertisement board and lightbox were in the process of being installed. However, she spotted someone, Liang Menghuan, the woman she had seen that very morning. Naturally, Liang Menghuan did not recognize Shen Sijia, as she had been discreetly observing from behind earlier. Upon seeing Liang Menghuan, Shen Sijia felt a jolt of surprise. What was this woman doing here? Could it be that Qin Chaoyang had secretly rekindled a connection with her? Shen Sijia's displeasure grew, and she resolved to inquire with Bao Xiaoxiao. President Shen. Bao Xiaoxiao was engaged in conversation with Liang Menghuan, who had been preparing to ask her about the shop's owner. Just then, Shen Sijia made her entrance. The 2 women exchanged a glance, smiled, and nodded in mutual acknowledgement, a silent greeting between them. "Xiao, how are things going here?" Shen Sijia inquired casually while surveying the surroundings. Overall, the store appeared to be nearly ready, with only the central air conditioning and the signage pending. It should all be completed in a couple of days, her cousin mentioned. We're opening on July 1st.
Bao xiao xiao viplit au set stili.
Liang Menghuan, listening nearby, found herself increasingly bewildered. She knew that the young woman, Bao Xiaoxiao, was a store employee, having exchanged a few words earlier. However, the fact that Bao Xiaoxiao referred to her as Director Shen hinted at the possibility that this establishment belonged to the beautiful woman before her. Yet, the emergence of a cousin raised questions. If the store belonged to him, what was his connection to this enchanting lady? If they were indeed a couple, then Bao Xiaoxiao's address should have been different. In any case, Liang Menghuan felt quite perplexed. At that moment, Shen Sijia approached Liang Menghuan, extending a hand in a gesture of greeting. "I am Shen Sijia. You are Miss Liang, correct?" Liang Menghuan, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure, having navigated the challenges of society. "Hello, Director Shen. I am Liang Menghuan. May I inquire how you know of me?" They shook hands and then released each other. Shen Sijia gestured for Bao Xiaoxiao to attend to her duties, essentially signaling for her to disperse. "Miss Liang, please do not misunderstand. I have heard about you from our family S. Chaoyang. He mentioned that you and he are classmates, which is why." At this point, Liang Menghuan finally comprehended. Chaoyang flowers must indeed belong to Qin Chaoyang, and thus the esteemed Shin Si-jia was likely his girlfriend. The phrase "our family is Chaoyang" clearly indicated their romantic involvement. However, she felt the need for confirmation. "Director Shin, you are indeed Qin Chaoyang's girlfriend, correct? You are truly beautiful." Shin Si-jia smiled modestly, replying, "Miss Liang, you flatter me. Chaoyang is quite the nuisance, always clinging to me like a stubborn adhesive, persistently pursuing me. Initially, I had not agreed to his advances, but he cunningly broadcasted our situation, making it widely known. Now, my friends are all aware, and it has become impossible for me to decline. Oh, he truly drives me to exasperation." Liang Minghuan chuckled in agreement. "Director Shin makes a valid point. It is only natural. If I were in his shoes, I would act similarly. As the saying goes, those with thick skin enjoy plentiful rewards. One cannot be timid when pursuing a beautiful woman like you. By the way, has Qin Chaoyang not returned yet?" Shin Si-jia shook her head and replied, "He insisted on accompanying me back, as if he cannot bear to be apart for even a minute. However, I believe he should cherish this rare opportunity to spend more time with his parents at home. Thus, I issued him a strict directive to remain at home for a few more days, which is why I am here to assist." Regardless of what Shin Si-jia may assert, her words indeed bear considerable merit. At the very least, Liang Menghuan perceives no flaws in them. "Mr. Shen, here is my business card. Should you require any services, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Rest assured, the pricing will be most reasonable." Shin Si-jia accepted the card and placed it in her bag, an act of courtesy. After all, her upbringing in this regard is undoubtedly commendable. The two then engaged in casual conversation. "By the way, you do offer business card services, correct? Would it be possible for you to assist us in creating 2 designs? End of chapter. Chapter 60. It has truly turned green. Time swiftly passed over 2 days. Qin Chaoyang spent those days at home, indeed receiving a few items. Yet, nothing as valuable as a postage stamp arrived again, which was quite reasonable. Initially, Qin Chaoyang intended to linger at home a few more days, but Shin Si-jia summoned him back under the pretense of a shortage of jadeite rough stones. Contrary to Shin Si-jia's words to Liang Meng, suggesting that Qin Chaoyang could not bear to be apart from her for even a moment, the reality was quite the opposite. Qin Chaoyang's villa was undergoing renovations, thus such valuable items needed to be stored at Shin Si-jia's. It was certainly not safe to leave them with his cousin. Considering the presence of 3 young women there, to put it simply, it was not entirely secure. This was not to imply that Bao Xiaoxiao and the others would steal his belongings, but rather a concern that they might inadvertently damage them. Qin Chaoyang indeed needed to venture into stone gambling, as he realized his abilities were often insufficient, and the most effective way to absorb spiritual energy was naturally through jadeite. As long as he did not absorb excessive amounts, it would not significantly affect the jade itself. Knowing that Qin Chaoyang would return today, Shin Si-jia opted not to go to the office but instead waited at home. Upon seeing Qin Chaoyang enter with a burlap sack, a look of puzzlement crossed her face. "Chaoyang, why do I feel as though you resemble a beggar?" Qin Chaoyang disregarded Shin Si-jia's teasing and placed the sack upon the floor. "Please provide me with an empty room. I need to store these items. For the time being, I do not plan to sell them. Eventually, I intend to open an antique shop, and these items will prove useful." In truth, opening an antique shop does not necessitate a plethora of genuine antiques. In fact, most items in such shops are merely crafts, with truly valuable treasures being quite rare. Shin Si-jia pouted, perceiving that Qin Chaoyang was treating her home as a storage facility. "The 3rd room is reserved for you. It contains 2 old chairs. If you ever wish to stay here instead of returning, you are welcome to do so." Her final remark seemed casually spoken. Qin Chaoyang nodded, refraining from further commentary, and carefully placed the items on a shelf within the room. "Weren't you going to gamble on stones? Let us proceed. This afternoon, I must also check on the shop, as July 1st is approaching, and I need to prepare for the opening." They returned to the same street, to the same shop, though now a few people were gathered inside, engaged in discussions over a piece of jadeite rough stone. Qin Chaoyang remained unhurried, listening attentively beside Shin Si-jia, who, like many astute women, refrained from being overly assertive. While she could be dominant at home, in public, especially when accompanying her man, she transformed into a more demure version of herself. Therefore, when they were out, Shin Si-jia typically did not overshadow Qin Chaoyang, even though their relationship had yet to be formally acknowledged. However, it sufficed for Shenanigans to have confirmed it for herself. What a pity, Boss Chun. Such a beautiful stone. Yet it has a flaw. Truly a shame. It is often said that one fears not the large cracks but the small fissures. Regrettably, this exquisite raw stone, with its stunning appearance, has a 99% chance of yielding exceptional jade. Alas, what a pity! Boss Chun could only manage a wry smile. He had purchased this stone just the day before, having overlooked its flaws until today when they were finally brought to light. This venture was undoubtedly a loss. In gambling, 9 out of 10 times one suffers a setback. Even if the stone harbored imperial green, what of it? Once fissures are present, the value diminishes significantly. To illustrate, jade with cracks resembles tempered glass that has shattered, meaning the jade within is akin to a spider's web, riddled with fractures. Ladies and gentlemen, I acquired this raw stone for 2 million. If anyone is willing to take a gamble, considering my misfortune, it can be yours for 500,000. Boss Chun was intent on cutting his losses, hoping to recover at least a portion of his investment which he would consider a gain. However, it was clear that none among the crowd were fools, and no one was inclined to take the bait. After all, this is a game where 9 out of 10 players lose. Anyone tempted by a small advantage would be a fool. Yet fools are never in short supply. For instance, I'll take it for 500,000. The crowd turned in surprise to see Qin Chaoyang, alongside Shenanigans. While the others were unfamiliar with her, Boss Chun recognized her immediately. Ah, it's Miss Shen. Upon seeing her, a flicker of hope ignited within Boss Chun. It seemed today's loss might be salvaged. Chaoyang, this stone has fissures. Perhaps. Shenanigans, possessing some knowledge in this domain, understood that while the stone was valued at 500,000, one must always be prudent with finances. You doubt my words? Qin Chaoyang glanced at Shenanigans and casually inquired. No, I meant that 500,000 is too low, we shall take it. Shenanigans swiftly altered the course of the conversation, prompting Qin Chaoyang to nod in approval. One must not indulge this woman too readily. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. Boss Chun, I shall take this stone. Upon hearing that a willing buyer had emerged, Boss Chun felt elated. This young man exhibited courage. In the world of stone gambling, one bets on fortune, and perhaps this stone merely has surface issues. With a stroke of luck, it could indeed yield imperial green, which would be entirely plausible. Qin Chaoyang smiled but remained silent, signaling for Shenanigans to settle the payment. Only once the transaction was complete would the stone truly belong to him. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could arise. After Shenanigans made the payment and issued an invoice, Qin Chaoyang prepared to depart with the stone. Indeed, this acquisition sufficed for him today. However, as he attempted to leave, the crowd voiced their dissent. Young man, why not unveil the stone here? We would love to witness the potential emergence of imperial green. In an instant, the onlookers began to urge him on. Qin Chaoyang understood that their intentions were far from benevolent. Most merely sought to witness his misfortune. Very well, let us unveil it here. The stone was substantial, requiring 2 individuals to lift it. Under normal circumstances, such a remarkably pristine piece of raw stone would undoubtedly command a price of no less than 3 million. However, due to its imperfections, the price has significantly diminished. Qin Chaoyang, having grown weary of drawing lines, rolled up his sleeves and began to carve the stone. Approximately 1/3 into the stone, he made a decisive cut, drawing the attention of the onlookers, their eyes fixated on this raw gem. Each person was filled with anticipation, hoping to unveil a magnificent imperial green. Yet, upon revealing the emerald, it was marred with cracks all over. This would provide them the opportunity to utter sarcastic remarks or offer insincere reassurances. As the cutting blade spun rapidly, the jadeite gradually yielded to its transformation. It turned green, truly green. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 61. The Emperor Green. Qin Chaoyang paid no heed to the crowd, engrossed in his task of unearthing the stone. Though a hint of green emerged, it remained obscured, as Qin Chaoyang expertly maneuvered his tools. His cutting was precise, following the edges, while a thin layer of stone skin shielded the jade beneath. Quickly, wipe it and see what variety it is. At this moment, suggestions began to circulate among the onlookers. Qin Chaoyang smiled but remained silent, opting instead to shift his approach and continue his work. Shin Sijia observed him intently. They say that a man absorbed in his work is the most captivating, and Qin Chaoyang epitomized this notion. While others scrutinized the raw stone, Shin Sijia's gaze was solely fixed on him, captivated by his focus and striking appearance. Wow, this side has green too. This piece of jade is certainly substantial, and notice how the crack hasn't penetrated deeply. Many onlookers thought to themselves, if only I had known, I would have purchased it for 500,000. The size of the jade suggested it was indeed valuable. Regardless of its quality, profit was assured. Qin Chaoyang disregarded the murmurs around him, continuing his meticulous work. Finally, after half an hour, he extracted the entire piece of jade. Next came the polishing. Gently, he selected a surface and began to rub it against the grinding wheel. Instantly, the true beauty of the jade was revealed. Goodness, this is Emperor Green. Another piece of Emperor Green. I heard someone unearthed one here just a few days ago. I can't believe another has surfaced today. Indeed, I have heard about that too. Is Emperor Green losing its value now? The crowd erupted in speculation, unaware that both pieces had been revealed by the same individual. Shin Sijia was equally astonished. This piece of Emperor Green was more than 3 times the size of the previous one. If the last had been valued at approximately 30 million, this one promised an extraordinary worth. Sometimes 11 does not equal 2, can be less than 2 or greater than 2. This piece of Emperor Green represented the latter, a value far exceeding expectations. Young man, is this jade for sale? I'll offer 100 million. At last, someone snapped out of their shock and began to bid. This ignited a chain reaction as others quickly recognized the jade's worth. I'll bid 150 million, wire transfer or cash. Either will do. I'll offer. Soon, several individuals were engaged in fierce competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but this piece of Emperor Green is not for external sale. It will be retained within the Shin Group. Shin Sijia's declaration of internal consumption instantly captured everyone's attention. Who are you? It was at this moment that people began to notice Shin Sijia. Initially, they had assumed she was merely Qin Chaoyang's companion or girlfriend. Everyone, this is Shin Sijia, the esteemed heiress of the Shin Group. Mr. Shin frequently visits my shop to purchase raw stones, and each time he makes substantial purchases. Today, Boss Chun, while introducing Shin Sijia to the crowd, simultaneously began to promote his own store. Although he suffered significant losses today, it was a loss he could not reverse. Even if he wished to retract, he dared not, considering the identity of the other party. Thus, he seized this opportunity to market his own raw stone shop. After all, a piece of exquisite imperial green had been cut from his stock, and once the news spread, one could only imagine how bustling business would become. The saying "a blessing in disguise" might well apply here. After greeting everyone, Shin Sijia linked arms with Qin Chaoyang and departed. They had to leave. The crowd was growing. Upon getting into the car, they sped directly towards Shin's jewelry company. Chaoyang, you are truly remarkable. Absolutely fantastic. Shin Sijia exclaimed excitedly as soon as she entered the vehicle. Anyone who overheard might misinterpret the source of her enthusiasm. Could you please refrain from moving around? I am driving. SNT, it just imperial green? One must learn to remain composed. Once imperial green becomes commonplace, you will become desensitized. I could wrap you in it without a second thought. Qin Chaoyang's words were purely boastful, for at that moment, he was far from composed. His hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. When he had utilized his insight to assess the value of that raw stone, he had nearly shouted in astonishment. Fortunately, he had managed to restrain himself. I refuse. That nonchalance is for you men. I have no such thing, Shin Sijia retorted. By the way, what do you estimate the value of this imperial green to be? In response to her inquiry, Qin Chaoyang smiled and shook his head. Even if he knew, he would not divulge. You can take it back to the company and have someone appraise it. He added, and next time I buy raw stones, you are to merely observe and not interfere. Understood? Qin Chaoyang's remark was made in jest. Yet to his surprise, Shin Sijia responded with an obedient "oh." She was as compliant as a kitten. Chaoyang, with this sum of money we can invest next. I just heard bids going up to 200 million. She continued. Thus, I surmise this piece of imperial green is worth at least 200 million, which means Throughout the journey, Shin Sijia spoke animatedly, while Qin Chaoyang listened attentively. Before long, they arrived at the company, where Shin Sijia asked Qin Chaoyang to wait for her so they could dine together afterward. She then departed with the imperial green. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chaoyang approached the secretary, Li Wenjing, for a brief chat. However, as they conversed, he found it rather uninteresting due to her minimal responses. Okay, sure, is that so? Essentially, their dialogue revolved around just these few phrases. Initially, Qin Chaoyang thought Li Wenjing was merely reticent, but after such a lengthy interaction, her demeanor remained unchanged. This led him to perceive a different sentiment, that of indifference. Indeed, it was indifference. As for the reason behind his own nonchalance, after much contemplation, Qin Chaoyang could only surmise one possibility: a dissatisfaction with his status as merely a humble driver. After all, few were privy to Qin Chaoyang's true worth, and it was likely that Shin Sijia would not divulge it to anyone. However, this sentiment seemed somewhat misplaced, as there was no trace of disdain in Li Wenjing's demeanor during their exchange. This left him perplexed, pondering over the enigma. Ultimately, Qin Chaoyang concluded the conversation, deciding to spend some time in Shin Sijia's office. Just then, his phone rang. It was Huang Guangyan calling. Once connected, Huang Guangyan exclaimed, "Chaoyang, quickly bring your stamps for me to see. By the way, I'm at your master's place. Hurry over. I'm waiting for you." With that, he ended the call. Qin Chaoyang found himself in a state of amused disbelief, having not uttered a single word throughout the entire conversation. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 62, I Desire. At this point, one must acknowledge the fault lies within oneself. Last night, Huang Guangyan called him, requesting Qin Chaoyang's assistance in appraising an item. Consequently, Qin Chaoyang shared details about his return to his hometown and mentioned his endeavors in collecting items here. Most crucially, he brought up the subject of stamps. This inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. After all, Huang Guangyan is a person obsessed with antiques, akin to El Bu's infatuation with Jiao Chan. Had it not been for a board meeting scheduled for this morning, he would have rushed to Qin Chaoyang's residence last night. As soon as the meeting concluded today, he promptly dialed Qin Chaoyang. The call was disconnected. Glancing at the time revealed it was nearly 11 o'clock. Qin Chaoyang then called Shin Sijia, suggesting they go together and perhaps have a meal. However, the phone rang only twice before it was abruptly ended. Qin Chaoyang speculated that Shin Sijia might have found it inconvenient to answer at that moment. Thus he refrained from calling again. After exchanging a few words with Li Wenjing, he retrieved the keys that Shin Sijia had left in her office bag and departed. Entering Shin Sijia's villa, he picked up the small book and headed directly towards Guan Yuha's home. Meanwhile, at Guan Yuha's residence, Guan Jingya and Huang Ying were both present, eagerly awaiting Qin Chaoyang's arrival with the stamps. Naturally, the two young ladies could not simply wait idly and descended to engage in light conversation. Huang Ying, I believe you have been misled by Shin Sijia. Qin Chaoyang is truly a remarkable individual. One cannot even label him as stingy. Do you know that when he apprenticed, he presented a check for 10 million? Any gift he gives starts from several thousand. Can one possibly call such a person stingy? Huang Ying sensed this too. Her close relationship with Shin Sijia led her to lend an ear to her words. Now, not only her parents spoke highly of Qin Chaoyang, but even her grandfather and cousin, Guan Jingya, were singing his praises. Thus, the answer seemed singular. Shin Sijia must have intentionally belittled Qin Chaoyang in front of her. But what could be her motive? Abruptly, Huang Ying realized, or rather, formed a daring hypothesis. Shin Sijia harbored feelings for Qin Chaoyang, fearing that Huang Ying might develop feelings for him as well. Hence, Huang Ying was not naive. One could only say she was somewhat innocent. Reflecting on it now, everything that seemed illogical suddenly fell into place. Interpreting all the disparaging remarks made by Shin Sijia about Qin Chaoyang in reverse should reveal the true essence of Qin Chaoyang. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz halted at the entrance of the courtyard. The door swung open, and out stepped none other than Qin Chaoyang. "Uncle Master," Guan Jingya called out, her tone growing increasingly familiar. After all, how one addresses a younger person is inconsequential. Qin Chaoyang, too, paid little heed to such titles, unbothered by the implication of aging. "Qin Chaoyang, we meet again. Huang Ying stood as well, greeting him. Qin Chaoyang appeared somewhat taken aback. This marked the third encounter for Huang Ying, and the previous 2 meetings had not been particularly pleasant. "Hello, Miss Huang." Qin Chaoyang greeted her politely, presenting a small gift to Guan Jingya. "This is for you. Next time, when you call me Shishu, please add a little in front, so I may appear younger." Guan Jingya playfully stuck out her tongue and accepted the gift. "Thank you, little Shishu. My uncle and grandfather are upstairs. You can head up on your own." Qin Chaoyang nodded, acknowledging Huang Ying with a brief gesture before ascending to the second floor. Another gift in hand, Guan Jingya chuckled merrily, scurrying to a corner to unwrap her present, with Huang Ying trailing behind her. As the box opened, it revealed a commemorative coin from the Republic of China era. In terms of monetary value, it was not particularly expensive, likely obtainable for a few thousand yuan. However, as a gift, it was undoubtedly precious. "Jingya, he treats you quite well," Huang Ying remarked with a hint of jealousy. "Indeed, he is rather nice. I shall keep it as a cherished memento." After Guan Jingya departed, Huang Ying cast a glance upstairs, having just noticed a subtle detail. When Qin Chaoyang was about to ascend, he had nodded at Guan Jingya, then paused briefly to nod at her as well. This minor detail revealed much about his character, although Huang Ying was unaware that Qin Chaoyang had merely acknowledged her out of respect for Huang Guangyan. As Qin Chaoyang reached the staircase, he spotted Guan Yuhe and Huang Guangyan waiting for him at the top. "Master, Brother Yan." Guan Yuhe smiled and nodded, but before he could speak, Huang Guangyan interjected. "Chaoyang, come up quickly and show me the stamps." Qin Chaoyang, avoiding any pretense, climbed to the second floor and approached the table where Guan Yuhe often appraised antiques, gently pushing the small booklet toward him. Upon opening the booklet, Guan Yuhe's eyes narrowed in excitement, quickly reaching for a magnifying glass, followed by rice paper, gloves, tweezers, and other tools. Holding the magnifying glass in his left hand and the tweezers in his right, he delicately lifted the large red stamp, placing it onto the rice paper. After turning on the desk lamp, he began to examine it closely through the lens. If one were to encapsulate Guan Yuhe's demeanor at that moment in 2 words, it would be professional. In the dialect of Jinling, one might say he was exceptionally adept at his craft. Guan Yuhe scrutinized the stamp meticulously, inspecting both the front and back, and even the minute imperfections along the edges did not escape his keen eye. With utmost seriousness and thoroughness, he conducted his examination. Qin Chaoyang observed and learned alongside him, ensuring that he would know how to appraise similar items in the future. The steps, tools, techniques, and methods were all valuable lessons for him. Previously, he had merely picked up the stamp with his bare hands. However, while Qin Chaoyang exhibited patience in his observation, Huang Guangyan grew increasingly impatient. "Father, how is it? Is it true? Can you show me?" Guan Yuhe then set aside his magnifying glass and removed his gloves. "Why the rush? With your level of expertise, you should not be handling antiques. This is a rare red postage stamp, not some porcelain artifact. You must handle it with care. However, you may look at it, just refrain from touching it, as you wouldn't comprehend its significance anyway." Huang Guangyan disregarded his father-in-law's condescension, for his focus remained on the stamp resting on the table. Yet, as Guan Yuhe had pointed out, he truly could not decipher its value. "Father, how much is this worth?" Guan Yuhe recognized that his son-in-law was eager to acquire it at a high price. However, he would not impede him. After all, his son-in-law was not short on funds, and besides, one was a son-in-law while the other was a disciple. The fertile water should not flow into the fields of outsiders, as the saying goes. To him, it was merely a matter of funds circulating between his hands. This stamp, based on contemporary collecting values, should be worth around 10 million. Especially one like this, which has been preserved in a book, remains in remarkably pristine condition. In summary, it is undoubtedly worth 10 million. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangyan's eyes began to gleam with excitement, and a broad smile adorned his face, radiating joy. "Oh, I desire it." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 63. The disciple of Guan Yuhe, a remark from Huang Guangyan. "I want it," startled Qin Chaoyang, causing a sudden contraction in a certain part of his being. "Brother Nian, I assure you, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Huang Guangyan was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He laughed and scolded, "You rascal! Are you trying to tease me? Let us speak candidly. I desire that stamp of yours, and I shall transfer the funds immediately." As he spoke, Huang Guangyan retrieved his phone, ready to make the transaction. However, he was thwarted by Chaoyang's intervention. "Brother Nian, the truth is, I intend to open an antique shop, so I have been stockpiling items recently. I have no intention of parting with this stamp. It will serve as a signboard for my future business. When my house renovations are complete, you are welcome to visit and see the many treasures I possess." Upon hearing this, Huang Guangyan's eyes sparkled with delight. "You have finally seen the light. You should have opened an antique shop long ago. If you find yourself in need of items for your store, you may borrow some from my collection to enhance your display." Such a generous offer from Huang Guangyan was indeed remarkable. Every piece in his collection was cherished as a precious gem, yet he was now suggesting that Qin Chaoyang could take some for show. "Thank you, Brother Nian," Qin Chaoyang replied, then turned to Guan Yuha. "Master, there are several more stamps here. Although they may not hold the same value as this one, together they are worth approximately 2 to 3 million. Would you care to take another look?" Guan Yuha was momentarily taken aback but soon understood. He repeated his previous actions. At that moment, Guan Jingya ascended the stairs, carrying a cup of tea, which she handed to Qin Chaoyang. "Little uncle, your phone in the car has been ringing incessantly. Perhaps you should check." It dawned on Qin Chaoyang that he had forgotten his phone in the car. He hurried downstairs, opened the car door, and upon glancing at his phone, he was astonished to find over a dozen missed calls, all from the same person, Shenanigans. Due to her commitments in the testing room, Shenanigans was unable to answer her phone. After finishing her tasks and returning to her office, she learned from Li Wenjing that Qin Chaoyang had stepped out. Consequently, she began to call him repeatedly, resulting in a flurry of unanswered calls. Frustrated, Shenanigans set her phone down, but just then, her phone rang. It was Qin Chaoyang calling back. Initially intending to answer immediately, she reconsidered and deliberately chose to ignore the call, wishing to let Qin Chaoyang experience the frustration of unanswered calls. The phone rang twice before falling silent. Irritated, Shenanigans thought, "I called him over a dozen times, and he only calls twice before stopping?" Without hesitation, she dialed his number again, only to be met with the disheartening message, "The number you have dialed is powered off." "Qin Chaoyang, I shall not let this matter rest." Shenanigans fumed, nearly throwing her phone in anger, but ultimately restrained herself. To be refined, gentle, and wear a smile. Meanwhile, Shenanigans was engaged in self-hypnosis, while on the other end of the line, Qin Chaoyang was feeling quite vexed. His phone had unexpectedly run out of battery. Thus, he connected it to a power bank and charged it in the car before returning to the second floor. At this moment, Guan Yuha had completed his appraisal. "Chaoyang, as you mentioned, these stamps should indeed be valued at 2 or 3 million without question. Stamps differ significantly from other antiques, primarily due to their age. Let us first discuss the common antiques we encounter, such as porcelain and paintings, which typically belong to a specific dynasty. The older they are, the more valuable they become. However, this is only one aspect. We must also consider the provenance and rarity of the item. Take paintings for instance. Merely being ancient does not guarantee high value. We must consider the artist's identity. For example, Tang Bohu's works, though from the Ming dynasty, are exceedingly valuable, not for any other reason than the name Tang Bohu. In contrast, some paintings from the Tang dynasty, despite having some renown, cannot compare to the fame of Tang Bohu, resulting in a staggering disparity in price. As Guan Yuha elaborated, he gestured towards the stamps on the table. Consider these stamps. Everyone knows they belong to the modern era and have not existed for long. However, it is precisely this brevity that contributes to their high value. This brings us to another crucial aspect: rarity and significance. There are various types of stamps. Those commonly seen on envelopes are certainly not worth much, as they are standard postage stamps, produced in abundance and found throughout the country. Conversely, some stamps are rare due to limited issuance, while others hold substantial commemorative significance. Qin Chaoyang listened intently, aware that his mentor was imparting invaluable knowledge. Some insights, if not taught, require a long journey of self-discovery. Even if one excels at finding hidden gems, lacking the ability to articulate their provenance and historical significance will forever preclude them from earning respect. As the saying goes, dog meat cannot grace the banquet table. No matter how delectable, has one ever witnessed a feast adorned with a platter of dog meat? Perhaps on rare occasions, but certainly not often. Qin Chaoyang politely declined an invitation to lunch, taking the stamps with him as he departed. He intended to visit the Shen Jewelry Company. While driving, he powered on his phone, quickly locating Shen Sijia's number and dialing it. Just as Shen Sijia descended the stairs, preparing to drive herself to lunch before heading to Qin Chaoyang's bonsai shop, aware that he would undoubtedly be there in the afternoon. Qin Chaoyang's call came through before she had even opened the car door. "Hello, who is this?" Shen Sijia feigned ignorance. "Sijia, it's me. Have you finished work? I am on my way to the company." Shen Sijia yearned to utter the words, "Please do not come." Yet when the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she retracted them. She aspired to embody gentleness and virtue. "Yes, I shall await you at the office." Upon hanging up the phone, Shen Sijia smiled. Then she recalled the matter of the Imperial Green Jade. Following an expert's thorough assessment, it was determined that the piece was worth no less than 250 million. Shen Sijia promptly sold the jade to the company and liquidated her assets. If this were to be divided illicitly, she and Qin Chaoyang would each receive half. However, Shen Sijia chose not to divide it this time. Instead, she transferred all the previously acquired illicit funds in one go to the card that Qin Chaoyang had provided her. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang remained oblivious to these developments, as he had yet to check his mobile phone for the transfer notification. The car did not enter the company premises but instead halted at the entrance, for Qin Chaoyang had already spotted Shen Sijia striding towards him, clad in high heels, black stockings, and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her long legs. Qin Chaoyang's gaze traveled upward, ultimately settling on her face, before drifting downward once more, fixating on the alluring area of her décolletage. Indeed, that was the very sight he most cherished. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 64. Cultivating flowers. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily entranced, lost in thought until Shen Sijia approached him, nearly colliding with his head. "What are you daydreaming about?" At that moment, Qin Chaoyang snapped back to reality, hastily exiting the vehicle to open the door for her. A driver must possess the awareness that comes with the role. Before he could even pull the door open, Shen Sijia had already made her way to the passenger side, opened the door and settled inside. "Let us go. I'm famished." Qin Chaoyang promptly started the engine, steering towards their usual dining spot. "Chaoyang, where did you go this morning?" Shen Sijia inquired casually, though she was already aware. After all, Qin Chaoyang had mentioned to Li Wenjing that he was heading to Guan Yuha's place. "I merely acquired a few things. Huang Guangyan insisted on seeing them, so I rushed over." He continued, "By the way, here's the key to your villa. I went back to retrieve some items today, and since you weren't there, I took it." As he spoke, he handed the villa key to Shen Sijia. She glanced at it but did not accept it. "You keep it for now. I have a spare key in my office. This way, it'll be more convenient for you if you need to collect items from my place in the future." Qin Chaoyang was unbothered, casually placing the key in the small compartment beside the gear shift. "By the way, my phone was in the car earlier, and I didn't hear your call. Then, when I tried to call you back, my phone was out of battery." Qin Chaoyang offered a brief explanation. Shen Sijia nodded, feigning indifference. After their lunch, they naturally headed to Qin Chaoyang's flower shop. At that moment, the shop was nearly ready, with Bao Xiaoxiao busy tidying up. Upon seeing Qin Chaoyang's car pull up, she rushed to greet him. "Cousin, you've finally arrived. I thought you were abandoning this shop." Qin Chaoyang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I had some matters to attend to these past few days. Is everything set up in the shop?" As he spoke, he walked towards the interior. "Everything is ready. We are just waiting for your potted plants. By the way, where are the potted plants?" Bao Xiaoxiao's question echoed Shen Sijia's curiosity. Currently, aside from a few sacks of nutrient soil and a couple of hundred pots of varying sizes, there were only a few ordinary potted plants in the shop. Selling merely these would hardly be profitable, especially considering the installation of air conditioning and advertising. It would be impractical. After all, such items were abundant in the flower market. With cheaper options priced at merely 10 to 20 yuan per pot, while slightly better ones were only 1 or 200. If they were to sell these, it would be unlikely that Bao Xiaoxiao's wages would even be covered. Ahem, you need not worry about that. On the opening day, there will naturally be plenty. Today is June 29th, and we will officially open on July 1st. There is not much to do here now, so Xiao, I'll give you a couple of days off. You should rest well. You've been working hard these past few days. Rest assured, your salary will not be diminished. Upon hearing about the days off, Bao Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Due to her previous employment, which afforded her weekends off, it appears that she may no longer enjoy such leisure at this establishment. Therefore, she must seize any opportunity for rest without hesitation. After Bao Xiaoxiao departed, Qin Chaoyang glanced briefly at the situation and resolved to commence tending to the potted plants in the afternoon. However, it was evident that Shen Sijia could not remain there, necessitating her return home. Furthermore, a business must generate some activity. The phrase prosperity at the start of a business embodies this sentiment. Even if it requires enlisting a proxy to purchase, a few pots of flowers must be sold, or else it would be deemed inauspicious. Sijia, I plan to begin cultivating some flowers this afternoon. Why don't you take my car to the company? I will wait for you to pick me up in the evening. Shen Sijia shot Qin Chaoyang a look that seemed to convey disbelief, as if to say, the driver is instructing the boss to come and fetch him. Nevertheless, she ultimately acquiesced, reminding Qin Chaoyang as she left that the payment had already been transferred to him. Once Shen Sijia departed, Qin Chaoyang eagerly opened his phone to check for messages. Indeed, there was a record of the transfer, but the amount was somewhat perplexing. There were 2 transactions in total. The first was 250 million, which was the price of the Imperial Green from this morning. The second, amounting to 56 million, appeared to be half of the previous dividends shared between Qin Chaoyang and Shen Sijia, suggesting that this sum belonged to her. Thus, what was the meaning of Shen Sijia transferring all this money to him? Did she find the amount excessive? Or perhaps, unable to decipher her intentions, Qin Chaoyang hastily called Shen Sijia. Hello, Sijia. Why have you sent me such a large sum? Oh, very well. Just drive carefully. After hanging up, Qin Chaoyang finally grasped her reasoning. She felt it inappropriate to carry so much money, particularly given her position as the general manager of Shen's Jewelry's Nanjing branch. If her personal account held such a substantial amount, it would be challenging to explain later. Thus, she preferred to temporarily place the funds in Qin Chaoyang's account. However, whether this explanation was genuine remained uncertain to him. For now, Qin Chaoyang's primary focus was on how to cultivate the potted plants. He set aside the dozen or so flowers he had purchased days earlier and began to infuse them with spiritual energy. These potted plants possessed aesthetically pleasing shapes, yet they lacked the essence that comes with meticulous care. Qin Chaoyang was in the process of bestowing a soul upon these plants. After dedicating over an hour to perfecting the dozen pots, their value became apparent. Even the least expensive among them was worth upwards of 70 to 80,000. Qin Chaoyang promptly placed the potted plants on the shelf, watered them, and proceeded to the next phase of his work. Indeed, this involved pruning, removing excess or unsightly portions to achieve a refined form for the potted plants. Next, he began to cultivate his flowers. Qin Chaoyang had acquired numerous seeds, including roses, orchids, and azaleas. He sowed a few of each type of flower and then commenced watering, infusing them with spiritual energy, until the seeds took root and sprouted. Subsequently, he set them aside to grow on their own. Qin Chaoyang was quite satisfied, yet he felt the quantity of flowers was insufficient, as he only had a mere dozen pots. Therefore, he locked the door and ventured back to the flower market. Whenever he sensed potential for cultivation, he would purchase them. This time, he acquired quite a number, totaling several dozen pots. However, he could not continue infusing spiritual energy today, as his reserves were nearly depleted. At this moment, what Qin Chaoyang lacked the most was this very energy, indicating that he needed to elevate his capabilities promptly. Just then, Shen Sijia arrived. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 65. The altercation when it comes to women changing clothes, they certainly do so with remarkable frequency. Shen Sijia donned one outfit in the morning, changed into another for lunch with Qin Chaoyang, and now, at the end of the workday, she was dressed in yet another ensemble. In a typical household, with such a salary, one could scarcely afford to purchase clothing. As Qin Chaoyang entered the car, Shenxijia handed him 2 boxes of business cards. These are made by your classmate, Liang Menghuan. They will be useful for your future business endeavors. A pang of surprise struck Qin Chaoyang's heart. How could Shenxijia possibly know of Liang Menghuan's existence? The matter of ordering a lightbox advertisement from her. Indeed, your classmate not only possesses beauty but also excels in the design of these cards. Despite this compliment, Qin Chaoyang felt a lingering sense of unease. Unable to pinpoint its source, he took the cards and examined them. There were 2, one for himself and surprisingly, one for Shenxijia. This was not the crux of the issue, as Qin Chaoyang already possessed Shen's business card from the Shen group. However, the card now bore the name Chaoyang Florals, which struck him as peculiar. Xijia, this. Shenxijia averted her gaze, hesitantly responding, what I mean is, I know quite a few people. Having my name associated with your store could potentially attract some foot traffic. Oh dear, I'm absolutely famished. Shall we indulge in some crayfish? Qin Chaoyang shuddered at her choice of words. Famished? Could she not simply express herself in a straightforward manner? Why resort to such childish repetition? The Jinling crayfish were undeniably famous throughout Huaxia, yet their price was not insignificant, over 200 for a 3-pound serving. In the past, Qin Chaoyang would have never considered such an expense. However, now this amount seemed trivial to him. They opted for a private room, and while Qin Chaoyang was busy ordering, Shenxijia excused herself to the restroom. Once the dishes were ordered, Qin Chaoyang intended to do the same. At that moment, he overheard Shenxijia's voice. How can you be like this? I've already apologized. What more do you want? A somewhat familiar voice reached Qin Chaoyang's ears. Beautiful lady, this encounter is fate. Why not join me for a drink? Let us overlook the water on my clothes, shall we? Shenxijia, faced with the sight of an intoxicated and repulsive man, had no intention of engaging with him and attempted to sidestep back to the private room. However, she was blocked by 2 others. Lady, our brother Kai is offering you a drink as a courtesy, so don't be shameless. Exactly. Our brother Kai has plenty of money. All you need to do is keep him company. Their words grew increasingly offensive, and Shenxijia's face flushed with anger. Just then, Chen Kai, haven't you learned your lesson from last time? As Chen Kai reached out to grasp Shenxijia's chin, he was interrupted by an exasperating voice. Turning around, he realized it was none other than Qin Chaoyang. When it comes to Qin Chaoyang, Chen Kai had previously regarded him with disdain. However, during their last encounter, Qin Chaoyang not only received a few slaps from his father but also lost face. Hey kid, do you even dare to utter Kai Ji's name? Before Chen Kai could respond, his 2 underlings rushed forward like rabid dogs. Chaoyang, let us go. Shenxijia wished to avoid trouble, not out of fear, but because they were outnumbered 3 against 1. It was a case of wise men avoiding immediate losses. Qin Chaoyang pulled Shenxijia behind him and addressed Chen Kai. When raising dogs, choose fierce breeds like Tibetan Mastiffs or Wolfhounds. Avoid any that might bring you trouble, for you may regret it one day. With that, he turned to leave, his words clear and cautionary. Chen Kai's expression shifted dramatically, but he remained silent, uncertain of the connection between Qin Chaoyang and the previous incident involving Huang Guangnian. However, silence from Chen Kai did not prevent his 2 unruly companions from escalating the situation. You're asking for trouble, one of the men shouted as he swung his fist toward Qin Chaoyang's head, followed closely by the other. Just as Chen Kai prepared to intervene, a resounding thud echoed, one after another. The 2 raucous attackers were sent sprawling to the ground by Qin Chaoyang's swift kicks. Qin Chaoyang himself was taken aback. He understood that his body had undergone enhancements, significantly boosting his speed and strength, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Chen Kai, it seems my warning fell on deaf ears. Perhaps it's time to. As he spoke, he began to unbutton his shirt, signaling his readiness for a fight. Don't come any closer. I didn't incite them. It was their, help, they're attacking. The once arrogant Chen Kai now resembled a frightened rat, scurrying away with his hands over his head. Instantly, patrons from nearby private rooms emerged to witness the commotion, and even the owner of the small restaurant was drawn to the scene. It was evident that their plans for a delightful meal of crayfish had been thwarted. Seizing the moment before the police arrived, Qin Chaoyang took Shenxijia and departed. Chaoyang, you were so impressive in that fight. Shin Sijia exclaimed. I'll even give you a new title, stone bedding consultant, along with driver and bodyguard. Qin Chaoyang smirked. It seemed he hadn't received even a single penny in wages, and he had never been reimbursed for fuel expenses either. Do you know that person? After her excitement waned, Shin Sijia recalled that Qin Chaoyang appeared to recognize the man. Yes, Su Maishan was poached by him. So, if I see him, I'll take the chance to confront him. Alright then, let's south find another place to eat. After dinner, Qin Chaoyang escorted Shin Sijia back to her villa and prepared to leave. Chaoyang, with so many rooms here, why don't you just stay at my place? Do not misunderstand me. I am merely concerned that you might misplace those antiques and seek compensation from me. I have no desire to bear such responsibilities. Speaking of antiques, Qin Chaoyang recalled that he still had an incense burner that required restoration. Thus, Qin Chaoyang nodded and followed Shin Sijia into the villa. Just then, he remembered that he had not brought a change of clothes, and as he was about to mention this, Shin Sijia spoke first. Last time, during the supermarket clearance sale, there were many men's clothes available at a very reasonable price, so I thought to buy a few sets for my father. In the end, I discovered the sizes were incorrect, so they have been left in your room. If you wish to take a shower, feel free to go in and retrieve them. After finishing her sentence, Shin Sijia entered the house without glancing back, taking some fresh clothes with her directly into the bathroom. Throughout the exchange, she did not spare a single glance at Qin Chaoyang. End of chapter. Chapter 66. An inexplicable situation. Qin Chaoyang touched his nose and stepped into the room filled with antiques. Inside, there lay a large bed adorned with blankets, beside which stood a cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, he was taken aback to find it brimming with men's clothing. Underwear, socks, outerwear, shirts, and even 2 suits. If one were to suggest that these were items for clearance, Qin Chaoyang would never believe it. The most striking aspect was that these garments seemed tailor-made for him. This young lady must have a peculiar interest in him. Otherwise, he mused mischievously, why not? However, it was merely a fleeting thought, as Shin Sijia had returned to her room after her shower, firmly closing the door behind her. Well then, perhaps he was being overly sentimental. Qin Chaoyang retrieved a set of clean clothes and entered the bathroom. The moment he stepped inside, he was struck by a disheartening realization. Why were women so similar in this regard? The washing machine stood right beside him. Why not simply toss the washed clothes directly inside? This was the case with Pu Meiqi, Su Xiaoro, and Bao Xiaoxiao. Looking at the clothes strewn across the floor, he felt a wave of exasperation and bent down to toss them into the washing machine. Just as he grasped a particularly alluring bra, preparing to throw it into the machine, Shin Sijia appeared. Having just returned to her room, she suddenly recalled Qin Chaoyang's presence and remembered the clothes she had carelessly discarded. Rushing out to place them in the washing machine, she arrived at the bathroom door only to find Qin Chaoyang holding her pink bra. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang noticed Shin Sijia, holding the very item she had just changed out of. Sijia, do you believe I was about to toss this into the washing machine? He asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Shin Sijia shot him a glare. Her face still flushed, snatched the bra from his hands, and proceeded to throw the remaining clothes into the washing machine without uttering a single word. Qin Chaoyang felt utterly awkward. His intentions were not lewd, yet the look in Shin Sijia's eyes clearly suggested otherwise. There was no way to clarify this misunderstanding. Why are you looking at me like that? In the future, do not use my undergarments for such purposes, and remember that overindulgence in such matters is detrimental to one's health, Shin Sijia declared, turning on her heel and retreating to her room. Qin Chaoyang was left feeling despondent, as if he had stepped into a quagmire. This situation was beyond explanation. After his shower, he returned to the room, deciding that some things were better left unsaid. He casually picked up a severely damaged incense burner and closed his eyes, beginning the process of restoration. The task proved lengthy, given the extent of the damage and the rust present on it. After approximately 15 minutes, he finally exhaled in relief, drenched in sweat. Today, he had exerted his spiritual energy excessively and had yet to recover. Now he felt completely drained. Fortunately, he had successfully restored the incense burner. Item name: Ming Dynasty Xuanda Furnace. Era: Ming Dynasty. Collectible value: authentic, Extremely high. Market price. 4 to 5 million. Qin Chaoyang chuckled, astonished at the worth of this incense burner, seemingly purchased for a mere 1,000 yuan. This is what one truly calls a windfall. Setting the incense burner aside, Qin Chaoyang picked up a pair of shorts, preparing to take a shower, having just soaked himself thoroughly. However, by sheer coincidence, he ran into Shen Sijia, who had emerged for a drink. Shen Sijia gazed at the shorts in Qin Chaoyang's hand, her eyes brimming with disdain. Well, Qin Chaoyang chose not to explain. Some matters only complicate further with elaboration. When he finished his shower and exited the bathroom, Shen Sijia remained seated in the living room. Chaoyang, I can understand certain things. After all, you're a man, I get it. However, it's essential to exercise some restraint. Excessive indulgence is detrimental to one's health. Qin Chaoyang was incensed. Enough. Shen Sijia, I took your bra merely to toss your clothes into the washing machine. What do you think a girl's belongings strewn about signify? Furthermore, I just showered because I was sweating profusely. After hearing Qin Chaoyang's explanation, Shen Sijia fell silent and turned to enter her room. Qin Chaoyang felt like giving himself a couple of hard slaps. Explanation is merely a guise, and a guise obscures the truth. He felt as if he were precisely in that predicament. The night passed without conversation. The following morning, after dropping Shen Sijia at her company, Qin Chaoyang drove back to his potted plant shop. His task for the day was to renovate all the potted plants he had purchased yesterday, as well as to procure a computer to upgrade the cash register system. After all, who uses cash to shop nowadays? After a busy morning, he refrained from seeking out Shen Sijia for lunch. Next, he needed to invite some guests as it was the grand opening, and a lack of attendees would be rather disheartening. Naturally, the first person who came to mind was Huang Guangyan, followed by the shop's landlord, Fang Ya, and Master Guan Yuha. Ultimately, he decided to post an invitation on his social media. In truth, Qin Chaoyang had few friends. Those classmates he had kept in touch with during the first year after graduation had gradually formed a new group, leaving him to fade into the role of a passerby. Once he completed these tasks, it was nearly 3 p.m. He then drove back to his cousin's home. Upon opening the door, the room was as chaotic as ever. 3 women, each more beautiful than the last, resembled exquisite vases, yet all were rather indolent. Pu Meiqi and Su Xiaoro had likely gone to work, while Bao Xiaoxiao was either out or hiding in her room. The living room was empty. After a bout of tidying up, he prepared to fetch Shen Sijia after her workday. Just then, his phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was his sister, Qin Yudi. It turned out that Qin Yudi had seen her brother's social media post and was aware of the impending opening of his shop. After informing her parents, she took a bus to her destination. It was the perfect time as summer vacation had begun. She intended to take on a part-time job assisting Qin Chaoyang at his store. To put it plainly, Qin Yudi sought to seize the opportunity. As a girl, it is essential to have an older brother. Conversely, as a boy, one ought to have an older sister. The origin of this saying is unknown, but Qin Chaoyang deemed it utterly ridiculous. After hanging up the phone, he drove directly to the bus station. Brother, did you miss me? I've missed you so much. Upon her arrival, Qin Yudi clung to her brother's arm, playfully seeking affection. Don't start that with me. Do you really think you could miss me? He retorted. Let me make it clear, the payment is set at 3,000 yuan for the month. Not a penny more. End of chapter. Chapter 67. A Tale of Beasts and Men. Upon hearing that the monthly salary was merely 3,000 yuan, Qin Yudi expressed her discontent, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. After all, there were still opportunities to benefit from her sister-in-law. With this thought in mind, Qin Yudi readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia glanced at the clock, realizing that Qin Chaoyang was once again late. Just as she contemplated making a phone call, she spotted his car entering the company premises. Without delay, Shen Sijia hurried downstairs, eager to inquire why Qin Chaoyang had yet again failed to arrive on time. However, upon seeing Qin Yudi, her expression transformed into one of delight, aptly described by the idiom smiling from ear to ear. Yudi, what brings you here? She exclaimed. Your brother really should have informed me. Sister-in-law, I made a last-minute decision to come. I only called my brother once I reached the station, Qin Yudi clarified, and Shen Sijia understood at last the reason for Qin Chaoyang's tardiness. Very well, sister-in-law will treat you to a grand meal, Shen Sijia declared, leading Qin Yudi to the car. Sister-in-law, my brother asked me to help out at the store for 3,000 yuan a month. Qin Chaoyang realized with dread that his sister was once again stirring up trouble. 3,000? Chaoyang, how could you even utter such a sum? Just as Qin Yudi was reveling in her thoughts, Shen Sijia interjected. When it comes to family, we do not discuss money. Did Yudi come here for monetary gain? She is here to experience life. The topic of money is off the table. Qin Yudi was left bewildered. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Shouldn't it have been a scolding directed at her brother, followed by a zero added to that 3,000? At that moment, Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed, surprised that Shen Sijia had finally aligned with him. The trio arrived at a rather decent restaurant, allowing Yudi to order whatever she desired. To be frank, while Qin Chaoyang's family circumstances could be deemed average, his sister, being the youngest girl, enjoyed somewhat better conditions. Nevertheless, they seldom frequented such establishments due to financial constraints. Despite their modest means, Qin Chaoyang had a wealthy cousin who generously provided him with accommodation. Brother, with the store opening tomorrow, what will my responsibilities be? Qin Yudi, oblivious to her surroundings, chattered away while eating, completely unaware that she was merely a third wheel. You will handle the cash register. But let me make this clear. Not a single cent from the store can be touched. This is a rule that must be established from the outset. I understand. However, I don't have much money left, and I still wish to buy a few outfits. And Qin Chaoyang felt overwhelmed as his sister constantly plotted ways to obtain funds. After dinner, Qin Chaoyang intended to first drop Shen Sijia off and then return with Qin Yudi to their original residence, where she would temporarily share a room with Bao Xiaoxiao. Yet, Shen Sijia was not pleased. Her stance was clear. Officially, she and Qin Chaoyang were in a romantic relationship, and thus he should stay at her place. Certainly, all of this is for the benefit of Qin Chaoyang. Regarding the truth, only Shen Sijia holds the answer. Thus, Qin Chaoyang reluctantly agreed to accompany Qin Yudi to Shen Sijia's villa. In truth, he was hesitant to come due to the misunderstandings from the previous night. Wow, how spacious and beautiful! Sister-in-law, is this your villa? Upon entering, Qin Yudi exhibited a curiosity akin to that of Lu Lao Lao exploring the Grandview Garden, inspecting everything in sight. Indeed, I purchased this villa last year. Once you graduate and find a boyfriend, I shall gift it to you, Shen Sijia remarked, leaving Qin Yudi astonished. Sister-in-law, if you give it to me, where will you reside? Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed as she explained, your brother's villa is currently undergoing renovations, and we will reside there soon. After her statement, Shen Sijia covertly glanced at Qin Chaoyang, who was preoccupied with searching for the remote control to watch television. Oblivious to their conversation, irritation crept into Shen Sijia. Who watches television these days? Sister-in-law, which room will I sleep in tonight? Shen Sijia, lost in thought, absent-mindedly pointed to the room where Qin Chaoyang had slept the previous night. You will sleep in that room, Qin Yudi exclaimed, promptly opening the door and dragging her suitcase inside. Sijia, if you let Yudi sleep in my room, where will I sleep? Qin Chaoyang, now diverting his attention from the television, attempted to enter the room to suggest a change for Qin Yudi, but Shen Sijia firmly halted him. You will share a room with me. After uttering this, Shen Sijia felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly clarified. We are a couple now. If we sleep apart, your parents will surely suspect that we are merely acting, rendering our previous efforts futile. However, let it be known that you must sleep on the floor tonight and may not join me in bed. Otherwise, Shen Sijia trailed off, failing to specify what would ensue. Qin Chaoyang found himself bewildered. What was the situation? To share a room yet not share a bed conjured a humorous anecdote in his mind. Once, a man and a woman resided in a single room with only one bed, leading the woman to instruct the man to sleep on the floor, warning him against climbing into her bed, lest he be deemed a beast. The night passed with the man dutifully adhering to her command, remaining on the floor. The following morning, as the woman gazed out the window, a gust of wind swept her handkerchief away, landing on a tree outside. The man gallantly volunteered to retrieve it, climbing the tree to fetch her lost item. However, The woman slapped him, exclaiming, "You could scale such a tall tree, yet you couldn't manage to climb into such a low bed? Truly, you are worse than a beast." The current circumstances bore a striking resemblance to this story. Faced with two choices, Qin Chaoyang pondered whether to behave like a beast or to be deemed even less than one. Should he indeed embrace the role of the beast? Clang! Just as Qin Chaoyang's mind wandered, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the room. Oh no! Qin Chaoyang suddenly realized something and hurried into the room, only to find that a precious antique plate, worth over 100,000, had been shattered into countless pieces. "Qin Yudi, you must compensate for this," he exclaimed. Qin Yudi, startled, had merely thought the plate was beautiful and had reached out to examine it. However, when she attempted to return it, her hand slipped, and it fell to the ground. Aware of the trouble she had caused, she recalled that Qin Chaoyang had previously mentioned that the plate was worth at least 100,000. "Brother, I didn't do it on purpose," Qin Yudi said, nearly in tears from fear. "Chaoyang, what are you doing? It's just a broken plate. There are plenty more in the kitchen. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Look at how frightened Yudi is." "Don't worry, Yudi. Your sister-in-law is here to support you." End of chapter. Chapter 68. Temptation. As Shenxijia spoke, she began to help pick up the shattered plates strewn across the floor. She was no fool and clearly recognized that the dish was an antique. However, it was already broken, so what could be done? Qin Chaoyang was quite vexed. Yet, upon noticing the playful glimmer in Shenxijia's eyes, his irritation dissipated significantly. "Come on, sister-in-law. Let us get you a bath," Shenxijia exclaimed, pulling Qin Yudi out of the room, leaving Qin Chaoyang to gather the broken shards of the plate, which had splintered into a dozen pieces. Fortunately, with some strong adhesive at hand, he managed to piece it back together without much trouble. After restoring it, he placed it back on the table, deciding not to repair it immediately as a cautionary measure for Qin Yudi. By the time Qin Chaoyang exited the room, the two had already finished their bath. Stealing a glance at Qin Chaoyang, Qin Yudi hurried back to her room and closed the door behind her. "Chaoyang, Yudi is still young. Don't be too harsh on her. Besides, it's her first time here," Shenxijia gently advised after Qin Yudi retreated. In truth, Qin Chaoyang's anger had long since faded, for what was broken could be mended. However, at that moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by Shenxijia. How to put it? Shenxijia was still wearing the same nightgown from the last time Qin Chaoyang had visited, low-cut with buttons left undone, exposing her bare skin beneath. From his vantage point, it was akin to a song lyric. "I see mountains upon mountains, rivers upon rivers, all interconnected," as Shenxijia animatedly chattered away. She suddenly sensed that Qin Chaoyang's gaze was rather inappropriate. Looking down, she realized she was rather exposed. "Pervert, what are you staring at? Dare to look again and I'll pluck your eyes out. You reek. Hurry up and take a bath." After delivering her retort, she shot Qin Chaoyang a glare before swaying her hips back to her room. Qin Chaoyang rubbed his nose, then entered the bathroom with his clothes. Once he finished his shower, he hesitated, pondering whether or not to enter her room. After considerable contemplation, he finally turned the knob on Shenxijia's door. Shenxijia, initially engrossed in her phone, quickly shoved it beneath her pillow when she heard the noise, pretending to be asleep. Qin Chaoyang refrained from turning on the lights, opting instead to illuminate the space with his phone. He noticed a thin blanket and a pillow on the floor, his makeshift bed arranged by Shenxijia. He plugged in his phone to charge and set the alarm for an early rise, as the store was to open the next day. After setting the alarm, he lay down beneath the thin blanket. However, a chill enveloped him. Glancing at the air conditioning unit, he exclaimed, 20 degrees? It's a wonder I won't freeze to death tonight. Peering over at Shenxijia, he noted that her blanket was substantially thicker than his. Was she not aware of the cold? Wrapped in her ample warmth, she was blissfully comfortable under the air conditioning. Qin Chaoyang tightened his blanket a little more, yet still felt the bite of the cold, prompting him to adjust the temperature. However, the remote was on Shenxijia's side, compelling him to lift the blanket and slowly crawl onto her bed, with the sole intention of retrieving the remote control. Remained utterly still, feigning slumber. Qin Chaoyang seized the remote control, pressing a few buttons, yet it yielded no response. "Xijia, why does this remote not work?" he inquired. With a drowsy lift of her head, Shinshijia replied, "Perhaps it has run out of batteries. If you're cold, you may as well sleep beside me. But do refrain from any mischief." With that, she closed her eyes once more. Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he decided to disregard the consequences and slipped beneath the covers. Shinsijia's body quivered slightly, yet she remained in her pretended slumber. Cocooned in the blanket, Qin Chaoyang found warmth. However, the mere presence of the opposite sex in close proximity often stirs unbidden thoughts. Sometimes one cannot help but be swept away by such impulses. Gradually, Qin Chaoyang turned onto his side, extending a hand to gently rest upon Shinsijia's waist. There was no response from her. Moments later, his hand began to wander, slipping beneath the hem of her nightgown, finally resting on her abdomen. Shinsijia's breathing quickened, yet she persisted in her charade. In such instances, granting another an opportunity often equates to granting oneself the same. From a certain perspective, a girl's or woman's willingness to share a room with a man indicates a modicum of interest. After all, no woman would easily trust a man unless he was someone she liked or felt a connection with. This understanding emboldened Qin Chaoyang, who chose to proceed with caution, testing the waters. As his hand lingered on her abdomen, it gradually began to ascend. Bit by bit, it finally reached its intended destination. At that moment, Shinshijia could no longer maintain her faade, her body's reaction betraying her. She swiftly removed Qin Chaoyang's wandering hand. "Let us sleep, no tomfoolery." Hearing her words, Qin Chaoyang discerned that she was not genuinely angry, prompting him to make a second attempt. This time, he lingered a moment longer, yet once again, Shinshijia pulled his hand away. "Chaoyang, no mischief. We are merely acting, now sleep." This marked her second rejection. Qin Chaoyang, still oblivious to any hint of ire, made a third attempt, this time with prolonged contact. Shinshijia, overwhelmed by his caresses, resolved once more to push his hand away. However, this time, Qin Chaoyang exerted a bit more strength, rendering her efforts futile. After several attempts, Shinshijia seemed to surrender, or perhaps acquiesce. In any case, Qin Chaoyang's hand remained in place, while Shinshijia withdrew hers. In this manner, she conceded, "Do not overstep, or I shall become angry." This was Shinsijia's final stance of leniency. Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of elation in his heart. He understood the importance of a gradual approach in such matters. Thus, the two remained motionless, gradually succumbing to slumber. This was not a reflection of Qin Chaoyang's character being less than that of a beast. Rather, he understood a fundamental truth. There is ample time ahead. Having achieved 2 points today, 3 points would surely follow on another day. The following morning, before the alarm had a chance to ring, Shinshijia awakened. She gently extricated Qin Chaoyang's hand from her chest, her face flushed with satisfaction. Last night had been, in fact, a subtle test for Shinshijia. Her first intention was to ascertain whether Qin Chaoyang harbored feelings for her. Secondly, she sought to evaluate his character. The notions of beastly behavior were of little consequence. What truly mattered was whether he valued her. Given that Qin Chaoyang had managed to restrain his desires, she deemed her small sacrifice entirely worthwhile. End of chapter. Chapter 69. The grand opening of the potted plant shop. Quietly, he opened the drawer and retrieved 2 batteries to install in the remote control, subsequently turning off the air conditioner. With a smile, he then left the room. Qin Chaoyang, of course, was awakened by the alarm clock. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Shinshijia was no longer in the room. By the time he stepped out, breakfast was already prepared. Naturally, it was Qin Yudi who had cooked, with Shinshijia assisting. "Quickly wash up and eat your breakfast. Today is the store's grand opening. I've ordered several floral arrangements to be delivered," Shinshijia said, handing Qin Chaoyang his toothbrush and towel. "Brother, about that plate." Qin Yudi was still concerned about the incident. "Be more careful next time. My belongings are not to be mishandled. Last night, you broke something worth over 100,000, Qin Chaoyang remarked as he entered the bathroom. His admonishment was largely aimed at educating Qin Yudi. Experiencing a slight scare or lesson is not necessarily detrimental. Can aid in her future growth. This scenario is akin to how some parents respond when a child falls. Some will advise them to be cautious while walking to avoid the pain of falling again. Conversely, others might comfort the child by blaming the ground, thus instilling a misguided notion that the fall was not their fault, but rather a fault of the ground. The concept of distorted values often relates to one's upbringing. Had Qin Chaoyang reassured Qin Yudi that breaking something was inconsequential because he had the means to cover it, it would have imparted a flawed understanding. That mischief carries no consequences as someone will always bail her out. Shen Sijia chose not to interject. She agreed with this approach to education. After all, at only 18 or 19, it was beneficial for Qin Yudi to develop a sound perception of society. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Yudi had not expressed this sentiment the previous night because she was evading the issue, but after a night of reflection, she recognized her mistake, at least to some extent. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively, continuing to brush his teeth. The matter was in the past, and he had no intention of dwelling on it further. Once breakfast was finished, the three of them made their way to the shop. By this time, Bao Xiaoxiao had already begun tidying up. She was taken aback upon arrival, for the store was adorned with dozens of beautiful potted plants. Even without expertise, she could tell these arrangements were remarkable. Xiaoxiao, this is my sister Qin Yudi. She's here to help during the summer vacation. If there's anything you need, just ask her. Qin Chaoyang introduced, to which Bao Xiaoxiao readily agreed. She then guided Qin Yudi through the cash register system, though neither of them was particularly knowledgeable, leading to a collaborative exploration. At this moment, Qin Chaoyang picked up a tag to begin pricing the items, while Shen Sijia observed, hanging each tag as he wrote. Chaoyang, these prices seem rather steep, she remarked. Qin Chaoyang smiled and replied, we are adopting a high-end approach. There's an old saying, a shop that doesn't open for 3 years will feast for 3 years once it does. Even if only one pot is sold in a month, we would still consider it a profit. As the labels were being finalized, the flower baskets ordered by Shen Sijia arrived. Due to the government's stringent regulations on fireworks and firecrackers over the years, the opening of the store no longer permits the use of such celebratory displays. As the clock struck 8, the first customer graced the store, Fang Ye, the landlord. Fang Ye visits almost daily and was well aware that Qin Chaoyang's shop was opening today, so she brought 2 flower baskets to adorn the entrance. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt it necessary to show her support for Qin Chaoyang's new venture. Mr. Qin, congratulations. Upon seeing Fang Ye, Qin Chaoyang promptly stepped out to greet her. Ah, it's Sister Fang. Thank you for your generosity. After the pleasantries, he began to introduce his associates. Bao Xiaoxiao was familiar to Fang Ye, and she also recognized Shen Sijia. Thus, the introduction focused on his sister. Once the introductions were complete, Fang Ye turned her gaze towards the potted plants, and her astonishment was palpable. The quality of these potted plants was undoubtedly exquisite. Fang Ye had never encountered such beautiful specimens before. However, the prices were rather shocking. The cheapest orchid was astonishingly priced at 88,000 yuan. While exorbitant, such an expenditure was not beyond Fang Ye's means, especially given the remarkable beauty of the flowers. She decided to purchase 2 orchids to take home. At that moment, another visitor arrived, none other than Liang Menghuan, a classmate of Qin Chaoyang. Old classmate, congratulations. Qin Chaoyang discreetly glanced at Shen Sijia before courteously returning Liang Menghuan's greeting. He then began another round of introductions. Such is the nature of social interactions. Whether one is familiar or not, it is prudent to make simple introductions for potential future dealings. Chaoyang, impressive. Your antique shop has opened. If you maintain this momentum, it will surely thrive. The speaker was Huang Guangyan, who was not alone but accompanied by several others, including Guan Yuhe, Guan Jingya, Huang Ying, and a middle-aged man whom Qin Chaoyang did not recognize. After a round of introductions, Qin Chaoyang learned that the man's name was Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe was the individual who had assisted Huang Guangyan in appraising the 2 orchids Qin Chaoyang had gifted. An avid enthusiast of potted plants, Li Xinghe had been purposely invited by Huang Guangyan to help introduce business opportunities to Qin Chaoyang. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If Qin Chaoyang wishes to pursue a high-end market, he must engage with such circles. After a pleasant discussion, everyone selected their preferred potted plants for purchase. Bao Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Previously, Qin Chaoyang had informed her that for every sale, she would receive a 10 commission on the profit. For instance, if Fangya bought an orchid priced at 88,000 yuan, purchasing 2 would amount to over 170,000 yuan. Of course, these were listed prices, and negotiation was customary. Qin Chaoyang would provide Bao Xiaoxiao with a base price. For this particular orchid, the base price was 60,000 yuan. Among the surplus of 28,000, a 10 commission can be deemed quite modest. This implies that from this single potted plant, she has earned 2,800 solely from the commission. Today serves as a rather exceptional instance. The attendees here to offer their support naturally refrain from bargaining. Had it been someone else making the purchase, should you have set the price at 88,000, no one would be foolish enough to forego negotiation. Such is the nature of business. Once it commences, the flow of wealth becomes abundant. Whether it be Fangya, Huang Guangyan, or Li Xinghe, each possesses their own network. With just a hint of promotion or a post on social media, business will inevitably come knocking at their door. Well, everyone, as I inaugurate my establishment today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. As the hour grows late, I have reserved a private room at Tongxin Building. Allow me to treat you all to a meal as a token of my appreciation. End of chapter. Chapter 70. Lin Qianshu and Qin Chaoyang treated everyone to a meal, a gesture of gratitude for their support. After lunch, he returned the money to Liang Menghuan, specifically the funds she had spent on potted plants. Qin Chaoyang understood that although Liang Menghuan had some wealth, she was not a major entrepreneur and it was unnecessary for her to spend tens of thousands on such items. Liang Menghuan gazed earnestly at Qin Chaoyang and asked, "Why are you deceiving me, Chaoyang?" Qin Chaoyang was well aware of the context of her question, which referred to their earlier conversation in the park regarding employment. Liang Menghuan, I assure you, I have not deceived you in any way. Just half a month ago, I was indeed an apprentice in an antique shop, earning a mere 2,500 a month, and that was without any days off. I simply resigned afterward. Qin Chaoyang spoke the truth. There was no need for falsehoods regarding certain matters. You have a wealthy girlfriend? Did she assist you in opening the shop? And that car of yours, is it newly purchased? Liang Menghuan's inquiries were pointed and rather sensitive, as most would refrain from asking such personal questions. Qin Chaoyang discerned that she was implying he was living off a woman. Given his background, it was evident he could not have established this shop or acquired the car on his own. Furrowing his brow for a moment, Qin Chaoyang nodded. Yes, she is quite affluent. She has indeed helped with this shop, and it was she who took me to buy the car. He was unsure why he answered this way. Perhaps he simply wished to avoid entanglements with Liang Menghuan. She nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Congratulations, you have at least 20 fewer years of struggle than others." Qin Chaoyang chuckled and glanced at the time. "I have matters to attend to at the shop. Let us continue this conversation another day." With that, he departed. Liang Menghuan watched his retreating figure, sensing something amiss. His response had been too straightforward. Even those who rely on others would exhibit some embarrassment. Yet Qin Chaoyang seemed unaffected. Clearly, there was more to the story. Upon returning to the shop, Qin Chaoyang noticed that Shin Sijia had not joined them for lunch. Instead, she had ordered takeout, dining with Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi. The trio radiated an uncontrollable excitement upon his return. "Brother, can you guess how much we earned this morning?" Qin Yudi, having never seen such a sum, was likely to remain exhilarated for some time. Qin Chaoyang began to calculate in his mind. Fangya had spent nearly 170,000, Huang Guangyan 220,000, Li Xinghe 190,000, and even his master Guan Yuhe had spent 200,000. Adding Liang Menghuan's 88,000, the total exceeded 800,000. Of course, he could not mention that Liang Menghuan's funds would need to be returned. "Yudi, today doesn't he really count? It's merely familiar faces supporting the business. The real test will be whether this shop can attract new customers." Just as Qin Chaoyang finished speaking and prepared to inspect other flowers, customers entered the shop. "Welcome." Bao Xiaoxiao immediately assumed her role. "Is this store newly opened?" Qin Chaoyang turned to see a woman in her mid-20s, tall and graceful, with silky black hair, an oval face, and eyes that shimmered like polished ebony. She held a smartphone in her left hand and carried a luxurious bag over her right shoulder. "Hello. Beautiful. Our store just opened today. Please feel free to browse." Qin Chaoyang endeavored to present himself with an air of sophistication. The woman nodded. Her name was Lin Qianxuan, and she was on a quest to purchase potted plants. With her grandfather's birthday approaching in 2 days, Lin Qianxuan intended to gift him 2 potted plants, as he had a fondness for flora. However, after perusing the entire flower market without success, she fortuitously stumbled upon Qin Chaoyang's new establishment. Lin Qianxuan cast a fleeting glance at Qin Chaoyang, then intended to merely take a cursory look before departing. After all, Qin Chaoyang appeared quite youthful. Individuals of such age were seldom knowledgeable about potted plants. Cultivating potted plants is an art that requires decades of expertise to master. Yet, upon closer inspection, Lin Qianxuan found herself captivated by the potted plants displayed on the shelves. Each plant, in terms of form and vitality, was exquisite. "Did you cultivate these yourself?" Lin Qianxuan inquired with curiosity. Qin Chaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. However, Shen Sijia regarded him with skepticism and disdain. Lin Qianxuan nodded again and began searching for the potted plants that most appealed to her. Ultimately, she selected 2 rubber trees, which are particularly well-suited for indoor cultivation due to their elegant appearance, robust trunk, and ability to purify airborne dust. "I'll take these 2. Do you offer delivery?" Lin Qianxuan asked after making her selection. Bao Xiaoxiao was about to respond, but Qin Chaoyang interjected, "Delivery is no problem, but we only service within the city. Additionally, please take a look at the prices to confirm your purchase." Qin Chaoyang was subtly reminding Lin Qianxuan, as these 2 potted plants were the most expensive items in the store. It was only then that Lin Qianxuan glanced at the price tag. 188,000 per pot. 2 pots would amount to. Indeed a bit pricey, yet given their quality they were worth the cost. "Alright, no problem. Let's proceed with the payment."
Bao Xiao Xia.
In a daze, accepted the credit card and began processing the transaction. "Beautiful lady, I believe you should consider acquiring a membership card. With our store's membership, a minimum deposit of 500,000 allows you to enjoy a 20% discount." At that moment, Shen Sijia spoke up, recognizing that this elegant lady was undoubtedly affluent and that wealthy individuals rarely miss an opportunity for a bargain. A membership card? Lin Qianxuan pondered. 500,000 was not an excessive sum. The total for the 2 rubber trees was nearly 400,000, bringing her quite close to the threshold. Moreover, with the 20% discount, it was undeniably a savvy deal. "Alright, I will start with 1 million. Shen Sijia hurriedly approached the ATM, nudging her bag aside, and then took the bank card and identity card to commence the transaction. The so-called membership card was an impulsive idea conceived by Shen Sijia. "Hello, Miss Lin. I have already registered your identity information. Additionally, these 2 potted plants will be calculated at a discount of 20%. The original price was 376,000, but after the discount it amounts to 308,000. However, as today marks the grand opening of our store, I can only register you for now. The membership card will be delivered to you within 3 days." Shen Sijia rattled off, leaving Lin Qianxuan somewhat bewildered. Was her 1 million really deducted? Yet the card would not be available immediately? Could this be a scam? Such thoughts raced through Lin Qianxuan's mind. Sensing her apprehension, Shen Sijia quickly offered an explanation. "Miss Lin, are you concerned about our store's credibility?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 71. Healing the flowers. Miss Lin, you need not worry. You may examine our establishment. With such exquisite decor and these potted plants, it is inconceivable that we would engage in a mere transaction for a few 100,000. Is it not? Naturally, should you still harbor any doubts, we can promptly refund your funds. In 3 days, we would be more than willing to personally attend to your needs. Shen Sijia was employing a strategy of retreat to advance, as she had previously been ensnared by similar tactics. Lin Qianxuan contemplated this and found merit in the suggestion. Thus she instructed them to draft a receipt, effectively enrolling herself as a member. Primarily, Lin Qianxuan was not overly concerned about the monetary aspect. Qin Chaoyang was utterly bewildered by Shen Sijia's approach. Is this truly how business is conducted? However, the next task before him was to deliver the goods. Lin Qianxuan's vehicle was a sports car, ill-suited for transporting the potted rubber trees, given their substantial height. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyang utilized his own vehicle to secure the 2 rubber trees and followed closely behind Lin Qianxuan. In truth, the distance was not considerable. A mere 20 minutes by car sufficed. Upon arriving at Lin Qianxuan's residence and bringing the 2 potted plants inside, Qin Xiaoyang intended to take his leave. Yet, he realized he had not yet inquired how to address the proprietor. He introduced himself and Lin Qianxuan nodded, gesturing toward 2 camellia plants on the balcony, asking, "Mr. Qin, do you believe these camellias can be salvaged?" Only then did Qin Xiaoyang notice the several potted plants on Lin Qianxuan's balcony, particularly the 2 camellias that appeared rather lackluster. He knelt, casually inspecting the soil, and inhaled deeply. Although he was not an expert, he possessed some knowledge of plants, having grown up in the countryside. "Miss Lin, these 2 camellias have suffered from overwatering, resulting in some root rot and mold. It is indeed possible to revive them. Given 3 days, I can restore them to their former glory, perhaps even more vibrant than before. However, I must advise against it, as the cost may exceed that of purchasing 2 new camellias." Lin Qianxuan disregarded the latter part of his statement, her focus solely on the former. "You truly have a method to revive these camellias?" Hope flickered in her eyes. Qin Xiaoyang affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I entrust these camellias to you. Should you manage to revive them, you may set your price." Qin Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Turning down a profitable opportunity would be foolish. He proceeded to place the camellias into the trunk of his vehicle. Upon returning to the shop, Qin Xiaoyang found both Shen Sijia and Qin Yudi absent. He carried the 2 camellias into the flower shop and inquired of Bao Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, where have they gone?" Bao Xiaoxiao, engrossed in familiarizing herself with the cash register system, responded promptly, "They have gone to arrange for membership cards, apparently to seek out that Liang Menghuan." Qin Xiaoyang nodded and pointed to the 2 pots of camellias, saying, "You mustn't sell these 2 pots. They belong to Miss Lin from before, and I was tasked with their care." Bao Xiaoxiao replied with a soft "oh," and Qin Xiaoyang, dismissing the matter, moved the camellias into the inner room. There were many other potted plants emerging from the soil. Qin Xiaoyang took out the 2 pots of camellias, replaced the old soil with fresh nutrient-rich earth, and replanted them. He then began to channel spiritual energy into them. However, this time he did not rush the process. He intended to follow a 3-day regimen for their rehabilitation and transformation. "Hey cousin, does that commission you mentioned still count?" Bao Xiaoxiao asked, a hint of shyness in her tone. Nevertheless, she posed the question as it was no trivial sum. For all the potted plants sold today with a profit share of 10, Bao Xiaoxiao stood to earn at least 20,000, a figure she had scarcely dared to dream of. Qin Xiaoyang was well aware of her concerns. "Rest assured, my word is my bond. What is rightfully yours, I shall not withhold a single cent." Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxiao leaped with joy, her exuberance causing her already ample bosom to quiver even more. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. At that moment, Shen Sijia returned. Initially, she was quite pleased, as the flower shop seemed to be a successful venture, and the membership cards were in the process of being made. All that was left was to continually expand the business. However, upon entering the shop, she was greeted by the sight of Bao Xiaoxiao bouncing with joy, while Qin Xiaoyang appeared utterly captivated, nearly drooling. Shen Sijia silently cursed him for being a lecher. Ahem. With a cough, Shen Sijia caught Qin Xiaoyang's attention. "Xiaoxiao, maintain your composure. Such exuberance is unbecoming." "Ah, Sijia, you're back. Are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage. Back in school I learned about." Qin Xiaoyang spoke as he guided Shen Sijia to a chair and began to massage her shoulders. Women are indeed like this. A moment of jealousy can swiftly dissipate. "Xiaoyang, we still need more potted plants. You must restock. Especially the rubber trees, bring back more as they are quite profitable." While enjoying the massage, Shen Sijia offered her suggestions. Qin Xiaoyang understood that the floral inventory was somewhat lacking, yet the entire flower market had a limited selection of cultivable plants, all of which he had already acquired, making expansion difficult. "Sijia, do you know of any larger flower markets?" Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia recognized Qin Xiaoyang's line of thought. "You can check online. If I'm not mistaken, There should be one in Kunming. Just a moment. Let me look it up. As Shin Sijia spoke, she began to consult Baidu. After a thorough search, she ultimately confirmed the existence of a place called Donan in Kunming. Additionally, she discovered that there is a remarkably large potted plant market in Guangzhou. Qin Chaoyang ceased his massage, contemplating the feasibility of visiting these two locations, recognizing that it would not be overly complicated or costly. The critical issue lay in how to transport the items back, along with the concern of whether he could manage to find the time. Shun Sijia, feeling dissatisfied with Qin Chaoyang's distraction, noted that he had forgotten to continue the massage, which she was thoroughly enjoying. Sijia, I plan to visit Donan, Qin Chaoyang ultimately resolved. Alright, once you decide on a date, let me know. I will arrange my work and accompany you. Qin Chaoyang appeared somewhat perplexed. Sijia, what do you intend to do there? Shin Sijia shot him an exasperated glance. None of your business. End of chapter. Chapter 72. Shun Sijia's bottom line: the potted plant shop is unlike any other. After 5 in the afternoon, it typically sees no further business. Particularly in a high-end establishment such as this, the average individual lacks the financial means to make a purchase. Consequently, as the hour approached, Qin Chaoyang decided to let everyone off for the day. He also handed Bao Xiaoxiao 5,000 yuan, which represented her wages for the previous month. Although Bao Xiaoxiao had only worked a few days last month, Qin Chaoyang was pleased with his earnings and was happy to reward her. After work, the pressing question was where to dine for the evening. Ultimately, he resolved to buy groceries and prepare dinner at home. What should have been a mundane task soon turned troublesome. Upon returning home, Bao Xiaoxiao relayed the day's events at the shop to Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi, inadvertently stirring a hornet's nest. Dear cousin, since we share a living arrangement, and considering you promised last time, when do you think it would be appropriate for me to assist at the shop? Pu Meiqi inquired, even mentioning the delicate matter of their cohabitation. Su Xiaoro, not to be outdone, chimed in, cousin, I wish to join as well. My current job is arduous and unappealing. I long to leave it behind. Qin Chaoyang was well aware of their intentions and was about to acquiesce when he noticed Shin Sijia signaling to him. Ahem. Well, my shop is rather small, and for now, having Xiaoxiao and my sister there is sufficient. Besides, there isn't an overwhelming amount of work at the potted plant shop. However, do not fret. In the near future, I may consider opening an antique shop, and you can join then. Furthermore, before year-end, I might contemplate establishing a raw stone shop, which will certainly require manpower. Upon hearing about the raw stone shop, Shun Sijia's eyes sparkled with interest. The venture she regarded most favorably was indeed the Jade raw stone shop, as it promised substantial profits, especially since she could supply the raw stones to the Shin group. This arrangement would mitigate the risk of unsold inventory. In contrast, the potted plant and antique shops were merely trivial endeavors, yielding minimal profits. To Shin Sijia, substantial profit meant earning tens of thousands in a day, if not millions a month. Pu Meiqi and Su Xiaoro felt reassured by Qin Chaoyang's words, understanding that the potted plant shop differed significantly from floral shops. The former required hands for tasks such as flower cutting, arranging, and delivery, whereas the antique shop necessitated only minimal oversight. They had initially missed their opportunity, lacking Bao Xiaoxiao's decisiveness. Dinner was prepared by Qin Chaoyang, and the table was set for a gathering of 6, 1 man and 5 women. After the meal, Qin Chaoyang drove Shin Sijia back to her villa. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, he refrained from mentioning their departure. Likewise, Shun Sijia chose not to bring it up, and both harbored a subtle sense of anticipation. After taking a shower, Shin Sijia, as usual, was the first to enter the room. However, this evening, the air conditioning was set to a comfortable 25 degrees, unlike the previous night when it was turned down to a brisk 20 degrees. When Qin Chaoyang finished his shower and stepped into Shin Sijia's room, he felt a twinge of frustration, for, like the night before, he found himself relegated to the floor. The crux of the matter was that the air conditioning was set at 25 degrees, leaving him with no excuse to linger in bed. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he lay on the hard floor. After what seemed like a good 10 minutes, Shin Sijia suddenly coughed softly. Perhaps her throat was a touch uncomfortable. Qin Chaoyang quickly sprang up and, with a bold face, once again nestled himself under the covers of the large bed. What are you doing? The air conditioning is set at a moderate temperature tonight, not cold at all. Hurry up and sleep down there. Shinseja said this but made no move to push him away. Well, I just heard you cough, and I came to check if you were feeling unwell. Besides, the floor is too hard. It's uncomfortable to sleep on. Your bed is so spacious, right? I promise I'll only occupy a tiny bit of space. The saying goes, a man's words are as good as a lie, and it would be strange for Shinseja to truly believe him. Yet sometimes she had to concede. Let us get this straight. Sleep honestly and keep your distance. Don't touch me. Qin Chaoyang hastily assured her, almost swearing an oath. At last, Shinseja fell silent and turned away, presenting her back to him. Qin Chaoyang was indeed quite obedient, but this obedience lasted no more than a minute before he began to shamelessly inch closer to Shinseja again. She continued to feign sleep, while he repeated the familiar steps from the previous night. However, tonight unfolded more smoothly than before, as Shinseja offered no resistance. Perhaps she had truly fallen into a deep sleep. Encouraged by this, Qin Chaoyang grew bolder, his hands beginning to roam. Just as his hands were about to succeed, Shinseja caught him and firmly placed his hand over her heart. Qin Chaoyang understood. This was the boundary Shinseja allowed. In other words, a gentle touch was acceptable, but nothing more. All right then, it appears the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Nevertheless, Qin Chaoyang felt somewhat satisfied. It was indeed a rare occurrence for Shinseja to take such an initiative. Overall, the situation seemed quite promising. However, this predicament proved to be quite tormenting for Shinseja, an innocent woman unaccustomed to such teasing. Chaoyang, can you please not move? If you enjoy this, go find Bao Xiaoxiao. Hers is bigger than mine. Qin Chaoyang complied, realizing Shinseja was still upset. Sensing his compliance, she gradually calmed her restless heart, fearing she might lose control. After all, she was not a casual girl. Although she was willing, she understood the importance of maintaining a sense of propriety. Being too easily attained would lead to being taken for granted. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Chaoyang escorted Shinseja to her company, for as the general manager, she could not afford to take leave every day. Yesterday, due to the opening of the potted plant shop, there was a delay of 1 day, yet the tasks at hand still required attention. Subsequently, Qin Yudi was taken to the potted plant store. As a result, Qin Chaoyang found himself with nothing to occupy his time. Having not visited the antique street for several days to seek out treasures, he figured it would be a good opportunity to do so today. Just as Qin Chaoyang had driven away for a short while, Liang Minghuan arrived. She had come to deliver a membership card and to casually inquire about the situation. After explaining the usage of the membership card to Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi, Liang Minghuan began her tentative questioning. Naturally, Liang Minghuan and Qin Yudi were acquainted. Xiaoxiao, are you related to Chaoyang? Bao Xiaoxiao understood the reason behind Liang Minghuan's inquiry, particularly due to the mention of cousin. With a smile, Bao Xiaoxiao began to elaborate. After hearing Bao Xiaoxiao's account, Liang Minghuan found herself both amused and bewildered, never having anticipated that Qin Chaoyang had experienced such a situation, being mistaken for a pervert stealing women's underwear and subsequently beaten up. So, is this shop funded by his girlfriend? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 73. The model of maternal wealth. Bao Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and began recounting Qin Chaoyang's journey to success. Of course, her knowledge was limited. In any case, Qin Chaoyang's acquisition of a car, a house, and the establishment of this store had nothing to do with Shinseja. She even mentioned that Shinseja still required Qin Chaoyang's assistance in certain matters. This revelation left Liang Minghuan both puzzled and astonished. She was astonished by Qin Chaoyang's remarkable capabilities and considerable wealth, yet puzzled as to why, despite having achieved everything through his own efforts, he would admit to being a kept man. Could it be that Qin Chaoyang's character was truly so elevated that he remained indifferent to the opinions of others? Was he truly unconcerned? Liang Minghuan found it hard to believe, and the only explanation that came to her mind was, suddenly, she had a realization. Was it possible that she was indeed inferior? At that moment, Liang Minghuan felt a pang of defeat. In truth, she understood the reason behind Qin Chaoyang's actions. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the troubles of their middle school days. Back then, Liang Menghuan was quite mischievous, not at all like a typical girl, and perhaps she had frightened Qin Chaoyang. As a result, he developed a fear of her, leaving him with a lasting impression. The last time she returned for a blind date, she had not intended to go, but upon hearing that it was Qin Chaoyang, she decided to return. Years had passed. Qin Chaoyang had grown taller and more handsome, and Liang Menghuan felt a twinge of attraction. However, he had the audacity to claim he had a girlfriend. Later, she indeed encountered Shenanigans, whom she had inquired about, wealthy, influential, and most crucially, stunningly beautiful with an enviable figure. In every regard, Liang Menghuan found herself unable to compete with Shenanigans, and the more she considered it, the more she felt that Qin Chaoyang was indeed living off others. Thus, her previous remarks had been rather ungracious, reflecting a sentiment akin to that of sour grapes. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang had arrived at the antique street. His intention was not merely to seek out hidden treasures but primarily to absorb spiritual energy. Since his last evolution, the small cauldron within him had undergone little change, with the crimson liquid inside still occupying only about a third of its capacity. Moreover, his recent intensive usage had left him wanting for more. Thus, today, he aimed to explore other antique shops, primarily to absorb the spiritual essence contained within the antiques. As per his usual practice, Qin Chaoyang began with the street vendors, determined to inspect every stall, regardless of what they might offer. After all, one could never know where a treasure might lie. However, the narratives of novels often mislead. The notion that a protagonist could simply stroll into any stall and unearth precious items is sheer fantasy. After wandering for over an hour, he had only managed to acquire a solitary copper coin, which he considered a modest success, though grand discoveries were far from his reach. After finishing with the stalls, Qin Chaoyang made his way towards the antique shop known as Jubiozai. He chose this establishment primarily because he had frequented it several times before, and it was well stocked with genuine artifacts. The owner, known as Old Qian, was familiar with Qin Chaoyang. Upon seeing him saunter into the shop, Old Qian's eyes narrowed in recognition. He knew Qin Chaoyang. "Young brother, have you stumbled upon any treasures again?" Old Qian casually inquired, though his gaze shimmered with anticipation. Qin Chaoyang, without any pretense, placed the ancient coin upon the counter. "Boss Qian, please evaluate its worth and provide a fair price." After stating this, he allowed Old Qian to scrutinize the coin, unperturbed by any potential dishonesty, and began to explore the antiques in the shop. It was a simple endeavor to absorb knowledge. Upon inspecting the copper coin, Old Qian's initial excitement waned, yet he still examined it closely. What he discovered was remarkable. The term mother coin refers to a standard prototype crafted by central and local finances during the ancient minting of currency. To put it simply, it is a sample. Depending on its intended use, mother coins can be categorized into three types: coin samples, sculptural mother coins, and minted mother coins. Coin samples are meticulously crafted prototypes made of tin, ivory, or rosewood, presented to the imperial court for the emperor's approval. Strictly speaking, these samples do not qualify as currency, as they are merely physical representations for review and cannot be circulated. Coin samples intended for imperial review are theoretically singular, making them exceedingly rare. The mother coin in Qin Chaoyang's possession, being copper, elevates its value further. The inscription on the coin clearly reads Yongle Tongbao, unequivocally identifying it as a prototype from the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty. Once Qin Chaoyang finished his contemplation, Old Qian completed his appraisal. "Young brother, this mother coin is genuine. How much are you willing to part with it?" Today, having absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, Qin Chaoyang felt quite content, thus refraining from setting a fixed price. After all, running an antique shop necessitates profit. "Boss Qian, based on market value, this mother coin should range between 100,000 to 150,000. Of course, that 150,000 is the selling price, so I am not greedy. 100,000 will suffice. If you intend to negotiate downwards, it's best not to bring it up." Old Qian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a resigned smile. Conducting business with knowledgeable individuals has its benefits and drawbacks. The advantage, as exemplified by Qin Chaoyang, is the direct offering of a fair price without exorbitant demands. There is no need for tedious haggling. As Qin Chaoyang aptly stated, there's profit to be made, whether more or less. Conversely, negotiating with the uninformed can be arduous. Naturally, the potential profit margins are substantial. If someone else were to sell this mother coin, even if they recognized its value, they could drive the price down significantly. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Old Qian, being a straightforward person, understood that negotiating would yield little benefit. Making a profit of 2,000 to 3,000 on this mother coin was quite feasible, and he felt satisfied. Everyone hopes to strike gold, but the reality is that such opportunities are rare. After concluding their transaction, Qin Chaoyang prepared to leave but was called back by Old Qian. May I inquire how much you acquired this mother coin for? Certainly, if it is inconvenient to answer, that is perfectly fine. Qin Chaoyang smiled and extended a single finger before turning to leave. This left Old Qian even more perplexed. What could this solitary finger signify? It was certainly not a sum of 100,000. If Qin Chaoyang were to reclaim 100,000 and then sell it back to him at the same price, would that not be an exercise in futility? It was more likely to denote 10,000, or perhaps even 1,000. Qin Chaoyang refrained from articulating this explicitly, primarily out of concern for Old Qian's sense of fairness. After all, he had purchased this mother coin for merely 10 yuan. Of course, he acquired 2 coins, with the other being an ordinary copper piece, which Qin Chaoyang had used as a decoy. He glanced at the small tripod, noticing that the red spiritual energy within had increased somewhat. Just as Qin Chaoyang was about to venture to the next antique shop, he suddenly became aware of a realization that made him wish he could slap himself twice. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 74. The damaged Mei vase indeed. There was a reason behind Qin Chaoyang's desire to strike his own face with 2 resounding slaps. If the goal was to absorb the spiritual essence from antiques, why endure such exertion? He could simply visit Huang Guangyan or Guan Yuhe directly. One must understand that Huang Guangyan's collection of antiquities is quite substantial. It would undoubtedly be more expedient than his current method of meticulously examining each piece one by one. As for Guan Yuhe, while his collection may not be vast, it certainly comprises the finest of the finest. Qin Chaoyang was aware that the older the artifact, the more spiritual energy it harbored. Deciding against further wandering, Qin Chaoyang started his car and prepared to head to Huang Guangyan's place. Just as he ignited the engine, his phone rang. It was Fang Ye. It turned out that Fang Ye had encountered a treasure the previous afternoon, but due to its exorbitant price and her uncertainty regarding its authenticity, she hesitated to make a purchase. After much contemplation, she thought of Qin Chaoyang. Her overtures of goodwill and the offering of a storefront were all motivated by this very matter. Thus, she called Qin Chaoyang, seeking his assistance in authentication. Naturally, Qin Chaoyang readily agreed. After all, visiting Huang Guangyan was also a means of absorption, and assisting Fang Ye would yield similar benefits. Following the location Fang Ye provided, he drove directly to her. Fang Ye's villa was named Binhai Community, and Qin Chaoyang parked his car right at the entrance. Before he could even ring the doorbell, the door swung open. Chaoyang, I appreciate your help. Fang Ye, having previously addressed him as Mr. Qin, had grown more familiar and thus altered her mode of address. Fang Jie, you flatter me. It is but a small effort. May I inquire where the item is? Fang Ye gestured for Qin Chaoyang to enter. Inside the living room were 2 individuals, a man and a woman, undoubtedly the sellers. After a brief introduction, Qin Chaoyang laid eyes on the item Fang Ye needed him to authenticate. A Mei vase. Donning the gloves Fang Ye handed him, he began to scrutinize the piece intently. Item name: Blue and White Mei vase, also known as the gold vase, era, late Yuan. Due to improper preservation, the base is cracked and has been reassembled using a special technique. It is restorable. Qin Chaoyang could not help but furrow his brow, a subtle gesture that did not escape Fang Ye's notice. Her heart skipped a beat. Chaoyang, what do you think? Removing the gloves. Qin Chaoyang did not respond to Fang Ye's inquiry but instead turned to the 2 sellers. This Mei vase is genuine. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 sellers brightened. However, Qin Chaoyang's subsequent words caused their joy to diminish. Yet, for reasons unknown, the vase has been damaged and repaired. Upon closer inspection, the evidence remains visible. Am I mistaken, dear sellers? Fangya finally grasped the situation. No wonder the price of the May vase was so low. Its issue lay in its past damage. You speak nonsense. This vase has always been kept in my study. It has never been dropped or knocked against anything. How could there be any issue with the base? Exclaimed the man, oblivious to the implications of his words, while the woman beside him quickly grasped the ramifications. He hastily reached out to tug at his clothing, yet it was evident that it was too late. Mr. Song, it seems that Chao Yang did not mention any damage to the base. Does it not have a hint of the no silver here flavor? The gentleman surnamed Song felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face, and began to argue defensively. I merely mentioned it casually. If you wish to buy it, do so. If not, then let it be. We shall take our leave. With that, he picked up the exquisite vase and prepared to depart. Mr. Song, please wait a moment. Old Song halted, casting a wary glance at Qin Chaoyang. Without hesitation, Qin Chaoyang spoke directly. Mr. Song, this vase is indeed quite remarkable, but regrettably, due to the damage to the base, it has diminished in value. Nonetheless, I believe it still possesses considerable collectible worth. Should you choose to sell it, I would be willing to offer 100,000 yuan. Of course, the decision to sell remains entirely yours. At this juncture, Fangya tugged at Qin Chaoyang's arm. He understood her unspoken concern. No matter how exquisite an antique may be, once it is damaged, even the most skilled restoration will not conceal its flaws from a discerning expert. Hence, regardless of its original worth, this vase could not command a price of 100,000 yuan. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Fangya, then observed the interaction between the man and woman before him. The man, Old Song, appeared somewhat hesitant, while the woman beside him grew increasingly anxious. This vase, dating from the late Yuan to the early Ming dynasty, would undoubtedly fetch upwards of 1 or 2 million if it were intact. However, its damage had significantly lessened its value. This was their third appraisal, indicating that issues had previously been identified. Such scrutiny is commonplace. The more valuable an item, the more attention it attracts. Fangya, uncertain herself, sought Qin Chaoyang's expertise. Naturally, any potential buyer would also consult a specialist for verification. Under the woman's subtle urging, Old Song ultimately resolved to sell. Very well, since you have discerned the issue yet still wish to purchase it, this suggests you possess the capability to restore it. I shall grant you this favor. However, he added a stipulation. Once the transaction is complete, I will not acknowledge any flaws in the vase. We must formalize this in writing. Qin Chaoyang nodded, signaling Fangya to provide paper and pen, and they drafted a written agreement, signing it together. He then completed the transaction via a mobile transfer, finalizing the deal. After they departed, Fangya expressed her confusion. Chaoyang, even if it is restored to a high standard, the damage will still be apparent. The 100,000 yuan is trivial, but the vase simply isn't worth it. Qin Chaoyang smiled and replied, Fangjie, you need not worry. I am confident in my ability to restore it to perfection. I shall present it to you as a token of my gratitude for renting the shop to me. Fangya shot him a playful glare and retorted, if you say that, I might just get angry. Let us not dwell on distant matters. Regarding this particular incident, had it not been for your intervention, I would have suffered an unwarranted loss of 600,000 today. As for the prospect of sending the Ming vase to me, I believe it is best to forego that notion. Even if it were restored to its former glory, the fact that it was once shattered remains unchanged. I have a disinclination towards antiques that bear imperfections. Very well, Qin Chaoyang found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had indeed intended to return a favor to Fangya, but since she declined, he resolved to let it be. This vase holds a potential value exceeding 1 million, with a minimum worth of approximately 800,000. Who would ever scoff at the prospect of excess wealth? Naturally, Qin Chaoyang did not refuse any further, but his thoughts turned to the second purpose of his visit. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 75. A significant misunderstanding. Fangjie, may I have the pleasure of viewing your collection? I find it quite intriguing. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's words, Fangya's eyes sparkled with excitement. She possessed numerous collectibles, and who could tell if any had been overlooked? With Qin Chaoyang's exceptional appraisal skills, Enlisting his help would undoubtedly yield benefits. Most importantly, there would be no fees involved, making it a win-win situation, and thus, there was no reason to decline. Not at all. I shall take you to the collection room on the second floor. Most of my treasures are displayed there. As she spoke, Fang Ye eagerly ascended the staircase, with Qin Chaoyang following closely behind. Upon entering the so-called storage room, Qin Chaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such a plethora of antiques. His excitement was palpable. Without hesitation, he began examining each piece, absorbing their aura while articulating details about the antiques. His pace of appraisal was swift, primarily because he absorbed the information rapidly.
Fang Ye nodded continuously.
As Qin Chaoyang's descriptions were nearly flawless. Fang Jie, you have misjudged this piece. It is a replica from the Republic period, worth only around 20,000 yuan. He continued to scrutinize, unhesitatingly identifying any forgeries or replicas he encountered. After over an hour had passed, he had examined all the items, successfully discerning 7 forgeries and replicas. There exists a fundamental distinction between forgeries and replicas. Forgeries are easily understood as counterfeit products, akin to contemporary crafts that are artificially aged to deceive. However, replicas can bear significant value. For instance, if a renowned historical figure, also a painter, were to create a replica of a predecessor's artwork, that too qualifies as a replica, and at times its value may even surpass the original. To illustrate this simply, if Tang Bohu were to replicate the work of a lesser-known artist, it is evident that Tang Bohu's replica would command a higher price than the original piece. This situation involves both the period and the creator of the imitation. Naturally, such instances are rare, as Tang Bohu would not frivolously replicate another's work. The most common replicas are those made in a specific era, imitating others' creations. Fundamentally, they also qualify as forgeries. Yet, due to the passage of time, these replicas gradually evolve into antiques. For example, during the Republic period, many individuals engaged in this trade, and as time elapsed, these items became recognized as antiques, albeit typically at a lower price. Take, for instance, the 7 pieces Fang Ye had set aside, which Qin Chaoyang identified. Chaoyang, you are truly remarkable to possess such knowledge at such a young age. Allow me to show you some of the forgeries. Qin Chaoyang found himself both amused and exasperated. The so-called forgeries were items Fang Ye had purchased, only to later discover their inauthenticity, thus choosing to retain them. Had it been Qin Chaoyang, he would have likely destroyed them long ago. Nevertheless, he saw no harm in taking a look, for he had already profited immensely today. However, what surprised Qin Chaoyang was the sheer number of fakes. There were over 200 pieces. Take your time to look. I will brew you a cup of tea, he said. To be honest, Qin Chaoyang was feeling rather parched, perhaps due to the extensive conversation. This time, he refrained from using his X-ray vision and instead reached out to touch the artifacts. He could generally ascertain their authenticity with a mere touch, as genuine antiques emanate a distinctive aura that he could sense. Just as Qin Chaoyang was examining the nth piece of antique, he was taken aback. It was a toad holding a copper coin in its mouth. As he lifted the toad, his eyes narrowed in surprise. Item name: Treasure Toad. Fake. Contains secrets within. Remarkably, it was another one that held secrets within. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Shun Sijia. Qin Chaoyang realized he had inadvertently wasted the entire morning, oblivious to the passage of time. He quickly pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, Fang Ye, who had just finished making tea upstairs, chimed in. Chaoyang, there's no water downstairs. How about you just bear with it for now? Once the water is back, I'll brew you some. Fang Ye's words trailed off upon noticing that Qin Chaoyang was on the phone. Although her statement was rather trivial, just informing him that the tap water was off and suggesting he wait for tea, it was overheard by Shen Sijia. The implication that there was another woman present, coupled with Fang Ye's comment about the lack of water, was enough to sow seeds of misunderstanding. Consequently, she hung up abruptly. Qin Chaoyang was left with a furrowed brow, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. Sister Fang, I have things to attend to, so I will take my leave for now and return another day to continue my examination. As he spoke, he made his way downstairs, pausing halfway to hand the golden toad to Fang Ye. If you break this toad open, you will find a surprise inside, he said before heading out, picking up his vase as he departed. Fang Ye was somewhat perplexed, unaware of the miscommunication in her previous remarks. Her confusion lay in Qin Chaoyang's final words to her. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang drove directly to the Shin Jewelry Company. On the other side, Shin Sijia was fuming. It was already after work hours, and Qin Chaoyang had yet to arrive to pick her up. She understood that he could sometimes lose track of time when busy, so she decided to call him. Just as she uttered a greeting, a woman's voice, filled with disarray, came through the line. Shin Sijia dropped her bag in frustration. She even considered blocking Qin Chaoyang on WeChat but hesitated, sensing something was amiss. Logically, he shouldn't behave this way. If he were truly involved with another woman, he wouldn't have answered her call. Could there be a misunderstanding? Shin Sijia held firmly to the belief that seeing is believing, but she also trusted in her own allure. Even if we were to assume the most extreme circumstances, it is rather inappropriate for Qin Chaoyang to engage in such frivolities during the broad daylight. Of course, this notion contains an element of disbelief that Shin Sijia is reluctant to accept. Qin Chaoyang hurriedly arrived at the company and proceeded directly to Shin Sijia's office. Upon entering, he found Shin Sijia diligently working at her computer, appearing quite focused. "Sijia, please don't misunderstand. It's not as it seems." Shin Sijia cast a fleeting glance at Qin Chaoyang before returning to her tasks, though in truth she was engrossed in a game of QQ Do Diju. Regardless of whether Shin Sijia was truly listening, Qin Chaoyang began recounting the events of the morning, elaborating on every detail until he reached the issue of the water shortage. At this point, Shin Sijia had already begun to believe Qin Chaoyang's words, for he was holding that exquisite plum vase in his hands. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 76. The rift. Yet, Shin Sijia still wished to ascertain whether Qin Chaoyang truly cared for her. The crux of the matter was that this fellow, having enjoyed her company on several occasions, had yet to confess his feelings. The ambiguity surrounding their relationship as mere acquaintances left Shin Sijia quite dissatisfied. "Why say so much? I haven't said anything at all," she remarked nonchalantly. "Of course, if you truly wish to express something, then shatter that vase in your hands." Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. "That vase was worth millions. Sijia, could you possibly ask for something else? That vase costs over $1 million." Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Sijia stood up, clutching her bag, ready to leave. "Sijia, you've misunderstood me. I crash." Originally, Qin Chaoyang intended to grasp Shin Sijia's arm, but her resistance was unexpectedly forceful. With one hand holding the vase, he lost his grip, and it shattered into countless pieces. Both Qin Chaoyang and Shin Sijia were momentarily stunned. Shin Sijia had not genuinely intended for him to break the vase. Perhaps she merely sought a demonstration of his feelings. Who could have anticipated that Qin Chaoyang, in a moment of excitement, would actually let it slip from his grasp? Qin Chaoyang was at a loss, overwhelmed with despair. What should have been a simple task of repairing the vase now lay in ruins. Not only was restoration impossible, but even reassembly would likely take several hours. With no other option, Qin Chaoyang knelt on the ground, beginning to gather the fragments. The vase lay in dozens of shattered pieces. "Chaoyang, I was just joking. You didn't have to break it for real." Shin Sijia felt a twinge of guilt. Qin Chaoyang smiled faintly but remained silent, collecting the shards into a bag. "Let us go have dinner," he declared, stepping out first. Shin Sijia, feeling somewhat subdued, followed him like a demure woman. "Chaoyang, what do you plan to do this afternoon?" she ventured, attempting to ease the tension. Qin Chaoyang drove in silence, and in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she asked again. "What else could I possibly do but repair the vase?" "Women truly are extravagant," he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "I didn't mean to do it," Shin Sijia protested. "Besides, it's just over $1 million. What's the big deal?" Hearing Qin Chaoyang's tone, she too began to feel displeased. Thus, the two discontented individuals fell into a silence that lingered between them. Qin Chaoyang felt unjustly wronged, having done nothing to deserve the misunderstanding, and now, rather than seizing an opportunity, he was left with a heap of fragments. It was impossible for him not to feel a pang of discomfort. As for Shin Sijia, she had already expressed her lack of intention, yet Qin Chaoyang continued to show her a cold shoulder. Thus, for the first time, a rift emerged between them. After a hasty lunch, Qin Chaoyang dropped Shen Sijia off at her office before returning home. He intended to repair the vase, primarily because he had access to some super glue there. Qin Chaoyang first extracted the larger fragments, and soon the outline began to emerge. The most troublesome were the smaller pieces, as aligning the intricate patterns proved to be quite a challenge. This endeavor extended into the night. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia found herself in deep reflection, sensing that perhaps she had overstepped. Qin Chaoyang was engaged in legitimate business, yet she had allowed her jealousy to arise from a few ambiguous remarks overheard over the phone, leading to her unreasonable outburst. For Shen Sijia, $1 million was indeed a trivial sum, given her affluent background. However, for many others it could represent an astronomical figure. Even for Qin Chaoyang it was a substantial amount, and to have it shattered like that was understandably disheartening. His restraint in not expressing anger was commendable. With this thought in mind, Shen Sijia felt compelled to offer an apology. If she apologized, and Qin Chaoyang responded with a reassuring "it's all right," the matter could be amicably resolved. Perhaps she could even offer him a little extra favor later that evening. Resolute, Shen Sijia dialed Qin Chaoyang's number, but his phone, having endured over 2 years of use, was sluggish and the battery unreliable. It was no surprise when it promptly shut off. Left without options, Shen Sijia decided to drive and purchase a new phone before heading to the plant store. However, she was met with disappointment when she learned that Qin Chaoyang had not been there at all. Where could he have gone? The villa? That seemed unlikely. After much contemplation, 2 possible locations came to mind. The first was Guan Yuha's place, as he was reputed to be the only one in the entire city of Jinling capable of such delicate restorations. The other was their former residence. Ultimately, Shen Sijia chose not to pursue either location, returning instead to the office, where she awaited Qin Chaoyang's arrival to take her home after work. Her wait extended into the nighttime, coinciding with the moment Qin Chaoyang had completed his meticulous reassembly of the vase. Just as he was preparing to make further repairs, he realized it had grown dark. He hastily retrieved his phone, only to find it had long since run out of battery. There was no time to fix the vase now. He quickly set off towards Shen's group. In the office, Shen Sijia sat, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Qin Chaoyang often overlooked her, having forgotten to pick her up on numerous occasions, which made her feel unvalued. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of lights flashing through the window, a flicker of hope igniting within her. The illumination was from car headlights, signaling Qin Chaoyang's arrival. Upon entering the company, Qin Chaoyang noticed one office still illuminated and promptly took the elevator upstairs. Without knocking, he pushed the door open, only to find Shen Sijia peacefully asleep on the sofa, curled up, likely due to the air conditioning's chill. A wave of guilt washed over Qin Chaoyang. This was a dereliction of duty. He quickly turned off the air conditioning, lifted Shen Sijia into his arms, and switched off the light before heading to the elevator. What he did not realize was that Shen Sijia was not truly asleep. Qin Chaoyang's strength had increased considerably since their earlier days, making it feel as effortless as lifting an inflatable doll to carry her. He gently placed her in the back seat before driving back to the villa. Throughout the entire process, Shen Sijia remained in slumber. It was not until they returned to the villa that she feigned surprise and awakened. "Oh dear, how did I come back?" she exclaimed. "Yudi, was it you who brought me back?" Shen Sijia was speaking nonsense with her eyes wide open. "Sister-in-law, I just returned as well. Did you not come back with my brother? It was he who asked you to be carried back." Qin Yudi was utterly perplexed by Shen Sijia's antics, unsure of what was transpiring between the two. Qin Chaoyang, too, had little desire to clarify matters as he was preoccupied with preparing a meal. Despite being a girl on the cusp of university, Qin Yudi was utterly inept in the kitchen. With a sigh, Qin Chaoyang donned an apron and ventured into the kitchen. The day was bustling. He felt the weight of manhood was rather exhausting. Perhaps a trip to Thailand should be contemplated? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 77. The habit of overstepping boundaries. Before long, the 4 dishes and a soup were prepared. Qin Yudi discerned an unusual tension between her brother and sister-in-law. After a simple meal, she hurried off to take a shower and retire for the night. Naturally, Qin Chaoyang had to tidy up the table. Both of them wished to alleviate the atmosphere with conversation, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Once he had finished cleaning, Qin Yudi emerged from her shower, ready to enter her room, only to be called back by Qin Chaoyang. Yudi, was there anything unusual at the shop today? Qin Yudi longed to retreat to her room, but since her brother had inquired, she felt compelled to respond. A few customers came in and we sold 2 potted plants, one of which was introduced by someone named Li Xinghe. Qin Chaoyang nodded. In his establishment, it was not uncommon for days to pass without a single sale. After all, the potted plants were worth several tens of thousands. Not everyone could afford such luxury. As they conversed, Shenxijia went to take a shower. Brother, did you and sister-in-law have a quarrel? Qin Yudi probed tentatively. Qin Chaoyang shot her a glance, signaling her to go to bed. Qin Yudi stuck out her tongue and hurried back to her room, only to suddenly recall something important. She poked her head back out. Brother, the membership card is ready. You can give it to her tomorrow. Qin Chaoyang was quite vexed, waving her off as he sank into thought on the sofa. His mind was occupied with plans for the next day and the operations of the antique shop, a myriad of tasks weighing on him. After her shower, Shenxijia entered her room without uttering a word. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chaoyang decided not to dwell on the multitude of issues. He would tackle them one by one, completing the tasks at hand before worrying about the rest. Upon entering the bathroom, he was met with a dismaying sight. After her shower, Shenxijia had carelessly left her clothes strewn across the floor, most notably her undergarment. He tossed the garments into the washing machine before beginning his own shower. Once he had finished bathing, he mustered the audacity to enter Shenxijia's room. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a chilling draft. The air conditioning was set to a brisk 18 degrees. However, that was not the most pressing concern. His sleeping space was gone. Qin Chaoyang plugged in his phone to charge, then, with a sense of boldness, slipped beneath the covers. Sharing a bed inevitably led to physical contact, and to his surprise, he discovered that Shenxijia was not wearing a top. Although she lay turned away from him, the sensation was unmistakable. Some matters need not be explicitly stated. Qin Chaoyang, familiar with the terrain, instinctively placed his hand where it belonged. The difference between wearing clothing and being unclothed was palpable. This evening, Qin Chaoyang was more direct than in the previous nights, where he had gradually approached intimacy, allowing for an acclimatization period. Tonight, however, he delved straight into the matter, causing Shenxijia to shudder unexpectedly. She swiftly extended her hand to push his wandering hand away. Qin Chaoyang sighed inwardly, realizing that Shenxijia was still upset. He had intended to soothe her, but after an exhausting afternoon, fatigue had overtaken him, leading him to succumb to slumber. Meanwhile, Shenxijia awaited Qin Chaoyang's familiar caress, only to be met with silence, interrupted only by the soft sounds of his snoring. Frustrated, she deliberately turned over, startling him awake, and then casually rolled back, inadvertently guiding one of his hands to her designated spot. Sometimes, people grow accustomed to certain privileges. When those privileges are suddenly withdrawn, they feel an unsettling void. Shenxijia found herself in such a predicament, having grown used to Qin Chaoyang's familiar touch over the past few nights. The commotion stirred Qin Chaoyang from his slumber, and he soon discovered his hand had found its way once more. But that was not the crux of the matter. It had been 3 days, and it was time to escalate their encounters. Thus, Qin Chaoyang began to explore, his hands wandering, eventually descending downwards. Shenxijia trembled slightly, yet this time, she did not resist, allowing him to reach his intended destination. Just as Qin Chaoyang prepared to remove her final article of clothing, Shenxijia interjected, "Don't go too far. No further actions are permitted, or I shall sever your wandering hand." Qin Chaoyang promptly halted his advances. This was already a significant stride forward. With a few more days, he was confident he would achieve his desires. It seemed the time had come to present flowers. Qin Chaoyang was neither foolish nor inexperienced in love. He had simply been far too preoccupied lately. Sensing his lack of further movement, Shenxijia contentedly arched her back, pressing against his chest primarily due to the chill of the room. The next day unfolded in a similar fashion. After escorting Shenxijia to her company, Qin Chaoyang made his way to the flower shop. He meticulously tended to Lin Qianshuan's 2 pots of camellias once more, nodding in satisfaction afterward. With a membership card securely tucked in his pocket, he placed the 2 pots in the trunk and drove towards Lin Chenxuan's villa. The card, of course, did not hold 1,000,000, but rather 700,000, as he had intended to deduct 300,600. Yet, he ultimately decided to omit the smaller amount for a more favorable impression. While driving, he called Lin Chenxuan. She was at work but promptly returned upon receiving his call. Not 5 minutes had passed since her arrival at the villa when Qin Chaoyang appeared. Upon seeing the 2 pots of camellias, vibrant and far more beautiful than before, she exclaimed, "Mr. Qin, your skills are remarkable. I barely recognized these as mine. How much do I owe you? Please, tell me." Instead of answering immediately, Qin Chaoyang simply handed her the membership card. "Miss Lin, here is the membership card you applied for last time, which is ready today. I am pleased to present it to you. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall waive the maintenance fees for these 2 pots of camellias, considering you as the first member of our store. Naturally, I would be immensely grateful if you could refer some business to us. Mr. Qin Chaoyang's decision to forego this fee was based on his own considerations. It is evident that Miss Lin Chenxuan possesses both status and affluence. As he previously mentioned, even a few referrals would outweigh the collection of this fee. Lin Chenxuan nodded, as she is not one to take advantage of others. Judging by the current state of these camellias, their maintenance costs no less than 100,000. Since it is a kind gesture, there is no need for her to rebuff it. Very well, I shall express my gratitude to Mr. Qin. I will certainly refer business to you when the opportunity arises. However, I do have a question for Mr. Qin, and I wonder if he might be able to answer it? End of chapter. Chapter 78. Confession. Qin Chaoyang nodded, gesturing for Lin Chenxuan to inquire further. Mr. Qin, how did you manage to revive my 2 pots of camellias in just 2 days? Their condition now is far superior to when I purchased them, especially with the abundance of tender buds. Regarding this question, Qin Chaoyang naturally refrained from divulging the truth. Miss Lin, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose that information. Each individual possesses unique abilities and expertise. Just as you are capable of running a company, I can merely operate a potted plant shop. I trust you understand my point. Mississippi Lin Chenxuan smiled, comprehending his implication that it was a matter of business confidentiality. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Qin Chaoyang had his technical skills, which he would not readily share with others. Miss Lin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. You are always welcome to visit my shop, he concluded before departing. Lin Chenxuan glanced at her membership card and then at the 2 pots of camellias, finding the man quite intriguing. After leaving Lin Chenxuan, Qin Chaoyang proceeded to the flower shop to order a large bouquet of roses and wrote a card for the shop assistant to deliver to Shin's jewelry. At that moment, Shin Sijia was lost in thought in her office, reflecting on the previous evening's events. She struggled to comprehend how Qin Chaoyang could have dared to. Well, as her thoughts lingered, her face flushed. This fellow was indeed a notorious flirt. He appeared so refined by day, yet transformed into a different person by night. Moreover, after consuming so much tofu, he had yet to confess his feelings, a notion that Shin Sijia found quite unacceptable. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. Clearly, this was not Qin Chaoyang, as he had no concept of knocking. Come. The door opened, and Li Wenjing entered, carrying a large bouquet of fresh flowers. President Shen, someone sent this from the flower shop for you. Please take a look. Shin Sijia furrowed her brow as she accepted the flowers, placing them aside, and then picked up the card. She waved her hand, signaling for Li Wenjing to leave. The card bore a simple message. Sijia, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Shin Sijia's cheeks flushed, and her heart leaped with joy. Although the card lacked a signature, she recognized the handwriting. It was unmistakably Qin Chaoyang's. After all the labels on the potted plants in the shop bore his name. Despite his handsome appearance, his handwriting was surprisingly elegant. Setting the card aside, she cradled the roses and inhaled their sweet fragrance deeply. This fellow had finally come to his senses. Oh dear, when he arrives to discuss this, will it be awkward? Should I accept his proposal or decline? Found herself lost in thought, rendering her unable to focus on work that entire morning. Every few minutes, she glanced out the window, and finally, during one of her many peeks, Qin Chaoyang appeared. It was the same car, the same person, but this time he held a single rose in his hand. Indeed, just one. Her heart fluttered like a fawn, and upon hearing the sound of the door, she hurried back to her seat, feigning busyness. Qin Chaoyang, being experienced in matters of the heart, knew how to be straightforward in his intentions. He drove directly to her side, with the rose held delicately in his mouth, then extended his hands to pull her up. "Sijia, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, he presented the rose to her. Qin Chaoyang's confession was as unembellished as it could be, devoid of flowery language or poetic phrases meant to stir emotions. It was refreshingly simple and direct. In fact, prior to his arrival, he had searched online for some touching lines, such as, "I like you like the summer's lingering warmth, endlessly joyful," or "I like you like the wind travels across thousands of miles," never questioning the return. Ultimately, he dismissed these notions, believing that love is either present or absent, and not subject to the influence of beautiful verses. For someone grappling with basic survival, love seemed less significant than a loaf of bread. For a woman like Shin Sijia, love meant mutual affection, shared happiness, and common pursuits. Standing at their juncture in life, it was perhaps more accurate to say they lacked a family than to claim they were devoid of love. Neither Qin Chaoyang nor Shin Sijia had the luxury of time for romantic overtures. All that was necessary was mutual understanding in daily life, a candlelit dinner, and a leisurely stroll afterward. This was their version of love. Thus, as long as Shin Sijia harbored feelings for Qin Chaoyang, the outcome would remain unchanged by his actions. Success is success, and failure is failure, independent of the words exchanged. As Mr. Chen Paisai once stated, conscience, whether present or absent, does not awaken. The sentiment is nearly identical. Initially, Shin Sijia intended to maintain a sense of reserve, but upon witnessing the fervor in Qin Chaoyang's eyes, she forgot all her rehearsed lines. Therefore, when he inquired if she would be his girlfriend, there was no hesitation. She nodded without a second thought. "Yes, I am willing, but you must pick me up and drop me off from work on time, and when I'm upset, you need to cheer me up. Also, however," Qin Chaoyang wasn't about to let Shin Sijia monopolize the conversation with stipulations. The more she spoke, the more limitations she would impose. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach and kissed her. Shin Sijia, caught off guard, experienced her first kiss before she could even register what was happening. In an instant, she found herself bewildered. Initially intending to push Qin Chaoyang away, she unexpectedly became entranced by the sensation. Gradually, she closed her eyes. Just as Qin Chaoyang was preparing to take advantage of the moment, Shin Sijia's phone rang. Startled, Shin Sijia blushed and promptly shoved Qin Chaoyang away. "Rogue! Lecher!" After uttering those two phrases, she hurriedly adjusted her clothing before answering the call. Aware that the situation had escalated, Qin Chaoyang recognized that it was time for the boss to attend to work, and he naturally had to leave. Upon exiting the office, he noticed Li Wenjing gazing in his direction. Consequently, he approached her, primarily driven by a lingering question. Why was Li Wenjing so indifferent towards him? End of chapter. Chapter 79. Gao Yalan. Li Wenjing looked up and smiled when she saw Qin Chaoyang approaching. Without hesitation, Qin Chaoyang plopped himself onto Li Wenjing's desk. "Wenjing, may I pose a question to you?" Li Wenjing regarded Qin Chaoyang with curiosity before nodding in assent. "Wenjing, do you harbor some prejudice against me? Why do I sense your indifference towards me? I assure you, I have committed no egregious offenses, nor have I ever flirted with any young ladies." Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's inquiry, Li Wenjing turned her gaze towards Shin Sijia's office and whispered, "Yang Go, I truly do not feel the way you suggest. It's just that." She hesitated, glancing again at Shin Sijia's direction. "The boss disapproves of us being too close. You understand what I mean." Qin Chaoyang was perplexed. Just as he was about to probe further, Shin Sijia emerged from her office. He quickly approached her, aware that their relationship was currently in a blissful phase, and it was essential to make a good impression. If he could cater to this affluent lady well, his future would be secured. "Sijia, what would you like to eat for lunch today?" Shin Sijia was quite pleased with Qin Chaoyang's demeanor. Deep down, she yearned to embrace a more feminine role. "It's up to you. I don't eat much anyway. By the way, do you have plans this afternoon? If you're free, let's south visit Yuanshu Street. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chaoyang replied, "How about we go tomorrow? I need to check out the flower shop this afternoon, as I haven't been there all day." As they conversed, they made their way to the elevator. Li Wenjing watched them depart, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. In truth, she held a fondness for Qin Chaoyang and was aware of his affections, yet her own boss shared similar sentiments. Unlike other women, Shin Sijia was unabashed. Upon exiting the elevator, she intertwined her arm with Qin Chaoyang's. With their romantic relationship confirmed, such displays felt entirely natural to her, and she was indifferent to the opinions of others. After lunch, the couple indulged in a brief moment of intimacy in the car, merely exchanging soft kisses. "Don't forget to pick me up on time tonight, or you'll be sleeping on the floor," Shin Sijia declared playfully as she swayed her hips and entered the elevator. Qin Chaoyang rubbed his nose, acknowledging he had much to attend to. Upon returning to the car, he removed his SIM card and inserted it into the new phone Shin Sijia had purchased for him, then headed toward the flower shop. Upon arriving at the shop, he spotted Lin Qianxuan, accompanied by a beautiful companion. "Miss Lin, back for another potted plant?" Lin Qianxuan smiled and gestured to the young woman beside her. "Lilin, allow me to introduce you to Qin Chaoyang as I mentioned. Mr. Qin, this is my classmate and dear friend, Gao Yalan." Qin Chaoyang surveyed the girl. She was stylish and of a similar age to Lin Qianxuan, sporting voluminous waves. Her delicate features were adorned with subtle makeup, and her slightly upturned lips evoked an irresistible desire for a tender kiss. Draped in a cream-colored t-shirt and a form-fitting skirt, her long legs adorned with black stockings, she epitomized the quintessential allure that captivates men. With her arms gracefully crossed over her chest, she accentuated her décolletage, a sight that was undeniably enchanting. Nay, rather seductively enchanting. Qin Chaoyang bestowed upon her a score of 90, extending a courteous hand. "Miss Gao, it is a pleasure to meet you." Gao Yalan reciprocated with a brief handshake. "Hello. I've heard from Qianxuan that you possess a talent for reviving houseplants. Is that truly the case?" Qin Chaoyang surmised the purpose of Gao Yalan's visit, undoubtedly concerning the houseplant in question. He nodded, saying, "Miss Gao, allow me to assure you that as long as the plant is not beyond salvation, I can certainly revive it. However, the cost may be somewhat steep." Upon hearing this, Gao Yalan nodded, already familiar with the matter from her prior conversation with Lin Qianxuan. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Taxi drivers predominantly associate with fellow drivers, and chefs with their own kind. Naturally, the social circles of the wealthy consist of affluent individuals, as one cannot penetrate that sphere without financial means. Hence, Lin Qianxuan's acquaintances were largely similar in status. "Rest assured, as long as you can restore my houseplant, you may set your price," Gao Yalan declared. Qin Chaoyang was somewhat taken aback and casually inquired, "Miss Gao, do you also have an affinity for nurturing plants?" Gao Yalan shook her head with a wry smile. "If I had such an inclination, the plant would not be in this predicament. It belongs to my grandfather. He has been unwell and sought treatment in the capital, thus entrusting me with its care. Yet, in the midst of my own busyness, I neglected it, and by the time I remembered, several were on the brink of death. My grandfather is recovering and will likely return soon, hence my urgency." She emphasized her point with a playful wink. Qin Chaoyang understood her plight. The plant had been neglected under her watch, and with her grandfather's imminent return, she was understandably anxious. "Very well. If it is convenient for you, shall we proceed to examine the plant?" he suggested. Gao Yalan nodded, gesturing toward 2 pots of clivia. "I would like to take these 2 as well. I've heard from Qianxuan that there are discounts available for membership cards. Might you arrange one for me?" At the mention of a membership card, Bao Xiaoxiao sprang into action, eager to assist. In that moment, Lin Qianxuan nudged Qin Chaoyang with her elbow. Typically, such familiarity would be unwarranted at this stage of their acquaintance, yet youth often disregards such formalities. "See, I keep my promises. This is a wealthy patron. Whether you can win her over is entirely up to you," Lin Qianxuan teased, playfully winking at him. Qin Chaoyang felt a mix of bemusement, finding her words rather awkward. Fortunately, the process of obtaining a membership card was not particularly time-consuming. Qin Chaoyang effortlessly placed 2 pots of clivia into his trunk, which could be considered a form of home delivery. Gao Yalan did not drive. Instead, she was seated in Lin Qianxuan's vehicle, while Qin Chaoyang followed closely behind. Curiously, Gao Yalan's grandfather resided not in a villa, but in a small residential complex featuring duplex apartments. The building comprised only 6 stories, yet it was equipped with an elevator. Qin Chaoyang, cradling the 2 pots of clivia, entered the dwelling and ascended to the duplex. Upon reaching the top floor, he was greeted by a multitude of potted plants lining the balcony. With his semi-professional eye, he discerned that these plants were indeed quite valuable. "Mr. Qin, look at these few that are nearly dead, and these 2 that have already perished. Is there any way you can revive them?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 80. The Jade cicada Qin Chaoyang finally comprehended why Gao Yalan had purchased 2 potted clivia plants. The deceased pots were indeed clivia. Though I cannot remedy those that have perished, I can certainly revive these remaining pots, making them more exquisite and robust than before. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's words, Gao Yalan's eyes sparkled. "How long will that take? My grandfather treasures these potted plants dearly, and he is expected to return in just over a week. Will that be sufficient time?" Qin Chaoyang nodded. "Time is indeed somewhat pressing, but I will devise a plan to manage it. However, regarding the cost..." At that moment, Lin Qianxuan interjected. "Rest assured, Lin is quite affluent. Just tell her the amount." Gao Yalan, upon hearing Lin Qianxuan refer to her as wealthy, began to giggle and tease. "In that case, since you are a friend introduced by Miss Lin, I shall not charge excessively. For all 5 pots together, Miss Gao, let us settle on 200,000. Qin Chaoyang felt this was a relatively high price, yet it was certainly negotiable. "Mr. Qin, are you stating the total for all 5 pots is 200,000? Gao Yalan asked, somewhat uncertain, as Lin Qianxuan had previously informed her that the treatment for flowers was exceedingly intricate and correspondingly costly. She had mentally prepared herself for a significant financial blow from Qin Chaoyang, only to find the total to be a mere 200,000. Qin Chaoyang was aware that he had set the price low, but having already voiced it, he felt it inappropriate to retract his statement. "Well, primarily because Miss Gao is a friend of Miss Lin, I cannot simply regard her as a transaction, can I? Moreover, considering how agreeable and amiable Miss Gao is, I cannot in good conscience inflate the price, can I? As the saying goes, if the mountain does not move, the water will. This city of Jinling is not vast. As long as Miss Gao assists in promoting my business, the funds will eventually return." Gao Yalan chuckled at Qin Chaoyang's humor. His remarks were not without ulterior motives. First, the price had been declared, and to backtrack would shatter his reputation. Not only would Gao Yalan look down upon him, but even Lin Qianxuan might dismiss him, resulting in a loss far outweighing any gain. Secondly, his words also served to honor Lin Qianxuan, creating a mutually agreeable situation. Besides, that 200,000 could essentially be deemed a windfall. "Mr. Qin, you are not harboring feelings for my dear Qianxuan, are you?" Gao Yalan jested. This remark rendered Qin Chaoyang and Lin Qianxuan awkward. "Miss Gao, you jest. I am merely a humble florist, running a small shop and earning a meager living. It is a serendipity to know Miss Lin. Furthermore, I have a girlfriend. Well then, I shall take these 5 potted plants and return them to you in about 5 days." Qin Chaoyang, wishing to depart swiftly as he had other matters to attend to, cradled 2 pots in his arms. Lin Qianxuan and Gao Yalan accompanied him as they carried the remaining 3 pots downstairs. After waving goodbye, Qin Chaoyang exited directly. "How interesting, Qianxuan. I find Qin Chaoyang quite admirable. Have you considered him?" Lin Qianxuan cast a sidelong glance at her friend Gao Yalan and replied, "There are plenty of good men out there. I can't possibly entertain every single one I encounter. Can I? Besides, he just mentioned he has a girlfriend." Gao Yalan pouted and retorted, "So what if he has a girlfriend? Is she as beautiful or as wealthy as you?" In truth, Gao Yalan was mistaken. Shen Sijia was indeed wealthier than Lin Qianxuan. As for who was more beautiful, that was a matter of personal taste. Upon returning to the flower shop, Qin Chaoyang's first task was to repot the 5 potted plants, replacing the soil, fertilizing, and watering them. He then began to use his spiritual energy for healing. By the time he finished, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He had originally planned to visit Huang Guangnian to absorb the spiritual energy from antiques, as he sensed his own internal spiritual energy was on the verge of upgrading. Just then, a woman entered the shop, the very source of Qin Chaoyang's conflict with Shen Sijia.
Fang Ya.
The moment she spotted Qin Chaoyang, her face lit up. Chaoyang, after you left yesterday. It turned out that after Qin Chaoyang discovered something within the toad's belly, he had merely mentioned it in passing due to Shen Sijia's phone call and then departed. After his exit, Fang Ya pondered over his words and finally resolved to smash the toad. After all, it was a counterfeit, so there was no reason to feel remorse. To her astonishment, upon breaking the toad, she uncovered an object. A jade cicada. Indeed, the toad had concealed a jade cicada within its belly. Fang Ya had intended to call Qin Chaoyang yesterday to share this revelation, but his phone was off. Thus, after finishing her errands today, she came to the shop. Qin Chaoyang picked up the jade cicada for a moment before handing it back to Fang Ya, saying, "Congratulations, Fang Jie, you've struck gold." Fang Ya felt a bit bashful. "Chaoyang, how can this be considered striking gold? If you hadn't discovered it, I might have unwittingly gifted it as a mere craft item someday. Please enlighten me about this jade cicada and its value." Qin Chaoyang nodded and began to elaborate on the cicada's era and worth. Fang Jie. This jade cicada is a unique artifact from the Han dynasty. The jade from that period, primarily sourced from Xinjiang's Hetian, is known for its exquisite quality and ancient form. This cicada, crafted from Hetian jade, showcases an aged patina indicative of its long history. As Qin Chaoyang elaborated on the cicada's provenance, Fang Ya's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a significant find. She never imagined she could stumble upon such a treasure. The golden toad had cost her 50,000 2 years prior, and now it harbored a jade cicada within. "Chaoyang, what is its value?" Qin Chaoyang extended a hand. "On the market, it should be worth no less than 5 million. Fang Ya was utterly astonished. "Chaoyang, your integrity is commendable. I, Fang Ya, am in awe. If it were someone else, they might have simply kept it for themselves, yet they chose to confide in me. As the saying goes, when we meet, we should share equally. This is something you cannot refuse." How could Qin Chaoyang desire such money? Naturally, he yearns for it. "Sister Fang, your words seem a bit distant. What is more valuable, money or friendship? You treat me as a friend, and this establishment is essentially lent to me free of charge. I have yet to express my gratitude to you, Sister Fang, especially since this rightfully belongs to you." Fang Ya was moved by Qin Chaoyang's heartfelt words, momentarily at a loss for words. "Well then, I shall not be overly sentimental. I will simply remember this. By the way, you left in such haste yesterday. Was there something amiss?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 81. Candlelight dinner. Qin Chaoyang, naturally, would not be foolish enough to disclose to Fang Ya the events of the previous day. He artfully concocted an excuse to deflect her inquiries. Once Fang Ya departed, Qin Yudi promptly commenced her complaints about Qin Chaoyang. "Brother, are you daft? That woman is clearly affluent. Why wouldn't she share half with you? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I desire it." Qin Chaoyang was amused by Qin Yudi's spirited remarks. "Are you truly in need of money? I heard from Sijia that she gifted you 10,000 yuan just the other day. Surely you haven't spent it all?" Qin Yudi hastily shook her head. Qin Chaoyang had only this one sister. Although he tended to be somewhat strict, his affection was undeniable. "Yudi, money is indeed a valuable commodity, yet it is essential to discern the nature of the funds. Take Sijia as an example. Her generosity is akin to pocket money. You accept it freely and with a clear conscience, for you are my sister. However, Fang Ya is different. Our relationship is merely one of friendship. If I were to accept her money, it would undoubtedly alter our dynamic. 200,000 may seem substantial, but that perception is merely a reflection of your current understanding. In time, you will see it as merely a number easily attainable." Qin Yudi pouted and retorted, "Brother, it's easy for you to say. My monthly allowance is only 3,000 yuan. Even if I abstain from eating and drinking, that amounts to a mere 36,000 a year, 360,000 over a decade. My heavens!" As Qin Yudi calculated, the sum increasingly appeared as an astronomical figure to her. Qin Chaoyang chose not to elaborate further. After all, Qin Yudi was still young, and many lessons would unfold when she truly ventured into society. Some matters require a keen understanding of how to maximize benefits. He affectionately ruffled Qin Yudi's hair before tending to the potted plants he had previously nurtured. Checking the time, he then made a brief excursion to the flower market, where he acquired some florals of potential value. After providing a brief directive, Qin Chaoyang drove to the Shin Jewelry Company. He had promised Shin Sijia he would not be late. Moreover, their relationship had reached a clear understanding. Perhaps he could charm Shin Sijia, and who knows what the evening might hold. Once matters were set in motion, Qin Chaoyang would be in a position of great advantage. As he drove past a Western restaurant, he reserved a private room before arriving at the Shin Group. Shin Sijia finished her workday at 5 o'clock. Though her schedule was rather flexible, who would dare impose upon her? Upon spotting Qin Chaoyang's vehicle, she promptly shut her computer, humming a popular tune as she grabbed her bag and exited her office. However, instead of taking the elevator down, she chose to wait. She intended for Qin Chaoyang to come and fetch her, wanting others to see that she had a boyfriend. The moment Qin Chaoyang stepped out of the elevator, he spotted Shin Sijia waiting for him. Excellent, he was not late. Shin Sijia complimented him on his punctuality before stepping into the elevator and linking her arm with his. What shall we eat tonight? Shall we cook when we return? That's a secret. Qin Chaoyang replied succinctly, leaving it at that. He noted that Shin Sijia adored the scent of rose perfume and resolved to purchase a bottle for her the following day. It is often said that one can discern a woman by the fragrance she wears. Women adorned with the scent of roses possess certain characteristics. For instance, they are often sentimental, emotionally rich, lost in reverie, and enamored with romance. They grow weary of struggle, surrendering to the flow of life, and despise constraints. Whether this is accurate or not remains uncertain. Qin Chaoyang does not speak, nor does Shin Sijia inquire. In truth, Qin Chaoyang is not particularly fond of Western cuisine. He merely accompanied Su Maishan to such places in the past. In a private room, a candle holder graced the center of the table, adorned with numerous red candles. Indeed, this is what is commonly referred to as a candlelit dinner. Shin Sijia felt a sense of joy in her heart, for Qin Chaoyang surprisingly understood the essence of romance. Chaoyang, you need not go to such lengths. I am not one to revel in luxury. As long as you are by my side for dinner, I would be content even with pickled vegetables. Furthermore, you profess to like me. Do tell, what is it about me that you find appealing? Upon uttering these words, Shin Sijia blushed and gazed at Qin Chaoyang. He poured a glass of red wine for her, then filled his own glass, raising it in a toast to her. Sijia, do you wish to hear truth or fiction? Shin Sijia shot him a playful glare and retorted, what do you think? Qin Chaoyang cleared his throat, preparing to perform. You, with your exquisite figure and striking beauty, can serve as both a vase and a temptress, capable of bearing children and indulging in playful whims. Ideally, you might even tease me a bit at night. With a sudden burst of laughter, Shin Sijia, who had just taken a sip of red wine, inadvertently sprayed it all over Qin Chaoyang's face. His stunned expression was met with a chuckle as he licked his lips in delight, exclaiming, your kiss is quite delectable. Shin Sijia's cheeks flushed crimson. I shan't entertain you any longer. You are utterly incorrigible. Despite her words, she felt immense satisfaction, for Qin Chaoyang had just lavished her with compliments. Exquisite figure and striking beauty, all praises she chose to embrace while conveniently ignoring the latter part. Qin Chaoyang sighed in relief, having anticipated that Shin Sijia would pose such inquiries. As she retrieved a napkin to dab at the wine on his face, he seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on her lips. Shin Sijia threw the napkin at him, exclaiming, you are always trying to take advantage of me. Wipe it off yourself. Moreover, tell me whose figure is more admirable, mine or Bao Xiaoxiao's. Qin Chaoyang felt a twinge of headache. This woman had not forgotten that playful jab. Of course, yours is the more alluring. For instance, your delicate waist, with just the right amount of fullness, is precisely what I adore. Look at Bao Xiaoxiao, too ample. I fear that by 30, she shall surely sag, and when she walks, she will undoubtedly graze her knees. Shin Sijia was amused by Qin Chaoyang's hyperbole. Though exaggerated, it brought her joy. Thus, the candlelit dinner grew increasingly intimate, with playful exchanges of feeding one another. Eventually, It culminated in a rather suggestive manner. Sijia, given that our relationship has been established, might we? Qin Chaoyang successfully cheered Shen Sijia and immediately seized the opportunity to present certain demands. Shen Sijia was well aware of Qin Chaoyang's intentions and desires. In truth, she understood the concept of natural progression. Having accepted Qin Chaoyang and engaged in ambiguous interactions over the past couple of nights, taking a further step seemed quite permissible. However, tonight was simply not feasible. Chaoyang, let us wait a few more days. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's mood noticeably soured. Shen Sijia, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What is meant to be yours will eventually come to you. Why the rush? I have my period today. Do you wish to disregard the rules?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 82. New finds well. A single remark from Shen Sijia rendered Qin Chaoyang utterly speechless. "Wait a minute, you're still drinking after that?" It took Qin Chaoyang a moment to process her words. Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed as she replied, "This is our first official date. I thought it would be nice to drink a little less. As a memento." Qin Chaoyang was left at a loss for words. What was there to commemorate? Behave yourself. Don't indulge in the pleasures of the moment and overlook the deeper significance. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Sijia had playfully pinched his ear. "You rogue, you lecher. Do you want to get yourself in trouble?" The dinner concluded joyfully amidst their playful banter. Just as they stepped out of the Western restaurant, Qin Chaoyang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Huang Guangyan. "Hello. Sure. I'll be there shortly." Upon hanging up, Shen Sijia quickly inquired, "What's going on?" As Qin Chaoyang opened the passenger door, gesturing for her to enter, he climbed into the car and began to explain. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems he has encountered something new." "New what?" Shen Sijia was puzzled. New finds, it's a term we use in our line of work. Simply put, it refers to items freshly unearthed. Understanding dawned on Shen Sijia. In other words, tomb raiding. The distance to Huang Guangyan's villa was not excessive, and they arrived in less than half an hour. The door was opened by Huang Ying. Qin Chaoyang nodded and walked straight in, as he held little fondness for Huang Ying. Not knowing what to say, Huang Ying could only chat with Shen Sijia on the side. "Chaoyang, you're here. Come and take a look at this." As soon as Qin Chaoyang entered the living room, Huang Guangyan eagerly pulled him over to the table, where two items were displayed. "Chaoyang, I bought these yesterday. At the time, I didn't pay much attention." It turned out that Huang Guangyan had fortuitously encountered two individuals engaged in a clandestine transaction involving a suspicious sack. Being well acquainted with antique dealers, Huang Guangyan immediately suspected that the contents of the sack were valuable. After the two had concluded their deal, he approached them, and after some haggling, he managed to acquire the two items, primarily due to their low price, only 800,000 in total. This would have been insignificant, but today he learned from the news that a tomb raiding gang recently excavated a grave, stealing numerous artifacts. The police are currently pursuing them, and the suspects bear a striking resemblance to the two men Huang Guangyan encountered yesterday. Initially, this matter seemed unrelated to him, yet given that he had purchased the two items, if an investigation were to ensue, it could lead to considerable trouble for him. Thus, Huang Guangyan contemplated reporting it to the authorities, but to be prudent, he wanted Qin Chaoyang to help assess the items. If they were not freshly excavated finds, it would indicate that he had been overly concerned. Upon listening to Huang Guangyan's explanation, Qin Chaoyang did not hesitate and immediately began his appraisal. Within just a minute, he had ascertained the origins of the two items. "Brother Nian, should we call the police? They are from the Ming dynasty, excavated no more than a month ago." Huang Guangyan nodded, then picked up his phone to make a call. After concluding the call, Qin Chaoyang exchanged a few words before preparing to depart, only to be halted by Huang Guangyan. "Chaoyang, if you leave now, I won't be able to explain later." Qin Chaoyang, wary of complications, pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Nian, just speak frankly." And then, meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Ying was engaged in conversation with Shen Sijia. "Sijia, why did you deceive me earlier?" Shen Sijia feigned ignorance. "What do you mean I deceived you? You've completely confused me." Huang Ying, being rather naive, was no match for Shen Sijia. "You said Qin Chaoyang is a lecher. That's not incorrect, right?" Shen Sijia nodded. You also claimed that Qin Chaoyang lives with 3 women. That was your assertion too, wasn't it? Shen Sijia again nodded. Huang Ying, that is not an issue. Qin Chaoyang is indeed quite lecherous. But let us be honest, which man isn't? 9 out of 10 men are lecherous, and the 10th is particularly so. It would be abnormal for a man not to be. If men were not lecherous, why would women bother to look beautiful or dress up? Isn't it all for the male gaze? If there were no men in the world, would women still bother to adorn themselves? They would probably be too lazy to wear clothes. Huang Ying furrowed her brow, sensing that Shen Sijia's words held some truth. Yet she felt something was amiss, though she could not pinpoint it at the moment. Then what do you mean by him living with 3 women? Huang Ying decided to change the subject. Indeed, he lives with 3 women. Let me tell you that house. Shen Sijia recounted the details she knew with slight modifications. Sijia, after all this time, so that's what you meant by cohabitation. Shen Sijia shrugged. What do you think? Oh dear, Huang Ying, you wouldn't have thought of it in that way, would you? You're quite naive. They say foreign minds are quite open. But who would have thought that after 2 years abroad, you've become? To be fair, Shen Sijia's clever retorts would leave Huang Ying at a disadvantage for years to come. In truth, Shen Sijia did not wish to deceive her close friend Huang Ying. It was merely that the situation involved Qin Chaoyang. Perhaps love is inherently selfish. Sijia, stop joking. I am a serious person. Just as the two were playfully bickering, Qin Chaoyang's conversation came to an end. Sijia, let us head back. Shen Sijia ceased her playful antics with Huang Ying and smoothly linked her arm with Qin Chaoyang's. Huang Ying, though innocent, was not foolish. Observing Shen Sijia's demeanor, she had begun to piece together certain truths. After bidding farewell to Huang Guangyan and the others, Qin Chaoyang left without delay. Just as the car exited the community, a police vehicle entered. Qin Chaoyang exhaled heavily, genuinely fearing the complications that lay ahead. This matter was originally none of his concern, yet should he be drawn into it, he knew it would inevitably lead to a series of troublesome events. At the very least, he would have to endure a round of inquiries, which would consume a considerable amount of his time. Sijia, what were you discussing with that Huang Ying just now? You seemed quite cheerful, Qin Chaoyang casually inquired as he drove. Shen Sijia smiled slightly, replying, It's a secret among girls. It's best if you men don't pry. By the way, when are you moving? Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Moving? Where to? At his response, Shen Sijia's expression soured, her lips forming a small pout. She was implying that he should move out from Bao Xiaoxiao's place and reside with her instead. After all, Bao Xiaoxiao's place was home to 3 stunning beauties, and the potential for complications was certainly concerning. As for moving in with her, the reasons were quite obvious. How about you come with me tomorrow to pick up my things? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 83. Trouble has arrived upon returning to Shen Sijia's villa. The routine was the same as the previous 2 nights. A shower followed by sleep. However, Qin Chaoyang had become more subdued this evening, primarily out of concern for Shen Sijia's feelings. The night passed in silence. The following day, rather than moving back, Qin Chaoyang continued to attend to his affairs. His first stop was the potted plant shop, after which he drove to the antique street. Today, his purpose was not to seek bargains or absorb spiritual energy. Instead, he aimed to explore the possibility of opening an antique shop. Initially, he had intended to accompany Shen Sijia to purchase jade raw stones in the morning before returning to collect his belongings. However, a sudden meeting had altered their plans. After a fruitless search for available storefronts, Qin Chaoyang returned to his residence. He still had a vase to restore, the one he had accidentally shattered in Shen Sijia's office a couple of days prior. Having not returned for several days, he took out his keys and opened the door, only to be taken aback upon entering. It was Saturday, and Su Xiaoro did not have to work, so she had indulged in a leisurely lie-in. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat or the fact that Qin Chaoyang had been away for some time, Su Xiaoro was dressed quite casually. Indeed, she wore nothing but her undergarments. She had intended to use the restroom and change before heading out for a shopping trip. Just as she emerged from the bathroom, she unexpectedly encountered Qin Chaoyang's return. Dressed in a delicate pink lingerie set that left little to the imagination, she found herself caught in an awkward moment. Initially stunned, Su Xiaoro quickly regained her composure. her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurried back to her room. Qin Chaoyang, scratching his nose, realized that he had returned at an inopportune moment. He promptly retreated to his own room to gather his belongings, deciding to move out instead. As for the vase, he opted not to restore it. He simply wrapped it in clothing and placed it in his suitcase. He had arrived with one suitcase, and now he would depart with the same. Upon opening the door, he found Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi in the living room. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Pu Meiqi asked, surprised to see Qin Chaoyang carrying a suitcase. "I plan to move out. It has become rather inconvenient here." At this moment, Su Xiaoro misunderstood the situation, believing that Qin Chaoyang's intention to leave was due to their earlier encounter. Blushing, she interjected, "Cousin, you don't need to leave. I think it's quite nice for all of us to live together. Besides, that was merely a misunderstanding, and I was dressed." Upon hearing this, Pu Meiqi's curiosity was piqued, leading her to press for details. Su Xiaoro, flustered, recounted the incident. "I thought it was something significant. You merely caught a glimpse of her lingerie show. What's the big deal? Cousin, you are one of us, so we won't suffer any losses, right?" Qin Chaoyang felt speechless. This question should be directed at Su Xiaoro, not him. Even if there were losses, they wouldn't be his. "Qi Jie, Xiaoro, you are misunderstanding the situation. The main issue is that I now have a place to stay, and it's somewhat far from here, which makes it inconvenient. Therefore, I intend to." "Therefore? What a ridiculous notion," Pu Meiqi interjected with an expletive. "You cannot leave. What will we do if you go? With so many perverts around, do you really think it's safe for 3 girls to stay here alone? I've heard that there are many voyeurs lately who use binoculars to peep from other floors at night. If you leave, who will protect us?" Qin Chaoyang felt even more at a loss for words. As for voyeurism, he had previously experienced it himself quite often. The saying goes, it's easier to guard against outsiders than against homegrown thieves. They were essentially inviting a wolf into their midst. "Cousin, you really should stay. If you enjoy watching, I wouldn't mind." Su Xiaoro's words were the most lethal. Qin Chaoyang found himself without any reason to move now. "Fine, if I'm not moving, then I'm not moving. I really don't have much to take with me anyway. At worst, I can just visit every now and then." At this point, he must commend Shenanigans, who had long since taken care of buying his daily necessities and clothing. In fact, it didn't really matter whether he took anything from here or not. Just then, Shenanigans called. Her meeting had concluded. Originally, there shouldn't have been a meeting today, as it was Saturday. However, in large companies, special circumstances occasionally arise. Qin Chaoyang returned the boxes to his room and then drove to Shenanigans' company. "Quickly tell me, what were you just up to? Were you peeping at beautiful women?" Shenanigans immediately began to interrogate him as soon as she got into the car. "Of course not. I went to the antique street to see if there were any shops for rent. I'm preparing to open an antique shop, you see. So I wanted to make some early preparations." Qin Chaoyang refrained from mentioning moving back, fearing that Shenanigans might get jealous. Naturally, her earlier comment had merely been a jest. "Chaoyang, regarding opening the antique shop, you'd be better off seeking help from Huang Guangyan. He has more connections in that area. By the way, let us go purchase some jade rough stones." Qin Chaoyang nodded in agreement, but just then his phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. He promptly hung up. He generally disliked answering unfamiliar numbers. With the prevalence of phone scams these days, one could easily fall victim to fraud. However, just as he hung up, the phone rang again. "Hello? Police station. All right, I'll head over right now." Qin Chaoyang hung up the phone, shrugging helplessly. He hadn't anticipated that he would still have to face the events of last night. Knowing that Shenanigans would inquire, he decided to be straightforward and share the details. To assert that this matter bears no relation to Huang Guangyan would be misleading. The primary reason for the call made to Qin Chaoyang was indeed linked to Guan Yuha. The Public Security Bureau is currently investigating this case and has successfully retrieved several cultural relics, yet they lack the expertise to understand their significance. Thus, the first person they thought of was Guan Yuha. However, given his advanced age, he relocated from the capital to seek a tranquil life. Faced with such troubling circumstances, his immediate thought was of his disciple Qin Chaoyang, which explains the recent phone call. "Si Jia, I will escort you to my shop. It would be unwise for you to venture into such places, Qin Chaoyang stated. Shen Sijia obediently nodded and replied, but you must remember to return early. Qin Chaoyang nodded in affirmation, and seizing a moment when Shen Sijia was unobservant, he leaned in for a kiss. A surprise attack indeed. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Zhang Yonghua. The tongue is most acutely aware of its own teeth. It can immediately discern which tooth is misaligned. If there is another entity that possesses such precise knowledge, it would be a man's roving hand. Whenever a kiss occurs, a man's hand invariably finds its designated position with the accuracy of a satellite navigation system. Should one be skeptical, a simple test would reveal its infallibility. Shen Sijia was caught off guard by Qin Chaoyang's sudden advance, momentarily rendered speechless, as a tingling sensation coursed through her body. By the time she regained her composure, his hand had already slipped beneath her clothing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily pushed him away, playfully rebuking him. It's broad daylight. What are you doing? Last night, you pretended to be a gentleman, and now, in the glaring light of day, you seem unashamed. Qin Chaoyang chuckled softly, and under her disapproving gaze, he started the car. By the time they arrived at the precinct, nearly 11 o'clock had passed. Stepping out of the vehicle, he noticed 3 individuals approaching from within. Among them was a man appearing to be in his 50s, with a square face that exuded righteousness. Following closely behind were a man and a woman. The man, in his 30s, had an unremarkable appearance, while the woman, in her early 20s, was strikingly beautiful, standing around 5 feet 5 inches tall, with short hair, double eyelids, large eyes, and an oval face. She wore a short-sleeved police uniform, with 2 buttons of her collar unfastened, revealing a beauty mark just above her heart. As for the exact location of the heart, one might wonder why Qin Chaoyang was scrutinizing so intently. Well, the reason for his keen observation lay in the woman's undeniable charm. Most notably, she bore a slight resemblance to the square-faced man. Mr. Qin Chaoyang, I am Zhang Guanghua, and this is our criminal investigation team leader, Zhang Yonghua. This is the head of the public security team, Song Chao. Qin Chaoyang quickly extended his hand to shake with the trio. Ah, so you are Director Zhang and the 2 team leaders. I am Qin Chaoyang. Zhang Guanghua nodded politely and ushered Qin Chaoyang into the office. Zhang Yonghua prepared a cup of tea for him and stood to the side. Mr. Qin, the reason we have summoned you today is to seek your assistance in appraising some antiques. As you know, we excel in solving cases, but we are utterly inexperienced in antique appraisal. Initially, we intended to consult the esteemed Guan Yuhe, but due to his recent health issues, we were advised to recommend you instead. I have heard from Guan Yuhe that you are his esteemed disciple. Might that be true? Upon hearing Zhang Guanghua's words, Qin Chaoyang gleaned 2 significant insights. Firstly, Guan Yuhe's health concerns were likely fabricated, possibly an intention to provide Qin Chaoyang with an opportunity for growth. Secondly, Zhang Guanghua held Guan Yuhe in high regard, indicating that his own status was undoubtedly remarkable. Director Zhang, you flatter me. As for being his esteemed disciple, it is merely that my master, despite my shortcomings, graciously accepted me as his pupil, Qin Chaoyang replied, articulating his response with academic finesse. While maintaining a posture of humility, it indirectly addressed Zhang Guanghua's inquiry, acknowledging his identity as a disciple of Guan Yuhe. Mr. Qin displayed modesty. The situation is as follows. Based on public reports and certain intelligence we have acquired, it can be conclusively stated that these individuals hail from the province of Shaanxi. Coincidentally, a tomb was discovered to have been looted in that region, while here, several new pits containing antiquities have surfaced. According to the descriptions provided by the informants regarding the appearance of these individuals, it is highly probable that they are part of a tomb-robbing gang from Shaanxi. Qin Chaoyang frowned. These matters bore no relevance to him, and logically, the perpetrators should not be involving him. Director Zhang, I am merely an enthusiast of antiques, possessing some knowledge in this area. As for the apprehension of criminals, that falls under your jurisdiction and seems of little concern to me, he stated. Zhang Guanghua smiled and nodded, saying, this matter indeed has little to do with Mr. Qin. However, aside from seeking your assistance in authenticating these antiques, we also need to make a trip to Shaanxi. The primary objective is to verify whether these items originated from that region. Moreover, the stolen items are certainly not limited to these. We may require your further assistance in authentication later on. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang felt overwhelmed. Director Zhang, I have the obligation to cooperate with your investigation, but it must be contingent upon my personal capabilities. First and foremost, I am an ordinary person with my own affairs to attend to. Assisting you in the authentication of antiques is manageable, but traveling to other locations is likely beyond my reach. This was Qin Chaoyang's way of declining. Zhang Guanghua likely anticipated this response. Chuckling, Mr. Qin, there is no need for haste in this matter. We can take our time and discuss it later. For now, our priority is to ascertain the provenance and date of these items. Qin Chaoyang nodded, affirming that this was indeed acceptable. Captain Zhang, it is getting late. Please take Mr. Qin to dinner first, and we can address the authentication of the items after the meal. At this moment, Qin Chaoyang recalled that Shen Sijia had requested him to return home early. However, it was evident that returning now was not a feasible option. Director Zhang, allow me to make a quick phone call. Zhang Guanghua gestured for him to proceed. Qin Chaoyang exited Zhang Guanghua's office and called Shen Sijia, briefly informing her of the current situation. A few affectionate words swiftly appeased her. After hanging up, he noticed that Zhang Yanghua had been standing not far away, seemingly eavesdropping. How long have you been listening to my phone call? Qin Chaoyang asked, slightly displeased. After all, no one wishes to be overheard while sharing intimate moments with a significant other. Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. I just stepped out. Zhang Yanghua replied. Let me take Mr. Qin to dinner now. I just wonder if Mr. Qin is accustomed to boxed meals. This statement was laced with a hint of playful sarcasm. Qin Chaoyang felt a tinge of uncertainty, as he held no points of conflict with this Zhang Yanghua. In truth, the meal was quite delightful, certainly superior to what he had consumed during his apprenticeship under Zhou Papi. Mr. Qin, are you 25 this year? Zhang Yanghua casually inquired while they dined. Qin Chaoyang nodded, thereby acknowledging the question. He understood that, since the other party had invited him to assist, it was likely that his background, including familial details, had already been thoroughly investigated. Hence, it seemed that Zhang Yangguo's inquiry was merely a conversational icebreaker. How long have you been involved with antiques, Mr. Qin? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 85. The appraisal speed of Qin Chaoyang in less than a year. Is there a problem? Qin Chaoyang held a certain disdain for Zhang Yanghua, though he could not quite articulate why. Less than a year? Could you please don't misunderstand? I've heard that appraising antiques requires a solid foundation complemented by a discerning eye, along with a measure of innate talent. However, your timeline upon hearing Zhang Yangguo's words, Qin Chaoyang lost his appetite. Miss, first and foremost, I never claimed proficiency. It was you who insisted I come. I am merely assisting you in this case without any compensation. If you doubt my abilities, I can leave at this very moment. Zhang Yanghua opened her mouth to respond, feeling that Qin Chaoyang had an unusual temperament. Was it too much to ask a simple question? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. Captain Zhang was merely inquiring out of curiosity, said Song Chao, who had come to mediate. She might not realize that some individuals are inherently gifted, destined for a particular vocation like yourself, Mr. Qin. Much like the legendary Zhang Sanfeng of Tai Chi, while others may spend a lifetime seeking enlightenment, he grasped it in a single moment. This is entirely normal. With someone to smooth over the tension, Qin Chaoyang decided not to dwell on the matter with a woman. I've had my fill. Now, shall we proceed to examine the artifacts? Zhang Yanghua said nothing and led Qin Chaoyang to the storeroom. On the table within lay several genuine antiques. If Huang Guangyan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize two pieces as ones he had purchased. Of course, Qin Chaoyang recognized them as well. Donning gloves, Qin Chaoyang picked up an item to begin his appraisal. It was a Cloison incense burner, an authentic piece from the early Ming dynasty, valued at approximately 3 to 3.8 million. The excavation date was less than a month ago. From the moment he picked it up until he placed it back down, no more than 2 minutes elapsed. As he reached for the second item, he noticed that Song Chao and Zhang Yanghua were surprisingly unresponsive. Why are you staring at me? Record this. At last, they snapped back to attention. Mr. Qin, is that all? Song Chao asked, somewhat incredulous. Others typically took at least half an hour, if not longer, to appraise an antique. Yet here was Qin Chaoyang, who merely glanced at it and made a pronouncement. Surely this couldn't be credible? Qin Chaoyang shrugged, deliberately provoking their astonishment. Didn't you look down on me? I thought I'd give you a surprise. Just record what I say, you won't go wrong. Exchanging glances, Song Chao and Zhang Yangguo began to record. Qin Chaoyang then picked up the second item. A colorful fish-patterned lid, valued at around 2 million, with all other details remaining the same. When he picked up the third item, he felt a twinge of confusion. It wasn't that he couldn't discern its authenticity, but rather that this piece felt incongruous with the previous ones. It was neither newly unearthed nor from the same era. How could it possibly be here? A glance at Zhang Yangguo and Song Chao brought clarity to his mind. This item may have been deliberately included by them, intended to test whether Qin Chaoyang truly possesses any skill. If he cannot discern even this, then there is little hope. Upon realizing this, Qin Chaoyang chuckled. A Republic-era flam porcelain double-handled vase. A replica, valued between 10,000 to 30,000. It would serve well for floral arrangements. However, one must wonder which fool had previously collected it, leaving it in such a state. Qin Chaoyang seemingly made a casual remark before turning his attention to the next item. Meanwhile, in Zhang Guanghua's office, he was observing the surveillance footage, accompanied by another individual, who happened to be Guan Yuhe. Director Zhang, do you believe now? My young apprentice has an eye for detail that surpasses even my other disciples. Still skeptical? Well, he just called someone a fool. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Guanghua couldn't help but smile wryly. Initially, he had sought out Guan Yuhe, who, instead of mentioning his illness, directly recommended Qin Chaoyang. Zhang Guanghua was skeptical. After all, how much expertise could someone in their 20s possess regarding antiques? This was no ordinary case. Yet, Guan Yuhe insisted that Qin Chaoyang handle the matter, as he had his own motives. Guan Yuhe sought to provide Qin Chaoyang an opportunity to showcase his abilities, and this was undoubtedly the perfect occasion. However, to reassure Zhang Guanghua, Guan Yuhe had thoroughly appraised all the antiques before contacting Qin Chaoyang. During that time, they had not met or spoken, so the notion of collusion was entirely unfounded. Now, Zhang Guanghua was convinced that Qin Chaoyang indeed had genuine talent. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Qin Chaoyang. Such a young expert in antiques was bound for great achievements. It was entirely plausible that he could become another Guan Yuhe. On the other side, Qin Chaoyang removed his gloves. Everything has been documented, correct? Just report it directly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Should there be any items requiring appraisal, feel free to call me. However, please refrain from contacting me at noon or in the evening, as it disrupts my dating schedule. With that, Qin Chaoyang patted his backside and departed. Am I dreaming? Is that it? Song Chao reached for his waist, contemplating pinching himself, but ultimately decided against it for fear of pain. Wouldn't checking against old Master Guan's appraisal report reveal the truth? Zhang Yangguo was astute and quickly grasped the situation. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. No need to check. It's absolutely accurate. The speaker was, of course, Zhang Guanghua. Guo, in the future, exercise caution in your words and actions. Do not judge by appearances. Today you have offended him. Individuals with true skill often possess peculiar temperaments. While you may regard him as youthful, you must not doubt his appraisal abilities. Even if you harbor doubts, keep them to yourself. Do not voice them. This case is entrusted to you. You must cultivate a rapport with Qin Chaoyang, for this connection may prove invaluable in the future. If he possessed no merit, would Guan Yuhe take him on as a disciple? Would he assign him such a significant responsibility? Zhang Yangguo, still reeling from the shock, nodded vacantly at his uncle Zhang Guanghua's words. Once Zhang Guanghua concluded, he picked up his replica antique and departed. Qin Chaoyang drove directly to his potted plant shop. Shen Sijia remained there, and if he lingered too long, her patience would surely wear thin. Such is the nature of women. If they are excessively compliant and understanding, men may fail to cherish them. Conversely, if they are too domineering and assertive, men are equally disinclined to favor them. The ideal disposition lies in a blend of gentleness interspersed with a hint of rebellion, a stubbornness softened by a trace of obedience. In essence, a girl's temperament must be present, for it constitutes her character, yet it should not be excessive. Occasionally indulging in a bit of petulance or sulking serves as a delightful seasoning in life. However, one must be amenable to flattery. When a man offers a bit of coaxing, one may gracefully concede and even present minor requests. This is the epitome of perfection, though such instances should not be frequent, for no man will invest an inordinate amount of time in placating a woman. Everything must adhere to a certain measure. One must understand the importance of moderation. This, indeed, is what men cherish the most. End of chapter. Chapter 86. The store is empty as Qin Chaoyang halted his vehicle. He was taken aback. His potted plant shop was brimming with customers. At first, he suspected he had entered the wrong establishment or that something untoward had occurred. Peering inside, he spotted Shen Sijia engaging in lively conversation with the crowd. Meanwhile, Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi were at the cash register, processing transactions and issuing membership cards. Although Shen Sijia noticed Qin Chaoyang, she did not converse with him, instead continuing to greet the patrons. Qin Chaoyang stood aside, listening intently for approximately 15 minutes, during which he gleaned some information. These so-called customers were all individuals with business ties to the Shen family or the Shen group. It turned out that Shen Sijia had posted on her social media earlier that day, expressing her boredom and her partnership with friends in opening a potted plant shop. Consequently, these individuals flocked to the store. In a sense, most of these attendees were not genuinely passionate about potted plants. Their primary motivation was to establish rapport and nurture relationships to benefit their own business interests. They were indifferent to the sums of 100,000 or 200,000, and even the membership card held little significance for them. It was entirely plausible that the card would be discarded in a corner, never to be used. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was their participation. For Shen Sijia, these details were even less significant. Ideally, she hoped the membership cards would be forgotten or thrown away, thus allowing the balance to remain in her shop's account. Regardless, they had indeed made a tangible profit. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Chaoyang found himself in a state of bewilderment, as his store was now utterly devoid of merchandise. There wasn't even a single potted plant left. Strangely, many customers had left without making a purchase, yet they had all signed up for membership cards, promising to return on another day. Chaoyang, am I impressive or what? Come on, praise me. Shen Sijia seized the moment when no one was around and whispered to Qin Chaoyang. Naturally, he took this opportunity to commend her. Indeed, my wife is remarkable. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you a strawberry. Qin Chaoyang proclaimed, pouting as if to plant a kiss on Shen Sijia's lips. She swiftly evaded him, laughing, don't be silly. Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi are still here. You think you can take advantage of me? And by the way, who is your wife? Don't flatter yourself. Shen Sijia shot him a playful glare before whispering, we'll discuss this tonight. With that, she swayed her hips and departed to check the day's earnings. Qin Chaoyang realized he would soon need to venture far away, as the store had been completely cleared out, and he wouldn't be required to work for the next few days. However, he still had some potted plants purchased the previous day that he could manage for a while. Quietly, he made his way to the back to tend to those pots, subsequently placing them on the shelves. Once again, Qin Chaoyang began to channel spiritual energy into the 5 potted plants belonging to Gao Yalan. Considering his recent busyness, he decided to expedite the process and attend to all 5 plants at once. Yudi, come help me. 3 individuals engaged in calculating today's revenue outside hastily rushed in upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's call. Come, help me load these into my trunk. I intend to gift them to someone. Be cautious, don't damage them. Qin Chaoyang cautioned, as he himself carried 2 pots while the 3 women each took one, following closely behind. As Qin Chaoyang settled into the car, Shen Sijia unexpectedly took her place in the passenger seat. Sijia, I'm going to deliver. What about you? He asked. I'm here to assist you in collecting payments. Shen Sijia replied, fastening her seatbelt. In truth, upon her arrival, Shen Sijia had already noticed the 5 potted plants and inquired about them. This inquiry led Qin Yudi to reveal information about Lin Chenxuan and Gao Yalan. According to Qin Yudi's description, these 2 women possessed both stunning figures and exquisite faces, and importantly, they were quite affluent. Consequently, Shin Sijia resolved to take a closer look. Qin Chaoyang nodded, considering it entirely reasonable for his girlfriend to accompany him in collecting payments. As the vehicle roared to life, Qin Chaoyang began recounting his experiences at the police station earlier that day, as well as his plans to visit Dongnan in the coming days. Upon hearing of the business trip, Shin Sijia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll book a flight now," she exclaimed, pulling out her phone to make arrangements, only to be halted by Qin Chaoyang. "Sijia, you aren't thinking of accompanying me, are you? This trip will take several days at minimum. What would you do at the office while I'm away? Moreover, I don't plan to fly. I intend to rent a box truck and drive there myself. You know how delicate flowers are, and trusting them to a logistics company is quite concerning. It's better to transport them myself." Shin Sijia pondered this, realizing that while leaving for a day or two was feasible, an extended absence would be impractical for her work. After a quick search, she discovered the journey spanned 2,070 kilometers, and even with non-stop driving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it would take over 20 hours. "How could you possibly manage without rest?" she questioned. "Chaoyang, I just looked it up. With such a long distance, can you truly handle driving alone?" Qin Chaoyang contemplated this dilemma as well. It would be ideal to have someone accompany him, allowing for shared driving and conversation along the way. "Sijia, first, please arrange for a box truck with a blue license plate. I hold a Class C license, and it must have air conditioning. As for the driver, he would find someone later." Shin Sijia furrowed her brow. They dealt in jewelry and jade, and while there were plenty of trucks available, those with effective air conditioning were scarce. "Why don't we purchase a truck? It might prove useful in the future, and such box trucks aren't overly expensive. A little over 100,000 would suffice." This reasoning resonated with Qin Chaoyang, and he agreed pleasantly. The responsibility of acquiring the vehicle was naturally entrusted to Shin Sijia, while Qin Chaoyang contemplated who might accompany him on the journey. As they conversed, they arrived at Gao Yalin's grandfather's villa. Qin Chaoyang made a phone call to Gao Yalin, and shortly thereafter, she arrived. Upon her first glance at Shin Sijia, Gao Yalin thought to herself how strikingly beautiful the woman was, with an enviable figure and an exquisite demeanor that she carried with poise. Shin Sijia, in turn, was equally impressive. After a round of introductions, the two became acquainted. Qin Chaoyang ascended the stairs with the potted plants, and the matter of payment soon arose. "Miss Gao, could you please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction?" In truth, Gao Yalin had already assessed the plants and found them to be more than satisfactory. "Mr. Qin, this far exceeds my expectations. Perhaps you could assist me in caring for a few more pots?" Qin Chaoyang understood her implication, that she wished for him to tend to the remaining potted plants. "Miss Gao, perhaps it would be better to wait a while. I may need to travel to Dongnan for the next few days, approximately 4 or 5. If you can wait, we can discuss it further upon my return." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 87. A disregard for paper. Gao Yalin nodded, signifying her consent. The next step involved the transfer of funds, a task that naturally fell to Shin Sijia, who was responsible for the charges. The two returned to the shop, where Qin Chaoyang sent Bao Xiaoxiao home, then accompanied Shin Sijia and Qin Yudi back to the villa. Noticing that there was still ample time, Qin Chaoyang resolved to visit Huang Guangyan. He sensed that his internal spiritual energy was nearing an upgrade and wished to achieve this before venturing out of town, as such an enhancement would bolster both his physical and mental capacities. After instructing the two to procure groceries, Qin Chaoyang set off in his car. He initially called Huang Guangyan to explain his situation, only to find that Huang was occupied at the company. Although Qin Chaoyang contemplated postponing the visit until the next day, Huang unexpectedly mentioned that someone was at home and urged him to come over. Realizing he couldn't arrive empty-handed, Qin Chaoyang purchased a few gifts. Upon arriving at Huang Guangyan's villa, he found only Huang Ying at home. "Ah, you're here. My father mentioned you were interested in his antique collection. Follow me." Huang Ying beckoned, leading him upstairs. Huang Guangyan's storeroom was considerably larger than Fang Ye's, filled with a greater array of items, though many of them were, regrettably, forgeries. The left side contains genuine pieces, while the right holds the fakes, Huang Ying casually pointed out. Qin Chaoyang nodded and began his examination, while Huang Ying observed quietly, refraining from interruption. Qin Chaoyang mistakenly assumed Huang Ying was monitoring him, yet he paid it little mind, harboring no particular fondness for her. In truth, Huang Ying was not there to surveil him. Rather, she was merely sneaking a glance. Indeed, she was curious about the allure that Qin Chaoyang possessed, which had captivated Shen Sijia, the heiress of the Shen group. While Qin Chaoyang was not strikingly handsome, he had an appealing charm. What intrigued Huang Ying further was his intense focus. Previously, she could not comprehend her father's fascination with inanimate objects, and now witnessing Qin Chaoyang's similar intrigue only deepened her puzzlement. How could a man in his 20s harbor an interest in antiques? It seemed logical that individuals gravitate towards certain interests at various life stages. Children are drawn to toys and cartoons, while the elderly find joy in gardening, collecting antiques, sipping tea, and playing chess. Yet for someone like Qin Chaoyang to be enamored with such things was perplexing. After a while, Huang Ying remembered she had yet to prepare tea for Qin Chaoyang and turned to head downstairs. Qin Chaoyang, engrossed in absorbing the spiritual energy from the antiques, paid her no mind. In terms of spiritual energy, jadeite contained the most, allowing for quicker absorption. However, the circumstances did not permit him to indulge in such luxuries daily, as frequent visits to raw stone shops were impractical. Qin Chaoyang, have a sip of water. Qin Chaoyang expressed his gratitude and accepted the teacup, as he indeed felt a slight thirst. However, due to the previous incident, he refrained from drinking immediately. Instead, he opened the lid of the teacup and peered inside, which made Huang Ying feel somewhat embarrassed. Chaoyang, I apologize for what happened earlier. I was in the wrong and merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. With Huang Ying's apology, Qin Chaoyang could hardly retort. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively before sipping his tea and continuing to admire the antiques. Huang Ying wished to converse with Qin Chaoyang and learn more about him, yet it was evident that his attention was wholly captivated by the antiques, so she chose not to speak further. After absorbing around 20 antiques, Qin Chaoyang ceased his efforts as that familiar sensation of expansion returned. He realized he could no longer take in more, and it was time for a breakthrough. At that moment, the translucent little ding began to spin, accelerating rapidly. Chaoyang, are you all right? Huang Ying inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on his face. Qin Chaoyang quickly gestured. Where's the restroom? I need to use it. Huang Ying understood that he was feeling the urge to relieve himself, hence the expression on his face. Right over there. She pointed towards the restroom. Thank you, he replied before hastily entering. Once seated on the toilet, he began to introspect. The small ding continued to rotate, and as it spun, the crimson liquid inside gradually transformed and diminished. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the ding stopped, revealing that only 1/3 of the liquid remained, now shifted from red to orange. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Orange? It had started nearly transparent, then turned red, and now shifted to orange. Would it next become yellow? The colors of the spectrum, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Could it possibly change in such a manner? He speculated, acknowledging the possibility. After all, leveling up was a positive development. In his excitement, Qin Chaoyang inadvertently relieved himself. Reaching for the toilet paper, he discovered it was empty. This was quite awkward. How could he manage without any paper? After much contemplation, he realized there was only one solution: to seek assistance from Huang Ying. Are you there? He called out. Huang Ying, engrossed in a match 3 game, suddenly heard Qin Chaoyang's voice. I'm here, what's up? She casually inquired, exiting the game. There's no paper in the restroom. Could you possibly? Huang Ying burst into laughter, realizing the situation. Indeed, there was no paper left, as she had used the last of it during her own visit to the restroom earlier, intending to bring more in afterward. However, her father had called her just then to inform her that Qin Chaoyang was coming, and she had completely forgotten about the toilet paper. Just a moment. Huang Ying, being well-educated, did not exhibit the same shyness as many other girls. Indeed, forgetting to bring toilet paper is a rather commonplace occurrence, nothing of great consequence. Huang Ying took a roll of paper and approached the restroom door, giving it a gentle knock. The door soon opened a crack, revealing a hand reaching out. Huang Ying placed the paper into Qin Chaoyang's hand, and the door swiftly closed again. Suddenly, a joke, or perhaps a pun, flashed through Huang Ying's mind. Not bringing paper when nature calls is quite a conundrum. With this thought, she covered her mouth and began to chuckle quietly. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang emerged, inadvertently catching sight of Huang Ying laughing, which rendered the situation exceedingly awkward. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave, Qin Chaoyang exclaimed before hastily descending the stairs, vowing never to find himself alone with this woman again. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 88. Lin Qianxuan's thoughts today. Qin Chaoyang found himself in quite an embarrassing predicament, fervently wishing that Huang Ying would refrain from divulging this incident, for the consequences would be utterly mortifying. Should he resort to silencing her? Of course, this was merely a jest. Nonetheless, this promotion could be considered a silver lining, as he could distinctly sense a marked enhancement in both his stamina and agility. He remained uncertain, however, if his endurance had similarly improved. Regrettably, Shenxijia was currently indisposed due to her menstrual cycle. What a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, Gao Yalan arrived at Lin Qianxuan's office, purely seeking a diversion to alleviate her boredom. Lin, did you hear that Mr. Qin is headed to Donan? Lin Qianxuan casually inquired while initiating a search for information on Donan. In truth, she was entirely unfamiliar with the location, having never heard of it until today. Indeed, that is what he mentioned. Gao Yalan paused, suddenly realizing something. Why do you ask? Lin Qianxuan smiled and replied, I happen to have some free time, so I thought I might explore a new destination. Donan seems like a splendid place to visit. Gao Yalan nodded, though her expression suggested a hint of skepticism. Qianxuan, you wouldn't be contemplating joining him, would you? I must caution you, he has a girlfriend. If you were to accompany him and something were to transpire, you would be the one to suffer. I should inform you, his girlfriend, Shenxijia, is the daughter of the chairman of the Shen Group. She is also the general manager of Shen Jewelry at the Jinling branch. In terms of wealth, you and I combined would not even match her pinky finger. And as for looks, that is beyond comparison. Lin Qianxuan listened to Gao Yalan's rapid-fire admonitions, then shot her a disapproving glance. Where are your thoughts wandering? I have only encountered Qin Chaoyang 2 or 3 times. Our exchanges barely exceed 100 words. Do you genuinely believe your hypothetical scenario is plausible? I am merely seeking a place to unwind. Gao Yalan contemplated her words and conceded that there was indeed little likelihood of such a situation. Now that you mention it, I too yearn for a little escapade. Alas, I am currently preoccupied with yoga and cannot spare the time. On the other side, Qin Chaoyang returned to Shenxijia's villa, where he found Shenxijia and Qin Yudi busily engaged in their culinary endeavors. They had ventured to the market to procure groceries and, upon discovering lobsters for sale, purchased several. Now, however, they were at a loss as to how to prepare them, hesitantly reaching for the creatures while fearing their pincers, thus merely waiting for Qin Chaoyang's return to take charge. Times have changed. Once upon a time, cooking was solely a woman's domain. Men were deemed lords upon returning home, while women catered to their every need. Now, the roles have begun to shift. Brother, you're back, Qin Yudi exclaimed upon seeing Qin Chaoyang enter, eagerly rising to greet him. It is not that she is particularly polite. Rather, it is that she can now distance herself from the lobsters. What shall we have for dinner? Qin Chaoyang casually inquired while closing the door. Lobster, Qin Yudi replied promptly. At that moment, Shenxijia also rose to her feet. Chaoyang, your timing is perfect. I had intended to prepare these lobsters for you when you returned. However, I am feeling unwell, and Yudi insists that I shouldn't handle them. So, as Shenxijia spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yudi, which was clearly a warning. Qin Chaoyang nodded. He was aware that Shenxijia's condition rendered her somewhat indisposed. Generally, a woman's menstrual cycle lasts about 3 to 5 days, during which time she should not be exposed to cold water, as it may lead to irritability. No worries, you rest. I'll take care of it, Qin Chaoyang said, handing his phone and keys to Shenxijia. Shenxijia felt a surge of relief, finally offloading this troublesome task without any loss of face. Seizing the moment while Qin Chaoyang was distracted, she pulled Qin Yudi into the room. Yudi, you mustn't tell your brother that I can't do it. Understood? Qin Yudi quickly nodded in agreement, though she was not naive. I understand, sister-in-law, but it's quite bothersome commuting by bus every day. I wish to buy an electric bike, What do you think? Buy it. Shin Si-jia replied without hesitation. After all, it was just a bike, no big deal. After Qin Chaoyang finished preparing the lobsters, he decided to make garlic butter lobster, which posed the challenge of peeling garlic. Shin Si-jia was not skilled at this task, so it fell to Qin Yudi. Following dinner, the routine continued as before. Qin Chaoyang was the last to shower, and then, rather naturally, he climbed into Shin Si-jia's bed. There was an effortless harmony as Shin Si-jia nestled against him. Chaoyang, could you keep your hands to yourself for a bit? I'm not quite comfortable these days. Just bear with it for a maximum of 2 days. Once I'm done, I'll be all yours. Qin Chaoyang withdrew his hand and embraced Shin Si-jia. Si-jia, tell me about your family situation. To this day, Qin Chaoyang was unaware of Shin Si-jia's family background. Shin Si-jia playfully traced circles around Qin Chaoyang's navel with one finger and said, "There are 4 people in my family. My father, my mother, and my younger sister. My sister listens to me, my father listens to my mother. And from now on, you must listen to me." Qin Chaoyang was left speechless, pondering the logic of her statement. However, he considered that listening to women might not be such a bad idea. They say that doing so can lead to prosperity. Whether that is true or not remains to be seen. Can you tell me how much money your family has? I mean personal assets, not the Shin group. Shin Si-jia thought for a moment and replied, in terms of shares, it's approximately 10 to 20 billion. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. How much did you say? 10 to 20 billion? Si-jia, does your family need a son-in-law? Perhaps I should offer to become your family's son-in-law. Enduring both scorn and toil, I vow to tend to the fields that are rightfully mine without a moment's idleness, ensuring no weeds encroach upon my labor. As Qin Chaoyang's words lingered in the air, a sudden pang of discomfort gripped his waist. Shin Si-jia, well aware that Qin Chaoyang was merely jesting, found the conversation increasingly absurd with references to farming and weeds. Now firmly in a romantic relationship with Qin Chaoyang, she pondered how circumstances had unfolded. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of another, their intimate connection might have deepened the previous night. Thus, her hand began to glide down along Qin Chaoyang's abdomen. Chaoyang, do you long for? End of chapter. Chapter 89. Confession. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback by Shin Si-jia's words. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in the fact that Shin Si-jia had gradually seized a strand of fate's dragon vein. A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Chaoyang. Si-jia, there's no need for that. I'm not in a hurry. Isn't it sufficient that I return this time? Shin Si-jia shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, why didn't you stop me? She then recalled the night Qin Chaoyang had spent here for the first time, when he had audaciously taken her lingerie from the bathroom. However, that was quite normal. After all, who could resist her alluring charm? With that thought, Shin Si-jia found herself feeling a twinge of pride. It was perhaps a touch of arrogance. Had Qin Chaoyang been aware of her current musings, he would have felt quite vexed, for that day had indeed been a misunderstanding. Yet, at that moment, Qin Chaoyang had no time to dwell on such thoughts, for Shin Si-jia had withdrawn her hand. You scoundrel! You really think I would assist you with that? How naive! The following morning, Qin Chaoyang rose early to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. Shin Si-jia was prideful, but with the right approach, he could easily ensnare her. However, the question of who truly had the upper hand was yet to be determined. After breakfast, Qin Chaoyang escorted Shin Si-jia to her office, reminding her to have Qin Yudi obtain her driver's license during the summer break. He then made his way to his potted plant shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a stunning beauty, Lin Qiansun. Qin Chaoyang was somewhat taken aback, not expecting her presence at the shop. Good morning, Miss Lin. Lin Qiansun had come primarily to discuss their trip to Donan. However, with others present, it was not an opportune moment for a private conversation. Thus, she deliberately purchased 2 potted plants, requesting Qin Chaoyang to deliver them to her residence. Upon arriving at Lin Qiansun's villa, she brewed a cup of tea for him. Mr. Qin, I heard you are planning to travel to Donan in the next few days? Qin Chaoyang was momentarily stunned. How did Lin Qiansun know about this? Sensing his confusion, Lin Qiansun explained, well, I recently decided to take a trip, and coincidentally, Gao Yilin visited me yesterday. She was the one who mentioned it to me. I was pondering where to go, and traveling alone seemed rather dull. So this worked out perfectly. After Lin Qiansun finished speaking, she cast a subtle glance at Qin Chaoyang. Joining would be agreeable, but I will be driving there myself. Are you capable of keeping up? Lin Qiansun nodded, replying, that's not an issue. I often drove around quite a bit in the past. When does Mr. Qin plan to set off? Just then, Qin Chaoyang's phone rang, prompting him to step onto the balcony to take the call. It was, of course, Shen Sijia, with a singular intent, to have lunch together and pick up the car in the afternoon. Typically, such vehicles costing over 100,000 yuan were readily available in stock. Is that your girlfriend? Lin Qiansun casually inquired as she observed him returning. Yes, I am preparing to purchase a box truck with air conditioning. I plan to pick it up this afternoon. Indeed, I intend to set off early tomorrow morning. If Miss Lin decides to join us, I shall come to pick you up at 7 o'clock. After the two reached an agreement, Qin Chaoyang took his leave. He felt that traveling alone with a woman might not be appropriate. After all, should Shen Sijia learn of this, it could lead to misunderstandings. However, he found it difficult to decline, so he resolved to invite another companion. Who would be the most suitable? Qin Yudi. Precisely, it was Qin Yudi. Thus, Qin Chaoyang directly went to the store and called Qin Yudi aside. Brother, what good news do you have? Qin Yudi inquired as she approached. Qin Chaoyang shot her an exasperated glance and recounted the situation. Brother, that's not possible. Sister-in-law just called me and said she's taking me to register for my driving test tomorrow. I want to obtain my license soon so I can help you out. Qin Yudi's words amused Qin Chaoyang. Help him out? It seemed she was still recalling the conversation about buying a car he had with her previously. What to do then? If your sister-in-law finds out that I am taking a woman out of town, it would be disastrous. Qin Chaoyang lamented. Qin Yudi shrugged. Brother, I truly cannot assist you in this matter. But rest assured, you are my brother. If you and sister-in-law have a disagreement, I shall be on your side. Qin Chaoyang chose to disregard her comment. Could he not expect even a modicum of understanding from her? Since Qin Yudi was unavailable, he felt rather helpless. Glancing at the time, he decided it was nearly time to head out and drove to pick up Shen Sijia. Shen Sijia maintained her proud demeanor, at least in front of others. However, once she entered the car, her tone softened. Chaoyang, what shall we have for lunch? How about some crayfish? Qin Chaoyang promptly shook his head. We just had crayfish last night. Let us postpone that for a few days. Eating too much makes even one's flatulence smell of seafood. Shen Sijia distanced herself slightly from him in disgust. Chaoyang, could you speak more civilly? Qin Chaoyang shrugged nonchalantly. I am quite civil. Thank you very much. After all, what is so taboo about flatulence? Everyone does it. Just observe those in swimming pools. Whenever they suddenly become still, they are either releasing gas or relieving themselves. It's just that others are oblivious. Shen Sijia was left speechless, her mind filled with disbelief. However, there was a hint of truth in Qin Chaoyang's words, as she had indeed engaged in such behavior before. Alright, that is not the main point. After they finished their meal, they proceeded to acquire a JAC box truck, as dealing with acquaintances simplifies matters. In less than 2 hours, everything was arranged except for the license plate. Sijia, there is something I have been contemplating and feel it necessary to clarify with you. Shen Sijia regarded Qin Chaoyang intently, signaling him to speak his mind. He then explained that Lin Qianxuan wished to join them on their journey. Initially, I found the situation to be quite inappropriate, yet I hesitated to decline. Eventually, I contemplated allowing Yudi to accompany us, alleviating your concerns. However, Yudi insisted that you must take her to register tomorrow. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang mention taking Lin Qianxuan along, Shen Sijia was genuinely displeased. To her astonishment, Qin Chaoyang remarked that this way you need not worry. After all, was Qin Chaoyang implying that he would feel jealous? As for Shen Sijia, she would never admit to such feelings. Well, if Chaoyang wishes to go, then let him, what does it matter? I trust you. Qin Chaoyang gazed at Shen Sijia with an expression akin to having tasted something unpleasant, as if the scenario were amiss. End of chapter. Chapter 90. The return of the black egg well. Since Shen Sijia has said that, Qin Chaoyang felt reassured. Chaoyang, do you think I am more attractive, or is Lin Qianxuan? Qin Chaoyang's head throbbed. Was this a life or death question, or an easy one? That depends on how you respond. Sijia, I believe such inquiries should not be posed. Shun Sijia's attention was instantly captured by Qin Chaoyang's words. What do you mean? Qin Chaoyang cleared his throat and began to ramble. First and foremost, my taste is quite discerning. I only appreciate the finest, dismissing everything else. You know well that I previously lived with Bao Xiaoxiao and a few others. Did you ever see me cast a glance their way? Take Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi. For instance, they have asked me countless times to work at my shop. Do you think I care about that meager salary? In my eyes, you are the best. Everyone else is merely ordinary. Though you may not be perfect in my eyes, you certainly come close to being exquisite. He mused that perhaps only you in all of Huaxia could meet such a standard. Naturally, Shen Sijia did not take all of Qin Chaoyang's words at face value, yet they delighted her nonetheless. Exquisite? What two qualities do I lack? Shen Sijia resolved that as long as Qin Chaoyang spoke truthfully, she would make changes. Qin Chaoyang stroked his chin and replied, "The two qualities you lack are not terribly significant." Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia grew displeased and insisted that Qin Chaoyang elaborate. With no way out, Qin Chaoyang conceded, one is inner beauty, and the other is outer beauty. Ah, that hurts. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Shen Sijia was aware that Qin Chaoyang was joking. Regardless, she could not deny her own looks, figure, or background. If Qin Chaoyang could see her worth, it was likely that the Qin family had been burning incense since the Ming dynasty in gratitude. Amid their playful banter, the pair arrived at a shop selling jadeite raw stones. This time, Qin Chaoyang did not visit the previous two shops but chose a different one. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback, as the jadeite raw stones here were of exceptionally high quality. Logically, such fine jadeite raw stones should not be found in this establishment. It would be understandable if they were located in northern Myanmar. Typically, the jadeite raw stones around Jinling City are merely the leftovers from larger places. While it cannot be said that there are none of high quality, they are certainly scarce. Akin to the imperial green stone Qin Chaoyang acquired last time, truly a one-in-a-million find. Even though Shen Sijia did not possess extensive knowledge about jadeite, she could discern the superior quality of these raw stones. Chaoyang, what do you think? Shen Sijia quietly inquired, as several other customers were present in the shop. I'll take a look first, Qin Chaoyang replied before beginning to examine the jadeite raw stones. Raw jadeite. Origin: jadeite nation. Value: none. Raw jadeite. Origin. Qin Chaoyang scrutinized over a dozen raw stones, all of which were black eggs. This left him perplexed, prompting him to casually pick up a smaller raw stone for a closer inspection. Finally, he discerned the root of the problem. Remarkably, this stone had been previously drilled and then cleverly disguised. After examining 4 or 5 pieces, he found them all to be similarly tampered with. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes, for he recognized the origin of these stones. How should he put it? He had encountered this batch of raw stones before, precisely the ones that Shen Sijia almost purchased during that incident. Qin Chaoyang recalled the unscrupulous individual named Chun Chi, and at that time, he had contemplated reporting the matter to the authorities. However, Shen Sijia deemed it unnecessary, reasoning that she had not suffered any loss. After a brief warning, the matter had faded into the background. Given the passage of time, Qin Chaoyang had almost forgotten about it. Yet now, these stones were brazenly displayed on the shelves of this jade shop. If he were to believe that this jade store was innocent, he would rather die than accept it. Qin Chaoyang remained silent and approached Shen Sijia, giving her a knowing glance. The two then exited the store. Chaoyang, is there an issue with the stones? Qin Chaoyang nodded and replied, Indeed, there is a significant problem. Do you remember Chun Chi? If I am not mistaken, the majority of the raw stones in this shop are from the batch that Chun Chi intended to deceive you with. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's words, Shen Sijia recalled the incident, and with the appealing appearance of the stones in the shop, she quickly put the pieces together. Some unscrupulous merchants conduct drilling inspections on the raw stones in their warehouses. They extract all those containing jade, while the ones devoid of it, referred to as black eggs, are remasked and sold at a lower price to others. In this manner, they can profit from the scheme. That despicable Chen Chi, has his conscience been devoured by dogs? I initially intended to give him a chance, but it seems this fellow remains incorrigible. I thought I could awaken his sense of morality. Qin Chaoyang chuckled and said, Sijia, first and foremost, you have made a logical error in your understanding. Conscience is inherently fixed at birth. One either possesses it or does not. The notion of awakening is a fallacy. It is akin to a dog eating excrement. No matter how many times you hit it with a stick, the moment you turn your back, it will scurry back to indulge again. It does not comprehend that you mean well. It merely perceives you as a rival. Sijia pinched Qin Chaoyang's side, realizing that she had previously overlooked how this fellow often spoke in riddles, with his words often being nonsensical. Nevertheless, there was a certain truth to it, and it was quite relatable. So what should we do now? Qin Chaoyang pondered for a moment and replied, there are essentially two courses of action. First, one could remain aloof and indifferent. Second, we could report this to the authorities. This constitutes an act of fraud, and the scale is substantial. If it weren't for my capabilities, we would have fallen victim ourselves. At this moment, Qin Chaoyang could not resist boasting about his own abilities. Very well, let us report it. Last time, I had already given him a chance, yet he failed to cherish it. He has no one to blame but himself. Shen Sijia had only spoken halfway before she realized. Sijia, do you often refer to yourself that way? Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed, and she replied, no way. I enjoy it. Qin Chaoyang was left speechless. Was this a revelation of her true nature, or merely an act of reckless abandon? It was Qin Chaoyang who called the police, not out of a desire to meddle, but because the ramifications of this situation were far too significant. One must understand that he had witnessed the batch of raw stones in Chun Chi's possession, the total value of which was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Once released into the market, the raw stone market could very well be thrown into chaos by him. This would not bode well for Qin Chaoyang's future endeavors in opening a raw stone shop. After approximately 15 minutes, several police cars arrived. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Familiar faces. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 91. Encountering Zhang Yanghua. Mr. Qin, was it you who reported the incident? Zhang Yanghua was equally surprised to find Qin Chaoyang here. She had intended to call him within the next few days to strengthen their relationship. Qin Chaoyang was taken aback as well, not expecting to encounter Zhang Yanghua in this location. What astonished him further was that it was Zhang Yanghua who was on duty, as she was currently handling the case concerning the tomb robbery and illicit trafficking of cultural relics. Captain Zhang, yes, I made the report. Qin Chaoyang recounted the events in detail, explaining that approximately half a month ago. Very well, I shall handle this matter, but I may need your cooperation to provide a statement later, she replied. Qin Chaoyang nodded. As the informant, it was indeed his duty to give a statement. After their discussion, Qin Chaoyang departed with Shen Sijia, although they did not venture far, choosing instead to sit in their vehicle and observe. Zhang Yanghua gestured, and instantly, a dozen police officers surged into the Jade stone shop. Subsequently, several customers were escorted out, and the shop owner struck it lucky with a silver bracelet. As for the raw stones within the establishment, Zhang Yanghua took away a portion while sealing the remainder and locking the doors. Let us go. It's getting late. We should hurry to the next shop, Qin Chaoyang remarked, pulling Shen Sijia along to another raw stone store. He was determined to be efficient today. Time was of the essence, and he needed to return home to tidy up. In merely half an hour, he selected 11 pieces of jade raw stone and promptly returned to the company to await further actions. It was impossible to conduct the stone analysis today, but Qin Chaoyang could delineate the lines for cutting, allowing the stone cutter to proceed directly. After all, marking the stones accurately was crucial. A miscalculation could lead to irreparable loss. Chaoyang, how much do you estimate we could profit from this batch of stones? Shen Sijia inquired, focusing on potential earnings rather than the possibility of profit, which was a significant distinction. The quality of these jade raw stones is rather subpar. After deducting the principal, we might earn around 70 to 80 million, he estimated. Oh, by the way, which stone is number 5? Don't sell it after it's cut, he added. Shen Sijia, puzzled, casually asked, why? Do you intend to keep it for yourself? Qin Chaoyang nodded, explaining, didn't you mention that our mother loves red jade? That stone, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should yield red jade, likely larger than an adult's fist. It would make a splendid gift for her. She would surely be delighted. Qin Chaoyang's affectionate reference to our mother made Shen Sijia blush, prompting her to think, how brazenly thick-skinned he is, calling her mother without even having met her yet? Chaoyang, were you perhaps the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? Your audacity is astounding. Qin Chaoyang was indifferent. Shen Sijia had mentioned that her father heeded her mother's wishes, which implied that as long as her mother-in-law was pleased, Shen Sijia would be completely at his mercy. Indeed, the adage holds true. Good cabbages are often ravaged by pigs, for if pigs do not forage, the cabbages might very well rot in the field. At present, Qin Chaoyang was indeed affluent, with over 200 million in his account, half of which belonged to Shen Sijia. However, considering their current relationship, and with the Jade rough-hewn today, once the funds cleared, his account would surpass 300 million. After escorting Shen Sijia back to the villa, Qin Chaoyang returned to his previous residence, as he had two matters at hand. The first was to restore the vase, and the second was to retrieve some items while informing the three women. Drawing from past experiences, Qin Chaoyang refrained from opening the door directly. Instead, he employed a method of clairvoyance. The door soon became transparent, revealing an unoccupied living room, though the lights were aglow. This indicated that Bao Xiaoxiao and the others were indeed present in the room. Upon opening the door, the sound of it closing prompted the doors of Bao Xiaoxiao and her companions to swing open. "Cousin, you're back," exclaimed Pu Meiqi. To speak of Pu Meiqi, one could not deny her striking beauty. Tall, well-figured, with cascading waves of hair and large, expressive eyes reminiscent of a character from the classic tale The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. "Yes, I've returned to collect a few things. I'll be going on a trip tomorrow," Qin Chaoyang replied casually as he entered his room, only for Pu Meiqi to follow him inside. "Cousin, are you in a relationship with that President Shen?" Pu Meiqi's inquiry was not without reason, as Bao Xiaoxiao had been assisting Qin Chaoyang at the store and often returned with tales of their daily earnings. Naturally, the gossip surrounding Qin Chaoyang and Shen Sijia emerged in conversation. Pu Meiqi was a woman of contradictions. She yearned for a life of luxury yet was unwilling to settle for just any buyer to barter away her worth. Her criteria for a partner were clear. He must be wealthy, and while he need not be exceptionally handsome, he should at least be presentable. Yet, such a man had eluded her grasp. Initially, she had not considered Qin Chaoyang, primarily because he was handsome but lacked wealth. The so-called leftover women are often in this predicament. They believe that their attractiveness and decent conditions warrant higher standards. They set their sights on men who match or exceed their own criteria. However, such exceptional men are seldom without female admirers, including those who are both beautiful and capable. In truth, mere beauty is insufficient. Affluent and accomplished men do not lack for attractive women. What they seek are women who can contribute to their endeavors, where beauty is secondary to a suitable family background that can bolster their careers. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. One does not necessarily need to bring such a woman home. Thus, the elusive Prince Charming in Pu Meiqi's heart has yet to materialize. However, upon discovering that Qin Chaoyang is both affluent and capable, her perspective began to shift. As the saying goes, a man chases a woman through a wall, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. Just as Pu Meiqi was contemplating taking the initiative to pursue Qin Chaoyang, she discovered that he already had a girlfriend, and not just any girlfriend, but the daughter of the prestigious Shen family, which instantly drained her of courage. Her visit today was primarily to seek confirmation. "Chaoyang, shall I assist you with tidying up?" Pu Meiqi suggested as she approached him, beginning to arrange his belongings. Unintentionally, her bosom brushed against Qin Chaoyang's side. Notably, she was clad in a low-cut t-shirt, seemingly without any undergarments. Qin Chaoyang stole a glance. In truth, he had already seen the true faces of these three women, particularly Bao Xiaoxiao, whom he had observed the most. "Is she beautiful?" Pu Meiqi softly inquired, just as Qin Chaoyang found himself lost in his furtive gaze. End of chapter.